Okay, there is Dean Tian's words. God finally did not misread people. Tian Songyun said with a look of relief, the emperor cares about his tribe members. He lives too frugal, and he is reluctant to eat or wear. We servants cannot bear to see the emperor suffer. Unfortunately, the General Affairs Department is now in short supply of funds and is really powerless to change anything. We can only ask Dean Tian to share the worries of the emperor. Lin Shen and Tian Songyun chatted for a long time and finally figured out what the Emperor of Heaven meant. Nowadays, those bigwigs who develop planets secretly ate most of the resources obtained by developing planets and handed over a small part to the clan, most of which flowed into the clan database, and only a small part was distributed to the hands of the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven asked Lin Shen to go to those planets, so that Lin Shen wanted to find a way to get back the resources that the bosses had greedy for, and could not hand over to the clan treasury, so he could only hand them over to the Imperial Palace. Of course, Tian Songyun also gave Lin Shen some hints that as long as the resources he got from those big guys were not too much, he could keep some of them. It's okay, the Emperor of Heaven takes the money, and I'll take the blame if I have something to do. It has nothing to do with him. The Emperor of Heaven's plan is really a big deal. Lin Shen scolded the Emperor of Heaven in his heart for being shameless. Chapter 427 Lin Shen, who wants to do the way for heaven. The next day after Lin Shen came to the Tianchi Academy, Sai came to him with the order of the Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shen took it and looked at it, and immediately cursed. The Emperor of Heaven's order was to ask him to patrol the giant Huanqing. Isn't this just to ask him to go to giant Huanqing to make money? Isn't that just to do Tianquan? He was born under Tianquan's sect, and the first order of Emperor Tian was to let him do Tianquan. This was so fucking sinister. Lin Shen knew what this order meant. This was a test of his ability and a test of his loyalty. This garbage emperor will finish playing sooner or later. Lin Shen cursed in his heart. Dean, this is an opportunity and a big problem. You have to think it through. Sai said from the side. Sai, you have to give me some advice. Lin Shen said with a wry smile. Sai walked to the door, locked the door, then pulled the curtains down, then sat opposite Lin Shen, and said seriously, the situation of giant ring star is very complicated. Tianquan of the Tianjue family, she won 18 of the 3rd house of Qi family, and in 117 of the 4th house of An family, the interests involved are complicated and affecting the whole body. If you do it so hard, you will offend the 3 families of Tian, Qi, and in an instant. If you do not do it well, it will be difficult for the emperor to explain. How to grasp this degree is really difficult. I am a woman and I don't have the ability to help you deal with these things, but I heard that you are from Tianquan's family, so there is a saying to remind you that if you can't do this, it's fine. If you want to do it, it's best to do it first. It's definitely not lighter than the other 2 companies, and it's even heavier than them. Sai, I understand. Lin Shen sighed lightly. He also knew this truth, but Tianquan gave so much for him and was so kind to him, he had to do Tianquan when he came up. Isn't this the first sword to kill the person in Yizhong first? How could he do this? But now that things have come to this, Lin Shen can only take one step at a time and then go to Giant Gallop Star first. Sai, how many people can be used in our Tianchi Academy now? Lin Shen thought that he had to pay for money from Zhuangxing. There were always a few experts who could protect him. If the Qi family and An family are angry and want to kill him secretly, someone must be able to protect him. He is not afraid of Ascensioners, but those 2 families are Nirvana level. Sai was immediately embarrassed when she heard Lin Shen's question. There were indeed many capable people in the Tianchi Academy before, but they had already dispersed. Those who remained were all old, weak, sick, and disabled. If it were more than 100 years ago, there were still a few people who could fight. Now they were either injured or weak, and they were old and weak. They hadn't taken any action for many years. I really couldn't find someone who could calm the situation. Lin Shen suddenly became even more depressed. He, the claws of the Heavenly Emperor, wanted to help the Heavenly Emperor become the succor of the evil man who snatched money, but he didn't even have anyone to use. Whoever loves to do this job, I will stop doing it anyway. Being a dog has to have the capital to bully others with power. What does this mean? Draw a big cake and let me sacrifice my life to rush up by myself, right? Lin Shen sat on the chair and said angrily. You can't say that. You are helping the emperor in name, but aren't you actually helping yourself and the Tianshi Academy? Although the little emperor helped us drive away the person we asked for, the debts that owed will still be paid back sooner or later. You will be reborn in the future and need a lot of resources. All of them will require money. And Sai pondered for a moment and said with a smile, I remember a person who used to be the number one person in our Tianshi Academy, and his strength is very good. I heard that after he was suspended from pay, he did not do well outside. Something happened. You can go to him, get him back, take him to Zhuangxing, and do something in the morning. No one can do anything to you. Tell me in detail. Lin Shen just said that, and it would definitely not work if he didn't go this time. That person is called Kong Chuan, he is from the Peacock clan. And Sai said with a smile, he also has another identity, he is the elder brother of Tianfei. If he has him with you, even if someone wants to touch you, he will have to be a little worried. Celebrity Tian's biological brother? Then how could he be doing very badly? Lin Shen was a little unbelievable. Concubine Tian can be said to be a favorite concubine who is favored by 3,000. With the degree of favor that Emperor Tian favors her, how bad can her elder brother be? You don't know what this is. At that time, the Peacock clan strongly opposed the entry of the Emperor of Heaven. Among them, Kong Chuan was the most arrogant. He said something that shouldn't have said, and it also spread to the Emperor of Heaven. Therefore, the Emperor of Heaven disliked him very much. If it weren't for the concubine of heaven, this person would have been gone long ago. It would be a blessing and a great life to be able to live safely until now. And Sai said with a smile. So that's it. Lin Shen suddenly realized that if it were him, he would definitely not want his sister to marry an old man like that. After offending the Emperor of Heaven, it is another alien race. It is conceivable how difficult it is to get involved in the heavenly man race. I can only say that fortunately he is Tianfei's elder brother, otherwise it would be as simple as not being able to do well. Lin Shen planned to meet this Kong Chuan, and maybe he could know something about the Tianfei from Kong Chuan. Lin Shen has been thinking about the law of the emergence of the fire against the will of the heavens. At present, I only know that the rebellious and unrestrained appearances in beautiful women with excellent talent, and these beauties are quite special. Lin Shen was a little unwilling to give up on the fire of the heaven-defying bones, and now he is even more unwilling to give up. The old man who was so immoral in the heavenly emperor, Lin Shen felt that sleeping with concubine Tian for one night was a robbery of the rich and helped the poor to do justice for heaven. The old man deserved the crime. He took Kong Chuanjia's address from Ansai, and Lin Shen went out to find him directly. It's not much time since he went to Giant Ring Star, so he had to get the Kong back as soon as possible. I knew that Kong Chuan's life was not easy, but I didn't expect that it would be so difficult, and I became so hard to set up a stall in the market. Ansai told him that Kong Chuan should have set up stalls in the market during the day. If he wants to find him now, he can only go to the market. After Lin Shen arrived at the market, before he found Kong Chuan, he saw the old man who was playing the endgame that day, wearing the torn cotton robe, sitting behind the stall with his hands, resting with his eyes closed. Today, the old man Zamayo did not make an endgame. There were some strange things on his stall, which looked very old. Uncle, what are you? Lin Shen squatted down, looked at the things on the ground, and asked while looking. The reason why he was interested in these things was because inside these things, there was something wrapped in thick mosaics. There were mosaics on the alien things, and this discovery made Lin Shen happy. Chapter 428 Conch Shell. It's you. The Emperor of Heaven looked at Lin Shen, curled his lips and said, these things are amazing. The treasures from the Imperial Palace are all good things that Emperor of Heaven has used. The treasure in the Imperial Palace? The Emperor of Heaven used it, so you are really powerful. Lin Shen was not willing to believe what the miscellaneous old man said, just pretending that he must be bragging. Do you believe it or not? The Emperor of Heaven looked impatient and closed his eyes and continued to rest. Lin Shen felt that something was missing. He turned around and found that the stall next to him seemed to have changed people. The stall owner who had been complaining about the old man of the miscellaneous last time disappeared and turned into an old lady selling things. Lin Shen was really a little uncomfortable with it without him complaining about it today. Believe it? How can you not believe it? How do you sell these things? Lin Shen asked. Which one do you want? Emperor Tian opened his eyes again. You can introduce these things. The things that the Emperor of Heaven used are all good things, and they are good at rising knowledge. Lin Shen said. You guy has some eyesight and knows this is a good thing. Emperor Tian looked a little better and pointed to the thing above and said, this is called the mirror of the sky. It is used by Emperor Tian to dress up in the morning. It is made of the pure glaze. This is called the heavenly step. It is used by Emperor Tian boarding the car, and it is carved by the 9 heavens divine wood. This is a comb of the God King, made of the magic horns of the divine power. It can be divided into dragons and fixed dragons, and used by Emperor Tian to comb the divine hair. Puff, old man, what you said is so mysterious. Isn't it just a glass mirror, a horse stool and a cow horn comb? A big man shopping next to him was listening to what he said for a while, and as he listened, he couldn't help laughing out loud. What do you know? This is the treasure used by the Emperor of Heaven. How can it be confused with that ordinary thing? The Emperor of Heaven rolled his eyes and said coldly. I think this is an ordinary mirror, a wooden bench and a cow horn comb, and I didn't see anything magical about this. The man from Gaul said dissatisfied. That's because you have little knowledge. The Emperor of Heaven said lightly. Uncle, he doesn't buy anything. Why do you say so much to him? What is this used by the Emperor of Heaven? You haven't said it yet. Lin Shen pointed to the mosaic thing and asked the old man Zamayo. He wanted such a thing, and asking so many questions was just a trick. As a result, he was interrupted by the Gaul man. The old man Zamayo said this and stopped talking about it, which made Lin Shen very depressed. After hearing Lin Shen say this, the Emperor of Heaven ignored the great man of Gaul and looked at Lin Shen and said, You have the vision and know what good things are. This is called the Bihai divine snail, which is taken from the immortal creature Bihai. You can hear the voice of Bihai. If you don't believe it, you can try it. As he said that, the Emperor of Heaven picked up the Bihai snail and put it in Lin Shen's ears, allowing him to listen to Bai Luohai's voice. Lin Shen listened carefully and heard the sound of whimpering, as if the wind was blowing across the sea. Lin Shen looked strange. If it weren't for the fire on it, he would have scolded this guy as a profiteer. What is the Bihai divine snail or the Bihai sound? This is simply an ordinary conch shell. In the human parent star, any ordinary conch shell can hear such a sound, which is related to the structure of the conch shell itself. What do you think, young man? Did you hear the voice of Bai Luohai? Emperor Tian took back the conch shell and asked with a smile. I heard that. It's really a treasure that Lord Tiandi used. Why did Lord Tiandi do it? Lin Shen resisted the urge to scold the unscrupulous businessman and asked as if he was very interested. It can't be said to be a fit. He is indeed very interested in this conch shell, but it's not because it's something that the Emperor of Heaven has used. This Biluo divine snail shell sometimes sounds music from the Biluo Sea. It is the sound of nature and the joy of the ocean. When the Emperor of Heaven is irritated, he uses it to cleanse his soul. The Emperor of Heaven said that the sky was full of splendor. Is it so amazing? Let me listen. The man from Gaul couldn't help but pick up the conch shell, put it in his ear and listened. He quickly put the conch shell back and said disdainfully, Old man, you are too good at fooling you. What is the sound of nature and the joy of the ocean? This is the sound of ordinary conch shells. You can't hear it, that's because you have a shallow blessing and you can't hear this elegant voice. The Emperor of Heaven said with a cold face. Lin Shen didn't want to make any more troubles, so he hurriedly said, Uncle, how do you sell the blue sea snail you used by the Emperor of Heaven? Don't listen to him fooling me. The blue sea snail used by the Emperor of Heaven is just an ordinary conch shell. If you go out for a walk, you might be able to pick it up, said the big man from Gaolu. Do you buy something? You can play while not buying things, why are you messing around here? The Emperor of Heaven said with his strange eyes. Let's go, who likes to see these broken things, said the big man of Gaul and turned around. He didn't walk much. As soon as he turned a corner, he suddenly felt a pain in the back of his head, his eyes turned dark, and then he lost consciousness. A celestial man wearing a hat walked towards a place where no one was left. 1,000,000 heavenly coins. The Emperor of Heaven said astonishingly. Uncle, we are also old acquaintances, please give me a discount. Lin Shen felt that this miscellaneous old man was too dark. A broken conch shell actually wanted to sell 1,000,000 coins. Nirvana biological materials, is there 1,000,000 heavenly coins? The Emperor of Heaven asked. Lin Shen smiled and said, if it were the materials for Nirvana creatures, I really wouldn't buy them. Then why do you want to buy it? The Emperor of Heaven said, a little surprised. Because this is something that Emperor Tian used, I want to buy one and keep it with me to get the Emperor's aura, so that I can go smoothly when going out to do things. Lin Shen didn't care about spending money, the problem was that he didn't have so much money. Young man is insightful. The things that the Emperor of Heaven used must be of the Emperor's aura. If you buy them and wear them around you, you will definitely have no taboos to do things smoothly. Emperor of Heaven said with a smile. Then look at the price. Lin Shen's most concerned issue was not mentioned by the old man Zamayo. The things that the Emperor of Heaven have used have the spirit of an emperor. Is 1,000,000 expensive? Emperor of Heaven said with a smile. It's not expensive, but I don't have that much money. Do you think this is okay? My communicator is here. This communicator is the latest model I bought for 500,000 yuan. I will transfer the remaining 500,000 yuan to you directly. What do you think? Lin Shen was lazy and said more to the traders, and then he took the fire first. You really want to buy it? The Emperor of Heaven was slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, Lin Shen actually wanted to buy it. Of course it's true, otherwise why would I say so much to you? Lin Shen said. Do you think this thing is worth 1,000,000? The Emperor of Heaven looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression. He could not think that Lin Shen was a fool. Even a fool could tell that it was not an immortal blue sea snail. I still have this little bit of vision. The things that the Emperor of Heaven used are worth this million, no matter what level it is, but I really don't have that much money. Lin Shen just wants to take this conch shell now, and he doesn't want to cause trouble or arouse people's doubts. He can only come up with such an excuse. Okay, you have 500,000, right? Then just 500,000, transfer money. Emperor Tian laughed. Okay. Lin Shen transferred the money happily, and then carefully held the Behi divine snail in his body. His happy expression could not be suppressed no matter how hard he suppressed it. The Emperor of Heaven saw it and his expression became more and more strange. Looking at Lin Shen's leaving back, he thought to himself, this kid is a bit interesting. Did he recognize me or did he recognize this thing as my thing? Chapter 429 Dead Powder Ascends. Lin Shen walked around the market for a long time before he saw a thin peacock man setting up a stall in a remote corner. The characteristics of the peacock tribe are relatively easy to identify. They all have a peacock's pupil on their foreheads, which are usually closed, and there seems to be a blue mark on the center of their eyebrows. Are you Kong Chuan? Lin Shen asked at the man from the peacock clan. There are prices for things. If you want, you can keep the money. The man from the peacock tribe said expressionlessly. I am a Tian, the new president of Tianshur Academy. Are you interested in returning to Tianshur Academy to reinstate his post? Lin Shen explained his purpose directly. Don't go. Kong Chuan didn't raise his eyes and directly refused Lin Shen. Okay, when will I want to go back to Tianshur Academy to come to see me? Lin Shen left directly after saying that, without saying much. Kong Chuan was slightly surprised to see Lin Shen leave so simply, but he didn't think much about it. He has also heard about the recent situation of the Tianshur Academy. He does not think that a human being who has been upgraded can really bring the Tianshur Academy back to life. Even if the Emperor of Heaven and the uncle of the little emperor stand behind this human being, it would be as difficult as climbing to heaven to reorganize the Tianshur Normal College. The Tianzhi Academy is an awkward position between the Emperor of Heaven and the Tianzhi Academy. Both sides are subject to anger. The previous president of the Tianzhi Academy can be regarded as an old man in the Tianzhi Academy. He needs to have an identity and status, and he has strong connections and power in the Tianzhi Academy. Even so, he ended up being killed by the director of the Heavenly Man Academy. How could such a person who has no foundation, no ability, no connections, and is a foreign race bring back the Heavenly Master Academy? The final outcome seems to be destined to be the word death. Either death is at the hands of the Emperor of Heaven or the Heavenly Man Court. It is simply a death situation. Lin Shen didn't bother him because he knew in his heart that he did not have the capital to convince Kong Chuan and wanted to let others follow him. Unless Kong Chuan was desperate, he would be useless to say anything. If there is no one, there is no one. Anyway, I didn't plan to use strong ones. Lin Shen returned to his residence with the newly obtained conch shell, intending to sleep out the fire first. Unexpectedly, as soon as I returned to my residence, there was good news. The pet egg he won back from Zamayo Laotian Ren before was put into the incubator after he came back. Now the incubator prompted him that the pet egg is about to hatch. I wonder what kind of pet it is. Lin Shen waited for the pet inside to break the shell. After waiting for several hours, before the pet broke its shell, Wei Wufu saw him walk out of his room. Dead fans. Ascend. Before Lin Shen could say anything, Wei Wufu, who had never spoken very actively, spoke first. Dai Pink ascended? What ascension egg did you use to make it ascend? Lin Shen was a little surprised. No, ascending eggs feed. Lingji ascended. Wei Wufu said and handed Lin Shen the capsule and key of the dead powder. I will ascend to the ground after eating the spirit base? Lin Shen was a little surprised. After taking the capsule, he looked at the properties of the dead powder. Mutational Death Smasher, Superbase Transform Ascending Creature, Evolutionable. Strength, 81. Speed, 81. Hardness, 81. Resilience, 81. Life Base, Super Basic Crush Diary. Basic Transformation Talents, Superbase Swallowing, Superbased Evolution, Superbased Armor Breaking Spikes, Superbased Instantaneous Speed, Superbased Refining, Superbased Solidification, Superbased Soul Harvesting, and Superbased Prison King's Eye. Crushing Diary, 1 turn to Superbase. Strength, 81. Speed, 81. Hardness, 81. Resilience, 81. Talent of Life, Crushing Diary, Mutation Fog. Crushing Diary, record the data of the crushed creature, and obtain the weaknesses of the creature by analyzing the data. Mutants, you can use the biological data recorded in the Crushing Diary to temporarily cause mutations in the subject, and the mutation effect is determined by the data of the crushing creature. Lin Shen is a little uncertain. The 2-life-based talent of dead fans is strong or weak. You have to swallow a creature first, and then you can know the weaknesses of the creature, which seems useless. It has already swallowed it, what's the use of knowing its weaknesses? But then I thought about it, there is not only one kind of creature, such as the Heavenly Man race. If the dead fans first devour one Heavenly Man race, you can know what the weakness of the Heavenly Man race is, and then deal with other Heavenly Man races, you can attack the weakness. It seems to be useful, but Lin Shen's fire skill is equivalent to seeing the opponent's weakness, so this skill seems to be of useless. Mutants are very useful. The data analyzed in the pulverized diary can be used for mutations of dead fans themselves, but what is the effect of the mutation, and experiments are still needed. In any case, it is a good thing for Lin Shen to ascend to the Death Fan. He finally has an available flying upgrade combat power around him. Lin Shen asked about the ascension process of the dead fans in detail, and Wei Wufu finally explained it clearly. He brought Dead Pink to hunt the Super Source Dragon on the crater planet. The spiritual base he could digest was limited, and most of it was fed to Dead Pink. Today, he fed some more, and the Dead Pink actually ascended. The whole process went very smoothly, and no special situation occurred, nor could it trigger the cosmic rainbow light. Old Wei, we have to go back to Giant Ring Star. Lin Shen told Lao Wei in detail. It's hard. After hearing this, Lao Wei only said one word. Who said no? It's so difficult for me. If I can't do it well, the Emperor of Heaven will deal with me. If I do it well, the Heavenly Manchu will cause trouble for me again. It's really difficult. Lin Shen sighed. Tianxuan is difficult, you are real dog. Wei Wufu added. Lin Shen suddenly looked embarrassed. Old Wei, you know me, I can't do anything about it. If I don't go to Giant Gallop Star, that old guy, Tiandi, wouldn't let me go, we both will die. Tianxuan, you, and Hechi, I'll help you. Wei Wufu said calmly. Okay, I'll find a way to Tianxuan. If it really doesn't work, just think that I borrowed her and I'll return it to her in the future. Lin Shen thought about it, but if there was no way, he could subsidize his own share to Tianxuan. It would be a little bit if he could make up for it. It was not enough. He would think of other ways to compensate him. Lin Shen also knew that this was not a long-term solution. If this matter was really done, every time Giant Huanqing handed over resources, it would have to hand it over this time according to the standards. Lin Shen would not be able to supply Tianxuan every time. So he was also very troubled, and he could only say that the old man, Tiandi, was so vicious. That old guy deserves to be cuckolded. Lin Shen secretly cursed the Emperor of Heaven in his heart. In the imperial palace, the Emperor Tian, who was taking a hot spring with several concubines, suddenly sneezes several times. God, who misses you again? A concubine swam to the Emperor of Heaven and spoke in a charming voice. There is a saying among the people that when sneezing, someone misses him. What? You miss me if you beloved concubine? Then you should punish me. The Emperor of Heaven pulled the concubine into his arms. Chapter 430 Mutant Jade Linglong. Lin Shen waited for more than 10 hours, and the pet egg won by Zameo Laotian finally broke out of his shell. A black little beast broke through the eggshell and crawled out, looking very much like a small black jade unicorn. Lin Shen directly pointed at the newly born Yulinglong, making it difficult for it to move. It was not until the intention of preying appeared in its fierce eyes that Lin Shen untied its acupoints. As soon as he recovered his mobility, Yulinglong bit it up in one bite, and Lin Shen's fingers hit its acupoints again like lightning. Little guy, you still want to be humble. You're going to be early, wait a few more years. Lin Shen looked at it with a smile. Lin Shen pulled a chair and sat in front of it, looking at it like that. After a long time, Yulinglong's eyes became increasingly helpless. Seeing that the time was almost right, Lin Shen untied its acupoints. Yulinglong obediently handed over its pet key, then threw herself to the eggshell and chewed it bit by bit. I originally thought that Yulinglong would grow up after eating the eggshell, but I didn't expect that after eating the eggshell, she did grow up a little, but it was only a little bit. She was bigger than the palm of the forest and was still very mini. Lin Shen used the pet key to turn it into a capsule and then looked at its message. Mutant Jade Linglong, ascend to the 10 turns. Power, 160.3. Speed, 162. Hardness, 161.6. Toughness, 162. Fate Base, Mutated Jade Seal. Basic Transformation Talent, Mutated Lucky Halo, Mutated Jade Transformation, Mutated Exquisite Heart. Mutant Jade Wall, 10-turn Ascension Base. Talent of Life, to conquer mountains and rivers. Lin Shen opened his mouth wide in surprise. This thing turned out to be a mutated and ascended in 10 turns. The old man of Zameo did not lie. Does that old man of the Mima know the grade of this pet egg? Did he fool someone by me and he was still willing to accept the loss when he knew the grade of this pet egg? If it were the latter, the identity of the old man of the Mima was probably not that simple. Lin Shen thought to himself. Lin Shen remembered that Zameo Laotian said personally that this was a mutant Yulinglong, so he was willing to accept the loss. After trying various skills of mutant Jade Linglong, the lucky halo can bless it or others. After obtaining this halo, Lin Shen did not find any changes in his attributes or abilities, nor did he know what the use of this luck is. Mutant Jade Transformation is a skill used by Linglong itself. It can increase its own hardness and can only increase its hardness. The increase in hardness is not as simple as doubling, but directly strengthens its own hardness to 1000. What is the concept of 1000? Lin Shen's own skills are fully opened, and there is still a long way to 1000. However, the limitation of mutated jade transformation is also very large. It only increases the hardness and its toughness cannot be improved. This leads to its physical strength not as terrifying as 1000. It is more afraid of the impact of heavy weapons. It is more useful for sharp weapons such as swords and defense. Moreover, because the hardness is too high and the toughness is too low, after using the mutant jade Linglong will become stiff and have almost no mobility. Mutation Linglong Heart is a perceptual skill. After opening it, it can allow you Linglong to sense various power fluctuations nearby, and I don't know what it is for in actual combat. The life-based talent is used to conquer mountains and rivers, which can weaken the attributes and skills of various creatures within the range, which is somewhat similar to Wei Wufu's white robe. This thing can only be used as an auxiliary, but it is only a skill in Zenshan, which is already worth a lot. Lin Shen was still very satisfied with Yu Linglong. Ascension 10 times, his attributes are already top-notch. He also has a skill like Zenshan. His combat ability is not strong, but his auxiliary ability is very strong. The sixth combination of Zenshan and Fanwu can greatly weaken the enemy's combat power. If the old guard's white robe ability is combined, I wonder if we have the chance to fight against the Nirvana-level powerful man. Lin Shen knew that this kind of weakening skill was very rare. Enhanced skills are common, but weakened skills have not been seen many, so Lin Shen has never seen many, so Lin Shen thinks Yu Linglong is very practical. After taking Yu Linglong, Lin Shen planned to take a nap and set off for Giant Ring Star. Who knew that someone from the Imperial Palace came and called him to the Imperial Palace? Originally, Lin Shen thought that the Emperor of Heaven wanted to see him, so he came to the place where he last saw Emperor of Heaven, which was the palace where the concubine of Heaven lived, but found that there was no Emperor of Heaven behind the curtain, only the concubine of the Peacock clan. A Tiantiancher Academy has seen the Tianfei. Lin Shen could not see the Tianfei through the curtain. Even if she didn't see her mosaic in her body, Lin Shen could not see her appearance. Director Tian, you went to see my brother Kong Chuan. What do you think of my brother? Tianfei's somewhat cold voice came from behind the curtain. They are so majestic, and there are dragons and phoenixes among people. Lin Shen replied. I came to you, not to listen to these flattering words. Just answer truthfully. Tianfei said lightly. If you want to hear the truth, please forgive me for being rude. Lin Shen said in a deep thought, Kong Chuan is now a tiger falling into the flat sun, and a dragon traps the shallows, and he is a little depressed. You are just good at saying something nice, not real at all. Tianfei said coldly, since you are looking for him, you should want him to return to the Tiancher Academy and go to Giant Huanqing with you, right? I do have such a plan, but Kong Chuan has rejected me. Lin Shen was thinking in his heart what this concubine really meant. I can let my brother return to Tiancher Academy and go to Huanqing with you to protect you well, but I have one condition. After a while, Tianfei's voice came out again. I really have no money. Lin Shen spread his hands and said with a bitter face. Tianfei burst out laughing, who said he wanted your money? I don't have money, that's easy to say. I wonder what conditions do you have in Tianfei? Lin Shen heard that he didn't have money, and immediately turned sad to joy. The Secret Service Department of the Tiancher Academy is now clear and it is really dead, which shows how incompetent the minister is. It is time to change the position of the minister. Tianfei said. After the matter between Giant Ring Star, the minister will be Kong Chuan from now on. Lin Shen agreed immediately. Don't agree so readily. Do you know who the Secret Service minister is now? If you agree to me but can't come back, but you may not be able to bear the consequences. Tianfei said coldly. Even if there is no Kong Chuan, the position of Minister of the Secret Service Department cannot be allowed to sit by Anan. Lin Shen said calmly. The Secret Service Department is the most important department of the Tiancher Academy, no doubt about it. In the past, when the Tiancher Academy did those dirty and tiring work for the Emperor of Heaven, the Secret Service was the core department of the Tiancher Academy. Unfortunately, the minister of this department is now controlled by the people from the Lin family's first residence. The previous president of the Tianchi Academy was killed by Lin 1. He put his own person in this position, which clearly showed that he didn't want the Tianchi Academy to do anything else. Lin Shen was the head of the first hospital and did not even have a personal hand when he went out to do business. This was also the credit of the Secret Service Department. Even if concubine Tian doesn't say that, when he has the ability, he must take down the Secret Service Department, otherwise he, the dean of the Tianchi Academy, would not be worthy of his name at all. Chapter 431 Battle Song. You are a sensible person. No wonder God made you the dean. Tian Fei said, lifting the curtain and walking out. Lin Shen finally met Tian Fei herself face to face. Unfortunately, she still couldn't see her appearance, only a thick mosaic. You will inevitably have many difficulties when you go to Giant Galvana Star. With your strength, although my brother is protecting it, the situation there is complicated. He will always have poor protection. I will give you something, and if you have nothing to do, you may save your life. Concubine Tian waved her hand, and immediately a maid from the heavenly man brought a box. Lin Shen was secretly happy in his heart. I don't know what concubine Tian wants to give me, is it a pet or a spiritual foundation? As if seeing through Lin Shen's thoughts, Tian Fei smiled and opened the box while saying meaningfully, do you know what the strongest weapon in this world is? Please forgive me for being dull. Lin Shen shook his head and said, there are thousands of weapons in the world, each with their own characteristics, and no one can say is the strongest. But if you want to talk about the strongest weapon, it is this thing. Tian Fei said, taking out the things in the box. Lin Shen saw clearly what was in Tian Fei's hand and couldn't help but be stunned. What she was holding in her hand was a scroll. Although she didn't know what was inside the scroll, a piece of paper should be called the strongest weapon. Tian Fei slowly opened the scroll and saw a portrait on it, painting a godlike man. That heavenly beings look down on all living beings like priests, with extraordinary courage and extraordinary majesty. This is... Lin Shen immediately guessed who the person in this portrait was. This is a self-portrait drawn by Emperor Tian himself. If you bring it with you, if anyone knows this portrait, no one dares to touch it. This is your amulet. Concubine Tian rolled the painting back, put it in the box, and asked the maid to give it to Lin Shen. Lin Shen finally understood what Tian Fei meant. The strongest weapon in the world she was talking about should mean power. Although this painting is thin and easy to destroy, if someone dares to destroy this painting, with the nature of the Emperor of Heaven, he may have destroyed his 9 clans. However, this thing is only useful for people with status, and rationality. If you meet someone who is not a rule, this painting will be of no use. If an 117 and an 118 are forced into a dead end, even if they have a painting in front of them, they may not be able to stop their murderous intentions. Thank you, concubine Tian. Lin Shen took the box with both hands. It was better to have this thing than not. You can take this little thing too, maybe it will be of some use. Tian Fei said, pulling out a feather from the headdress and bounced it towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen caught the feather and saw that it was a piece of white real feather that was grown from fingers, not a thing of gold and jade, and he didn't know what the use of Tian Fei gave him. You go, my brother will report to Tianchi Academy tomorrow morning. Tian Fei had no intention of explaining and waved her hand to let Lin Shen retreat. Lin Shen didn't ask much, so he could only put away the feathers and leave the imperial palace with the box. After Lin Shen left, a man from the peacock tribe walked out of the side hall, and it was the tall and thin Kong Chuan. Little sister, do you really think he can revive the Tianchi Academy? Kong Chuan looked suspicious. I don't believe him, but I know that the Emperor of Heaven needs the Heavenly Master Academy. Tian Fei sighed, brother, you should not act willful when you go to the giant ring star. It's best to be able to protect him. If you can't, don't go back to the Zen star. I understand. Kong Chuan nodded, his expression a little gloomy. Director Tian must inform me in time about every move over there. He is too young and knows too little about the Tianren tribe. There will inevitably be omissions, so I can make up for it in time. Concubine Tian advised Kong Chuan a few more words before he let him leave. After Lin Shen returned, he studied the feather, but found nothing unusual. It seemed like it was just an ordinary bird feather, and I don't know what Tianfei gave him this feather. Lin Shen put the feathers in a small plastic bag and put them in his backpack. Although he didn't know what it was, he didn't believe that Tianfei would give him an ordinary feather that was useless. Seeing that it was still early, Lin Shen practiced the technique for a while. After the sky got darker, he went to sleep with his conch shell in his arms. I slept until dawn. When Lin Shen woke up, the conch shell in his arms had no mosaic. It looked just an ordinary conch shell with nothing special. And in Lin Shen's mind, there was a new fire skill. Imperfect Superbase Evolutionary Fire War Song. In my BGM, no one can defeat me. I'll go. Lin Shen was really surprised and happy after seeing the introduction of this fire seed. After so long, he finally found another imperfect spark, and the last imperfect spark was to sacrifice to the sky. There is no doubt that the power of the sacrifice to the sky is. I didn't expect that there was an imperfect spark on such an inconspicuous conch shell. After reading the first line of the war song, Lin Shen was suddenly ecstatic and felt a sense of passion. As soon as the battle song sounded, the world was unparalleled, the sound was turned on, and I was invincible. But then looking down, Lin Shen found that things were not as simple as he thought. After all, an imperfect spark is imperfect and cannot be really so invincible, otherwise it would not be just an imperfect spark. The fire ability of the war song is like offering sacrifices to the sky, and it is not directly invincible. Sacrifices are required to sacrifice to heaven, and the more sacrifices the stronger the ones are. Although war songs do not require sacrifices, they require the number of people. The more people sing war songs, the stronger the effect the war songs can produce. What's this? I can't bring a choir with me when fighting with others, right? Lin Shen couldn't help but complain in his heart. But then he thought, if this battle song could be turned into a battle song of a certain legion, and the soldiers of the legion sang the battle song together during the battle, wouldn't he be invincible? It is urgent to promote music and art and cultivate the sentiment of the people. Although Lin Shen thought so, it is not that easy to promote war songs. Among the information of the battle song, there are also the lyrics and music scores of the battle song. Although Lin Shen was versatile when he was a child, he really knew nothing about music. The most serious problem was that he was a little bit incomplete intonation. There is no problem with him reading these words. If he wants to sing them, he doesn't know how to sing them at all. You have to find someone who can understand the music score and sing this battle song first. Lin Shen found Wei Wufu and asked him if he could understand the music score. After asking, Lin Shen regretted it. Wei Wufu couldn't even speak incompletely. He was also a martial arts tycoon. How could he understand these things? He asked Lao Wei about this, which was a bit of a humiliating suspicion. I understand. Wei Wufu's answer shocked Lin Shen on the spot. Do you really understand the music score? Lin Shen looked at him in disbelief. I understand. Wei Wufu answered firmly again. Lin Shen was skeptical and drew the songs in his mind, and then wrote down the lyrics. But Lin Shen discovered the problem again when he was writing the lyrics. The lyrics of this song are actually just one sentence, and the lyrics are all this sentence afterwards. And the lyrics of this song are a bit strange, and Lin Shen is a little unspeakable. Chapter 432 Musical Instrument? The sky is vast and the wilderness is vast. I am the most rampant in my life. Wei Wufu sang the lyrics and songs written by Lin Shen. Lin Shen opened his mouth wide and looked at Wei Wufu in amazement. Wei Wufu, who usually has to break up a few paragraphs of a sentence, did not stop at all when singing, and had a heroic momentum. Such a somewhat rough lyrics, sang by Wei Wufu over and over, actually made people feel excited. The more they sang, the more they became, the more they became, the more they became, the more they became, the more they sang, the more they became, the more they were, the urge to shout together. After Lao Wei finished singing, Lin Shen couldn't help but reach out to touch Wei Wufu's face. You? Wei Wufu frowned and retreated, staring at Lin Shen, with a confused look on his face. Are you really Lao Wei? Didn't you disguise yourself as posing as a slander? Didn't you be taken over by someone? Lin Shen couldn't believe it. It was sung by Lao Wei just now. No. Song, say, different. As soon as Wei Wufu spoke, Lin Shen knew that it was Lao Wei, not a fake, and he was not taken over. Old Wei, sing it again. Lin Shen was shocked by Lao Wei just now, and did not pay attention to the effect of the battle song. Lao Wei sang again. As Lao Wei's singing, Lin Shen felt the power in his body surge, as if he had been injected with stimulant, and as if some potential was stimulated. He felt that his body was filled with strength and blood was surging, as if it was about to boil. Try it, all aspects such as strength and speed have been improved, but the increase is not large. This thing must be sung by many people. Singing war songs alone will have very limited blessings. When I build a legion in the future, I will turn this song into a military song. Lin Shen imagined the future, but unfortunately he could only imagine it now. It seems that something is missing. Well, the accompaniment is missing. Lin Shen felt something was wrong just now, and now he realized that the song has no accompaniment and the atmosphere is a little worse. Lao Wei, do you know how to play musical instruments? Let's listen to the whole accompaniment. Lin Shen said. Violin, cello, guitar, drums, sax. Eru, pipa, guzheng, piano. Wei Wufu slowly said a large number of musical instruments. Lin Shen was stunned when he heard this and asked tentatively, "You don't know any of these?" "City." Wei Wufu said calmly. "Brother, you are awesome." Lin Shen gave Lao Wei a thumbs up. He never expected that Lao Wei was still a versatile musician. Lin Shen originally wanted to find an instrument for Lao Wei to try it, but unfortunately there were no instruments here, so he had to give up. He took Lao Wei to the Tianchi Academy with him. Sure enough, he saw Kong Chuan waiting in the Tianchi Academy and asked Insai to complete the reinstatement procedures for him, and everything went smoothly. I don't know if it was because he was reluctant to come or because he looked down on Lin Shen. Kong Chuan rarely said anything. He just said something if he asked, and he didn't ask him anything. He kept silent. Lin Shen was also lazy to talk to him. Anyway, the person who traded with him was Tian Fei. He would not let Kong Chuan become the minister of the Secret Service before he became a giant Huanqing. There was nothing to arrange for the matters in the Tianchi Academy. Lin Shen took Kong Chuan and Lao Wei to leave the Tianchi Academy, preparing to go to Zhuangxing. On the way to the teleportation station, I accidentally discovered that there was a musical instrument on the side of the road. Since we have met, let's go in and buy a musical instrument. Lin Shen thought for a while and walked into the musical instrument store. Lin Shen only knew some common instruments, but he didn't understand music. Looking at the various instruments in the instrument industry, he couldn't even tell the difference between guitar and bass. The owner of the musical instrument shop is an old man wearing glasses. He is sitting on a stool beside the window, reading a book, and a cup of steaming tea is placed on the windowsill next to it. Seeing Lin Shen and the others coming in, the old god just said casually and read whatever he wanted, so he continued to look down. Lao Wei, what instrument should you use to play that song? Lin Shen looked at Lao Wei on the side and asked. Lao Wei walked and watched inside the instrument store, and finally stopped in front of an instrument placed on the shelf. This. Wei Wufu said, pointing to the instrument on the shelf. Old Wei, you sure you want this? Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu with a strange look, and then looked at the instrument again. Although Lin Shen didn't understand musical instruments, he still looked familiar with this thing. No matter how you look at this thing, it looks like a wooden fish that a monk knocks when chanting scriptures. If it just looks like it, Lin Shen would still doubt whether it is a musical instrument that looks like a wooden fish. But next to the wooden fish, there was a small hammer that knocked the wooden fish. Lin Shen couldn't think of what else could it be besides the wooden fish. The only difference from the wooden fish is that this thing looks like jade, with snow white and crystal clear all over, and there are some strange patterns on it. Lin Shen looked carefully and couldn't help but be surprised. He found that this was not an ordinary instrument, but a spiritual foundation. There is a white cloud like fish flowing inside the wooden fish, like fish swimming. In the small wooden hammer, there was lightning faintly visible on the side. Confirm. Wei Wufu answered very affirmatively. Boss, can you try something? Lin Shen really hard to believe that this thing can be used for accompaniment, and it is almost the same to recite scriptures. No. The boss raised his head and said sincerely. I'm sure I want this? Lin Shen had no choice but to turn his head and look at Lao Wei again. Confirm. Wei Wufu nodded. Boss, how do you sell this? Lin Shen had no choice but to ask the boss for the price. Mutational 3 Transformations Spiritual Foundation asked the Heart Muyu, 8 million. The boss took a sip of tea and said. Although it's a mutant, it's too expensive for 8 million. Do you have any special skills in this thing? Lin Shen suddenly felt that there was no chance after hearing this. Not to mention 8 million, he doesn't even have 80,000. The life-based talent can make people smart and clear. The boss replied. You sold 8 million for just one skill? Lin Shen's eyes widened, feeling very incredible. The mutated 4-turn spiritual bee ring he bought before was only paid for 2 supersource pet dragons, which is 1 or 2 million. This question hard Muyu only has 3 turns, and his skills are so trash, and he actually costs 8 million to open his mouth. It's so dark. If you like it, buy it. If you don't like it, don't buy it. The boss said with a smile. Buy. Before Lin Shen said anything, Wei Wufu said directly. Ahem. Lao Wei, we don't have enough money. Lin Shen said with a light cough. This is there. Lao Wei took out a pet capsule from his pocket and handed it to Lin Shen. They were all super source dragon pets tamed with dead powder on the crater planet. Boss, can you use the ascension pet to pay? Seeing that Lao Wei really wanted to ask Muyu, Lin Shen had to discuss with the boss. You can't. The boss looked at Lin Shen and said, then looked at Wei Wufu and said, you can. Chapter 433 Return to the Giant Ring Star. Lao Wei exchanged for the 8 first-turn super source dragon pets for the exchange of Wenxin Muyu. Lao Wei tried to knock it, and sure enough, this was a wooden fish. Lin Shen could hardly imagine how this thing could be used as a musical instrument. Lao Wei knocked on the wooden fish and went on the battle song again. You really want to say that he knocked on the wooden fish and unexpectedly made the battle song together? Just listen, the wooden fish hits it really looks like some kind of percussion instrument. If you listen again, the song seems a bit like chanting. Just this sentence is repeated over and over again, which is a bit like reciting Amat Ba Buddha. Anyway, when you hear it at the end, you can't tell whether he is singing or chanting scriptures. However, the feeling that made people excited has not changed. With the rhythm of the wooden fish, it was unexpectedly even more exciting. With Wei Wufu's full performance and singing, Lin Shen felt that the power in his body was surging like a tsunami, and the blessing effect was greatly enhanced, and his attributes were about to double. I'll go. Is there such a thing? Lin Shen was surprised and happy, secretly glad that Lao Wei took the wooden fish. Lin Shen wanted to know if ordinary musical instruments had this effect, so he spent some money and bought a guitar for Wei Wufu to use it. Wei Wufu really didn't brag, he really knows how to play, and his level is not low. Although the result is also a little effective, the effect is very insignificant and not very useful. Old Wei is still the best. Lin Shen exclaimed in his heart. Kong Chuan looked at the 2 people next to him, his eyes very confused. Kong Chuan was also rich before, but because he offended the Emperor of Heaven, he was cheated, and it was difficult for him to live on the Zen Star. The Emperor of Heaven just wanted to force him to leave the Zenith Star so as not to get in the way here. However, in order to stay in the Zenith Star to protect his sister, Kong Chuan would rather suffer here, otherwise he would not have fallen to the point of setting up a stall on the street. 8 million is not a big money for the previous Kong Chuan, but it is useless to buy an 8 million yuan, it is just a spiritual foundation for fun. In his opinion, the behavior of Lin Shen and the 2 people was the behavior of prodigal sons, which made Kong Chuan even more suspicious. Can such a person really revive the Tianzhi Academy? But he had no other choice. If he could not help Lin Shen revitalize the Tianzhi Academy, he would have to leave the Zen Star. Money should be spent in useful places, not on these fun things. Kong Chuan said with a cold face. He knew that this would wipe out Lin Shen's interest in face, but if Lin Shen was like a spendthrift in the future, how could he regain his prestige, which was already in a waste of money? Funting is also a part of life, otherwise why would I work so hard? Isn't it just to have fun better? The money you should spend, and the things you should play must be played, otherwise the life will be wasted. Lin Shen said with a smile. Then it's not too late to play when you have money and free time. Now the Tianchi Academy is counting on you. What should you do if you spend money like this? Kong Chuan retorted. You are right, but you got something wrong. Lin Shen said lightly. What did I make a mistake? Kong Chuan frowned and asked. The Tianchi Academy is the Tianchi Academy, and I am me. I will naturally use the Tianchi Academy's money on the Tianchi Academy. Of course, I can only spend my own money myself, and it has nothing to do with the Tianchi Academy. Do you know clearly whether the public or private? The Tianchi Academy is the public and I am the private. You must understand clearly and clearly. No penny of my money can be spent for the Tianchi Academy. Lin Shen said naturally. Is this clear explanation of public and private affairs? Kong Chuan was full of questions. He could not agree with Lin Shen's words, but for a moment he seemed to be unable to find any refutation. Okay, the time is almost over, it's time for us to leave. After we arrive at Giant Ring Star, we will obey my command. Can you do this? Lin Shen patted Kong Chuan's shoulder and said. I am only responsible for protecting your safety, and other things have nothing to do with me. Kong Chuan said coldly. That's fine, don't forget the ardent expectations of concubine Tian for you. Lin Shen was reminding Kong Chuan not to cause trouble and do things that both sides were embarrassed. The three of them came to the teleportation station and directly took the official pass to open the teleportation array to the Giant Ring Star for free. When they chose the time point and teleported to the Giant Ring Star, it was the noontime of the Giant Ring Star. 3 people appeared in the teleportation area. Kong Chuan looked around and his face slightly sank. We should have notified Giant Huanqing a long time ago when we came here to patrol. Why don't there even be a single person to greet us? Lin Shen smiled and said, You are the Tianchi Academy of the former Tianchi Academy? Now, no one is willing to pay attention to us. After saying that, Lin Shen walked towards the village in Laoyu. He had already spoken to his elder sister before he came. The elder sister couldn't pick him up because she had something to do, so she asked him to go directly to Laoyu's village. Now that there has been a base for my elder sister, and everyone in the village is helping my elder sister work. When Lin Shen brought them to the village, the situation inside the village was very strange. Everyone stood outside, seemingly checking something. Lin Shen thought this was a formation made by the elder sister to welcome him back, but after the 3 of them passed, he realized that it was not the case. My elder sister and Laoyu were checking the bodies of those people one by one. Sister, what happened here? Lin Shen asked in confusion. The eldest sister asked Laoyu to continue to check the bodies of those people, and she pulled Lin Shen to the side, watching Laoyu check and said, A strange thing happened in the village recently, and 2 people died. The death was very strange, and the reason has not been found yet. How did you die? Lin Shen asked. I just don't know how they died. They all went back to their house at night, but in the morning, they found that their house doors were open and they died in another unoccupied house. The eldest sister frowned and said, If it is not safe in the house at night, then we may have to move out and cannot continue living here. Which room did they die in? Lin Shen asked. The eldest sister pointed to a stone house and said, It's that stone house. When we lived here before, we lived next to that stone house. Lin Shen looked in the direction of his elder sister's finger, and his expression suddenly became strange. Isn't that stone house the stone house where he saw a woman singing before? The eldest sister continued, The 2 people died after 2 nights of connection. They were both found in the stone house in the morning. Their death was also very strange. There was no injury on their bodies, but they had a strange smile on their faces and a blood-colored handprint appeared on their bodies. What kind of blood-colored handprints? Kong Chuan, who was beside him, suddenly asked. Chapter 434 Night Ghost. Who is this? The eldest sister looked at Lin Shen and asked. This is Kong Chuan, my colleague at the Tianchi Academy. Lin Shen only explained Kong Chuan's identity and did not introduce the two people to know each other. You guys come and have a look. The eldest sister took them to a broken bed outside, lifted up the broken bedsheet on the bed, and there were two human corpses below. These two human men seemed to be around 30 years old, just in their prime. The dead, they all had strange smiles on their faces, and the corners of their mouths cracked backwards, like those funny clowns on the stage. It looks funny and not so sincere, making people feel creepy. In addition to their strange smiles, there was a red palm print in their hearts, which was red like blood, as if they were put on it with a handprint stained with blood. We have checked, and the bones, flesh and heart below are not damaged. This palm print is like a tattoo. It has no other impact except for causing damage to the skin. We are now checking to see if anyone has such blood palm prints on them. The eldest sister told the details. Only then did Lin Shen understand why the eldest sister and Lao Yu were going to take off their clothes and check if they had bloody handprints on them. After listening, Kong Chuan walked to one of the corpses, reached out to rub the bloody handprints a few times, then raised his hand and looked at his fingers. There was no red on it. It can be seen that the bloody handprints were not printed in color. Kong Chuan frowned slightly, then leaned over and lowered his head, sniffed it with his nose at the bloody handprint, raised his head and said to Lin Shen, "No need to check it, I know who did it." Who? Everyone looked at Kong Chuan. Kong Chuan Chua said, "Have you heard of the Night Ghost Clan?" Seeing that several people were confused, Kong Chuan continued, "About 700 or 800 years ago, the suddenly rising Night Ghost Clan caused panic on many planets. The Night Ghost Clan is very strange. During the day, there is not much difference between them and normal humans. The special thing about the Night Ghost Clan is its eyes. The Night Ghost Clan has both natural pupils, which means that there are two pupils in one eye. Their eyes can rotate 360 degrees inside the eye socket, with blue pupils on one side and red pupils on the other. During the day, their pupils are common blue, but at night, their eyes will turn around and present the blood-red pupils on the outside. The evolutionary techniques practiced by the Night Ghost Clan are all the same, called Song of the Night, which is an evolutionary technique that can obtain the innate ability of the sound system. Therefore, the Night Ghost Clan is very good at the sound system. The low-level Night Ghost Clan can also use sound to bewitch people's hearts, and the advanced ones can even use sound to kill people directly. In addition, the Night Ghost Clan has a very cruel habit. When they enter the night, they will use a technique called ghost handprint to kill people. People who are caught in the ghost handprint will have a blood handprint on their chests, just like these two people. This blood handprint looks like there is no damage except when it is printed on the skin, and it smells a faint fragrance. But as long as you cut open the corpse, you will find that even the newly dying person has no drop of blood. Why do the Night Ghost Clan kill people? The eldest sister asked with a frown. Legends say they used the ghost handprint to absorb people's essence and blood to maintain their lives and youth. They are a very evil race. Hundreds of years ago, the Eve Ghost Clan was once panicked by all races, and the joint action completely eliminated the Night Ghost Clan. Later, there was very little news about the Night Ghost Clan. I also encountered a remnant of the Night Ghost Clan in an incident. I went to check some information to understand the Night Ghost Clan more. This bloody handprint is the same as the ghost handprint I encountered at that time. This technique is only available in the Night Ghost Clan, and it must be the result of the remnants of the Night Ghost Clan. Lin Shen frowned and said, "What do you mean, is there a fish that escaped the net from the Night Ghost Clan on the giant ring star?" It should be true. It is easy to find the Night Ghost Clan. Gather everyone together, and then check whether there are any contact lenses or something on their eyes. Make sure that it is not. By night, whoever's pupils turn blood red, whoever is the Night Ghost Clan, they have no way to control the changes in their pupils. Kong Chuanshu said. This method is feasible, you might as well give it a try. The eldest sister nodded. Try it first. Lin Shen didn't think it was that simple. Director Tian seems to think there is something wrong with my method? Kong Chuan raised his eyebrows and said, "If you have any questions, please point them out, so I can correct it. Your method is not a problem, it is a problem with the night of the giant ring star." You should have learned about the situation of the giant ring star before coming. You should know that the night here is very dangerous and you cannot go out in the dark. Lin Shen said. What does this have to do with us finding out the remnants of the Night Ghost clan? Are you afraid that he will break the house and use the night to die with us? Dean, please rest assured that with me, they don't have this opportunity. Kong Chuan said confidently. The reason you mentioned is just one of them. What I am most worried about is that the Night Ghost clan can come and go freely in the dark night of Giant Ring Star. Lin Shen expressed his concerns. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the woman hunting song he had peeped through the gaps in the wall was probably a member of the Night Ghost clan. Lao Yu said that no one lived in that room. Lao Yu would patrol every day before dark. The last one entered the house. If there were outsiders in, Lao Yu should be able to discover it. Since Lao Yu failed to discover it, it is very likely that the woman entered the stone house after night fell. This shows that the Night Ghost clan can move freely in the dark night of the giant ring star, and at least has a certain ability to move at night. Of course, these are just Lin Shen's own guesses, and it is not necessarily the case. Maybe it is just a coincidence. Kong Chuan was a little dissatisfied after hearing this. Although the Night Ghost clan has the name of the Night Ghost clan and has night vision ability, it is indeed more fierce than during the day, but the night of this giant ring star is not an ordinary night, but a manifestation of the power of the rule. Not to mention ordinary Night Ghost clan, even at the Nirvana level, you cannot go out at will in the dark night of the giant ring star, otherwise you will be injured by the rule of the night or even killed. Dean Tian, if you are worried, the Night Ghost clan who kills people cannot be a Nirvana level powerhouse, otherwise you will not need to kill people secretly in the middle of the night. How can I explain that these people did not die in their own room, nor in other people's rooms, but in a room where no one lives? Lin Shen pondered. Is that needless to say? It must be that the Night Ghost clan is hidden in the village. While it is almost dark, or just dawn, everyone else has returned to the room, or has not come out yet, and rushed in and killed people first, or throwing the body into an uninhabited house. According to your opinion, just kill someone and leave directly. Is it necessary to abandon the corpse specifically? Kong Chuan obviously thought about this question, and retorted, this is the evil deeds committed by the Night Ghost clan who wanted to mislead others and make others think that it was a fundamental creature who could walk in the dark. It would not doubt them, so that they could continue to lurk in the village, or even migrate with the village to more places. When he said this, he looked at Lin Shen, and his meaning seemed to be saying that Lin Shen was the misled person. Chapter 435 Peacock Divine Color. If Lin Shen had never seen the woman next door before, he would think Kong Chuan's inference was very reasonable, but he was a little worried now. If that Night Ghost clan could really act at will in the dark, then they would be in trouble. If the Night Ghost clan directly breaks their stone house when they sleep at night and exposes them to the darkness, then the rules of the giant ring star's night will become a weapon for killing people. Fortunately, Lin Shen has luminous flowers in his hand, so he can survive in the dark night of giant ring stars. But no one else is. What if my elder sister and the others spend the night alone in a place with no forest depths and are attacked by the Night Ghost clan? Wouldn't it be very dangerous? Lin Shen can only be glad now that the two people who died were not his elder sister. Lin Shen did not object to Kong Chuan's method, and even felt it was very necessary to investigate the internal situation first. He was just worried that if the ghost tribe can really act at night and take this opportunity to knock down the stone house where they gathered, it would be very dangerous to expose so many people to the darkness. However, Lin Shen had no other way, so he could only cooperate with Kong Chuan to implement this plan first. Lin Shen wanted his elder sister to live in Paradise Island first. He came to find out what happened here, but his elder sister insisted on staying. Now she is the boss of these people. If she leaves by herself at this time, how can these people work hard with her in the future? Lin Shen thought about it and said that he was right. Anyway, with Kong Chuan's Nirvana level, he also had a trump card in his hand. As long as he kept by his elder sister's side, nothing should happen. Everyone in the entire village was gathered, and no one was allowed to leave the village today. It is said that it is the entire village, but in fact there are only more than 30 people in total. Lao Yu vacated a large stone house. When it was almost dark, more than 30 people entered the stone house. Kong Chuan had personally checked everyone's eyes and did not find anything like wearing contact lenses. Now he is just waiting for the night to come, waiting for the Night Ghost Clan to reveal his true form. Suddenly, Kong Chuan stretched out his hand and a blue peacock's life base appeared in the stone house. The peacock spread its tail, and Peacock's eyes appeared on the peacock's screen like a fan. The peacock's eyes shone halos. For a moment, everyone in the stone house was fixed by some strange force, and their bodies were completely unable to move, and they could not even move their mouths. Lin Shen, Wei Wufu and others were the same, and were given by Kong Chuan's power. Director, don't panic. I'm doing this for safety. When the Night Ghost Clan shows his true form, I will take him down and restore your freedom. Kong Chuan said calmly. Lin Shen was not panicked. He had long guessed what Kong Chuan was trying to do, but he didn't expect that Kong Chuan's power was so powerful. This power is somewhat similar to the Dead Powder's Eye of the Prison King. It is both a restraining force of gaze type. It is only used by Kong Chuan, the Nirvana person, and is much stronger than the Dead Powder. In the future, after the Dead fans are promoted to Nirvana, I wonder if the Eye of the Prison King can have such a strong effect. Seeing that Wei Wufu could not move, Lin Shen was secretly surprised by the strength of Kong Chuan's skills. Lin Shen suddenly felt that the theory of evolution in his body was slowly moving, and he was quietly changing his physique, allowing him to gradually adapt to the control effect of the peacock eye. But there must be a process of adapting, which obviously cannot be completed in a short period of time. Lin Shen had no choice but to sit there with peace of mind, waiting for the night to come. Time passed by minute, and finally when night came, the sunlight that shot into the stone house from the gap suddenly disappeared. The whole room suddenly became pitch black, and only the blue peacock emitted a faint blue light, illuminating the stone house. However, this kind of light is different from the light of the luminous flowers. The blue light on the peacock cannot really illuminate the darkness, and the surroundings still look gray. This shows that the power of the blue peacock cannot change the rules of the night of the giant ring star, but can only fight against it. The light of the luminous flower can change the rules of the night, nor can it be said to change the rules. It can adapt to the rules and use the rules to illuminate a place that is not restricted by the rules of the night. Although the power of the blue peacock is much stronger than that of the luminous flowers, its power does not have this characteristic, and its effect is not as large as that of the luminous flowers. With the faint light of the blue peacock, Kong Chuan's eyes swept through the eyes of humans one by one. He thought that he would be able to find out the Night Ghost Clan hidden inside. But after he looked at it, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned, because he didn't see anyone's pupils changing, nor did he see bloody pupils. Kong Chuan frowned slightly, walked over unwillingly, approached everyone's pupils carefully, wondering if someone had secretly used some cover or tricks to hide his pupils. When he looked at these people, the peacock eye on the middle of his eyebrows opened, with a strange blue light, and he looked at these people's eyes one by one. But until after watching the last one, Kong Chuan was disappointed, and there was no Night Ghost Clan in it. Just as I was about to take back my life-based blue peacock, I suddenly heard a faint, erratic chant in the dark outside. The sound was gentle and resentful, and it was like the autumn wind dancing around the fallen leaves, with a kind of lonely beauty. Kong Chuan's face changed slightly. He seemed to hear that the voice should have come from the Night Ghost Clan, and muttered to himself in disbelief, "Does the Night Ghost Clan really have the ability to walk in the dark night of the giant ring star?" As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a bang, and the roof of the entire stone house was directly blown away by a terrifying force, and darkness descended unscrupulously into the stone house. For a moment, everyone was shocked, but under the control of the blue peacock, no one could move and could only let the darkness come. Kong Chuan snorted coldly, and a blue carapace appeared on his body. The carapace and the blue peacock bloomed with strong blue flames at the same time. The peacock's eyes on the peacock screen are even more blue halos. As the night fell, after contacting the blue halo that bloomed on the blue peacock, there was a crackling sound, and something seemed to burn in the darkness after contacting the blue flame. For a moment, the roof was covered with blue light, and Kong Chuan passed through the roof and rushed out directly. The blue light on his body squeaked in the darkness. Everyone immediately guessed Kong Chuan's thoughts, and wanted to leave their life foundation to protect everyone. They rushed out and cleaned up the people from the Night Ghost Clan, and then came back to remove everyone from another room. Now that you can move to another room, you will only be taken advantage of by the Yi Gui clan, and more people will die at that time. Moreover, if the night ghost is not removed, other stone houses are not safe, and there is still a risk of being destroyed by the night ghost clan. Chapter 436 Female Ghost. Kong Chuan was able to withstand the power of the night to a certain extent, and was somewhat unexpectedly powerful. However, the power of the blue peacock in the night burned violently, and slowly shrank. The blue light gradually descended, and it was only a matter of time before the night was completely suppressed. At this speed, at most half an hour, the night will fall on us. Lin Shen secretly thought, I don't know if Kong Chuan can solve the night ghost clan in half an hour. This Kong Chuanfai is not reliable. After he asked him to come to Zhuangxing, he followed my command. He took my own decisions and controlled me here. Is this protecting me? Is this murdering me? Damn, just such a guy, and he wants to be the minister of the Secret Service Department. Why did he have that face? Lin Shen cursed Kong Chuan in his heart, wishing he could squeeze his face. It's been a bad fortune for 8 lifetimes to have such a subordinate. Not to mention concubine Tian, no one can afford to face. He can become the minister of the Secret Service unless I, the dean, quit. Lin Shen's theory of evolution in his body has already had some effects. His eyes and mouth can move, and his body has a little bit of movement, but he is still a little far away from being able to move freely. At this time, don't let the Yi Gui tribe come over and play the old-fashioned trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Lin Shen sat there motionless, muttering to himself. People are really afraid of anything. Lin Shen was thinking about it when he suddenly saw a white figure floating in the air outside without the roof. Lin Shen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What a good, bad spirit, why did it come so soon? Beyond the fierce blue flames, the white figure gradually approached, and Lin Shen could finally see clearly that it was a woman in a white dress. Her skin was pale, her hair was dark and straight, and she drooped to her waist. But his eyes were red like blood, fluorescent like infrared rays in the dark night. A person who should have looked very good looks, but he looked a little scary, like a demon who died unjustly. Lin Shen looked at the length and style of her woman, which looked a bit like the woman next door who had combed her hair when he had peeped at her before. But Lin Shen was not very sure. After all, at that time he only saw the back and not the front. I only remember how she combed her hair, and her hair was indeed long and straight. Most of the people who were fixed and unable to move saw the female night ghost and greeted the 18 generations of Confucius ancestors in their hearts. Lin Shen felt that the Emperor of Heaven had made such a wise decision to make Confucius Chuan a wise decision, and it was so fucking reasonable. The female night ghost stared at the blue peacock for a while, and suddenly shook her hand and flew out a dagger-shaped life base. Instead of attacking the blue peacock, she flew towards the people in the house. This action immediately shocked everyone and broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Shen was about to summon the lifeblood. Who knew that after the dagger flew into the blue light range, it seemed to be fixed and was suspended in the air and could not move. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. Although Kong Chuan was a bastard, his ability was indeed quite powerful. The female night ghost tried to retract the dagger spirit foundation, but the dagger spirit foundation did not move in the blue light, which made her frown slightly. After looking at it for a while, the female night ghost suddenly disappeared. When she appeared again, there were 2 more stones on her hand. The female night ghost directly smashed the stone into the blue light, and the stone brick rushed into the blue light area, and immediately, like the dagger, was fixed in the air. Everyone felt much more at ease. The blue peacock's power was still very awesome. I guess the female night ghost shouldn't rush in. The female night ghost tried some methods again, but she was still unable to rush into the blue light range. Anything that entered the blue light range immediately stopped moving. Just when everyone thought it could be temporarily safe, the female night ghost disappeared again, and then everyone heard the sound of smashing the wall. Lin Shen's face changed slightly. He knew what the girl night ghost wanted to do. He wanted to tear down the walls and expose them completely to the darkness. Whether it is completely exposed to the darkness has no great impact on them, but the contact surface between the darkness and the blue light will become larger, and the blue peacock needs to fight against more dark forces, increase the consumption, and the time it can withstand will become shorter. If Kong Chuan cannot come back as soon as possible, then they will be in danger. As Lin Shen expected, the walls kept collapsing, some stones fell outside, and some stones flew into the blue light, and were fixed in the air by the blue light. The night kept invading, and after contacting the blue light, it immediately started to burn. The walls on all sides were quickly broken, and the night was shrouded from all directions. The blue flames burned more and more intensely, and the range that could shine was getting smaller and smaller. The speed of darkness compressing was obviously much faster than before. The girl night ghost stood outside, staring at them coldly, and under the blue light, she looked more like a ghost in the underworld. Lin Shen felt that his body had recovered a lot, but he still sat there motionless. Because he was sitting in the direction of the door, he could see the female night ghost. With the oppression of darkness, the night was getting closer to Lin Shen and Wei Wufu and other people who were sitting closer to the door. The darkness was getting closer, and the female night ghost also walked forward, getting closer and closer to Lin Shen and the others. Everyone was frightened. If this continues, it will probably take a few minutes for the darkness to contact the people in front of them. The girl night ghost was waiting for that moment to arrive, her eyes becoming more and more fierce. Kong Chuan, that bastard, you have to deal with him when you look back. Lin Shen made up his mind and must not let that guy have a good time. The people closest to the darkness also hoped that Kong Chuan could come back in time. But I heard a terrifying explosion in the distance. The explosion sounded like thunder in the sky. Just by hearing the sound, I knew that it was very far away. Everyone wants it. It should be that Kong Chuan is fighting against the Night Ghost clan. It is probably unrealistic to want to come back in a short period of time. Lin Shen was so worried about distance. With the Nirvana level speed, even if it was thousands of miles apart, it would not take much time to come back. The key is whether Kong Chuan can get rid of his opponent and run back, and I'm afraid he is not that optimistic. There is a connection between the Master and the Spirit Foundation. Kong Chuan must have sensed that the situation here is changed, but before the Blue Peacock's power was completely suppressed, Kong Chuan could not know what the situation here was. He could only know that the Blue Peacock was still fighting against the night, but it was difficult for him to know whether the blue light range was compressed to the extent that anyone was exposed to the blue light area. The darkness was getting closer and closer to everyone. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were already very close to the gate. In just a few minutes, the darkness was less than half a distance from Lin Shen and the others. Looking at the blue flame burning in front of him, Lin Shen scolded Kong Chuan 10 times in his heart. Chapter 437 Captured. The female night ghost walked slowly and stood outside the blue light. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were only 1 foot away from her, and she could clearly see the evil smile on her face. The girl's lips moved slightly, and the sound of humming and singing seemed to be floating out between her lips. When Lin Shen heard this voice, he even more suspected that she was the woman who had combed her hair in the stone house next door before. However, when he heard the song again, he had no good feelings at all. The woman's expression made Lin Shen feel that her singing sounded like a gratitude prayer before the meal. After her singing ended, she would feast on them like steaks. Lin Shen suddenly understood that he had eavesdropped on the woman before, and it was probably this female night ghost who was seducing him over. Those 2 people who were killed by the night ghost were probably killed in this way. As the darkness approached, the stone bricks that were originally fixed by the blue light fell to the ground after they left the blue light range, making a crackling sound, like a constant death knell ringing. Because Lin Shen is closest to the gate, Lan Yan is almost touching Lin Shen's nose. The reason why Lin Shen is so close to the door is because he suspected that the night ghost could walk in the dark from the beginning, so he wanted to guard the door. The female night ghost had already walked to Lin Shen and slowly stretched out her palm, as if she wanted to touch Lin Shen's chest. But her palm gradually turned into blood, and soon it seemed like blood was about to drip. As long as Lin Shen's chest was exposed to the blue light range, the bloody hand would be imprinted on his chest without hesitation, leaving a bloody handprint on his chest. The people who could see the situation here all looked very ugly. Now it was Lin Shen, and they would be next. The blue light areas around are being compressed, and many people are already very close to the darkness, but Lin Shen is the closest one. Lin Miao, who was standing behind Lin Shen, watched Lin Shen's body gradually exposed to the darkness. His eyes were filled with shock and anger, wishing that he could stand in front of Lin Shen, but she couldn't even move. Wei Wufu was also trying hard to break free from the control of the blue light, but he was unable to move. The Blue Peacock's ability was really amazing. Lin Shen's body was just exposed to the position of his chest, and the female night ghost's blood-red hand pressed directly over. Everyone watched helplessly, but there was no way. Seeing the little Yigue's bloody hand pressing against Lin Shen's heart, she suddenly stopped moving, and the bloody hand was almost touching Lin Shen's clothes. The girl's pupils contracted and her eyes were frightened, as if she had encountered something unimaginable. Lin Shen took back the hand that was on the girl Yigue's body, and the carapace wrapped around his body, while the whole person rushed into the darkness. When his body was in contact with the darkness, it felt like an inexplicable chill was soaking in the carapace, which made Lin Shen's body tremble. Lin Shen immediately took out the luminous flower and activated its luminous ability. Under the light, Lin Shen immediately felt the chill on his body fading away. Seeing that Lin Shen was fine, Lin Miao and others were both surprised and happy. Lin Shen looked at the female night ghost who had been lit up, turned behind her and looked again. It was indeed very similar to the woman he had seen before. In the darkness, the blue light bloomed on Kong Chuan's body, and behind him turned into a fan-shaped peacock feather, like a peacock spreading its tail. The blue peacock's pupils on the peacock feathers emit blue lights, shooting into the darkness. The darkness seemed to be a figure like a wandering figure shaking, looming, and the blue light clearly passed through his body, but it seemed like it was just a phantom hit. After the figure disappeared, it appeared in another place. While fighting against the dark night, Kong Chuan kept attacking the ghostly figure, but the effect was not ideal. He didn't want to get entangled with this figure, but once he gave up the attack and wanted to retreat, the figure would appear behind him and wait for a difficult position to see, attacking him, forcing him to deal with it. Kong Chuan could only fight and retreat while trying to retreat to the village to see the situation, but he also realized that something was wrong. This ghostly guy just wanted to hold him back and didn't fight him with all his might. Kong Chuan was extremely uncomfortable. The other party was able to advance and retreat freely in the darkness and was not affected by the power of the darkness. But he had to fight with the power of the night, which was really too much of a loss. At this time, Kong Chuan was already a little regretful. If something happened to Lin Shen, even if he was fine, the mission to come to Giant Ring Star would have failed, and he could not go back to the Zen Star. Thinking of this, Kong Chuan burst out his power wildly, and the peacock screen behind him burst into a divine color, illuminating 100 miles of radius like the underworld. But the ghost suddenly disappeared into the darkness. Kong Chuan forcibly rushed towards the direction of the village, but the ghost appeared in front of him again, and a blood-colored handprint pressed towards the sky. Boom! The blood-colored handprint collided with the sky's divine color, and the handprint was immediately broken, and the ghost was thrown away. Obviously, his power was not as strong as Kong Chuan, and it was destroyed by the peacock's magic color. Kong Chuan ignored whether the ghost had been killed and continued to rush towards the village, but suddenly heard a sound that seemed to be there and not, as if the wandering souls were crying. The sound was like a ghost in charming, penetrated into his ears, causing Kong Chuan's consciousness to appear in a trance, and the peacock's magic color on his body suddenly became a little dim. The ghost appeared silently behind Kong Chuan, and once again made a bloody handprint. The mere power of the sound range also wants to mess with my mind, looking for death. The peacock light screen behind Kong Chuan burst out again, and the pupil lights crossed, but they lost the trace of the ghost, and just shattered the bloody handprints. The ghost shadows seemed like real ghosts, constantly appearing around Kong Chuan. The singing sounds were sometimes far and sometimes near, and bloody handprints came from various strange angles, making Kong Chuan so annoyed. Kong Chuan retreated towards the village while fighting, but he couldn't raise his speed, and his heart was already cold. Although he sensed that his life base was still fighting against the dark power, he also knew in his heart that his life base could only fight against the dark, but would be compressed. At this time, I wonder if Lin Shen and the others were swallowed by the darkness. But the ghost only used the power of the range and bloody handprints to harass him, and did not fight him head-on at all. Kong Chuan could only fight and retreat. If he hadn't had to split most of his strength to compete with the night, he wouldn't have been entangled with ghosts. Suddenly, the ghost shadow retreated into the darkness and disappeared, and at the same time the sound of devils crying stopped. In the darkness, only the peacock divine color of Kong Chuan merged with the power of the night and crackled into you. Kong Chuan was relieved, but his heart sank to the bottom. The ghost stopped pestering him, which probably means that they had succeeded, and I'm afraid Lin Shen had encountered an unexpected situation. Kong Chuan's regrets made his intestines turn blue. He believed too much in his peacock magic. Although the peacock divine color is indeed powerful, and under the suppression of the power of the night, the ghost still dared not fight him head-on, but the failure of the mission made him feel more uncomfortable than killing him. Chapter 438 Peacock Eye. When Kong Chuan returned to the village, he saw that there was only a small ball of peacock magic left from afar, and his heart completely sank. When I rushed back to the village, I saw that the stone house had completely collapsed before, and only the blue peacock was still standing there with a dazzling look and fighting against the night. There was no one around. It's over. Kong Chuan squatted down with his head in pain. Once Lin Shen died, it means that he could no longer return to the Zenith Star and could no longer guard the Tianfei, which was even more painful than letting him die. He was full of regret. Before coming, Tianfei had repeatedly told him not to act willful anymore, but he still messed up the matter. Kong Chuan held his head and squatted on the ground, tears of regret flowing down the corners of his eyes. Squeak! Kong Chuan suddenly heard a voice opposite him, looked over and found that a man pushed open the door of the stone house, holding a colorful flower shining in his hand, standing opposite him, looking at him from a high point. Kong Chuan was surprised and happy when he saw that the man was Lin Shen, and suddenly jumped up from the ground. You are not dead. I'm not dead, you seem to be disappointed? Lin Shen said coldly at him. Lin Shen was originally a little suspicious about Kong Chuan's intentional tricks, but when he saw Kong Chuan's appearance in the stone house just now, he knew that this guy shouldn't have tricked him on purpose, but he was unreliable. However, Lin Shen did not care whether he did it on purpose or not. He had recorded this hatred and must not let Kong Chuan be better. He didn't even have to think about the position of the Minister of the Secret Service. Kong Chuan finally came to his senses, stood up quickly, wiped away the tears on his face, twisted his head and said, "Director, don't get me wrong, I have no intention." "Kong Chuan, you go back." Lin Shen looked at him and said coldly. "Go back?" Kong Chuan was slightly stunned and reacted and said, "The mission has not been completed yet, I can't go back." "Are you from the Tianchi Academy?" Lin Shen said coldly at him. "Yes." Kong Chuan nodded. "Am I the dean of the Tianchi Academy?" Lin Shen asked again. Of course, Kong Chuan nodded again. "Then I will order you as the dean of the Tianchi Academy. You can leave Zhuangxing and go back now. You don't need you here." Lin Shen is not afraid of enemies like gods, but rather teammates like pigs like Kong Chuan. It is obviously the eldest brother-in-law of the Emperor of Heaven. It is absolutely not unreasonable that he can do so miserably. Lin Shen cannot keep such a person by his side. "I am responsible for protecting you. I will not leave until the mission is completed," Kong Chuan said, gritting his teeth. He also knew that he had indeed made a big mistake this time, but he couldn't leave. "That's how you protect me?" Lin Shen snorted coldly. "This time it's my fault, there will be no next time." Kong Chuan gritted his teeth and lowered his head. "No one's life is only once, God will not give him a second chance. Why do you have another chance?" Lin Shen was unmoved at all. He would not want such a person no matter how strong he was. "So what about concubine Tian?" Concubine Tian knew that he had done such a stupid thing and was driven away, so she couldn't say anything. "I have said that this will never happen again." Kong Chuan's face looked very ugly. A Ascensioner actually said this to him, which made him feel embarrassed. "You don't leave, right?" "Yes." "Whoever asked you to come, I will take you away." Lin Shen directly used the communicator and wanted to contact Tianfei. Until now, Kong Chuan is still like a ghost who doesn't know how to die, and is simply foolish. Kong Chuan didn't expect Lin Shen to be so decisive and suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. "Dean, I don't mean that. Now we have just arrived at Giant Ring Star, and the mission is difficult. Without me being by your side to protect you, those nirvana may be detrimental to you. Give me another chance. Just once." Kong Chuan's attitude softened. Lin Shen ignored him and continued to call the communicator. Suddenly, Kong Chuan reached out and pressed the communicator in Lin Shen's hand. "What, do you still want to attack me?" Lin Shen said coldly at him. Kong Chuan suddenly knelt in front of Lin Shen with a pounce, and fell directly at Lin Shen's feet. Dean, I can give you my life, please don't drive me away. The mouth is just 2 pieces of cheap meat. You can say anything despicable, but what does this have to do with me? Now I will give you 2 ways. You can go or I go, you can choose one. Lin Shen never listens to what others say, just look at what others do. Kong Chuan almost killed his life, almost killed his elder sister, and almost killed his old way. Lin Shen did not kill him now because he knew that he was not Kong Chuan's opponent, and if he killed Kong Chuan, Tianfei would not let him and his family go, otherwise he would have pulled Kong Chuan to death. But he won't use this person anymore. The peacock's expression was unstable. He could not be driven away like this, otherwise the years of enduring humiliation would lose its meaning and he had to stay. Suddenly, the peacock raised his head, straightened his waist, knelt in front of Lin Shen, and the peacock's magic color bloomed in his hand, and suddenly raised his hand and inserted it towards his own forehead. He inserted his fingers into his skull, and dug out the peacock's eyes on his forehead as the blood splattered. The blue peacock's eyes were like blood-stained sky eyes in Kong Chuan's hands, and circles of blue fluorescent light shone coldly through the blood. Dean. This is my peacock's eye. My eyes are in the face. My eyes are destroyed and people are dead. Please leave Kong Chuan. Give me another chance. Kong Chuan's life will be yours in the future. If you want me to give birth, I will die. I will die. I will never dare to cross anymore. Kong Chuan leaned over and bowed to Lin Shen, holding the peacock's eye in front of Lin Shen with both hands. Lin Shen stared at Kong Chuan in a daze. He had read the information about the Peacock clan before and knew that Kong Chuan did not lie to him. The Peacock's eyes were the life of the Peacock clan, which was more important than the heart and brain to the Peacock clan. It surprised him a little when Kong Chuan was able to do this. How come Confucius Chuan, a Nirvana person, who is also the biological brother of concubine Tian, wouldn't die even if he left the Tianchi Academy? Okay, since that's the case, I'll give you another chance. Lin Shen reached out and took Kong Chuan's peacock's eye. If you hold his life in your own hands, you won't be afraid that he will make the world come out of the sky. He will be his own dirty, tiring and hard-working activities in the future. Let's talk about how he can survive. Thank you, Dean. Kong Chuan bowed again. This is your last chance, otherwise, let alone your Tianfei's biological brother, even if you are the Tiandi's biological brother, you will not be able to keep your life. Lin Shen said and turned around and entered the house. Kong Chuan quickly got up and followed Lin Shen into the stone house. The peacock's target was still bleeding from the forehead. After entering the stone house, Kong Chuan saw clearly what was inside, but was stunned. Everyone was in the stone house, and they all looked unscathed. There was a locked woman in the corner. Just looking at the woman's red ghost eyes, you could tell that she was from the Night Ghost clan. Chapter 439, Vigilance. Kong Chuan originally thought Lin Shen had some way to save his life, so he escaped by himself. But now it seems that Lin Shen is not as simple as escaping. He not only saved everyone, but also caught a night ghost. Kong Chuan had to admit that he had despised the new dean of the Tianchi Academy before. Whether Lin Shen's firm attitude when dealing with him or these many methods made Kong Chuan unable to treat him as an ascensioner. What's the result of your pursuit? Lin Shen sat down on a stone bench and asked at Kong Chuan. Return to the dean, it was a Nirvana-level night ghost. His methods were very mysterious. With the protection of the night color, he failed to leave the remnants of the Night Ghost clan. His subordinates were incompetent. Kong Chuan did not make any excuses, and the defense was useless in front of the dean. If he comes again, are you sure you can stop him? Lin Shen asked again. In the dark night, I can only block him. If it was daytime, I should be able to retreat. Kong Chuan's answer was more conservative, and he was no longer arrogant before. Then just keep guarding and don't let someone snatch her away. Lin Shen just wanted to survive this night and then went directly to Paradise Island. Only with Tianxuan's protection can he be completely at ease. This female night ghost was caught by him. It is hard to guarantee that the Nirvana-level night ghost would not come to save her. Who knew that there was still night ghost on the giant ring star? That night, ghosts and gods are ecstasy and are very good at escaping. If we wait in the house and destroy the stone house first after he comes, we will be very passive. Kong Chuan thought for a while and said, Old Wei, I'll leave the room to you. Lin Shen stood up and said, Kong Chuan, you and I will go outside the house to guard. As he said that, Lin Shen took the luminous flower and pushed the door open and walked out of the stone house. Kong Chuan followed Lin Shen and walked out and closed the door. Lin Shen was sitting at the door, and Kong Chuanza jumped to the top of the layer, and glanced around. Don't shine it on me when you use that peacock magic color. Lin Shen was afraid that Kong Chuan would be like before, so he explained it to him clearly. Director, don't worry. Kong Chuan paused and explained, my peacock divine color is a range skill. It is difficult to distinguish between me when released. I did not intend to imprison it before. This time outside the house, I will try my best to control the range and prevent the peacock divine color from affecting you. If the fight starts, I hope the Dean will return to the stone house to watch the battle first. Okay. Lin Shen nodded without saying anything. He could naturally see that the peacock divine color of Kong Chuan is not a match for me. As long as he enters the range of peacock divine color, he will be imprisoned by him. The two of them were just guarding outside the house, and the luminous flowers illuminated the area near the stone house. If the Night Ghost tribe entered the luminous area, they would be discovered. Time passed by minute, and I had never seen the Night Ghost appear, and there was less than 2 hours left before dawn. Suddenly, a song that was like crying came from afar. The song was sorrowful and graceful that the listeners felt sad. They just felt that life seemed meaningless and had the urge to draw their swords and commit suicide. Lin Shen felt a little nervous and became more vigilant. He glanced around, but no trace of the Night Ghost was found. The songs were left and right, sometimes front and back, making people unable to figure out what aspect the sound came from. Kong Chuaning looked around, but he could not find the source of the singing. Not good. Lin Shen realized something and turned around and wanted to push the door into the house. The song has the power of tempting suicide. He can resist the charm of the song, but the people in the house may not be able to withstand it. When? The sound of knocking on wooden fish suddenly came from the house. Lin Shen pushed open the door and saw that some people in the house had pulled out their weapons and were about to stab them at their vital points. Wei Wufu held Wenxin Muyu in one hand and held a small hammer in the other, hitting the Muyu one after another. With the sound of knocking, Lin Shen suddenly felt that the influence of the singing seemed to have weakened a lot. The people in the room who were preparing to commit suicide seemed to be startled. After many people woke up, their first reaction was to throw away the weapons in their hands. Old Wei, you have it. Lin Shen gave Lao Wei a thumbs up and closed the door again. Lao Wei's Wenxin Muyu bought it really valuable, and it actually has the effect of restraining the power of the vocal range. The singing did not work, but it continued, and became increasingly desolate. Lin Shen's heart moved and immediately realized that the song might not be to charm them, but to convey some information to the captured female Night Ghost. Lin Shen sneered in his heart, I lit the acupoint of that female Night Ghost. She can't use any power, even if she wants to break herself. After a while, the singing suddenly stopped. I don't know if the other party had discovered that the singing could not be responded to, or for some other reason. After the singing stopped, Lin Shen and Kong Chuan were both motivated. If the Yi Gue clan wanted to forcefully save people, or wanted to kill people to silence them, this was their last chance. The two of them tense up and waited until dawn, and the Night Ghost clan never moved anymore. Looking at the mountains around him illuminated by the stars, Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. The most difficult period of time finally endured. Not daring to be careless, Lin Shen asked his elder sister and the others to pack up their things and took everyone to the Heavenly Palace. Along the way, Lin Shen and the other two were carefully protecting each other and finally arrived at Paradise Island safely. The butler seemed to have known that Lin Shen was coming, so he had been waiting early in the morning. Master, I'll arrange it here. The Star Lord is waiting for you in the Heavenly Palace. Go quickly. The butler said with a smile. Old Wei, Kong Chuan, you are here to help my elder sister. Lin Shen picked up the female night ghost who was unable to move and headed towards the heavenly palace. He had never interrogated this female night ghost, but was waiting for Tianxuan to help him interrogate. Tianxuan's life foundation is a pious seraph, which can make people express the truth and be used for interrogation, can be said to be foolproof. After Lin Shen came to the heavenly palace, he saw Tianxuan lying on the sofa, holding his chin with one hand, looking at him with a smile. How long hasn't seen you yet? I brought a beautiful woman when I came back. Are you planning to enjoy the blessings of all people? Tianxuan said lazily. After the day, the girl's pupils turned blue, and she didn't look that scary. She was really pretty and could be considered a beauty. Tianxuan, what kind of person do you think of me? With a beautiful woman like you by your side, even Frera will be overshadowed, let alone she is just a night ghost. Lin Shen said that, and sat down next to Tianxuan with a very conscious hand, naturally putting one hand on Tianxuan's round thigh. Tianxuan seemed a little surprised, looked at the woman and said, "Is she the Yi Ghost clan?" Lin Shen said in detail what happened in the village. The more Tianxuan heard, his expression became more serious. He sat up straight, stared at the female night ghost and said, "Leave her to me." Chapter 440 The Secret of the Night Ghost Clan. Under the pious seraphic mission basis, the female night ghost could not hide anything at all, and soon gave a lot of news that shocked Tianxuan. The Night Ghost clan actually came to the giant ring star a long time ago, and even discovered the giant ring star earlier than the Tianren clan. After the Yi Ghost clan was wiped out by the various tribes, several lucky Night Ghost clans fled to the giant ring star to recuperate. The environment of giant ring star is really suitable for the Night Ghost clan. Because they cannot go out at night, ordinary people cannot find that they are night ghosts. What is even more surprising is that due to the racial talent, the Night Ghost clan can not only move freely in the dark night of the giant ring star, but also receive certain blessings, giving them advantages that other races cannot reach in the giant ring star. If this female night ghost hadn't thought she was sure to win and was too careless, it wouldn't be so easy to catch her alive. According to the female Yi Gui, her name is Yi Xing, which is one of the only 4 pure-blood night ghost tribes that the Yi Gui tribe has survived after it escaped to giant ring star. The remaining 3 pure-blooded night ghosts are the night sky, the night moon and the night clouds. Among the 4 pure-blood night ghosts, only the night star is flying and upgraded, and the remaining night sky, night moon and night clouds are all nirvana level. There are only 4 pure-blooded night ghosts, but over the years they have hidden in the darkness and developed many mixed-blood night ghosts. Nowadays, those mixed-blood night ghosts have spread across the 3 families of Tian and Enshi, and there are many nirvana-level existences. Tianxuan's face was gloomy and clear. Among her subordinates, there were actually many mixed-race night ghosts, even including a nirvana whom she valued very much. What Yi Xing told me was simply horrifying. According to her, the real owner of Giant Ring Star is not any of Tian, Shi, and Anzhong, but the Yi Gui clan. Unlike what Lin Shen and the others thought before, the ghost handprints left by the Night Ghost clan are not for sucking people's essence and blood. On the contrary, that is a way of blood inheritance. The Night Ghost clan uses the method of ghost handprints to turn people from other races into mixed-race Night Ghost. The 2 dead humans died unexpectedly because they could not bear the transformation of their bloodlines by the ghost handprint. The reason why the person killed by ghost handprints seems to have no blood in his body is not that the blood has been drained, but that the blood has become a transparent liquid due to the failure of transformation. The hybrid Night Ghost who has been successfully transformed does not have the characteristics of double pupils, but the pupils will be slightly red at night. If the pupils are darker, you will not be able to see it without paying attention. The mixed-blood Night Ghost will obey the pure-blood Night Ghost, and even be influenced by Yi Zhiga, so they will execute it without hesitation if they commit suicide. The reason why the Night Ghost clan caused such great chaos at that time was because they developed mixed-race Night Ghosts among all races, which had a great impact on all races. Fortunately, the discovery was timely, and several big clans secretly joined forces to make arrangements, almost killing all the pure-blood Night Ghosts. As for the mixed-blood Night Ghost, they also killed a lot at that time, but the mixed-blood Night Ghost itself does not have the ability to ghost handprints, so it cannot continue to develop the mixed-blood Night Ghost, so the harm is not high. It is only a matter of time to kill one person and extinction. Unexpectedly, these 4 pure-blooded night ghosts actually made a comeback in the giant ring star. Now, many of the 3 families have been developed into mixed-blood night ghosts. If it weren't for the lack of strength of the 4 Yekong and others, the giant ring star would have long become the world of the Yi ghost clan. Over the years, they have been avoiding being discovered by the celestial beings and can only quietly develop their strength. The village in Laoyu is full of human transformation, and there are not many flying upgrades. Yi Xing and the others looked down on it. It was just because Lin Miao's recent big-scale acquisition of Danhua has attracted their attention. They wanted to know what Lin Miao was going to do to acquire Danhua, but they were unwilling to expose themselves. If Lin Miao develops directly, if Lin Miao dies if it fails, it will be afraid that it will attract Tianxuan's attention. So let Yi Xing come here to develop a few humans first, and the result is similar to what they expected. The human body is relatively fragile, and the success rate of transforming it into a mixed-blood night ghost by the ghost handprint is too low. Originally, Yi Xing was going to try a few more times to control the severity of the ghost handprints, so that Lin Miao could develop into a mixed-race night ghost. Who knew that Lin Shen and the others had disrupted Yi Xing's plan? In order to prevent the news of Yi Gui appearing here leaked, they could only find a way to solve them, or develop them all into mixed-race night ghosts. Unexpectedly, Kong Chuan's strength was too strong. Even the Starry Sky, the strongest among the 4 pure-blood night ghosts, could not take Kong Chuan down even with the advantage of the night. Yi Xing himself was captured alive by Lin Shen. When asked where the other 2 pure-blood night ghosts had gone, why did Yi Xing, who had not been able to resist the devout seraph, had a moment of struggle and hesitation when he didn't act with them? Unfortunately, her willpower and ability were still not enough to compete with the pious seraph, and finally she told a shocking secret that shocked Tian Sun. Above this giant ring star, there is actually a Nirvana-level base change land, and it is not an ordinary Nirvana land, but a mutated Nirvana land. Of course, this is not the shocking secret that really shocked Tianxuan. What really shocked Tianxuan was that Yi Xing said that the mutated Nirvana land was transformed into a trial field by an immortal existence. If he could pass the trial, he could become the successor of the immortal existence. The reason why Yi Xing has not yet had Nirvana is to prepare for that trial field. She must use the Nirvana land there to complete Nirvana in that trial field to have the opportunity to pass the trial field and become the heir of the immortal existence. For this day, the night sky, the night moon and the night clouds are all working hard for this. Yeyue and the night clouds go to the trial place to prepare for the Nirvana of the night star, so only the night sky appeared last night. Is that trial place in an extremely dark place? Tian Sun asked in a pondering mood. Yes. Yi Xing answered Tianxuan with difficulty. Tian Sun couldn't help frowning when he heard this. The extremely dark place is at the polar position of the giant ring star. The light of the star belt can hardly shine there, and is shrouded in darkness all year round. Fighting there will be very unfavorable for us. Where do you want to go? Lin Shen asked. Of course I have to go. The legacy of an immortal existence is an unimaginable wealth. Tian Sun stared at Yi Xing and asked again, do you know who is that immortal existence? It should be the Little Wine Emperor. Yi Xing replied in a trembling voice. She had tried her best to control herself, but she could not control herself from answering Tianxuan's questions no matter what. Little Wine Emperor is the Little Wine Emperor who once reached the 3rd place in the race list with his own strength, but did not leave a name on the race list, leaving only a sentence of holding a sand pot in one hand, wine in the Star River Cup. Tian Sun was stunned. Chapter 441 Little Wine Emperor. Neither Tianxuan nor Lin Shen expected that he could even dig out such a powerful piece of information. Lin Shen didn't know the origin of Xiaozhou Emperor, so Tianxuan popularized Xiaozhou Emperor's deeds to him. No one knows what race the Little Wine Emperor came from, and it is still a mystery to this day. Even if he was ranked 3rd in the race list, Little Wine Emperor did not leave his race name. Moreover, the Little Wine Emperor scored 3rd place in the racial list not because his strength was only 3rd, but because his last opponent was the Phoenix Empress who had expressed his love. In that race ranking, the Phoenix clan reached its peak and reached the top of the race ranking. But that happened a long time ago. Although the Phoenix clan is not in the 1st place, it rarely falls out of the top 10. At that time, many strong people believed that if the opponent of Xiaozhou Emperor was not the queen of the Phoenix clan, the number one race in that generation might be Xiaozhou Emperor. But these are all rumors. Not to mention today, after endless years, even at that time, no one could be sure whether the Little Wine Emperor showed mercy. Unfortunately, the Little Wine Emperor was unable to get along with the Phoenix clan in the end. After the Phoenix clan's empress failed to win the title of King of the Realm, the Little Wine Emperor disappeared. Little Jiodi rarely takes action in his life and rarely makes grudges with others. Perhaps because he has no racial origin and has no idea of competing with other races, Little Jiodi rarely has any enemies in his life. His biggest hobby is just collection, but his collection hobby is a bit special. Guess what do you like to collect? Tianxin asked Lin Shen with a smile. Since his nickname is Little Wine Emperor, he must be a wine lover. What he should be collecting is a bar. Lin Shen said. Then you guessed it wrong. Although the Little Wine Emperor loves wine, the things he likes to collect are not wine. Tianxuan said in a fascination, he likes to collect planets. Collection, planet, is the planet I think of? Lin Shen stared at Tianxuan in a daze, thinking that he had heard it wrong. It's the planet you think of, holding a sand pot in your hand, and wine in the galaxy glass. These two sentences are not exaggerated rhetoric techniques. Legend has it that someone has seen the Little Wine Emperor put a planet into his sleeve. Tianxuan said, but this is just a legend. I'm afraid no one knows whether the Little Wine Emperor has ever collected the planet. I didn't expect that there would be a trial land left by the Little Wine Emperor on the giant ring star. If he could inherit his legacy, the immortal road would definitely be a smooth road. Tianxin's eyes shone, and he was obviously very interested in the trial land that Yi Xing mentioned. Tianxuan asked in detail about the list of mixed-blood night ghosts hidden among the Night Ghost clan among the various tribes, as well as the situation in the extremely dark place. Unfortunately, Yi Xing was not responsible for these, and she only knew some of them. But the lists revealed by Yi Xing had already shocked Tianxin. I don't know how many mixed-blood night ghosts that Yi Xing didn't know. Do you want to remove the night ghost on your side first? Lin Shen pondered. No one except you, knowing that the devout seraph has such ability. They would not think that the truth has been known to us. Don't be alerted. According to her, many of the three families may have become Yi ghosts. If they cannot catch them all in one place, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. I need time to arrange it in advance. Tianxuan asked Yi Xing some questions again, and only locked Yi Xing up until he couldn't ask anything. You were ordered to come this time, probably because of the resources handed over by Giant Ringstar, right? Tianxin sat back on the sofa and looked at Lin Shen with a smile and said. I can't hide anything from you. It's really a bit sinister that old man Tiandi asked me to do this. Lin Shen sighed. Tianxuan stroked Lin Shen's face with his fingers, and his beautiful eyes circulated. I had expected such a day, but I didn't expect it would be you who came. Since you have expected something from Tianxuan, I believe you have a solution. Lin Shen wanted to hear what Tianxuan planned first. I want to say that I have no countermeasures and I can do nothing. Do you believe it? Tianxin looked at Lin Shen and said with a smile. I believe, if you have any difficulties, tell me and I will find a way to solve it. Lin Shen said seriously. This matter is not as simple as you think. Tianxuan sighed, if I divide my income from Giant Ringstar into 10 parts, I will actually only get 30%. That old man, Tiandi, was not satisfied after taking 70% of the money. He was so greedy. Lin Shen frowned immediately when he heard this. Tiandi took 70% of the money and actually wanted him to search for more. This was too much. I didn't say that Emperor Tian took 70%. Tianxin changed his mind and continued, the remaining 70% will be my family, and the Tianrenuan will also take 30%. Lin Shen suddenly widened his eyes, in other words, the Emperor of Heaven only took 10%? Aren't you eating meat by yourself and letting the Emperor of Heaven drink soup? No wonder the Emperor of Heaven is unhappy. It's not just us, but the Yin family and Shi family are also the same standard. To put it bluntly, almost all the planets under development have similar proportions, and the up and down will not float too much. Some planets that have been developed may not even reach this proportion. Tiansun said naturally, the 10% assigned by the Emperor of Heaven is for his own personal use. The ones we get must be distributed to the people below and manage the people above. Moreover, so many planets must be distributed to the Emperor of Heaven. In fact, the resources obtained by the Emperor of Heaven are already huge enough to be unimaginable. The key is that he has squandered these resources alone, and no one can benefit from any of them. Not only is it a lot, but it is already too much. That's right, but with so many resources, the Emperor of Heaven can only get 10% of it, and it's normal for him to be unsatisfied. Lin Shen felt that this matter should not be that difficult to deal with. The hint from Manager Yun to him was that at least the resources they handed over would double, which was only 10% more. It seems that the Emperor of Heaven has no accurate idea of how much they are greedy, otherwise it would be impossible to just double it. If it only doubles this, the impact on the three companies should not be very big, and it will not be as good as a breakup. But Tianxuan's next words broke Lin Shen's beautiful fantasy: it is impossible to hand over twice the resources. If this precedent is broken from our side, what should you do if you let other Star Masters? In the future, the Emperor of Heaven will have a statement. Giant rings can hand over so many, why can't you hand over? If we break the rules, it will be difficult for us to survive in this circle in the future. The problem is even more complicated than Lin Shen thought. He is not fighting against the giant ring star, but fighting against the aristocratic class of the entire heavenly man race. The Emperor of Heaven pushed him to the opposite of this behemoth, which is an existence that even the Emperor of Heaven himself could not shake. That old thing Emperor Tian, is you going to kill me? Lin Shen said with a wry smile. Chapter 442 Super Pet. I don't want to do this, director of the Tianxia Academy. Whoever loves to do it? Lin Shen sat on the sofa, looking like he was throwing a broken can. My little lover, don't worry, how could I make you embarrassed? I have prepared the one from Giant Ring Star for you. Tianxuan took out a detailed description and handed it to Lin Shen, wrapped his arms around his neck, and said softly, I can help you with the resources. I can also help you with the one from Qi family and in family, but you still have to do this, and it cannot be done easily. This is your last retreat. It is best not to take this path unless it is absolutely necessary. Tianxuan, you are so nice to me. How should I repay you? Lin Shen understood what Tianxuan meant. If he handed over these resources directly, the Emperor of Heaven would know that he wanted less and there was room for continued search, and he would only force Lin Shen even more. Look at it first. Tianxuan lay on Lin Shen's shoulder and looked at the bill details with Lin Shen. Lin Shen became more and more shocked the more he looked at it. His thanks just now were just perfunctory, but when he truly knew the value of this, he could truly feel how much Tiansun had paid for him. This achievement is an astronomical number, so many that Lin Shen could not even imagine. Lin Shen had never seen so much money in his life. Every time from now on, you will have to pay so much? Lin Shen took Tianxuan in front of him with his back hand, let Tianxuan lie in his arms, and said with some emotion. Yes, Tianxuan sighed. If you take out so much, will others make things difficult for you? Lin Shen asked again. Then what can I do? Who made you my dear little lover? It's better for me to make things difficult than for you. Tiansun hugged Lin Shen's neck and said tenderly. The most difficult thing to accept the kindness of a beauty. I can't repay this kindness. Lin Shen really didn't know what to say. He felt that selling himself was not worth that much money. Do you want to agree to your body? Tiansun blinked cunningly. No, no, no. Lin Shen shook his head quickly. It was not worth so much money to sell himself. So you don't want to be with me? I thought you were already mine. It seems that I was so passionate. Tiansun's jade head hung slightly, as if he was very disappointed. I didn't mean that. Lin Shen quickly defended himself, wanting to explain something. But before he could finish his words, his lips were gently pressed by Tianxuan's slender jade fingers. Tianxuan's eyes seemed to be seductive, making Lin Shen's heart pound like a hooked fish. My little lover, you have to remember that the woman lowered her head not to let you coax her, but to tell you that she has given up on resistance. My king, you can enjoy the fruits of victory. Lin Shen looked at Tianxuan's delicate face and blurred eyes, and listened to the rippling words, and the youthful fire in his heart could not suppress it. There was no idea where the strength came from inside his body. Lin Shen hugged Tianxuan and walked towards the bedroom. He seemed not to be alone, but a ball of flame, a ball of burning flames that made people feel uncomfortable. Life is a test paper with countless blank questions without answers. Lin Shen is a lazy student and doesn't like studying very much, but today he is very diligent and hardworking and has done a lot of fill-in-the-blank questions. Lin Shen felt that the sentence was right for the first time, and learning makes people happy. I don't know how long it took. Lin Shen's arms were en row and fell asleep. Studying is indeed a physical job. When Lin Shen woke up, he didn't know what time it was, and it was already dark. Lin Shen only felt that his whole body was soft and weak, but he couldn't speak clearly. He stretched, turned around and touched the air. Opening my eyes, I found that Tiang Sunren was no longer here. The important responsibility of scattering branches and leaves has finally taken the first step. I wonder if the family can accept mixed-race babies. Lin Shen thought to himself. My little lover, you have a good rest. I'll go out in advance and wait for me to come back. It seemed that I felt Lin Shen rise, and the instrument next to me automatically turned on, projecting a holographic image of Tianxuan. Looking at the slender jade legs in the holographic image, Lin Shen sighed sincerely again. This leg is so fatal. Lin Shen picked up the account details and looked carefully again. If so many resources were to be borne by Tianxuan in the future, wouldn't he really become a novice beard person? Besides, this is not a long-term solution. We must find a way to make both an 117 and Qi 118 pay. This is obviously not an easy task. Lin Shen frowned and thought deeply, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Shen slept for a while. After dawn, he came to the restaurant to eat, but found that Tianxin was there too. Why are you still here? Lin Shen thought that Tianxin was going home, but he didn't expect that he was still at Giant Ring Star. Humph, you are not the male owner here yet. It's not your turn to point fingers or not if I'm here. Tian Xian didn't raise her head, holding a small spoon, and carefully feeding a steel poisonous bee pet. Lin Shen was slightly stunned when he saw the steel poisonous bee because he thought of the origin of the steel poisonous bee. If you guessed correctly, the steel poisonous bee should have been put in the treasure chest after he took away the things from the treasure chest. Originally, Lin Shen thought that after Tianxin hatched, he found that it was just an iron poisonous bee, and he would definitely vomit blood by anger. But looking at Tianxin's appearance, it seemed that he would feed the steel poisonous bee as a treasure, which made Lin Shen very puzzled. Why did you make such a garbage pet? Lin Shen sat at the dining table, as if he said casually. Garbage pet? You know nothing. Do you know what it means to return to nature? Do you know what it means to change your fate? Tianxin protected the steel poisonous bee in his hand very preciously, and snorted coldly, you look down on it today, and you can't afford to climb it in the future. Is this pet so good? Why didn't I see it? No matter how you look at it, they are just an ordinary steel-grade pet. Lin Shen said this, but he secretly wondered in his heart, what's going on? Is there anything special about the steel poisonous bee I put in? It makes Tianxin foolish and get a flaw? Lin Shen thought about it and found it unlikely. Even if it is a mutant poisonous bee, it is just a steel-level mutant pet. For assinators, it is better to get a mutant ascension pet directly than to cultivate such a mutant pet. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. This poisonous bee pet is the treasure I obtained from the treasure chest of the King of Realms. Do you think the King of Realms will put an ordinary steel pet in the treasure chest? This is just an illusion. In order to prevent others from seeing its magicality before it grows up. The wood is in the forest, and the wind will destroy it. This is a kind of disguise and a kind of protection. After it grows up, it will definitely be a unique super pet in the universe. Tianxin said full of confidence. Lin Shen was stunned when he heard this, and after a while he raised his thumb and said, "I wish you to raise a super pet as soon as possible." Chapter 443 Want Money. Paradise Island looks no different from the past. It should be because Tianchuan deliberately did it to paralyze the Night Ghost clan. Lin Shen didn't know what Tianchuan was setting up in secret. He planned to manage the Yin 117 of the Earth or the Kai 118 of the Ocean according to the original plan. After analyzing various possibilities, Lin Shen still planned to go to Qi 118 first. Lin Shen brought Kong Chuan, but asked Wei Wufu to stay to protect his elder sister. If the Yi Ghost clan suddenly attacked and forced him to save Yi Xing, he would not have to worry too much if Wei Wufu was here to protect his elder sister. Tianxin knew that Lin Shen was going to Qi 118, so he actually wanted to go with Lin Shen. "You are Tianxuan's nephew. It's not appropriate to go with me to do this, right?" Lin Shen hesitated a little. "What's wrong with it? I've long disliked them. Just do your business and I'll just have fun." Tianxin insisted on following her. Lin Shen thought for a while and it would be better for Tianxin to follow him. Maybe this guy would be of some use when negotiating with Qi 118. The three of them went to Wanghai Cliff where Qi 118 was located. When they arrived outside the castle, they were stopped by the guards of the Qi family. "Who is coming?" said the guard of the Heavenly Guards, looking at them coldly. "The Heavenly Master Academy is ordered by Emperor Tian to patrol the giant ring star." "Where is the Qi 118? Kong Chuan showed his identity card very skillfully. "I haven't heard of what Tianxia Academy." "You are here to wait for the spread." The Heavenly Guardians gave them face at all and said with a cold face, "The Heavenly Master Academy acts on behalf of the Emperor of Heaven, and how can you let you be neglected?" Kong Chuan's face darkened. He saw that it was the Qi family who was deliberately embarrassed, so he wanted to teach the guard of the Heavenly Being a lesson, but Lin Shen stopped him with a light cough. "Wait," Lin Shen said lightly. Kong Chuan immediately retreated aside and did not dare to say anything else. The three of them waited outside the door for a long time, but no one came out of the castle. Among the tallest towers of the castle, Qi 118 was looking at the image of another celestial being at the door. "That new dean is not simple. Kong Chuan is so arrogant, he actually obeys his will. This person is difficult to deal with," Qi 96 said, looking at the image. "Tian Sun's little face is just a novice. It's just because of the relationship between Tian Sun and Tian Ju. The Emperor of Heaven took his fancy to his identity and asked him to come to Zhuangxing to ask for money." Qi 118 said disdainfully. "If Tianxuan gives it, will you give it?" Qi 96 asked. "She gives it to it, that's her spending money on her little lover's life. Why should I give it to it?" Qi 118 snorted coldly, "If I pay this money, how can I gain a foothold in this circle in the future? Whoever loves it, I will not pay a penny of this money anyway. The Emperor of Heaven wants money, so he just needs to send someone to copy my home. If the Emperor of Heaven can confiscate the house, he would not have caused so many troubles." Qi 96 smiled and said, "Don't say those angry words. After all, they came on behalf of the Emperor of Heaven. Let's meet him and see what he said." Qi 118 nodded slightly. "You wait for me here first, and I will go back." Qi 118 said it was tough, but when he arrived at the gate, he changed his face and smiled at Lin Shen. He first carried out a gift from the Heavenly Man race to cover his chest, and then said with a smile, "President Tian, please forgive me. I just had some urgent matters to deal with. I didn't have time to come to greet him. It's so rude. I hope I'll forgive me. When I first met Master Tian, I thought that you were elegant and extraordinary and ordinary, and you will definitely become a great person in the future. Now I have really been predicted by me. How long has it been used by Lord Tian and become the head of the first hospital? The Lord of Qixing has such a vision, and is not an ordinary person." Lin Shen replied with a smile, as if he didn't mind because he had been waiting outside for so long. "Ha, President Tian is indeed different. Please come inside." Hearing Lin Shen say this, he was stunned at first, and then laughed. After welcoming Lin Shen and the other two into the conference hall, Qi 118 seemed intentional or unintentional, he sat on the main seat and arranged the three of them in the guest seat next to him. Logically speaking, the Tianzhi Academy represented the Emperor of Heaven to patrol all directions, and a minister should have Lin Shen sit in the main seat. He sat in the main seat by himself, just to tell Lin Shen that the names of the Heavenly Master Academy and the Emperor of Heaven are not easy to use, so he should not make bad ideas. Kong Chuan's face looked a little ugly, but Lin Shen didn't care and sat down directly, so Kong Chuan had to sit down. Director Tian came to me and just thought it was at my own home. You don't have to be polite. I'll make arrangements later to let you feel the Qi family's hospitality. Qi 118 said casually. Since Lord Qi Xing said that, I'm not polite. Tianzhi Academy has been short of money recently, and the resources you handed over here will double in the future. You can see that this little money is fine, Lord Qi Xing, right? Lin Shen said in Qi 118's eyes. Qi 118 didn't expect Lin Shen to be so direct. His eyes looked at Lin Shen, and the smile on his face disappeared. Director Tian, do you mean Lord Tiandi or the Heavenly Master Academy? Qi 118 said with a calm face. I am the Dean of the Tianzhi Academy, and naturally it represents the Tianzhi Academy. Lin Shen must not be said to represent the Tianzhi Emperor. The Emperor of Heaven wants money, and such things are not enough. Manager N has repeatedly reminded him that since he has taken this position, he must take some blame. After hearing this, Qi 118 sneered, Director Tian, my Zhuangxing and your Tianzhi Academy are not in the same department, nor are they in the same department. Your Tianzhi Academy is short of money, so why should I ask me for it? If the Tianzhi Emperor wants this money, I will naturally have the responsibility to give it to him, and even if I sell it, I have to pay the money. But why do you? Qi 118 also knew in his heart that the Emperor of Heaven could not ask for money in his own name, so he dared to say so. Then let's take it as the Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shen looked at Qi 118 without any concession and said this lightly. Qi 118 didn't expect Lin Shen to say this, and he was immediately angry. Lin Shen said this, and he was just playing a rogue. Kong Chuan and Tianqin were also shocked by Lin Shen's words. If his words were spread, the Emperor of Heaven would be the first to deal with him without waiting for others to deal with him. The Emperor of Heaven loves money, but he is also a person who wants to save face. He can do things, but the blame must not be thrown into the face of the Emperor of Heaven. Whoever throws the blame in the face of the Emperor of Heaven will have to wash it with his life. Qi 118 couldn't even answer the words for a while, and Lin Shen was simply not playing according to common sense. Lin Shen has already said this. If he doesn't give it, it will be a slap in the face of Emperor Tian. Even if the Emperor of Heaven returns to deal with Lin Shen, he will definitely deal with him together. If he gave it to him, others would not know that Lin Shen said that the money was wanted by the Emperor of Heaven. The other Star Masters would only think that he was cowardly and turned to the Emperor of Heaven and gave the Emperor of Heaven. Even the Emperor of Heaven would use him as a typical example to go to other star main money. How should he deal with it when he is burning? Turning back, Lin Shen would never admit it. He was done with a 118-year-old man, and his mouth was covered in his body and could not explain clearly. Poison, really poison. Qi 118 found that this guy was even harder to deal with than he thought. No matter how capable he was, this person was cruel and poisonous. Not only are you cruel to others, but you are also cruel to yourself. This is simply a matter of burning both of you. Chapter 444 False Attack. Director Tian, everyone will say it in vernacular terms. Do you say it was the Lord Tiandi who wanted it? I took out the official documents and I will see. As long as it was the official documents stamped by the Heavenly Man Court, even if it was broken, I would definitely get the money. After all, Qi 118 is an old man, not a young man who just debuted. He can resolve the crisis brought by Lin Shen in a few words. No official documents. Lin Shen said lightly. Of course, Qi 118 knew that there would be no official documents and teased, it would be fine without official documents from the Heavenly Man Court. You said that the Heavenly Emperor wants money, so the Heavenly Emperor's handwriting should be there? As long as the Heavenly Emperor's seal is printed, I will never frown. No, Lin Shen said. Bang! She 118 slapped the table directly, pointed at Lin Shen coldly and shouted, "Good you, the president of the Tianxia Academy, have no official documents or hand-in-hand instructions. Under the banner of the Heavenly Emperor, it will ruin the reputation of the Heavenly Emperor. How can my Tianxia clan tolerate shameless people like you? Don't think that you are the leader of the Tianxia Academy, and you can bully others with your power. I, Shi 118, hate you the most in my life who do all the bad things under the banner of the Heavenly Emperor. Even if I don't want it, I will sue the Tianxia Academy and make the name of my Heavenly Emperor." Shi 118 of course knew that Lin Shen could not have anything in his hands. The money he wanted was shameless. Not to mention any official documents and instructions, even the accounts could not be kept. Emperor Tianxia is a person who is both greedy and face-saving. He can be greedy, but he cannot leave the reputation of a greedy king. It is precisely because of this that Shi 118 has the confidence to control Lin Shen and instead led Lin Shen to the army. He heard this set of counterattacks. Kong Chuan and Tianxin changed their faces. If Shi 118 really stabbed this matter, the Emperor of Heaven would not only not protect Lin Shen, but would also be the first to jump out and kill him. Young. I'm still too young. I actually want to use such means to suppress Shi 118. Now I'm using it by others. Kong Chuan felt that Lin Shen was in a dead end now, and he really couldn't think of any way to break the situation. It's wonderful. It's really wonderful. Lord Qi Xing is indeed a master. I admire him so much. Lin Shen clapped and said, "Director Tian, it's useless to say anything now. Qi, don't take this trick. At this time, I will sue the Heavenly Mansion and give my emperor a name. Please come back." Qi 118 looked upright and stood up and was about to leave. Kong Chuan and Tianxin looked at each other, not knowing that this would be better for a moment. Lin Shen was not panicked at all. He summoned the fan with his backhand, and directly turned into lightswords, scattering all over the house. "Director Tian, do you want to do it?" Shi 118 stopped and looked at Lin Shen coldly. In his opinion, Lin Shen was already angry and irrational. The more irrational Lin Shen was, the better it would be for him. Irrational people will make more mistakes and give them more handles. It will be difficult for Lin Shen to think that he will not die. Besides, if he takes action, how could he be afraid of Lin Shen, a soaring man? Even if Kong Chuan takes action, he will have a solution. What's more, he didn't think that Kong Chuan would be so irrational. Lin Shen, a young boy, dared to do whatever he wanted. Kong Chuan should know the rules and could not do anything he wanted with Lin Shen. Lin Shen waved his hand and lightswords flew through the house, but did not attack Shi 118, but just destroyed a few things in the house. After destroying those things, the lightsaber returned to Lin Shen's hand and turned into a folding fan again, and the light on it disappeared. Shi 118's expression changed slightly. The things that Lin Shen destroyed were all surveillance equipment in the house. This was his backup plan to deal with Lin Shen. Lin Shen was able to accurately find all the surveillance monitors hidden in both open and secret, which made Shi 118 secretly wonder whether there was something wrong with him inside. Otherwise, how could Lin Shen know the location of all surveillance monitors? Shi 118 was about to say something with a cold face, but Lin Shen took the lead. "Master Qi Xing, you recognize this?" Lin Shen reached out and took out a scroll and threw it away directly in front of Shi 118. Shi 118 looked at it and saw that it was a portrait of a celestial being. This is the self-portrait of Lord Tiandi. Shi 118 is not a simple figure to be able to reach this day. Although the heavenly beings on the portrait are not very similar to the Emperor Tianxia, you can already know whose work is just looking at the style of the painting and the inscriptions and seals on it. The Lord of Qi Xing has good eyesight. Lin Shen exclaimed. Shi 118 instantly understood what Lin Shen meant and sneered, "You want to use this to suppress me? I tell you, you have made the wrong idea. Unless you have the Heavenly Emperor's handwriting or the official documents of the Heavenly Man Academy, nothing will be useful. Master Qi Xing, I don't plan to use this to suppress you." Lin Shen said, holding the edge of his self-portrait with both hands, "I'll give you 10 seconds to consider it. If you give the money, I'll leave. If you don't give the money, I'll tear it up now." As he said that, Lin Shen started counting down. You wiped the self-portrait of Lord Tiandi and had nothing to do with me. She 118 initially thought that Lin Shen had a waterfall in his mind, and tearing off the portrait was nothing to do with him, but as he spoke, his face changed. You want to frame me? She 118's lungs were almost irritated. He knew what Lin Shen wanted to do. 10. Lin Shen was unmoved and just started counting down. Do you think someone will trust you? 9. What is the benefit of you tearing your self-portrait? Even if they believe in you, you will be punished if you do things in a bad way and you will damage the portrait of God. 8. You, don't be a scoundrel. She 118 was angry. Lin Shen clearly wanted to frame him. Lin Shen tore up his self-portrait here, and then he could insist that he was the one who tore it. She 118 can even imagine what Lin Shen would say when he came to the Heavenly Emperor. Lin Shen would definitely say that he came to him to ask for money with the portrait of the Emperor of Heaven. Not only did he refuse to give it, he also tore uproar in tearing the portrait. Even Lin Shen would make up some rebellious words on him, and she 118 had already passed many in his mind. 7. Lin Shen continued counting expressionlessly. If you do this, even if you sue the Lord Tiandi, I may not be in trouble, but you will definitely die. She 118 shouted sternly. 6. You. 5. If you think it through, you will be punished no matter what the result is, you will be severely punished and your life will be difficult to protect. 4. I don't believe it, you really dare to tear it. She 118 said, gritting his teeth. 3, 2, 1. Lin Shen directly speeded up, and the remaining 3 numbers were almost finished reading in an instant, and then he reached out and teared them up. Don't tear it, I'll give it. She 118 wailed as he pounced at Lin Shen. Lin Shen stopped, and Kong Chuan also blocked She 118. She 118 saw that the edge of the self-portrait had been torn a little bit. If he shouted it slowly, the painting would probably be torn. She 118's forehead was filled with cold sweat. He thought it through. The new Dean Tian was just a ruthless man who was unreasonable, despised, and did not play according to common sense. Master Qi Xing, don't blame me. Lord Tiandi asked me to do things. If I can't do it well, it's the same as death. Anyway, it's all dead. If you put a mat on the road to the underworld, you're not alone, don't you think so? Lin Shen said with a smile. Chapter 445 God. Okay. I'll wait. I'll give it to you. I'll give it twice. She 118 said, gritting his teeth. I'll give the more part now, don't write an IOU or issue an invoice, just give it to me. The other parts will be followed in the previous procedures. Lin Shen said. So many resources, please tell me, don't tear it, give it now. She 118 saw Lin Shen not saying a word, but just tearing the painting, and he was so angry that he was so angry. I have seen those who are unscrupulous, those who are destined to live, and those who are scoundrels, but this is the first time he is as unscrupulous as Lin Shen, who is destined to live in scoundrels. If Lin Shen had not been the identity of an inspector, and had so many eyes watching him enter the castle with him, She 118 would have wanted to kill him directly now. Wait, I'll go get it now. Oh fuck, what are you doing? She 118's pupils contracted, his eyes almost glaring out. He said something, and Lin Shen actually tore the painting directly. Ah! Kong Chuan and Tianxin both cried out in fright. They were really frightened. Master Qi Xing, now you don't have to find so many excuses to be lazy. Go do whatever you should do. It doesn't matter if you don't give it to you, and I don't want it either. Lin Shen said, picking up the torn painting and turning around and leaving. Director Tian. God. Why are you doing this? What are the benefits for you to kill me? You can't live anymore, do you know? She 118 was trembling all over. He had never seen someone as funny as Lin Shen. He said something wrong. He didn't even say anything rebuttal, and just tore the painting. How could this be done? The land seeds can be bargained, why is it so bad? I know, I didn't plan to go back alive. You know what the Tianchi Academy is like now, I know it in my heart, and everyone knows it. I know how great I have. I don't have the ability to be this president, but I have to be this president. This is the grace of the Emperor of Heaven, and there is nothing to say. Just die, but you have to die happily. Whoever doesn't let me enjoy it, I will make anyone unhappy. Lin Shen looked at Chi 118 jokingly and said, don't you like to play? Do you continue playing? If you have any means, you can continue to play, and if you have any intention, you can come back. Now I will play with you. If you look back, you will accompany me on the road to the underworld. This is very fair. Lin Shen said, tearing off another piece of the portrait in his hand. God. Ancestor. You are my dear master, okay? What are you going to do? Chi 118 people were going crazy. When things got to this point, he had no way to survive if he killed Lin Shen, and he had no way to survive if he left Lin Shen back. He didn't know what to do for a while. Don't you know what I want? Lin Shen pulled a chair and sat in front of Chi 118, pointed to his heart and said, I want money as if I want your life. You can be fooled, right? I will make you happy. Since you regard money as more important than life, then leave your life. God. I really didn't expect you. Forget it. God. I want my life. Give me a way out. The paintings have been torn. How do you say I will give you a way out? Anyway, I don't have the ability to restore the paintings. You can do it. Lin Shen directly threw the rotten painting in his hand on Chi 118. Chi 118 hurriedly hugged Lan Hua, leaned in front of Lin Shen with a smile on his face, and then looked at Tianxin and Kong Chuan behind him. I don't care. If you have anything to say, I'm dead and don't care about anything. Lin Shen said at him with a squinted look. He knew what Chi 118 meant, and wanted to let Tianxin and Kong Chuan out, and then talk to him alone, but he ignored it at all. Chi 118 said helplessly, God, do you think this is okay? This painting is broken by you. It has nothing to do with me. We have to be conscientious in life. Then you can tell the truth, do you think this will be successful? No, why do you say I'm tearing it out? I just want to say, you tearing it out. Lin Shen poked his chest with his fingers and said word by word. Chi 118's face changed, but he finally endured it and said with a wry smile, oh, God, it's not easy for me to be old and young. They are all pointing at me to live. If I die, this family will be disbanded. What does it have to do with me? I have elders and younger children at home. Isn't it the same thing? Why can't you die? Are you nobler than me? Lin Shen said with a cold face. I don't mean that, otherwise, God, you're dead, there's no need to pull me into the water. I still have some savings here, take whatever you like, take as much as you can, save my life, and leave a foundation for your family and descendants. Chi 118 himself felt disgusted, but nothing is more important than life. It's okay. I double the bases just now. Lin Shen said lightly. Chi 118 suddenly widened his eyes and wanted to scold Lin Shen angrily, but in the end he smiled bitterly, God, your asking price is too high. How? I'm going to exchange for my life? If the Emperor of Heaven doesn't give me the share, can he let my family live? My family can't live, what's the use of these things? You have to give me the share of heaven, and you can't lose this share. If the thing is there, I will live to the death. If the thing is there, you can ask for more blessings. Lin Shen stood up and was about to leave. Give it. Give it. Give it. Give it all. Chi 118 never felt so unlucky in his life, but you have to leave me some evidence. Now his regretful intestines are blue. If he had known this, he would not have seen Lin Shen at all. Who the hell would have met such a hooligan who wants money and lives? When Lin Shen and the other two left the castle, they pulled more than 100 large trucks, including various pet capsules, ascension liquid, pet eggs and other resources. There are many Nirvana-level materials, pet capsules, pet eggs, etc., and even a few bags of Nirvana embers, as well as various high-level materials that Lin Shen had never heard of. Ascension eggs and ascension capsules are all calculated here. Although Lin Shen had already read the list from Tianquan and knew how much they needed to hand in each year, he still felt very shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. This is just the resource given to the Emperor of Heaven every year by Giant Ring Star, and only 2/3 of it. These resources can create a small legion of Ascensioners, and even pile up many Nirvana. And for the Emperor of Heaven, it was just a small part of his expenses for fun. There are many planets like this under the name of the Heavenly Man race, and it is impossible to imagine how many resources the Heavenly Emperor can get every year. Even so, the Emperor of Heaven was still not satisfied and wanted to plunder more. He was really insatiable. You really want money but don't have life? After leaving the castle, Tianquan looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression and said, "Who said I want money but not life? I want money, and I want life too." Lin Shen said with a smile. Chapter 446 Small Conditions. Did you actually give it to him? Chi 96 looked at Chi 118 with a look of surprise. What can I do if I don't give it to him? He doesn't want to live, I'm going to die. You don't know how proud Lord Tiandi is. That rogue insisted that I tore the painting. How do you ask me to explain? Chi 118 looked unlucky. No one will believe you tear the painting, right? Chi 96 said. He came to me with a painting to ask for money. If this kind of thing is exposed, no matter what the result is, with the nature of the Emperor of Heaven, he will be dead. If any normal person thinks about it, he will not be able to tear the painting, right? If it weren't for him, who could tear it out? Even if you all know that I can't be so stupid, I can't tear it out. Can the Emperor of Heaven believe it? Even if the Emperor of Heaven knows that it was not me, he would definitely not let me go. Chi 118 became more and more angry as he spoke, and cursed angrily, "Damn, if I had known that guy was a crazy dog who was desperate for life, I had just exchanged his life for money. I gave it to him at the beginning, and lost so much again in vain. This is right, but now that you give the money, others don't know how it is given. The Emperor of Heaven uses this as a breakthrough, how do you deal with it?" Chi 96 sighed. Chi 118 snorted coldly, "I gave the money, but whether he can take it back is his own business." You want to attack him? Is it a bit too obvious to attack him now? And he is dead, what's the point of attacking him now? Chi 96 was a little shocked. Since he wants to play tricks, it's no wonder that I don't follow the rules. The evidence is in my hands. I gave it to the things, and he couldn't bring them back by himself. The Emperor of Heaven can't blame me too. Chi 118 said expressionlessly, "And I don't plan to do it myself, and I don't plan to get the things back. I have to let everyone know my attitude, otherwise I will really not be able to make it in this circle in the future. He can take away my resources, but my life must be kept. I see who dares to take his life to ask for money in the future. One day I look for protection of him, and Kong Chuan is guarding him. It's not that easy to kill him here. What do you want to do?" Chi 96 pondered. Don't he still have to go to an 117 to ask for money? No matter whether he can get money from an 117, he will let him die when he comes out. Chi 118 said, gritting his teeth, "We have to go and meet that person and let him do it. With that person taking action, he will definitely die. This is a good idea. Let's muddle the water first. If he really asks for money from an 117, he can make up for the loss after snatching it back." Chi 96 said with a smile. "We will go to see that person now and make the matter clear, so as not to have too many dreams." Chi 118 couldn't wait for a quarter of an hour. The two hurriedly left the castle and headed towards an uninhabited deserted island in the sea. Soon, the two of them arrived in a cave on the deserted island. There was a tombstone in the cave, and a man with long hair, pale face, a top hat and dress sat on the tombstone, looking at Chi 118 and Chi 96 with a smile. "Did you figure it out?" The man raised his head, showed his blood-red eyes, and looked at Chi 118 with interest and said, "Yeah, I promise to cooperate with you and act as agreed before, but I have a small condition." She 118 said bluntly. Oh, what are the conditions? Yiya asked with a smile. You have to kill someone for me. Who?
A Tian, the dean of Tianchi Academy, is now on the giant ring star.
The president of Tianchi Academy is a big shot.
Just Ascensioner is not a big shot, but he has a Nirvana person from the Peacock clan to protect him. The Nirvana person from the Peacock clan is at least 7 times, which is very difficult to deal with.
If you can't do it, our cooperation will be abandoned. She 118 said.
It seems that you hate that Atian very much.
Since that's the case, I wish us a happy cooperation. Yiya said with a smile. You have just returned to Nirvana, there is no problem?
That person must die, and you only have one chance. She 118 was a little worried and emphasized again.
You asked me to kill the Emperor of Heaven. I really don't have the ability.
Kill someone ascend, let alone the Nirvana of the Peacock clan. If the Heavenly King comes, I can't save his life. Yiya jumped off the tombstone gracefully, staring at Chi 118 with blood-red eyes and said, but don't forget your promise, otherwise I don't mind killing more people.
As long as you kill that person, there will be no accidents.
Chi 118 said with a cold face.
Lin Shen and the other 2 transported the things back to Paradise Island, but Tianxin still did not come back. Tianxin, please help me count and store it in. I have to go to an 117 again.
Lin Shen handed over the things transported back to Tianxin together with the accounts.
Do you have a second painting? Tian Xin looked at Lin Shen with a strange look.
In his opinion, Lin Shen was simply crazy. He wants money like this, and no matter how much money he gets back, he will have no life to enjoy it.
No.
Lin Shen shook his head.
Why don't you want money? Tianxin really didn't understand what Lin Shen was thinking in his mind. Try it, what if they are willing to give it to me? Lin Shen didn't say anything more and took Kong Chuan to leave Paradise Island again. This time Tianxin did not ask to follow him again. He now regrets following Lin Shen to Chi 118 to ask for the account.
Following Lin Shen, he began to suspect that his heart seemed to be not very good and he was at risk of getting sick at any time. He really didn't want to involve such a thing too deeply, and maybe he didn't know how to die when he died.
Kong Chuan followed Lin Shen to An's house. His expression was quite complicated. He had already edited what Lin Shen did today into a message and sent it to Tianfei, waiting for Tianfei's reply.
In his opinion, Lin Shen is a madman. Only madmen can do those things, and only madmen can live without their lives.
Tianfei received the message from Kong Chuan.
When she first read it, she was full of shock. She gave Lin Shen a self-portrait to Emperor Tian, but she didn't expect Lin Shen to use it like this, nor did she expect Lin Shen to really dare to tear up his self-portrait.
For a moment, concubine Tian was guessing whether Lin Shen's self-portrait was a fake made by him. However, this idea was immediately denied by Tianfei herself.
If you really want a fake, you will definitely not be able to cheat Chi 118.
Tianfei repeatedly read the information from Kong Chuan several times.
As she looked at it, Tianfei gradually smiled on her face.
What a bold guy. He can do everything.
If he survives and continues to sit in the position of the dean of the Tianchi Academy, he may really be able to revive the Tianchi Academy.
Tianfei murmured to himself, if he can really do it, maybe this is my chance. Kong Chuan was waiting for Tianfei's reply. He really didn't know how to deal with the current situation.
Lin Shen's actions had exceeded his cognitive scope. Before reaching in 117's residence, Kong Chuan finally received a reply from Tianfei, try to protect his safety and let him return to the Zenith Star alive. If it is impossible, put your own safety first.
Chapter 447 Crazy Dog.
After reading the message, Kong Chuan shook his head helplessly. If I had known this was the case, he would not have provoked Lin Shen if he had killed him. Now his peacock eye is in Lin Shen's hands, if he escapes in the battle.
With Lin Shen's crazy personality, it is almost certain that he would destroy his peacock's eyes without hesitation and take him to bury him with him.
Concubine Tian asked him to put his own safety first, but as long as Lin Shen did not die in front of him and he could not get his peacock eyes back, he would have no chance to survive. Just to prevent Tianfei from worrying, he didn't dare to tell her about this.
Kong Chuan had no choice but to take one step at a time.
After all, he is also a famous Nirvana-level powerhouse who has experienced many strong storms, but following Lin Shen, the Assassinator, actually makes him feel a strong sense of uneasiness. When the two of them arrived at Anne's house, and 117 actually waited outside the castle early. And 117 already knew that Lin Shen and the others had transported a lot of resources from Chi 118. But he couldn't figure out how Lin Shen made Chi 118 bow his head. Even if An 117 thought about it, he couldn't figure out why Chi 118 compromised. This was simply incredible. If he was Chi 118, it would never be possible to give Lin Shen so many resources. He wanted to contact Chi 118 to inquire about the situation, but Chi 118 did not accept his communication request at all, so An 117 was shocked and was always paying attention to the situation on Lin Shen. When Lin Shen and the others came to him, he had already received the news. After thinking about it over and over again, he wanted to decide to figure out what Lin Shen had done first. Director Tian is here, and he has failed to welcome him. I hope he will forgive him. And 117 dared not underestimate Lin Shen at all if he could get away with so many resources from Chi 118. He went forward to greet him very politely, without the arrogance of the Nirvana Star Lord.
Kong Chuan looked strange.
When did he see the Nirvana of the Heavenly Man race, he would treat a low-level alien race so politely? Lord Xing is too polite. A little gift is not worthy of respect. Lin Shen walked to An 117 and handed him a gift box.
Director Tian, you are polite, please come in.
An 117 took the gift box and handed it directly to the supervisor next to him. He was extremely careful and did not dare to open the gift box by himself, for fear of being defeated by Lin Shen's plan.
Don't you open it and see?
Lin Shen asked with a smile.
The things given by Dean Tian must be extremely precious, so as not to be jealous of others. I will appreciate them alone when I go back.
And 117 said and welcomed Lin Shen in. After Lin Shen said this, he was even more afraid to open it. He even gave the butler a wink, asking him to handle the box carefully.
And 117 is obviously much more cautious than Chi 118.
After inviting Lin Shen into the conference hall, he also asked Lin Shen to sit in the main seat, and he sat in the lower left position himself.
Master Xing, I am a straightforward person. If I have something, I will just say it.
Lin Shen had no idea of dragging things on the mud.
In terms of scheming and ability, he was not as good as these old fried dough sticks.
If he played tricks with them, he must have died Lin Shen, so he could only cut the mess quickly and use his life to scatter the dirty water on them.
Dean Tian has something to say. I am also a cheerful person and I like cheerful people the most. And 117 said with a smile.
That's good. Lin Shen nodded and continued, the resources handed over will double this time. The previous part will follow the normal procedures.
I will take it away today.
I can write you a loan note in the name of Tianxia Academy to prove that these things were taken away by my Tianxia Academy.
If Master Xing has no questions, he can go and prepare now.
Lin Shen looked at his watch and added, it's lunchtime, so I have to ask Master Xing to help prepare some food. After we finish eating, we will leave with our things.
I won't come again in the future.
No matter how well An 117 is in cultivation, his face has become very ugly when he hears this.
Director Tian, I can understand your mood, but I really don't have that many resources here.
If you are short of money, I will still save a little, so you can take it all without writing an IOU.
Although An 117 was already very angry, he still followed his temperament and did not take any attacks.
He was really confused. What confidence Lin Shen had and what trump card he had, and what kind of trump card he could ask him for money with such a tough attitude.
Lin Shen looked at An 117 and didn't say anything, as if he was waiting for something.
Kong Chuan was also very strange.
What was Lin Shen waiting for?
An 117 seemed to realize something, but before he could make any moves, the housekeeper carried a box and hurriedly ran in, muttering in An 117's ear. An 117's face became increasingly ugly.
He grabbed the box and pushed it to Lin Shen and said, Director Tian, you can't afford it. You might as well take it back.
Lin Shen was not angry, picked up the box and opened it, and took out the portrait of the Emperor of Heaven that had been torn into several pieces from it, and said lightly, "Lord Nxing, I kindly want to give you a portrait of the Emperor of Heaven on behalf of Lord Tian.
This is the glory of heaven.
It would be fine if you don't accept it, but why did you even tore up the portrait of the Emperor of Heaven?"
Shameless, so shameless. Kong Chuan was stunned when he heard this.
He had never seen such a shameless person who could turn black and white into black.
Director Tian, please don't talk nonsense. The things in the box remain intact.
What was like before and what is now?
And 117's lungs were almost irritated.
Master Nxing was joking.
The one I gave you is a complete painting.
Even if you give me the courage, I would not dare to tear the holy portrait of the Emperor.
It would be a death.
Lin Shen put the painting back into the box and said to himself, "I handed it to you with my own hands.
You took it back in front of everyone. I also asked you to open it on the spot, but why did it become a bad painting? Will Master Nxing collect a bad painting? Look, this bite is new, it should have been torn a bit just now. Master Nxing, you are so brave.
You dare to tear the holy portrait drawn by the Emperor himself." And 117 and others were all stunned, staring at Lin Shen with their eyes tightly, their faces twisted and twitching, as if they were about to eat people. If Master Nxing wants to kill someone to silence him, just do it now.
Anyway, I can't live anyway.
If you feel unhappy, cut a few more times and don't kill me so easily. Lin Shen pulled out the knife on his waist, placed it in front of an 117, closed his eyes and waited for him to chop him, and even said to Kong Zhua, who was already a little stunned behind him, "Kong Chuan, don't stop him. It is my blessing to die at the hands of Lord Nxing. At least he can have a good reputation of loyalty to the Emperor and loving his clan and sacrifice his life for my Emperor."
You.
And 117 was trembling with anger, and his fingers pointed at Lin Shen were shaking. Now he finally knew why Chi 118 gave money.
This is a crazy dog with rabies attacks.
Before he died, he would bite someone.
Chi 118 spent money to eliminate the disaster.
If he didn't give this money, Lin Shen would definitely take him to take care of it.
Who can bear it? And 117 could even imagine that this painting was probably teared by Lin Shen in front of Chi 118.
As he said, this trick was still new. And 117 was thinking that Chi 118's expression must be very wonderful at that time, but when I think about it, it is definitely impossible to let Chi 118 prove it to him.
Okay, I'll give it to.
And 117 felt as if he had swallowed a mouthful of xiang, feeling unspeakable.
Master Nxing, you are indeed a cheerful person.
Unlike Master Qi Xing, you are so rude and insist on me doubled before giving it to me. Lin Shen said with a smile. When an 117 heard Lin Shen say this, he suddenly felt much better in his heart and seemed to be less uncomfortable.
Chapter 448 It's fake again.
The resources taken away from an 117 are only half of those from Chi 118. Lin Shen was already quite satisfied. He was still able to accept this result. With these resources, the Emperor of Heaven can finally submit a job. Of course, Lin Shen also has to solve the problem of self-portrait.
The self-portrait is real.
He tore up the self-portrait. Even if he wants to hide it himself, and 117 and Chi 118 cannot let him hide it. As Chi 118 and Chi 96 were quietly paying attention to the situation here, seeing that Lin Shen actually came out of Anne's house with a large number of resources, he couldn't help but look at each other.
He actually succeeded. Chi 96 said with a strange expression, "If such a mad dog really makes him firmly as the dean of the Tianchi Academy and re-engage the Tianchi Academy, it would be a great misfortune for our clan. Fortunately, he will not be able to survive no matter what, otherwise we will definitely not be able to sleep or eat. Even a mad dog can't live long." Chi 118 sneered, "It's good that he succeeds. Getting things back can also make up for our losses. Yiya should be about to take action." Chi 96 nodded. They did not think Lin Shen could survive under Yiya's men. Lin Shen and Kong Chuan were escorting supplies to fly in the sky.
The supplies trucks were connected together like train boxes, and several pets who were flying and upgrading were pulling desperately in front. After entering the Star Belt area, head towards Paradise Island. Just after passing a floating island, Lin Shen glanced around and suddenly saw a man standing on a mountain on the floating island. The man was wearing a black dress and a tombstone stood beside him.
Lin Shen's face suddenly changed. "Yeah, why was he here, coming for me?"
Lin Shen thought about it, and the man had already flew back and hid behind Kong Chuan, and said, "Pay attention to that person." Kong Chuan had already discovered the man and stared at him.
Boom!
Yi Za grabbed the tombstone and carried it on his shoulders and jumped up. The mountain peak under his feet collapsed suddenly.
The person burst into terrifying aura and almost instantly arrived in front of Kong Chuan and the others. "So it's you, you're not dead?" Yi Ya looked at Lin Shen in surprise, obviously recognizing him. "You are not dead."
Lin Shen didn't talk nonsense to him and ordered directly, "Don't let him know your name, he has the ability to kill well-known people."
This order is naturally about Kong Chuan. He did not call Kong Chuan the name, so that Yi Crow would not know it. Kong Chuan put on the carapace without hesitation, and his peacock's magic color bloomed. He reached out and hit the night crow with a blue light.
The night crow grabbed the tombstone and blocked it in front of him.
The peacock's magic color hit the tombstone, and the tombstone was completely unscathed.
The night crow behind the tombstone stared at Kong Chuan with blood-red eyes, and an evil smile appeared on his face. "The peacock's magic, but so. Dean, you retreat a little further, I'm afraid it will affect you,"
Kong Chuan said coldly at Yi Ya.
Needless to say, Lin Shen had already put on the carapace and rushed towards the distance, not even caring about the supplies. He also saw that the night crow seemed to have become stronger, and he actually blocked the peacock's magic color with just the tombstone. He had not retreated for a single step and must have been reborn.
"Don't waste time, save your life. Your real name is Atian, right? You won't be wrong again this time."
Yi Ya stared at Lin Shen coldly, and reached out to write the words Atian on the tombstone.
Puff!
Lin Shen, who was flying away, suddenly felt the blood in his body churning, and his heart seemed to be grabbed and pinched, and he couldn't help but open his mouth and spew out blood.
How could this happen? Atian is not my real name. How could it still work for me?
Lin Shen was shocked and quickly turned on the super basic form, and the carapace on his body shone brilliantly. Yi Ya was slightly stunned, and furious again in a flash. "Damn it, it's another pseudonym.
How many pseudonyms do you have?"
If it is the real name, Lin Shen should have been killed, but the trauma has not died, which means that Lin Shen's name is still fake, but because it has been used for a period of time, the name has become a causal relationship with Lin Shen, so it still plays some role, but the effect is not that great and is not enough to kill Lin Shen.
Kong Chuan saw that Lin Shen had retreated far enough, so he summoned the Blue Peacock's Life Foundation.
The blue peacock spread its feather screen in the air, emitting strange blue light, reflecting the surroundings into a blue color, covering the night crow's body. Covered by light, Yi Za's body suddenly stopped moving.
Kong Chuan snorted coldly, and once again emitted blue light, blasting towards the still Yi Za.
The blue beam of light instantly hit Yi Ya's head, knocking Yi Ya's body directly back and flew out, and the tombstone in his hand also fell out. A blood mark appeared on Yi Ya's forehead door, his eyes widened to the limit, and his body leaned back and kept retreating. Kong Chuan showed no mercy and took action continuously, and blue beams of light blasted towards Yi Za's body. But the next second, the black crystal feathers covered the body of Yi Crow. On the black feathers, there was a blood-like color flowing, as if it was stained with blood.
Boom boom! Boom boom!
The blue light bombarded Yi Za's body continuously, blasting Yi Za's body backwards, and finally hitting a suspended island, crashing through the suspended island.
Kong Chuan was still chasing him, and the blue peacock life care was also chasing the night crow.
The blue halo imprisoned the night crow's body, making it difficult for him to move.
Yi Ya's body crashed into the hanging island.
When it appeared again, Kong Chuanda was surprised to find that the blood-stained feather armor on his body was not even injured at all, and his face changed slightly.
Behind Kong Chuan, a peacock-like light feather suddenly appeared like a peacock's open seal light.
Among the light feathers, the peacock's eyes emitted blue light, and all the blue light gathered at one point and shot towards the heart of the night crow. As the blue light was about to shoot through the heart of the night crow, which was originally controlled by the blue peacock halo, actually trembled for a moment. The next second, the blood light on Yi Crow's body soared into the sky, burning wildly like blood flames. One hand stretched out toward the blue light, and the bloody flames met the blue light. Boom! The blue light collided with the blood flame, causing a terrifying explosion. The nearby suspended islands were directly destroyed in the terrifying explosion, forming a large vacuum area in the star belt. After the explosion, Lin Shen saw Kong Chuan and Yi standing in the air from afar. The attack just now seemed to be evenly matched. You have something to do, and you are qualified to die in my hands. Yi squinted her eyes and stared at Kong Chuan like an evil ghost. Kong Chuan looked serious and stared at Yi with a burning look. With a move, peacock life flying towards him. The moment the peacock's head touched his finger, it turned into a sky full of blue feathers and attached it to his body. The carapace on Kong Chuan's body became even more gorgeous under the cover of peacock feathers, and real peacock feathers appeared behind it. Prajna Galan, Buddha's light without realm. The feathers behind Kong Chuan unfolded, and blue pupils that looked like pearls of reincarnation appeared on it, blooming like a blue sun overlapping rounds of wheels. Everything around was frozen under the light, even the explosion fluctuations, the shattered and falling hanging islands, and countless rocks, were frozen in the air, as if the whole world had stopped, and it looked strange and magical. Chapter 449 The Battle of Nirvana. As the blue light shines, the blue light area is still, and then a blue flame is burning. The plants burned into ashes in the blink of an eye, and the rocks gradually turned into magma, and the still night crow also began to burn blue flames. Lin Shen saw that the area turned into a blue flame hell from afar, and was filled with surprise. Kong Chuan's ability is both control and damage, it's so strong. Unfortunately, once his power is used, it's an indiscriminate attack. It's okay to fight alone. It's a bit uncomfortable to be his teammate. Lin Shen saw Yi's body being fixed and unable to move from afar. The blue flame on his body became more and more intense, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The blue light on the peacock's screen became stronger and stronger. The falling suspended islands were burned into magma in the blue light. The smaller rocks had long been vaporized and ashes were everywhere. The blue flame on the night crow's body also became more and more intense, rising dozens of feet high. Kong Chuan is stronger than the legendary one. This kind of strength is already the top in Nirvana. If it weren't for not being favored by the Emperor of Heaven, it would have been famous all over the world. Chi 96 frowned and said, Yi Crow might have capsized in the gutter today. 96, you underestimate Yi Crow too much. Chi 118 said coldly, Kong Chuan is indeed very strong, much stronger than we expected, and his peacock magic is indeed domineering. If the other Nirvana people are facing him, even if we join forces, we may not be able to get a chance in front of him. Unfortunately, his opponent is Yi Crow, and Kong Chuan cannot win. You are so optimistic about Yi? Chi 96 was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Chi 118 to be so confident in Yi. That's because I have seen the real power of the Night Crow. Even if it dies, I'm afraid I may not be able to beat him easily at the same level. Chi 118 said slowly. It seemed to be confirming that Chi 118 was the blue flame wrapped in the Night Crow turned into a blood-red color in an instant, and became even more intense. Wrapped by the bloody flame, the strange figure in the flames actually moved forcibly in the blue light, and walked towards the hole step by step. The blood-colored flame also moved forward due to his movement. As the monster figure moved faster and faster, the blood-colored flame was blown towards the monster figure by air pressure, and it turned into a comet's tail flame. The strange figure gradually emerged, and blood kept coming out of the black feather armor. The blood contacted the blue light and turned into blood flames. The black and red color completely rejected the blue light. There are such strong people in the Peacock clan. You deserve to die under my life base. The Night Crow, who looks like a ghost and a demon, rushed towards Kong Chuan quickly while stretching out his palm. Black and red particles flowed out from his body, instantly condensed into a strange life base. The life foundation seems to be a complete spine, black and red, like a dragon, with a thin tip as a bone cone, and a skull connected to the back end. Yi Zhao's fingers inserted into the skull, holding the strange life base full of bone spurs. The black and red light on the life base was rising and burning, looking weird and terrifying.
Lin Shen couldn't help but be stunned. He thought that Yi Crow's life base was the tombstone. It turned out that the tombstone was not his life base. Yi Qiu held the monster blade's life foundation and rushed towards Kong Chuan in a strange posture of leaning forward. The moment he reached Kong Chuan, he suddenly jumped up and rushed into the sky higher. The blazing blood flames behind him rushed into the sky like a volcano erupting. In the sky, the Night Crow held the blade in one hand and slashed down from a high place. The black and red blade light instantly tore through the void, like a blood-red dragon that flashed through the world, swallowing towards Kong Chuan. The terrifying power fluctuated, pushing away everything that was still in the blue flame hell, as if it was breaking through the mountains, swallowing down in an unparalleled posture. Facing such heavy pressure, Kong Chuan still proudly stared at the sky with his head raised, and instead of retreating, the peacock divine color on his body gathered towards his hands, like the blue sunshine all over the sky. The moment he merged his hands together, a dazzling blue light will rose against the sky, turning into a blue peacock rising into the sky, facing the blood-colored dragon. Boom!
Lin Shen, who had already flew hundreds of miles away, saw the red and blue light explode, and his eyes could not be opened when he saw the terrifying light burst. A wave of air was like a rush of mountains and seas, pushing Lin Shen's body out of nowhere, hitting a floating island, causing the floating island to rush continuously, and a large pit appeared, which stopped his body.
Too strong.
Lin Shen stood up from the pit, rushed into the sky again, staring at the direction of the battle.
He wanted to know who won the result of this attack.
After the light burst, everything nearby was destroyed, and countless tramplings of gravel flew around in the air with flames. When Lin Shen could see clearly, he saw Kong Chuan and Yi confront each other in the air. The blue light was still rising on Kong Chuan's body, and the strange black and red light on the Yi Crow's body was still swaying like a bonfire.
Who won?
Lin Shen couldn't tell who took advantage of that blow for a while.
Puff!
Yi's blood-stained black feather armor on his face broke, revealing half of his strange face, and blood spurted out from his mouth.
Kong Chuan won.
Lin Shen was happy, but suddenly saw the feathers on Kong Chuan's body cracked, and his life-based blue peacock separated from his body, turning into a broken-tailed peacock with scarred feathers. The carapace on Kong Chuan's body also appeared, and the blue light on his body also dimmed. Kong Chuan's Adam's apple was wriggling, and he swallowed a mouthful of blood, still standing upright like a mountain, but anyone could see that he was at the end of his strength, and the blow just now had already hurt him seriously.
Kong Chuan is very strong. It's a pity that he met Yi Crow.
She 96 said with some regret.
Fortunately, it was Yi who faced him. If it were us, I was afraid that we would not be able to take this attack.
She 118 also praised Kong Chuan's strength. Yi Xia wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes were like a demon and a ghost, staring at Kong Chuan, and his 2 rows of white fangs appeared with his split mouth, and said with a strange smile, "You can take my evil ghost blade and never die, you should be famous in the world." As he said that, Yi Xia reached out and grabbed it, and the tombstone flew away like a meteor and landed in his palm. He held the evil ghost blade and was about to engrave the name of Kong Chuan on the tombstone. He knew Kong Chuan's name, and from the very beginning, he knew that Shi 118 had long told Yi the names of the people around Lin Shen. Yi did not use the tombstone to deal with Kong Chuan at the beginning, not because he didn't want to use it, but because the tombstone itself also had restrictions on its use. It was not that he could kill whoever he wanted to write his name. For people with a level that is not as good as Yi Crow can kill the other party as long as he watches the other party write the correct name within a certain distance. However, if Yi writes down his real name, he may not be able to kill the other party, and may even be backfired. Therefore, when you are not sure of the opponent's strength, Yi cannot use the power of the tombstone at will. Now Kong Chuan has suffered a severe injury, but the injuries suffered by Yi have recovered, and even his damaged blood-feathered armor is as perfect as before. One is rising and the other is getting worse. Now Yi writes down Kong Chuan's name, and there is a high probability that he can kill him directly.
Chapter 450 Double Buff. Kong Chuan, can you still make a move? A voice suddenly appeared behind Kong Chuan. Yi was slightly stunned.
Seeing Lin Shen flew back and came behind Kong Chuan.
Yes.
Kong Chuan stared at Yi coldly, saying without looking back, and at the same time, stretching out his hand again, causing the broken blue peacock life base to possess him again, and a terrifying blue light rose up again.
Then do it again.
Lin Shen opened the folding fan in his hand and shook it gently at Yi. Countless mysterious lights broke out and fell towards the night crow like stars in the sky. Lin Shen saw Yi's terrifying strength and understood that if Kong Chuan died, he would not be able to escape Yi's pursuit.
Tianquan is not on Paradise Island.
Even if he can escape back to Paradise Island, no one is the opponent of Yi Crow.
What's more, it's still a long way from Paradise Island.
Maybe he has no chance to escape back at all, so he can only leave Giant Ring Star. The key is that when he left Zhuangxing, the batch of supplies was lost, and the previous hard work was in vain.
If you are looking for death, then let you go first.
The black-red flames of Yi's body rose, ignoring the mysterious light texts, and directly swung out the terrifying black and red flames, pounced towards Lin Shen like a dragon. The mysterious light text fell on the black and red light flames and actually passed through strangely, falling on Yi's body, as if imprinted on it.
In an instant, the black and red flames on Yi Gui's body and the blade light shrank a lot.
The blue light burst out on Kong Chuan's body, his hands were united, and a shocking blue light was shot out, turning into a peacock shape, colliding with the power of the evil ghost blade again. But this time, the peacock magic color actually shattered the black and red dragon, and rushed towards the Yi Gui with his remaining power. Yi did not expect such a change, so he could only raise the tombstone to block the peacock's magic. His body was shocked and retreated thousands of meters in the air before stopping.
What kind of talent skill is this? The skills of the flying upgrade can actually affect me?
Yi Gui looked strange and looked at the mysterious words imprinted on his feather armor with some surprise. Just when he was confused, he suddenly saw a black ancient seal flying out of Lin Shen's body, floating above Lin Shen's head, emitting mysterious ancient rhyme fluctuations. The wave passed through the blood flames of Yi Gui's body, and strangely imprinted a strange mark on Yi Gui's shell. Yi Gui suddenly felt his body sinking, and the black and red light on his body became a little weaker.
Kong Chuan. I won't kill him yet. When will I wait?
Lin Shen hid mutant Chu Linglong and shouted loudly.
Prajna Galan, the Buddha's light without realm. The remaining tail behind Kong Chuan suddenly unfolded, and the divine light burst out again. The blue light on his body rose, and the blue halo lit up like the blue sun. Yi Gui was shocked and angry.
He used several skills but could not remove the negative effects on his body.
Boy! I will kill you!
Yi screamed strangely, and turned around and flew away.
Although Yi Gui is strong, Kong Chuan is not weak either.
Although his previous attack has the upper hand, Kong Kong's power is not much weaker than him. The main reason is that his recovery ability is far above Kong Chuan, and he can recover quickly after injury, which makes Kong Chuan seem far inferior to him. Now that his back is weakened, his strength has suddenly decreased. If he is stabilized by the Buddha's light in the realm, it will be difficult for him to break free as before. Seeing Yi Gui disappearing into the sky in an instant, Lin Shen said lightly, "It's early for him to know the situation.
Let's save his life for the time being. Go and get the supplies back. There can't be any mistakes in those things, and they must be sent back first." Yes. Kong Chuan's light converged and he left in response. Kong Chuan retrieved the supplies, and the two rode their pets to escort the supplies towards Paradise Island. That human actually had such a way, even the night crow was touched by him. Chi 118 looked surprised and suspicious. He thought Lin Shen was just a mad dog released by the Emperor of Heaven. He relied on the support of the Emperor of Heaven behind him to bite people so unscrupulously, but he didn't expect that he had such a way. The level difference is one large level. When the flying upgrade skill is cast on the Nirvana, the effect will be greatly reduced. This is level suppression, and it can also be said that the power level is different, which is difficult to avoid. Lin Shen's skill can actually have such a great effect on Nirvana at the level of Night Crow, which is terrible. This person is really terrible. His style of conduct and his abilities are unpredictable. If he wants to kill him again, he must be fully prepared. Chi 96 also had a solemn look on his face. Yes, if you want to kill him, you must take advantage of the time when there is no one around him.
He should be taking the auxiliary route, and he can only be in the dark behind him. His head-on combat ability must be much worse. As long as he has no strong protection, killing him is simple, and it is not difficult for us to kill him, any one of us.
Chi 118 said.
Chi 96 nodded slightly. If this person is not eliminated, it will definitely be a disaster for my celestial race in the future. Now that we know his ability, we will naturally be able to make targeted arrangements in the future and will not give him such opportunities again.
Let's give up today.
He has Kong Chuan beside him, so he can't kill him. Let him survive for a while. Anyway, he tore up the portrait of the Emperor of Heaven, and it will be difficult for him to survive after he goes back. If the Emperor of Heaven does not kill him, it will not be too late for us to kill him again. We must not let him harm our heavenly race.
Chi 118 said hatefully.
Lin Shen and Kong Chuan returned to Paradise Island with supplies. Lin Shen asked Tianxin, who was surprised, to count and enter the warehouse, and he called Kong Chuan over.
No need to endure it anymore, it's okay.
When Lin Shen came to the heavenly palace, he suddenly turned around and looked at Kong Chuan.
Kong Chuan opened his mouth and spewed out blood and fell directly to the ground.
The blood kept pouring out of his mouth. It took a while to finally stop, and there was no trace of blood on his face.
You knew from the beginning that I was seriously injured? Kong Chuan looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression.
Lin Shen nodded slightly and threw a bottle of treatment liquid to Kong Chuan.
Then you dare to come back? Are you afraid of being scared to retreat? Kong Chuan asked in a daze after receiving the treatment fluid. There is no if in this world.
Even if he is not scared away, I still have the means to protect myself.
You don't have to worry about me. Recover the injury as soon as possible. There may be a tough battle to fight in a few days.
Lin Shen said lightly. He had been wearing a mechanical watch and could escape to the crater planet at any time. At most he could sacrifice Kong Chuan and that batch of supplies.
What else do you want to do? Kong Zhuwanyan's heart tightened.
He had just followed Lin Shen for a long time, and was worried every day. He, a Nirvana, felt psychological pressure, while Lin Shen, a Ascensioner, seemed to not care at all. His mind was too big. Kong Chuan didn't know that Lin Shen was not so mean, but that he had no other choice but to walk on.
Chapter 451 Hiding the Heart.
The money has been obtained, but Lin Shen has no plans to leave now.
He cannot leave Giant Ring Star yet.
Although the mission of Emperor Tian was completed, Lin Shen, the self-portrait of Emperor Tian, was indeed torn down, and it was impossible to just go back like this. Lin Shen had already figured out his idea before tearing the portrait, but he had to wait for Tianxuan to come back to discuss with her.
But I waited around and couldn't find the sky back. Where has the Tianxuan treasure gone? Why haven't you come back yet?
Lin Shen was puzzled.
It's been 2 or 3 days.
With the speed of Nirvana, he should come back wherever he goes.
It's not going to the extremely dark place, right?
Lin Shen thought about it and felt it was impossible.
The problem of the Night Ghost clan has not been solved yet. How could Tianxuan run to the extremely dark place alone to take risks? When interrogating Yixing before, Yixing also said that after she was caught, the night sky sang in the distance. One was to find an opportunity to save her, and the other was to send her a message to let her be patient for the time being and soon find an opportunity to save her. The night sky would rather let Yixing be captured than expose the strength of the Night Ghost clan, and it would inevitably have some plans. Once the Night Ghost tribe makes some moves, it will inevitably be a big move. Tianxuan has already prepared something, so there should be no big problem, so it is not certain about Qijia and Anjia. Lin Shen had told her elder sister not to leave Paradise Island recently, and it would be best to stay in Paradise Hall forever and not even go out of the door. Kong Chuan was recuperating his wounds. Wei Wufu hadn't gone anywhere recently and had been staying on Paradise Island. Tianxin is taking care of his super pet every day, looking forward to the day when the super pet is transformed gorgeously. Lin Shen wanted to hunt the Chaoyuan dragon on the crater planet, but he didn't dare to leave, for fear that the Night Ghost clan would cause trouble when he left. Lin Shen woke up when he woke up, but it was still black outside the window. The night of Giant Ring Star is so long. It's so unfriendly to a diligent young man like me.
Lin Shen held the communicator and looked at his current attributes. His power has reached 118 plus 81, and under normal conditions it is 118, which has far exceeded the 81 limit attribute of Fey upgrade. These attributes are brought to him by the Dead Fan and the Powerless contract. This attribute is still increasing slowly. I wonder how high the Dead Fan's growth is. These power attributes added by the infinite contract of power can be blessed like the basic attributes when using skills. Others use attribute double skills, and the top 81 power ascender, which is 162 power points. Lin Shen now uses the power double skill, and his power attribute directly becomes 236. The more blessing skills you use, the bigger the gap will be. Besides, Dead Fans are still growing, and the attributes that can be brought to Lin Shen will increase in the future. Lin Shen's attributes have increased, and the attributes of the destiny are also increasing, and the attributes are always consistent with him. Tianxin, Frera and Kong Chuan can all let the life base combine to fight with themselves.
I don't know what kind of skill it is, or some ability it is. If I can combine with the destiny, my combat power will definitely be overwhelming.
Lin Shen studied the skills of the destiny again, but did not find a function that could combine. Just as I was watching, a message suddenly popped up on the mechanical watch.
What are Red Heart sends a message here again?
Lin Shen clicked and looked.
I have solved the problem you asked me. Do you have the answer to the problem you asked you?
Lin Shen just finished reading this message, and another message came later. The content of the second message is the problem he wanted Red Heart to help him solve.
How can we restrain the most powerful and strong power to the extreme and achieve a calm and unrestrained state?
Lin Shen is practicing normally, but he has never been able to solve this problem. It is still difficult to solve when encountering an opponent like Shiman Swordsman who is good at leveraging power.
Of course, if it is a Shiman Swordsman of the same level, Lin Shen can use absolute power to crack his techniques.
However, if you encounter someone whose strength is not as weak as Lin Shen and cannot use absolute power to win, you need skills. Lin Shen was delighted and quickly checked carefully how Hongxine solved this problem.
Is this okay?
Lin Shen became even more ecstatic after reading it.
The solution to Red Heart is simply beyond imagination.
It is not that ordinary people are not as smart as hers, but that ordinary people cannot access the skills mentioned by Red Heart in the information. Red Heart cannot directly solve this problem.
It seems unlikely that the power of the Yang is as strong as the Yang will be able to remain calm.
She chose a compromise solution and used a technique called hiding the heart, which is a very advanced technique. Since the power of the most strong in Yang is too violent, hide this power and add a shell to it.
This technique is like a bomb.
The explosive itself cannot be used directly for long-range throwing, but adding a shell to the explosive can throw the explosive to a distance.
Hiding the mind is a technique similar to this principle.
First, hide the strongest and most powerful force in the shell, and after reaching the target, it can solve the problem raised by Lin Shen. It sounds simple, but according to Hongxine, the technique of hiding the heart itself is the unique skill of a nirvana. She also tried her best to get it, and she personally verified that it was true and effective. In order to convince A of Spade, Hongxine actually sent over the practice method of hiding the heart, and he really didn't treat A as an outsider at all.
This is cheaper Lin Shen.
Lin Shen studied the technique of hiding the heart.
It was very strange and unique. I don't know who he actually created such a mysterious technique.
In essence, hiding the mind is a bridge, which itself cannot be used as a shell, but it can hide the most rigid and yang power in another force and act as a connecting two forces.
How to hide this? Can you hide the strong finger force transformed by the 28th fist within the point of being 1,000 men?
Lin Shen felt that this idea might be difficult to achieve, but you can try it. Before trying, Lin Shen had to practice the technique of hiding the heart. He tried it several times. This technique itself was too complicated, especially for the use of power, which must be extremely meticulous. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hide one force in another, and to delay the explosion.
It is really too difficult.
Lin Shen felt that such a difficult thing should be left to professionals. He wanted to get up to find Ayun, but looked up and found that there was still no light outside the window and the night had not passed.
Why does it feel like the night is very long today?
Lin Shen looked down at the time, and his face suddenly changed slightly.
It has been almost an hour since dawn. Chapter 452 The Long Night. What's going on? Why isn't the sky brightening yet? Will the time when the star rings light up be delayed? Lin Shen's face changed slightly. It's not the Night Ghost Clan's cause, right? He quickly picked up the communicator and sent a message to his elder sister, Wei Wufu, Tianqin and others, while walking out with the luminous flowers. As soon as Lin Shen sent out the message, the eldest sister's message came back. I thought my watch was broken. It turned out that the star ring really missed the time and didn't light up. I have never heard of the star ring delayed light up. It used to be very punctual, and I didn't miss it for a second. No. Wei Wufu's message also came, and only replied with one word. The star ring has always been lighted on time, and there has been no delay. There is a problem. Tianxin's message also came back. No abnormal movement was found. Kong Chuan also replied to the message. It's fine. Stay in the house and don't move. I'll go there now. Lin Shen went over the room one by one, picked up Ayun and others, and then went to the room where Yixing was imprisoned. Fortunately, Yixing was still lying on the bed, and Yixing, who had been lit with a hole, could not move at all. It must be the one who did it by the Yi Gui clan. My sister-in-law hasn't come back yet. I'm in trouble now. Tianqin said with a little depressed look at the darkness outside. The strongest night sky in the Night Ghost clan is just a Nirvana person. It should be incompetent to affect the Zingring. I don't know what they did, so the Zingring didn't light up. Lin Shen said and looked at Yixing. Unfortunately, Tianquan is not here. Without the power of a pious seraph, it is probably impossible to ask what he wants to ask from Yixing's mouth. Suddenly, lightning flashed through the air outside, and then a rumbling explosion was heard. I'll go, fight, there's a Nirvana man taking action. Tian Xin said with his hands pressing the window and staring outside. As the lights flashed, several people saw that there were many people gathering outside. Those people stood silently in the night like souls. If the light had not crossed the sky and illuminated the night, no one could have discovered their existence. Under the flashing light, Lin Shen could see that although the races of those people were different, their eyes seemed to emit bloodlight, which should be what Yixing called a mixed-blood night ghost. It seemed as if they realized that they had been discovered. The night ghosts suddenly became crazy and rushed towards the nearby houses like wild animals. Most of them rushed towards the heavenly palace. What's going on with Tianquan? You've already learned the news in advance. Why did Yi Gui succeed? Lin Shen was full of doubts. He didn't believe that Tianquan would be such an unreliable person. The terrifying battle over Paradise Island is still continuing. It seems that there are 4 Nirvana people fighting in a melee, and various streams of light are constantly blooming in the darkness. I don't know which one is the enemy or which one is his own person. Kong Chuan, guard the heavenly palace. Lin Shen directly ordered Kong Chuan to attack, and of course he had to fight to the death at this time. Kong Chuan responded, pushed open the window and flew out. His injuries were almost healed. At this time, he directly summoned the Peacock's Life Foundation, integrated with himself, and spread the peacock feathers. However, he did not directly use the Buddha's light of the realmless, but only used the imprisonment power of the peacock's divine color. The blue light enveloped the heavenly palace and the nearby area. Suddenly, all the nearby things illuminated by the blue halo were imprisoned. Lin Shen and others avoided the blue light inside the house and were not imprisoned. Those mixed-blood night ghosts were fearless and still rushed to the area covered by blue light, including many gods. Gunshots were everywhere, and pets were summoned by the mixed-race night ghosts and rushed into the blue light area. The one in front was imprisoned, and the one behind rushed up again, hitting the pets in front, and hitting one by one, and more pets were pushed forward. Damn it, the Yi Gui clan is really damn. Tian Xin couldn't help but curse when he saw a girl from the Tianren tribe who was actually among the Yi Gui. Is that your girlfriend? Lin Shen asked curiously. When is it? Are you still in the mood for gossip? Tianqin glared at him and said angrily, when I first came to Paradise Island,
the maid kept taking care of my daily life.
She was very good.
I didn't expect that she was also a mixed-race night ghost.
The mixed-blood night ghost should have his own thoughts, right?
It's just that I can't disobey the orders of the pure-blood night ghost.
Lin Shen pondered.
While the two of them were talking, they saw a figure flying from the sky. The golden light on their bodies was like the harsh sun, and they were obviously a Nirvana. The Nirvana came to the heavenly palace, without saying a word, took out his pet gun and shot 3 shots at the sky.
3 terrifying Nirvana pets hovered in the air, like lions and tigers, with wings on their backs.
As soon as the 3 Nirvana pets appeared, they sprayed ice light directly at the heavenly palace. The ice light with extreme cold power merged with the blue light, which immediately caused the blue light area to shrink suddenly. The 3 Nirvana pets kept spraying ice light around the heavenly palace, pressing the peacock divine color that was transmitted to Kong, and the range that could be covered was getting smaller and smaller.
This is not right. Those night ghosts cannot be hurt by the power of the night. Why can their pets walk safely in the night? Lin Shen discovered the abnormality.
After Lin Shen said this, Tianxin and others also reacted. Tianxin said in confusion, "Does it mean that it seems that it is still dark now, but the law of darkness has failed?"
You can tell if you go out and try it. Lin Shen said. Do you think I'm as stupid as you?
Tianxin was not willing to go out, not to mention that the heaven palace is still shrouded in the peacock divine color, so he couldn't get out at all. I didn't expect that guy bed also turned into a night ghost. Tianxin stared at the golden light and shadow in the sky fiercely.
That was one of Tianxuan's right-hand men.
Who would have thought that he would have been turned into a mixed-blood night ghost? Yi Xing had told him before that Lin Shen had known that Bed was a mixed-race night ghost, but he didn't expect that Tianxuan did not deal with him in advance.
Seeing the peacock's divine color being oppressed, Kong Chuan snorted coldly, and the peacock's divine color on his body suddenly surged. The blue light area expanded instantly, and even enveloped the 3 Nirvana pets. The Nirvana-level pet could not withstand the peacock's magic and was immediately imprisoned and unable to move.
On the peacock screen behind Kong Chuan, blue beams of light were shot out from peacock's eyes, and beams of light penetrated their bodies. In a blink of an eye, many holes were made into the bodies of the 3 Nirvana pets, and it seemed that they could not survive.
The peacock magic is indeed very strong, Tianxin exclaimed.
Only after he finished speaking, Bed shot out 3 golden lights, which shone on the 3 Nirvana pets. The Nirvana pet whose body was already full of holes seemed to have no idea that he was dead. The ice light on his body rose and opened his mouth and spewed out their life foundation. I almost forgot that Bed's Nirvana power is the power of the dead, and he can control the battle of dead creatures.
Tianxin became more and more depressed. Kong Chuan, go and kill him.
Lin Shen knew that Kong Chuan was here, afraid that his own strength would hurt them, so he could not exert his true strength at all, so he can only sit and wait for death.
But once Kong Chuan left, they might be in danger. Chapter 453 Who are you leaving the opportunity? Dean. Kong Ruo was shocked when he heard this.
If he fought desperately, no one would be able to protect Lin Shen. If there is Nirvana who takes the opportunity to kill Lin Shen will be in danger.
This is an order, Lin Shen said.
Yes.
Kong Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly and he stared at Bed. He had to end the battle as soon as possible to avoid being killed by someone. Kong Chuan flew up and rushed towards Bed like a blue peacock.
Bed's blood-red pupils moved slightly, and the pet gun in his hand fired again, and even launched 3 Nirvana-level pets.
Tianxin, let's go to the warehouse to hide first.
I hope your sister-in-law can come back in time. Lin Shen turned around and said to Tianxin.
Okay. Tianxin nodded and agreed. The situation is not clear now.
I don't know how many mixed-race night ghosts are there.
They are in the dark again, so we dare not go out to fight.
Fortunately, the materials for building the heavenly palace are very strong, and it is difficult for the Ascensioners to cause damage to the heavenly palace.
It also takes some trouble to destroy the heavenly palace by Nirvana.
The warehouse under the heavenly palace is a place that even the Nirvana practitioners find it difficult to break through in a short period of time.
Now they can only avoid it first.
Under the leadership of Tianxin, everyone quickly left the room and headed towards the warehouse. The pets of the night ghost outside had already rushed to the front of the room and kept hitting the doors and windows. The entire palace of heaven was wrapped in various pets. Shortly after Lin Shen and his team left the room, the window was smashed by a lifebase, and a pet ascended to the ground rushed in. Everyone rushed towards the warehouse quickly and kept hearing the sound of windows breaking. Fortunately, Tianxuan does not allow ordinary people to stay in the heavenly palace, and only a few of them live here. Everyone rushed all the way to the underground warehouse. Tianxin took the key and punched the door of the warehouse, asking everyone to go in quickly. After Wei Wufu, who was walking at the end, entered, Tianxin was about to close the door, but suddenly felt a huge force hitting the door.
Tianxin was shocked and flew backwards and hit Wei Wufu.
Wei Wufu caught Tianxin's body with both hands, and at the same time he rotated like a euro. After turning countless times, he removed the terrifying force on Tianxin's body. The warehouse door opened and a familiar figure walked in first.
"Old butler, you are actually a night ghost."
Everyone saw clearly the appearance of the visitor, and they were the old butler who had always been polite and responsible for taking care of their daily life. Although the old butler could not stay in the heavenly palace, he had the key to the gate of the heavenly palace. Every day he was the last to leave the heavenly palace, and every day he was the first to come to the heavenly palace. If it weren't for his pupils being slightly red, it would be hard to imagine that the gentleman's old housekeeper was actually a night ghost.
There are many things you can't imagine.
A woman walked out from behind the old housekeeper. She was dressed in white, with long, black and straight hair, a delicate face, and three-dimensional facial features. If it weren't for those blood-red eyes, she would have been considered a beauty.
"Night Sky?"
Lin Shen looked at her and asked.
"You actually know my name?"
Yekon's face changed slightly.
"I not only know your name, but also know that you have two sisters named Yeyue and Yeyan. Didn't they come?"
Lin Shen looked at the night sky and said lightly.
The night sky stared at Lin Shen, and after a while, he sneered, "You want to scare me? It's useless. Today you must all become vassals of my night ghost clan." "I heard what you mean, you don't want to kill us?" Lin Shen asked. "Killing you will not do us any good, and you are the dean of the Tianxia Academy. If you don't go back, it will only bring us more trouble."
Yekon said as he walked towards the deep forest step by step, his red lips slightly opened, and his ghostly erratic singing floated out from her lips. Everyone suddenly felt confused, as if they were drunk.
When? Wei Wufu knocked on the wooden fish in his hand, which immediately made everyone's minds clear.
The night sky was unmoved, but continued to walk towards Lin Shen and others, and the ghostly singing in their mouths never stopped. As we got closer, Wei Wufu's wooden fish sound did not work. Everyone felt that their minds were getting more and more awake, as if they were sleepy and their eyes were almost unable to open. "Go to your sister." Tianxin scolded and wanted to take action, but he couldn't raise his hand at all. It's like when a person is extremely sleepy, no matter how he wants to wake up, his body just can't move. "Get back, otherwise I will kill her." Lin Shen's adaptability was obviously much stronger than Tianxin, and the theory of evolution was running wildly in his body. He grabbed Yi Xing's hole with one hand, and held the lightsaber transformed by the inheritance fan in the other, and put it on Yi Xing's neck.
"Hey, you can actually resist my lullaby. You are indeed a little different. No wonder people like Tianxuan will like you. A tyrant like Tiandi will choose you as the dean of the Tiandi Academy."
Yi Sky stopped singing and looked at Lin Shen with interest.
"It's good that you know,"
Lin Shen said coldly.
"I am very satisfied with you.
In the future, you will become a mixed-race night ghost.
You should be the best mixed race in my clan,"
Yekong said with a smile, but her smile was too gloomy and it was difficult for people to feel good about it.
"Why should I become a mixed-blood night ghost?" Lin Shen asked in a pretense of curiosity. "You don't have to delay time."
Tianxuan was led to the giant god's cemetery by us and was trapped inside.
He couldn't get out in a short period of time. No one can come to save you." Yekong saw through Lin Shen's thoughts and said lightly. "It's the same whether she comes back or not. I don't believe you will ignore Yixing's life. Lin Shen said expressionlessly. This kind of threatening trick is too childish.
Ye Kong's blood-red eyes swept across Lin Shen and others' faces, and finally frozen on Lin Miao's face, saying lightly, "You can kill Yixing.
If that happens, everyone except you will die, including your sister. If you release Yixing, I promise you that you will not hurt anyone, just turn them into Yigue. Whether to live or die, you will choose for yourself. If you want to kill, you can do it now."
After saying that, Ye Kong ordered the old housekeeper beside him again, "Kill them all, leaving only a Tian alone."
As for orders.
A strange light burned on the old housekeeper, and it was obvious that he was also a Nirvana-level existence.
Why no one told me that this old housekeeper is also a Nirvana? Lin Shen asked at Tianqin. How do I know you don't know?
Tianqin summoned the desperate angel without heart, and was already planning to fight to the death.
Life and death are just in your thoughts, this is your last chance.
Yi Sky looked at Lin Shen coldly and said.
Let the opportunity be left to yourself.
A cold voice sounded in the warehouse.
Chapter 454 Crush.
Everyone couldn't help but look into the warehouse, and saw the walls in the warehouse slowly descending, revealing another secret room behind. There are all kinds of rare treasures in the secret room, each of which is a rare thing, but no one pays attention to those rare treasures. Among the piles of treasures, there was a red velvet single sofa, an angel-like noble and elegant woman sitting on the sofa, with her long legs and stockings overlapping, and holding a jelly stick in her hand, tasting it with relish.
My sister-in-law. Tian Xuan.
Tianqin and Lin Shen almost shouted in unison, both of which were in surprise.
Tian Xuan, are you trapped in the giant god cemetery? Ye Kong said with a serious expression and stared at Tian Xuan.
If you were not led into the cemetery by you, you were trapped inside, how could you all jump out?
Tianxin said with a smile, holding the jelly stick in his hand.
You have a good plan, but unfortunately the layout is a little worse. Now Paradise Island is about to fall, and your layout is useless. The night sky was not panicked because she is still an advantage now. The situation outside is under control, and it is only a matter of time before we take down Paradise Island. There is only one Nirvana here in Tianquan, and she and the old housekeeper are both Nirvana, and 2-on-1 is still an advantage. After hearing the words of the night sky, Tianquan sneered, Ye Sky, you are so pitiful and sad, but you can't blame you. The Night Ghost clan escaped to the giant ring star and hid like a mouse for so many years. He has long since no one knows how big this world is, and it is inevitable to watch the sky in a well.
Tianquan, what do you want to say? Don't tell me that you still have strong support.
No one can help you with the giant ring star. The entire planet can't use the teleportation device now, and you can't get in or out. The Enchi family is now unable to take care of themselves, and it is even more impossible to support you.
Ye Kong said. Aren't I clear enough?
Only the weak need to make arrangements.
Do you need to try your best to kill an ant?
Of course, you don't need to kill it.
Kill the ant as you want. Just pull the ant out of the hole. Tianxin said lightly. Arrogant, no matter how powerful your skills are, what's the use of your mouth? Today is your failure.
A black carapace appeared on Ye Sky, and at the same time, a black and red bass appeared in her hand. Her fingers plucked the strings of the piano, and the deep sound waves made everyone feel like their heart was hit by a heavy hammer. They couldn't help but reach out to cover their chests, the blood in their chests churned, and the mouth was sweet. Almost at the same time, the old housekeeper also summoned a night sword and raised it to slash towards Lin Shen and the others. Lin Shen and others quickly retreated, but they were not able to resist the attacks of the two Nirvana people.
Lin Shen retreated while accumulating strength. Tianxin fought against two, and he would inevitably suffer a loss.
His inheritance fan and mutated Jade Linglong can just help Tianquan with one arm. If it really doesn't work, he can also hold up one of them first. With his current abilities and the aura accumulated by sacrifice to heaven, it may be a bit difficult to defeat Nirvana, and delaying a little time should not be a problem.
Kneel down.
Facing the attack of the night sky and the old housekeeper, Tianquan had no intention of getting up from the sofa. Still sitting like that, her long legs wrapped in stockings, overlapping each other, holding the jelly stick in her hand, and said coldly to the two of them. Thump! An incredible thing happened. The powerful old housekeeper in Yi Sky actually knelt on the ground after hearing Tianxuan's words. The night sky knelt on the ground, her eyes widened to the extreme, her blood-red pupils contracted, and her face was full of disbelief. The old housekeeper was even pale and had no blood on his face, and he struggled to stand up. But no matter how hard they used, their bodies were shaking violently, but their legs could not stand up straight. The night sky suddenly pressed her hands towards the ground, trying to use the power of her hands to support her body.
Doesn't it feel comfortable to kneel down? Then lie down. Tianxuan just said lightly.
The night sky pressed the ground's hands and twisted like a fracture. His body lay on the ground in a twisted posture, and his face hit the ground heavily, smashing a pit into the metal floor. The old housekeeper also lay on the ground with a profuse attitude and could not struggle. Lin Shen was stunned. Although he had always known that Tianxuan was very strong, Tianxuan had hardly shown his strong side when he was with him, which made him gradually lose himself. He only regarded Tianxuan as a beautiful rich woman, ignoring that she was a mixed-race celestial being able to occupy a seat in the heavenly man court. Pure-blooded celestial beings like Chi 118 and in 117, who can rank in the top 100 nirvana in Chi 118 and in 117, are not qualified to occupy a seat in the Tianren Academy. From this, we can imagine how strong Tianxuan is. Looking at the two struggling people on the ground, Tianxuan then stood up and walked slowly to them, but without even looking at them, he walked over and said casually, "My little lover, they have given it to you." Lin Shen came to his senses and rushed to the two of them, and assuming their strength to slap them hard at the acupoints on their bodies, pointing them on the spot. With Lin Shen's current strength and full force of his finger force, even if the other party is in nirvana, it is difficult to avoid being tapped without any precautions. The night sky and the old butler have no ability to resist at all now, so they were stopped by Lin Shen. "Old Wei, look at them, I'll go out and take a look." Lin Shen chased him out, wanting to see how Tianxuan would deal with the chaos in Paradise Island. Tianxin and others followed him and chased him out. When they arrived at the gate of the heavenly palace, the mixed-race night ghosts and various pets they encountered along the way lay on the ground in strange postures, looking strange and absurd. Outside the heavenly palace, Tianxuan, whose holy and glorious body was already rising into the air. The jade armor on her body seemed to be holy and without any dust. A pair of angel wings spread out on her back, and the halo on her head made people feel that she seemed to be a legendary angel. Tianxuan raised the angel scepter in his hand, and the holy light illuminated the entire island. The cold voice spread throughout the heavenly island in an instant, "Little cats, it's time to go to bed." The moment the sound fell, Lin Shen and others saw an amazing scene, and all the creatures on the earth and in the sky fell into a deep sleep for an instant. The person on the ground fell directly to the ground, and the pet in the battle pounced on the person and slept on the person and fell asleep. The two people who were still wrestling fell asleep as if they hugged each other. The creatures and pets flying in the sky fell from the air like meteorites, and even the few people who were still fighting Nirvana and Nirvana pets were no exception. The only two people who were not sleeping were Bed and Kong Chuan, but Bed's pets fell into a deep sleep and slammed heavily on the house. Although Bed and Kong Chuan did not fall into a deep sleep, their eyelids were fighting, and it seemed that they would fall asleep at any time. Bed's body surged with golden light and turned around to escape from Paradise Island. Tianxuan glanced at Bed and said coldly, "Bed, get out." "Ah!" Bed screamed, fell from the air and smashed heavily into the ground. Chapter 455. Take advantage of the situation to fight. Crush, this is absolute crush. The gap in strength between Nirvana is bigger than expected. Lin Shen's scalp was numb when he saw it. Bed, who could fight against Kong Chuan, actually fell like this. This woman is so scary. Lin Shen secretly felt nervous. He was deceived by Tianxuan's image as a gentle rich woman, but now he suddenly realized that Tianxuan seemed a little different from what he imagined. A single sentence can make a strong man of Nirvana kneel down and have the ability to tell the truth. If he makes Tianxuan unhappy one day in the future, the outcome will be unimaginable. What are you doing when you stand there? Control all the night ghosts. Tianxuan glanced at Lin Shen and the others and said casually. Lin Shen felt that his hands and feet seemed to be out of command, so he rushed out by himself. Tianqin and the others were also in a similar situation to Lin Shen, and they couldn't help but rush out of the heavenly palace and rush towards the sleeping night ghosts.
Sorry, I forgot to restrain myself.
Tiansun smiled, and Lin Shen suddenly felt that his body had returned to normal, and his brain seemed to have accepted his command again. Lin Shen didn't dare to say too much, so he hurried over, first using acupoint technique to control Bade, and then went to other Nirvana people. These people all closed their eyes, and he didn't know which one was a mixed-race night ghost, so he all clicked. The heart of heaven is not that gentle. The angel of Wuxing directly turns into flying feathers all over the sky, cutting off all the hands and legs of those night ghosts. After getting everyone into the house, Tianxuan restrained his strength. After returning to the heavenly palace, he said to Kong Chuan, I want to go out with Dean Tian. I will leave it to you and Tianqin here. Don't let people know that we have left. Director, Lord Tianqing, please rest assured.
Kong Chuan nodded. Tianxuan directly pulled Lin Shen to fly away.
At that terrifying speed, Lin Shen only felt that his body was under strong pressure and was pressing against Tianxuan tightly, unable to separate half an inch. When Tianxuan fell, Lin Shen realized that they had arrived near the castle of Qi 118. The situation here is also bad, the battle continues, and various terrifying forces are constantly colliding at the sea, triggering waves of tsunamis.
You are here, are you thinking?
Lin Shen stared at Tianxuan in a daze, a little uncertain whether Tianxuan was the same as he thought.
He wanted to discuss this matter with Tianxuan before, but Tianxuan never came back. Don't you think so? Tiansun's eyes looked at Lin Shen, and he suddenly felt a sense of harmony. How do we do it?
There was no need to say anything else, Lin Shen asked directly. Let them fight, let's go and sweep the goods, don't use your luminous flowers, follow me.
Tiansun took Lin Shen's hand and headed towards the castle in the dark.
The power of the night wanted to penetrate Lin Shen's body, but was shaken away by the power from Tianxuan's fingers.
The two entered the castle in the dark.
The buildings in the castle were fighting everywhere. Tianxuan seemed to know this place as if he was very familiar with it and avoided all the battles.
Someone accidentally encountered them, and he fainted without having time to see anything.
Soon, the two of them passed many levels and arrived at the secret warehouse built by Qi 118 under the castle. Lin Shen was a little curious about how Tianxuan knew the location of the secret warehouse, but then he thought about it, what secret could he hide from Tianxuan, who possessed the pious seraph? Unfortunately, Tianxuan did not have the key to open the warehouse, so he could only use brute force to open the warehouse door. Lin Shen looked at Tianxuan pulling out a sword-shaped spiritual foundation, which was still carrying a sword light on the sword, and knew that it was a Nirvana spiritual foundation. The sword light of the knife was so sharp. The door made of Nirvana-level material more than 1 meter thick was split open in just a few slashes. After the two entered the warehouse, Lin Shen's eyes were straightened.
Originally, Lin Shen thought that the resources he had knocked out from Qi 118 were already very valuable.
But compared with the things in it, those things are not at all.
Anything here is the best among the best. Qi 118 has developed the ocean for many years. He will not keep it in his secret warehouse even if he is not the best.
Stop looking at it, take it back and pick it slowly.
Tianxuan said. How can I get so many things back?
Lin Shen glanced and estimated that although there were not many things here, it still took an extended truck to finish it.
Put everything in. Tianxuan summoned a pet like a shell. It was originally only as big as a palm.
After using the skills, his body became as big as a house. The two of them started moving things and emptied the entire secret warehouse. Tianxuan stretched out his hand and the shell-like pet gradually shrank, and then returned to her hand.
Let's go to N 117, I hope it's still time. Tiansun pulled Lin Shen away.
The battle outside continued. The Battle of Nirvana on the sea caused a terrifying storm, and the turbulent sea water caused huge waves. Because there were several Nirvana fighting, I didn't know who the person fighting was in the dark night. However, Lin Shen heard a special instrumental sound, which seemed to be similar to a piano, but it was a bit different.
Lin Shen didn't understand much about music and couldn't tell what kind of instrument it was.
After the two left the castle, Tianquan took Lin Shen directly to an 117 again. The place was also fighting wildly, and the degree was so tragic that it was still above Qi 118. Tianquan ignored the people in the battle and took Lin Shen to sneak into the city and touched the secret warehouse of an 117 again. Lin Shen felt that he was already cruel enough, but he found that Tianquan was even crueler than him. And 117's secret warehouse was looted by her again, and even the hair was not left for an 117.
After completing the robbery, Tianquan took Lin Shen back to Paradise Island, and had no intention of interfering in the battle here.
During that battle, Lin Shen heard the sound of a percussion instrument and guessed that it was probably one of the people in Yeyue or Yeyun.
He didn't know which one it was.
After the two quietly returned to the Heavenly Palace, Tianquan showed up first and arranged some things about Heavenly Island. Then he took Lin Shen to the room where she lived and poured out all the things she had looted, and it was piled up everywhere, like a hill. Lin Shen looked at various colorful high-end items, his eyes were almost blurry, and many things were unprecedented and unheard of. Just what he knew included a number of Nirvana eggs, several reincarnation embers, and some Nirvana-level pet capsules.
Please pick a few items and take the others back to offer to the Emperor of Heaven. What Tianquan said surprised Lin Shen.
I have obtained the resources needed by the Emperor of Heaven.
The mission has been completed. You can keep these for yourself,
Lin Shen said in a daze at Tianquan. Tianquan picked up something and threw it to Lin Shen, and said with a smile, "It's not enough to complete the task. If you are a foreign tribe, you only have two ways to take if you want to gain a foothold in the Tianren tribe. You don't have the chance to take the Tianren court, and your personality is not suitable. So, be your favorite profession, my little lover."
Chapter 456 Picking Up Treasures. I think so too. Lin Shen felt that what Tianquan said made sense.
Lin Shen felt that he would definitely not be able to be a diligent, hard-working, upright, and honest official. Although he is not bad, living like that is too tiring, and he doesn't like to be too tiring. Besides, this is the celestial race, not the country of human beings, and there is no need for that. Of course, he didn't want to be a favorite, but he didn't have a better way now, so he could only do this.
Are you not the favorite ministers who should be greedy for more? Why should you hand over these things? Lin Shen still didn't quite understand. The favorite ministers he remembered should be like Wei Xiaobao searching his house, and he ate all the bones and meat first and left some soup for the emperor? Tianquan explained, "Do you think the favorite minister is to eat meat and drink soup by yourself? If you think that way, you will be very wrong.
What you are talking about is not a favorite minister, but a powerful minister, a loyal minister, and a jester.
No matter what minister you are, they will not be a favorite minister anyway. What kind of people are those who can enter the Heavenly Man Academy? Most of them are noble children from large families. If they have great power, whose interests do you think they represent?
Needless to say, it is impossible to distribute money to the Heavenly Emperor. There are many so-called loyal ministers, such as Qi and in Tian families, but like the development of Giant Ring Star, the three families can get a lot of money, but if they are given more to the Heavenly Emperor, they will be in pain. If the Heavenly Emperor proposes to take out a little more in the Heavenly Man Academy, I can guarantee that the so-called loyal ministers in the three families will stand up and oppose the Heavenly Emperor's proposal.
This set is not suitable for you, so you can only be a favorite minister. Why should the Emperor of Heaven favor you? Because others will not give him money, only you will give him money. Who will he spoil you if he doesn't spoil him?
Lin Shen felt a little enlightened, so that's it, but I gave all the money I made to the Emperor of Heaven.
Then I myself didn't lose it. So why am I a favorite? I asked you to hand over, but I didn't say I didn't let you get the money. Tianquan analyzed to Lin Shen bit by bit. Don't think that the Emperor of Heaven is only able to make money.
If you can ascend to the position of Emperor of Heaven, it is not because of the ability to make money. How much we got from the Qi family and in family and how much they lost, it is very likely that the Emperor of Heaven knows very well in his heart that you can't leave, but if you don't hand over, you will be no different from other ministers. If you hand it over, then you may be the confidant of the Emperor of Heaven. Under normal circumstances, the Emperor of Heaven will not let you do it in vain. If you just hand over the things to the Emperor of Heaven and express your attitude, he will still give you a part of it. After all, you will need money to develop manpower and power in the future. The Emperor of Heaven knows more than anyone else about this. Since the Emperor of Heaven knows so well, then I have picked out the best thing from here. Wouldn't the Emperor of Heaven hold a grudge in his heart? Lin Shen pondered. On the contrary, if you are not greedy at all, the Emperor of Heaven will doubt whether you are hiding other greater benefits? Why are you not greedy? Are such a person reliable? Can you control it? Tianxin continued with a smile, you are greedy for things, and the Emperor of Heaven knows what you are greedy for. You can deal with you anytime, so that he can feel at ease. It makes sense, baby, you are really my good friend. Lin Shen quickly flattered and asked with a smile, baby, what should I choose? Of course you have to choose the best one. Tianxin pointed to the thing that he had just stuffed to Lin Shen and said, do you like this? What is this? Lin Shen looked at the thing in his hand and couldn't recognize what it was. The thing is a small box, the size of a contact lens box, and the whole body is made of some kind of crystal. This thing is not simple. It is a very difficult thing to see. It is called a space storage device. It is made of some Nirvana-level materials with space attributes and then made by Nirvana with space power. Because the materials are rare and it is difficult for people with space power to find, the output is very small. Tianxuan said. What do you mean, is this a legendary space item? Lin Shen's eyes lit up suddenly. He had only seen this thing in myths and legends or novels in his hometown, but he didn't expect that someone actually made it. Yes, there are many types of space storage devices. Generally, space storage devices made of Nirvana-level materials can only decorate small things. It would be nice to have 1 cubic meter of space. The space storage devices made of immortal-level materials are about the size of a room, but some are small bungalows and some are large villas. Tianxuan pointed to the back of the space storage device and said, I just took a look and found that there were marks from the Base clan. The Base clan specializes in the space system. The space storage devices they created rarely flow out. I didn't expect that Chi 118 actually had one, and I don't know where he got it. Tianxuan taught Lin Shen how to use it. Lin Shen originally thought that the box was a space container, but Tianxuan told him that the box itself was a charger, and using the space container requires energy, so it must be charged with the box to be used. The space container is inside the box, a small thing embedded inside the box, which looks like a black crystal bullet. There was some data printed inside the box. Tianxuan looked at it and said that this space container was larger than the space I imagined. It was the best among the best. If it was converted to the prescription, it was about 10,000 cubic meters. Lin Shen didn't have a good idea of the size of the space, so Tianxuan gave him an example, which was probably equivalent to 6 or 7 three-story villas. Tianxuan demonstrated the space storage device. The use of this thing is different from what Lin Shen imagined. Although it is not complicated, it is not something that can be put into it and taken out just by grabbing it. Tianxuan held a bullet-like space storage device, aimed the bullet head at something, and pressed it at the tail. A series of halos lit up on the shell, and finally the bullet also lit up, igniting a light bullet and hitting the thing. After the thing came into contact with the light bullet, it immediately became smaller and pulled towards the space storage device, and was eventually sucked into the bullet. There are numbers on it. Everything you collect will have numbers. When you take it out, you just need to start it according to the number. Every time you collect and take out things, energy is consumed. This charger can provide about 10 times of energy to open the space storage device, and then you must recharge the box. Tianxuan returned the space storage device to Lin Shen. It's so troublesome. Lin Shen was a little disappointed. This was much worse than the space storage equipment he imagined. It was too troublesome to use and needed to recharge. Unless you have the space ability yourself, with the current technological level, it is so troublesome to use space equipment. Tianxuan smiled and said, come on, let's take a closer look at what good things these two people have collected. Chapter 457 The Tyrant. There are so many good things collected by Chi 118 and in 117, but there are more than a dozen Nirvana-level pet eggs. This is not an ordinary Nirvana-level pet egg, but a mutated product.
Take out these things, and I don't know how many assassinators want to break their heads for them. Tianquan suggested that Lin Shen should not take these things.
Lin Shen, a pet at Nirvana level, cannot use it now, and it is not appropriate to use it Nirvana. After Nirvana, you can also obtain it based on your own strength, and there is no need to stay.
Of course, the main reason is that you can't take too many things. If you didn't have this concern, who would have despised these good things?
There are many spiritual foundations of Nirvana creatures, and Lin Shen can't use them either. Ascensioners do not have the power of Nirvana and cannot activate the spiritual foundations of these Nirvana creatures. All other things are also the best among the best, basically mainly Nirvana-level things, which makes Lin Shen dazzled.
I seem to have a little impression of this pet launcher. Tianquan took out a pet launcher from it.
Lin Shen disagreed with this and continued to hunt for treasures in the treasures. I remembered that this pet launcher is a tyrannical man with a gun used by the Rage King among the Emperor barbarians since childhood.
How could he be here? Tianquan became more and more surprised as he looked at it. Is this the king's gun?
Lin Shen was a little surprised, but he was just a little surprised. Pet launchers essentially need to be activated by their own strength. Even if it is an immortal pet gun, it cannot be used even if it cannot be activated.
Moreover, he does not have immortal pet capsules.
If you put low-level pet capsules in them, even if they can be activated, the pet capsule itself cannot withstand the power of launch.
So for Lin Shen, the pet gun is just used to quickly launch pets and is not very useful. It should be a tyrant, but it cannot be regarded as a rifle-like gun for the Rifle King, because this pet gun is the rifle-like gun for the rifle-like gun before ascending to the throne. Later, he used this one. Tianquan threw the tyrant to Lin Shen. This is a good thing. Didn't you give it to my little nephew? You can keep it for use. Can I use this?
Lin Shen said with some confusion. Yes, the tyrant is the master of pet gun manufacturing for the Emperor barbarians, who is specially tailored for the Furious King. I don't know what special materials and secret techniques are used, and I can use them from the base level to the Nirvana level, and the performance will not be outdated. I heard that the firing rate can reach an astonishing 1000, which is one of the rare all-level universal pet guns in the world.
Tianquan explained. 1000 fire rate, all levels are available. Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly put a pet capsule in, wanting to give it a try. Bang!
Lin Shen pulled the trigger and found that it was much lighter than he thought and he had almost no strength, but the pet capsule was fired at an unimaginable speed.
Bang!
Lin Shen only felt a flash in front of him. The pet capsule did not have time to become a pet in the air. It hit the wall directly, and it was crushed to pieces. The pet capsule was just an ordinary crystal-based product, but because of its speed, it still left a shallow bullet mark on the wall.
So fast.
Lin Shen was surprised and happy. This pet gun was too ruthless. It was simply tailor-made for the 7-step war. With a speed of 1000, even if he has fully opened his skills, he will not be able to reach this speed.
Stay. I'm stable. I'm not afraid of not being able to escape when I meet a strong enemy. Lin Shen was extremely happy, playing with the tyrant, almost unable to put it down.
The gun has a gray body, and the shape of the gun is a bit like a desert eagle equipped with a sight, but it is even bigger than the desert eagle.
Baby, please help me see what good things are there. Lin Shen put away the tyrant.
There are too many things, just look at it slowly.
Tianquan continued to search inside the treasure.
Lin Shen also searched for something, and was flipping through it. The dead powder wrapped around him suddenly ejected from his body, and the front of his body turned into a huge state, swallowing something in one bite. Lin Shen didn't even see clearly what it was swallowing, and this guy was done. But looking at the spiritual foundations placed nearby, the ones that are placed should be spiritual foundations.
This guy is getting more and more greedy.
Lin Shen stretched out his hand and pulled the dead fans back.
The dead pink's body contracted and returned to normal.
After being pulled back by Lin Shen, he did not intend to wrap around him, but instead wanted to drill into Lin Shen's backpack.
What exactly does this guy want to do?
Lin Shen was very confused, wondering what it was going to get into his backpack.
Does it mean it is going to evolve again and plans to evolve in the backpack?
Lin Shen thought about it and felt something was wrong. Suddenly, Lin Shen was shocked and quickly reached into his backpack and took out the sleeping fat man. He suspected that the dead fan wanted to sneak attack and swallow the fat boy, so he couldn't agree.
The dead fans had already gotten into the backpack and had no idea about the fat boy. No.
Fatty boy looks harmless, but in fact he is very powerful. He is probably already at Nirvana level, and it is definitely impossible for the dead fans to swallow it. Lin Shen was too late to react. He reached out and pulled the dead pink out, then looked at the things in the backpack, and his face suddenly changed slightly.
The Ember of Reincarnation, which was truly a slap in evil spirits, disappeared.
A purple fluorescent appeared on the dead pink body, and soon the whole body turned into purple light, and the flames rose up on its body.
Your pet is going to be Nirvana. Tiansun looked at the dead pink wrapped in purple light with interest and said, "It seems that it is Nirvana of the Reincarnation Ember, which is truly extremely evil, killing divine light. The attack power must be extremely powerful in the future. Unfortunately, you can't even rebirth in a short period of time, so you can't use it for the time being."
Lin Shen also meant this. Dead fans are his main battle pet, so he doesn't feel sorry for giving the dead fans the celestial evil of reincarnation. But this guy had just ascended not long ago, and Lin Shen had never used it to fight. He had no power at all, and now he is about to rebirth again. It has passed away, and Lin Shen himself has not had a nirvana, so he still can't use it. Lin Shen seriously suspected that this guy was fighting him with a time difference and did this intentionally in order not to do anything. Fortunately, there is not much risk in using Nirvana of the Ear of Reincarnation.
With the ability of a dead fan, Nirvana will definitely succeed.
Lin Shen doesn't need to worry at all. It will take a long time to rebirth, let's continue to look for things. Tianquan continued to look through the piles of things.
There is an ascending egg here.
Tianquan pointed to a pet egg and said, "They both of them collect Nirvana eggs.
Ascending eggs are almost useless to them.
I specially made such an ascending egg here. There should be some special place.
You can hatch it, maybe it can be used." Chapter 458 Stone Card. Lin Shen took the ascension egg and put it in his backpack.
He couldn't tell what kind of pet it was anyway, so he could only find out after it hatched. Lin Shen himself didn't know what to choose, so he just sat there waiting for Tianquan to choose for him. After a while, Tianquan picked out another thing, and it turned out to be a book.
"Why did you choose a book? Is this a powerful evolutionary technique?" Lin Shen asked in confusion. "No."
Tianquan shook his head and said with a strange expression, "This book records some things related to the giant gods."
No wonder I felt something was wrong with Chi 118 before. He seemed to have some understanding of the giant gods' cemetery.
He thought he had been there secretly before. So that's what happened.
Let me first look at what else is written in this book. You can pick a few things yourself.
Lin Shen had to pick things by himself. Seeing that there were many boxes before they were opened, he opened them one by one and looked at the things inside. There are many boxes filled with potions, but unfortunately most potions do not have names on them, and I don't know what they are useful. What surprised Lin Shen was that he actually found an IOU written to Chi 118 and in 117 in the name of Tianquan Academy. These two guys are really unlucky. I took them back with just such a little handle. Lin Shen stretched out his hand and rubbed them, and he directly kneaded them to ashes. Lin Shen was rummaging through the cabinets here. When he encountered something he didn't know, he asked Tianquan, who was reading a book. Tianquan initially answered casually, but his expression became very serious afterwards, as if he couldn't hear Lin Shen's words, and he was focusing on the contents of the book. Seeing this, Lin Shen stopped disturbing him and searched for something he himself did. The fat boy who was picked up by him just now jumped onto his shoulder and watched Lin Shen pick up there curiously. Lin Shen opened another box, full of books, and read some of them casually. They were all various evolutionary techniques, and they seemed to be high-end products, which may be the lonely and handwritten copies collected by in 117. I don't know if I can keep these books and let Ayun learn them slowly. If I learn them, I can teach them to me.
Lin Shen turned to Tianxuan, wanting to ask if Tianxuan could keep all the books.
These books can be copied and brought back to the mother planet in the future, which should be of great help to the humans on the mother planet.
We are in trouble. Tianxuan suddenly closed the book and breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? Lin Shen asked in confusion.
This book was passed down by the Giant God clan. Originally, the ancient race of the Giant God clan did not originate from the giant ring star. They were also the giant ring star that they discovered later. For some reason, after the Giant God clan declined, the U clan moved to the giant ring star to settle down. I originally thought that relying on the giant ring star's special environment would allow them to live here safely, but because they discovered the extremely dark place, they caused the disaster of extermination.
Tianxuan said with a serious expression. Isn't the extremely dark place the place mentioned by the night sky? Didn't the night sky mean that it was changed to a trial place by the little wine emperor? Is there any problem?
Lin Shen thought for a while and said.
The problem is big.
It is because the little wine emperor has been changed, so the problem is very big. Tianxuan said word by word, it is not a mutated Nirvana land at all, but an immortal land. It is the little wine emperor who forcibly changed the immortal land to Nirvana land.
The immortal land. Could it be that there was a place where immortal creatures could be bred before?
Lin Shen said in surprise.
It's not just before, but now, Yusun said helplessly, the little wine emperor transformed the immortal land into a mutated Nirvana land. Although I don't know the specific situation, I think this should be the case. But if the place that the little wine emperor transformed is destroyed, immortal creatures will inevitably be nurtured in the immortal land. At that time, we may be destroyed like the giant gods. The giant gods discovered that the extremely dark land was an immortal land.
They tried to attack the immortal creatures inside, but not only failed, but also triggered the dark age that lasted thousands of years, causing the entire giant gods to destroy the clan. This book was discovered from Chi 118. Now the night has not retreated, and the star rings are difficult to regain. It is probably his idea of the immortal land that has once again triggered the arrival of darkness.
Tianxuan expressed his concerns.
If the giant ring star has been in the dark all the time, no one can survive here for a long time, and the teleportation device cannot be used, no one can do without the giant ring star, and they will be trapped here.
Do you know that the immortal land has been transformed by the little wine emperor?
Lin Shen asked while thinking. In theory, it should not be known that the Book of the Giant God Clan does not record the transformation of the extremely dark place by Xiaojiu Emperor. I also came to a comprehensive conclusion based on the information of the Night Ghost Clan.
Tianxuan paused and said, Chi 118 should have nothing to do with the Night Ghost Clan, otherwise the Night Ghost Clan would not attack his castle.
Lin Shen thought about it, but he felt something was wrong. Since Chi 118 didn't know that the extremely dark place had been transformed, how did he enter the extremely dark place and destroy the transformation of the little wine emperor?
Tianxuan felt that what Lin Shen said was indeed a problem. How could the places that little Jiodi transformed were so easily destroyed? Is it related to that night crow?
Lin Shen told the story of being chased by night crows when he came back. I suspect that Yiya was sent by Chi 118.
Could that Yiya be a member of the Yi Gue clan? Why do I think he is much more powerful than Yi Sky and the others? Lin Shen expressed his thoughts. It makes sense. Just bring the night sky over and ask. You can choose things here first, and I'll be back later. Tianxuan didn't say anything nonsense, got up and left the room.
Lin Shen had to continue to choose things by himself. The box of books was placed aside first, and when Tianxuan came back, she would ask her if she could stay, and then continue to open other boxes and boxes.
What is this?
Lin Shen opened a small box the size of a palm and saw a stone sign inside.
This thing looks familiar.
When you look closely, the stone brand looks very similar to the tombstone of Yi Crow.
Or it is no longer as simple as the similarity, it is simply a mini version of the tombstone. How could Chi 118 have this thing?
Lin Shen was a little curious, took out the stone tablet from the box, and looked it over and over again in his hand. The more he looked,
it looked like the one that Yi Crow was carrying. This thing is so small. Do you have the ability to have that tombstone?
Lin Shen was very curious.
If he wrote the enemy's name on this small tombstone, would he have the ability to kill the enemy? Chapter 459 The Secret Way.
I wanted to try it, but there was no object here to test it.
When Yi used the tombstone before, he also looked at it.
It was estimated that the thing had to be activated first, then watch the other party write down the other party's name, and then the power injected itself could be overwhelmed by the other party, so that the other party could be killed.
That thing is okay to abuse vegetables.
When encountering a strong enemy, it cannot be said that it does not have any effect, but it is not a decisive role. Lin Shen could only try to see if he could activate it first, and he didn't have much hope for it.
If this mini tombstone is useful, how could Chi 118 keep it in the warehouse without carrying it with you?
So this thing is likely to not even use Chi 118, or it is not very useful, but I don't know which situation it is. Lin Shen held the mini tombstone and entered his power into the small tombstone. Unexpectedly, the small tombstone actually reacted a little. The small tombstone was trembling slightly, and some blood-red handwriting slowly appeared on the front, which seemed to be condensed from the blood seeping out of the small tombstone.
Lin Shen.
Lin Shen was shocked.
Why did his own name appear on the small tombstone? He didn't want to commit suicide.
Lin Shen quickly stopped inputting power, but the blood-colored words on the small tombstone did not stop appearing. The blood-colored words that kept appearing turned out to be Lin Shen's birth date, and even the time of birth was clear. Lin Shen was frightened when he saw it. Fortunately, after the content appeared, it gradually disappeared, and it disappeared completely in a short while. Lin Shen, who was ready to fight death, did not feel anything strange in his body.
Wait. This small tombstone and the big tombstone in Yi Yao's hand are not the same. The small tombstone checks the name and birthday of a person, and the big tombstone is used to kill people.
Lin Shen thought about it more and more that he felt that it was right. He took the small tombstone and studied it carefully for a while, but he didn't find out what was going on.
What is now certain is that as long as you inject power into the small tombstone can display the user's name and birth date.
However, when you really fight with someone, it is impossible to use a small tombstone to let the enemy enter their strength and obtain the other party's name and birthday.
It seems that there is a little uselessness. It's definitely not just that, but I haven't figured out how to use it yet.
Lin Shen first put away the small tombstone and then studied it slowly later.
There are so many good things here, and Lin Shen doesn't know what it is for, and he doesn't know how to make a choice for a while. Fortunately, not long after, Tianxuan came back.
Looking at her expression, she seemed to have gained a lot and her face looked much better.
That Yi Crow is really a member of the Yi Gui tribe.
But I didn't expect that he was not a pure-blooded night ghost, but a mixed blood.
Tianxuan said. Mixed blood? Why do I feel that Yi Crow's mixed blood is even more powerful than the pure-blood night sky?
Lin Shen said in surprise. Who said that pure blood must be better than mixed blood?
Tianxuan gave Lin Shen a blank look. Baby, I'm not talking about you. You are the most beautiful and powerful mixed-race baby.
He perfectly inherited the advantages of the two clans and avoided the shortcomings of the two clans.
You are the most perfect woman in the world.
Lin Shen's desire to survive was suddenly burst out.
Tianxuan burst out laughing. Although Yiza is a mixed-blood night ghost, he is a little different from ordinary mixed-blood night ghosts.
It is not that the pure-blood night ghost turned him into a mixed-blood night ghost, but that he took the initiative to draw away the bloodline of a pure-blood night ghost and turned himself into a mixed-blood night ghost. The pure-blood night ghost who was drawn away by him is also an old figure in the night ghost clan.
He is not controlled by the pure-blood night ghost.
It can be said that Yiza, a mixed-blood night ghost, is instead the mortal enemy of the night ghost clan.
But he is not very lucky. He just became a mixed-blood night ghost. The Yi Gui tribe was exterminated by various tribes. As a mixed-blood night ghost, he was also chased by various tribes and was seriously injured and fled to Giant Ring Star.
Foreign tribes want to kill him, and the night ghost tribe also wants to kill him. He was besieged by the survivors of the Night Ghost tribe in Giant Ring Star and was almost killed.
In fact, The Yi Gui clan thought that Yi Crazy was dead at that time, and that battle also caused the only remaining pure-blood Yi Gui Crazy to sacrifice most of the remaining pure-blood Yi Gui Crazy, leaving only the 4 Yi Xing, so the Yi Gui Crazy hated Yi Ji to the core, and they were not in the same group. This is the right way. Yi Sky and the others designed to turn everyone into a mixed-blood night ghost and completely control the giant ring star. Yi Za should not know about this. He colluded with Chi 118, probably to have the idea of making the extremely dark place. Both of them did not know each other's actions and they collided together by chance. Now Yi Za and the others should not be in the castle by the sea, but went to the extremely dark place, right? Lin Shen said, thinking. Most of them are right. Yi Ya and Chi 118 should have gone to the extremely dark place, but their hometown was raided by the Yi Ghost clan. No wonder the situation in the Chi family was so bad when we went there before. However, the arrival of darkness was not caused by them, but by the night sky to save Yi Xing. This is also part of the function of the trial land. The transformation of the Little Wine Emperor was not destroyed. Tianxin paused and said, "There is another thing you guessed wrong." Yi Sky also knew that it was difficult not to be discovered because it was so big that it was difficult for them to not be discovered, so they did not intend to control the giant ring star at all. Instead, they were preparing to rob and leave the giant ring star after saving Yi Xing. Are they willing to give up the benefits of leaving the giant ring star? Lin Shen said in surprise. The good news is here. Yexing and others have been studying and exploring the extremely dark place for so many years, and they are already familiar with the extremely dark place. They are just waiting to rescue Yexing today. Let Yexing go to the extremely dark place to rebirth, and obtain the inheritance of the Little Wine Emperor, and then they will leave the giant ring star. Tianxuan said with a smile, I have already obtained the secret path to enter the extremely dark place from the night sky. Now we take Yexing and the night sky over, it should be too late. What are you doing with them? Can't we go by ourselves? Take them with you. If you have any missing places, you can ask them on the spot to avoid any accidents. Tianxuan said, no further ado, let's rush over now and take away the inheritance of the Little Wine Emperor before Yiya and Chi 118. Lin Shen asked Lao Wei and Kong Chuan to stay on Heaven Island to protect this place so as not to have another accident. He and Tianxuan rushed to the extremely dark place with Yexing and Yekong. Several people came to the edge of the extremely dark place and did not take the serious path to enter the extremely dark place. Instead, a secret passage dug out from the night sky and entered the deepest part of the trial land. Tianxuan let a human-shaped Nirvana pet walk in front with the lamp of life and death, while Lin Shen walks in the middle with the night sky and night stars whose acupoints are pointed. This passage doesn't seem to be dug out by hand, right? Lin Shen looked at the passage as he walked. Many parts of the passage were obviously formed naturally, and there were dark obsidian-like rocks everywhere, which were smooth like pebbles. Most of them are formed naturally. They just used this natural underground cave and dug a small part. Otherwise, with their ability, they would like to dig through the extremely dark place directly and reach the center, and giving them hundreds of years is not enough. As the two of them spoke, the cave in front of them reached the end, and a black underground river appeared in front of the four. Chapter 460 Artificial Galaxy. Tianxuan summoned a pet similar to a manta ray, and 4 people went downstream on the back of the manta ray. This black underground river is getting wider and wider. As the river channel widens, the manta ray pet in Tianxuan has gradually become larger and the space is getting wider. Lin Shen directly placed Yexing and Yi Sky on the back of the fish, and stood side by side with Tianxuan, looking at the surrounding environment. The humanoid pet was carrying the life and death lamp and flew in front of them, lighting the nearby area. However, as the river widens, it is difficult to see the areas where the light of the life and death lamp can shine on it, and the two sides of the river are surrounded by turbulent black water. Lin Shen took out the luminous flowers and wanted to see if they could see farther away, but the result was still the same. He couldn't see anything and didn't know how wide the black water river was. The waves of the river were getting faster and faster, and even waves of water had surged, like waves of sea waves. This gave Lin Shen an illusion, as if they were no longer in the river, but a lonely boat in the endless sea. Fortunately, the size of the devil ray has become huge enough, as big as a basketball court, and the wind and waves cannot do anything to it. Time seems to pass very slowly.
Lin Shen feels that several hours have passed, but after looking at the time, it has only been less than an hour since they went down the river.
Baby, something seems wrong here. Why do I feel like the waves are getting bigger and bigger?
Lin Shen looked at the black water waves that were more than 10 meters high and rushed over, hitting the devil ray.
The water splashed on him, and said with a frown.
When Tianquan heard this, he summoned the pious seraph, and then restored Lin Shen's ability to speak in the night sky.
You don't have to waste your energy anymore.
I can tell you directly that we are still in the river, but it will not be the case soon. Before Tianquan could use the pious seraphim to ask questions, Yi Sky said directly.
Speak on. Tianquan said lightly. No matter what I say, it is difficult to describe the scene you will see next.
It is coming soon, so you might as well see it yourself. Not long after Yekin finished speaking, the figure of the devil fish suddenly sank, which scared Lin Shen.
Fortunately, the devil ray is not just a big one.
It is a nirvana-level creature. It flew up and slowly glided in the air. Lin Shen and others only felt a sudden light in front of their eyes and found that there was a bright snow around them, just like daylight. No, it's the daytime. Lin Shen and the others saw an extremely shocking scene. Behind them were like a waterfall that could hardly be seen at the edge.
The waterfall flowed down and rushed into the sea.
The sea was endless and there was no end at all. At the intersection of sea and sky, in the vast sky, there are several planets rotating around a star.
Because the distance is too close, those planets are extremely huge in Lin Shen and the eyes of them, and the scene is unimaginably shocking.
Then, what is that? A galaxy? The little wine emperor created a galaxy under the extremely dark place.
How could this be possible?
Lin Shen was so shocked that he couldn't believe his eyes, and was also shocked by the strength of the little wine emperor.
Those planets are not real planets, but artificial planets.
Even stars are artificial, not real stars. Otherwise, the sea water would have been dried up long ago when it was so close.
Tianquan seemed very surprised and said, staring at the artificial galaxy above the sea and sky. Artificial galaxies, that's already very powerful. Lin Shen said. It's not as simple as being powerful. It's more difficult than building a natural galaxy.
And it must have been transformed by space power, otherwise the entire dark place would not be able to withstand such a huge project.
Tianquan exclaimed, Little Wine Emperor. It's true that he is well known. It's too powerful.
The Little Wine Emperor is indeed very strong, but those artificial planets are not entirely due to the Little Wine Emperor. This galaxy and this space have existed for a long time.
The Little Wine Emperor has just transformed it. Yi Sky took the initiative to say. Speak.
Tianquan continued to signal to the night sky. This galaxy was derived from this Nirvana land.
On each planet, there is a mutated Nirvana creature.
Yekuan said with a complicated expression, as long as you can tame all mutated Nirvana creatures, you can pass the test of Little Wine Emperor and get his inheritance.
If it's not a star, there are 5 planets in that artificial galaxy. In other words, how can it be done if it wants to tame 5 mutated Nirvana creatures?
Lin Shen said with a frown. He wanted to tame a 3-headed dragon that was upgraded, and he also had a dragon-type creature artifact like dead powder in his hand. He was still unsure of it, so he did not take action. To tame 5 wild mutated Nirvana creatures, even if the immortal being comes, it is probably impossible. This is different from taming the creatures that just hatched in pet eggs, and the difficulty is too high.
It's a pity that you didn't come in seriously.
If you came in seriously, the Little Wine Emperor left many trials on the road over there. By passing those trials, you can obtain corresponding methods and objects. It is very helpful for taming those mutated Nirvana creatures, and you may succeed.
Yi Sky said with some gloating pleasure. So, have you already obtained those methods and items? Lin Shen asked in the night sky.
The eyes of the night sky have returned to blue, and they don't look like a female ghost anymore.
They can be regarded as a more personalized beauty.
She looks more neutral. A woman made Lin Shen want to describe her with the word smart. No, because those trials are too difficult for us. Our own qualities and talents do not meet the requirements of Xiaojiu Emperor to choose inheritors, so it is almost impossible to successfully pass those trials. However, we were lucky enough to discover this secret passage, came here directly, and learned about the method of obtaining inheritance, and even developed a way to take shortcuts.
Yekon laughed sarcastically. Do you want to know this shortcut?
In fact, it is very simple. These planets and the mutated nirvana creatures above are all nurtured by this base change land. We only need to let Yixing use this base change land nirvana, so that she can easily get close to those mutated nirvana creatures and gain their trust, and then let her use the unique ghost handprints of our Night Ghost clan to transform those mutated nirvana creatures into the bloodline of the Night Ghost.
Naturally, we can easily tame them and obtain the inheritance left by the Little Wine Emperor. Is the method very simple? Unfortunately, only Yixing can use this method. No matter how strong you are, you can't use this method. Yi Kong looked at Tiansun and teased. You may not necessarily use your method to tame the mutated nirvana creature. Tianxuan directly mobilized the devout seraph, and asked what happened just now, but the night sky didn't say a lie. Is it dangerous to climb onto those planets? Tianxuan asked again. As long as you don't anger those mutated nirvana creatures, there will be no danger. Yek Sky replied. Which planet should I go to first? Tiansun continued to ask, looking at the 5 planets of different sizes. It's the same. There are rules left by Little Wine Emperor on each artificial planet. As long as you collect 5 mutated nirvana pets, you can open up the inheritance he left in the star, which can be done at any time. Chapter 461 The Final Trial. The 5 planets in the galaxy are red, yellow, blue, green and purple. The one that is farthest from the star is the purple planet. The 5 planets vary in size, among which yellow and green are relatively large, several times larger than the smallest red. Tianxuan flew towards the purple planet closest to them. After getting closer to the planet, he found that the continuous mountains on the purple planet actually formed some text. After a closer look, I found that the words, as the night sky said, were the rules left by the Little Wine Emperor. The content is probably the same as what Yek Sky said. The Little Wine Emperor was telling the people who came here that only by taming the mutated nirvana creatures on the 5 planets can he get what he left here. Something different is that Little Wine Emperor did not say that it was his inheritance, but only said that he could get what he left behind. The text directly points out the location of the mutated nirvana creature. Tianxuan took several people into the purple planet at a nirvana level speed. Compared with the giant ring star, this planet is naturally much smaller. It is not much smaller than the human parent star. If it weren't for the textual instructions made up of mountains, it wouldn't be easy to find the nirvana creature hidden in it. What surprised them was that the nirvana creature was not hidden at all, and just floating openly on the top of a mountain. Is this the mutated nirvana creature that Little Wine Emperor mentioned? Lin Shen looked at the creature on the top of the mountain with a strange expression, if that could be called a creature. On the top of the mountain, a purple robe stood in the wind, and the belt seemed to be fluttering, but when you look closely, the purple robe didn't move at all, and there was no wind around. The purple robe was fixed in the air, as if an invisible person was wearing it, spreading his arms and floating in the air. Rather than saying that this is a robe, it is actually more like a cloak, but it is made into a robe, but there are no buttons or anything else on the robe, and the whole robe is open. It was said to be a purple robe, but after looking closely, I found that the robe itself was actually a white bottom. It was just because there were rows of purple words on the robe, which almost covered the entire robe. Therefore, from a distance, I felt that it was a purple robe. Lin Shen originally thought that the words on the robe would have something strange or had some mysterious power. In fact, the text above is just a sacrificial text for sacrifice. The whole text is praying to a god named Jade Emperor, but there is a praying text in the middle, which looks very rare, and neither Lin Shen nor Tiansun fully recognizes it. Tianxuan recognized a few, and Lin Shen also recognized a few, but he still couldn't recognize them all together. Moreover, the words they recognized had no practical meaning when they were together, and it was difficult to read them smoothly. Is this a mutated nirvana creature? Lin Shen looked at the night sky and asked. Yi Sky said with a cold face, yes, there are similar mutated nirvana creatures on the 5 planets. I don't know what methods the little wine emperor used to imprison them on the 5 planets.
If you want to tame them, you can use any means, but if you attack them, the imprisonment on them will disappear and you may be killed by them.
What you mean is that you don't have to attack them, right?
Lin Shen keenly felt the hidden meaning in Yekon's words.
We have wanted to get here through trials before, and have also obtained some information during trials. If we want to tame them, we don't have to do it. We can try to wear it. If we can wear it, we will be recognized by it.
If we can't wear it, it will be useless even if we kill them, and we cannot make them surrender.
Have you tried it?
I have tried it many times, and as long as I don't attack it, there is no big risk.
If I try to wear it, at most I can't wear it and it will pop up. Lin Shen looked at Tianquan.
He did not have the ability to tame Nirvana-level creatures, so he probably could only take action. Lin Shen is still very confident in Tianquan. Tianquan has powerful verbal ability, almost like a god in mythology and legends. Perhaps her ability can make the purple robe recognize the master.
Tianquan looked at the robe and said, "Unlock her confinement and let her try it first."
Lin Shen untied Yixing's acupoints and said to Yixing, "As long as you cooperate, I promise not to hurt you. If you have other thoughts, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yixing stared at Lin Shen fiercely, as if she had hated Lin Shen very much. If she had not been caught by Lin Shen, she would not have been asked about the secrets of the Yi Ghost clan. Maybe their actions would not have failed, they would have launched an attack in advance, and they would not have been forced to leave the giant ring star that had lived for so many years.
Xiaoxing, do what he said. Yekon suddenly spoke. Sister.
Yixing looked at the night sky in shock.
The night sky said lightly, "You have lived under our wings for too long. You don't know the difficulties in the world. No one can do whatever you want for the rest of your life. There will always be some people and some things that force you to do what you don't want to do. Just learn to endure from now on."
Yixing gritted his teeth and walked towards the purple robe. She came to the purple robe floating in the air, turned her back to the purple robe, and reached into the unfolded sleeves with her hands. The purple robe's hanging posture is really suitable for others to wear it. The little wine emperor confined it here in this posture, and it seems that he really wanted people to tame it so much.
Lin Shen originally thought that Yixing would move after wearing a purple robe.
But Yixing had already put on the purple robe, but there was no abnormal movement in the purple robe. What makes people feel strange is that the purple robe is still motionless. To be precise, Yixing just put her arm through the sleeve and put her body on the purple robe, not really putting it on. Seeing that Ziluo was not moving, Yixing tried to move with her body, but no matter how hard she exerted, the Ziluo still remained motionless and did not even react at all.
"Use all your strength," Tianquan said.
Yixing gritted her teeth and burst out all her strength. A black carapace appeared on her body, and she was humming a song that seemed to be there and not to be there. Yixing tried hard to make the purple robe move with her body. It was obvious that she had already worked very hard, but the purple robe was still motionless.
No need to waste time. The power of the Assassinator does not even have the qualification to touch it. At least it must be a nirvana to touch it, said the night sky. It's interesting. Tianquan asked Yixing to come back, and he walked towards the purple robe. Be careful.
Lin Shen tapped Yixing, who was afraid to fight back, and said to Tianquan with some concern.
Chapter 462 Purple Robe. Don't worry, my little lover. Tianquan smiled and the man had already landed in front of the purple robe.
He restrained his wings, turned his back to the purple robe, and put his arms into his sleeves.
Tianquan's height is much taller than Yixing. Yixing's arms are straightened, and he can't even reveal his fingertips.
Tianquan also reveals a little fingertips. But like Yixing, Tianquan put on the purple robe, but the purple robe was still motionless.
It was just floating there and was not really worn by Tianquan. Tianquan smiled slightly, and his body began to exert force, trying to force Ziluo to follow her body to move. But the purple robe still didn't move at all.
The smile on Tianquan's face gradually restrained, but the strength on his body gradually increased. Tianquan's body had already begun to rise with holy light, using her power of nirvana.
I've reacted.
Lin Shen saw the words on the purple robe, and gradually shone with glory, and immediately stared at the purple robe.
The night sky said coldly, "This is not a reaction." It was her forced use of power that triggered the resistance of Zibo, which may not be a good thing.
Lin Shen ignored her, held the inheritance fan tightly in his hand, and pinched the mutated Zhu Linglong in his pocket with the other hand. Once there is any danger in Tianxuan, he will immediately support him. The shaking style of the inheritance fan and the mutated Jade Linglong's mountain storing skills are still useful for Nirvana creatures.
Don't be so nervous.
Your power, Assassinator, has no use to it. No matter how nervous it is useless.
Ye Kong mocked.
Lin Shen looked motionless, ignored her and just stared at Tianxuan.
As Tianxuan's power burst out, although the purple robe did not move, the words on the purple robe lit up one by one. After a while, the words on the entire purple robe lit up.
Yak Sky said with a strange look, "We have been trapped in the giant ring star for such a long time, and we have indeed been watching the sky from a well. I didn't expect that a Nirvana who was sent to open up the land would have such strength. I did my best and it was difficult to activate 1/3 of the text. She was able to activate it all, so we were defeated without any fault." Lin Shen thought to himself, "You have learned nonsense literature.
There should be a limit to brag about it. You can't even handle the word 'I'm Tianxun's baby.' How can you be compared with her? You're not unfair to lose. You are not qualified to be a match for Tianxun's baby."
But he was lazy to tell Yekong that the Night Ghost clan was trapped on a planet for too long and had already lost the ability to fight in the starry sky. No matter how rich the resources of a planet are, it is impossible for a race to truly rise in the universe.
The words on the purple robe were all bright, and Tianxuan's power was still erupting, but the purple robe still had no intention of moving.
Tianxuan frowned slightly, and in the next moment, countless particles surged out of her body and attached to her body.
It was the power of the pious seraph.
With the blessing of the pious seraph of the angel, the power of the Tianxuan body suddenly surged, and the holy light rose above her body, like a pillar of light soaring into the sky. Although Tianxuan's power was already concentrated enough, Lin Shen and the others were too close to him and could still feel the terror of that power. The night sky and Yi Xing's expressions were extremely strange. Tianxuan, whose firepower was fully opened, was far more terrifying than they imagined.
Her nirvana must have been more than 9 times, right? Yekong asked with a complicated expression.
No one can give her an answer, and Lin Shen didn't know how many times Tianxuan had experienced nirvana, and he couldn't answer the question of the night sky.
The next second, Lin Shen suddenly saw the words on the purple robe.
The purple light emitted actually emerged from the blazing holy light. The purple light was connected into a piece, as if it had faintly transformed into a strange light and shadow.
Tianxuan, who possesses such terrifying power, still cannot move his purple robe.
There is such a power that it is still impossible to move the purple robe. It seems that it is almost impossible to tame it brute force. Yekong looked complicated and thought to himself, the trick we think of is probably not 100% successful. It is probably an unknown whether the ghost handprint can transform the purple robe into the bloodline of the night ghost.
Have me down.
Tianxuan finally used her verbal power and wanted to tame the purple robe directly with the verbal power. As soon as her voice came out, the purple robe actually moved. The purple robe that had been floating in the air was suddenly tightened, wrapping Tianxuan's body, and bound her whole body. The purple light and shadow swayed like an evil ghost, competing with Tianxuan's holy light.
She shouldn't have used her power to attack Zibo. Now that Zibo has been lifted, I'm afraid.
Night Sky originally wanted to say that Tianxun would be killed, but Tianxun's extremely terrifying power and ability made her hesitate and not say this sentence.
Tianxuan's power is already a top-level existence in the Nirvana level, and the purple robe is also Nirvana level. It is probably not easy to kill Tianxuan.
Lin Shen was shocked and wanted to go up and help, but the evil ghost-like purple light and shadow entangled with the holy light, which knocked them all away, covering the entire mountain.
He could not see what was going on with Tianxuan and Z robe inside.
Lin Shen was afraid that the power of the inheritance fan would hit Tianxuan, so he helped him a lot. He grabbed the night sky and Yi Xing that were unable to move and were shaken out, and placed them at the foot of the mountain. Lin Shen was about to forcibly rush to the top of the mountain. He saw clearly the situation inside and then took action, but suddenly he saw three lights and shadows in the sky falling from here. Yi Crow, G118, who was the other celestial being. Lin Shen saw the person clearly and his face changed immediately.
Tian Sun was in a stalemate with Zibo.
These three guys actually came here at this time. I don't know if they passed all the trials left by Little Wine Emperor.
If that were the case, it would be bad.
When Lin Shen discovered them, they also found Lin Shen.
Yi Crow's blood-red eyes looked over here, first a little surprised, and then showed an evil smile.
Let us go, we can help you.
Yexki suddenly said.
Lin Shen knew that they and Yiya were also mortal enemies, so he solved the restrictions on Yi Sky and Yi Xing without any hesitation. Before Ye Sky and the others could react, Lin Shen turned around and ran away, without any intention of fighting Yeka and the others. Although there are also three people, Yi Xing is just flying to upgrade and has not yet been promoted to Nirvana. Even if he and Yi Sky can be one-on-one, the remaining celestial being is not something Yi Xing can handle.
Lin Shen only regarded them as tools to distract Yiya and others from the attention. As long as they could survive until the sky found them, Yiya and the other two were not worth worrying about.
Yekong didn't expect Lin Shen to be so straightforward, so he unlocked the restrictions on her and Yi Xing. She also wanted to use the current situation to deceive Lin Shen's trust, and after lifting the restrictions, she took Yi Xing away. It was impossible for Lin Shen to fight them, and she knew she could not defeat them. But unexpectedly, the words she had thought about were not useful yet, and the restrictions on her body were unlocked, and Lin Shen ran faster than her. She didn't have time to run, and Lin Shen had already plunged into the mountains and disappeared.
Chapter 463, Fighting the Night Crow Again. Leave these two to you, that's mine.
Yiya actually abandoned the night sky and Yi Xing, carried the tombstone, and landed in the mountains like a phantom. G118 and G96 looked at each other and frowned slightly. They didn't know that their hometown was sneak attacked by Yi Gue, and they couldn't figure out how Lin Shen and these two women were here. However, from the fluctuations of their power, they knew that the person who was taming the mutated Nirvana creature on the top of the mountain should be Tianxuan.
How come Tianxuan's power? Why is it so terrifying? She actually hides so deeply.
G118's face changed slightly. Tianxuan can occupy a place in the Heavenly Man Academy with a mixed blood body.
His strength must be extraordinary.
But he didn't expect that he was so strong that he was probably above the level of Nirvana 10 times. G96 said in contemplation.
It doesn't matter.
Although I don't know how they came here, it's certain that they didn't pass the trial and did not have the methods and object assistance obtained from the trial, so it was impossible for them to tame the Zixing robe. Judging from her situation, the limitations of the Zixing robe have been touched.
I'm afraid I can't survive anymore. Let's solve these people who are in trouble first.
G118 looked at the escaped Yi Sky and Yi Xing, and his wings vibrated behind him, turning into streams of light and rushed forward. G96 also followed, faster than G118. As soon as Lin Shen plunged into the mountains, he saw the night crow falling like a ghost, interrupting his idea of finding a place to hide.
Yi Crow and the Yi Ghost clan should be considered mortal enemies. If he doesn't deal with Ye Sky and Yi Xing, why are he running to chase me?
Lin Shen was slightly depressed. I said I would kill you, but I didn't expect that I could fulfill my promise so soon.
Yiya grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. We have no grievances and no grudges, why do you have to stare at me?
Lin Shen said this, but the inheritance fan in his hand shook it gently, and countless mysterious words turned into light and shadows and flew towards the night crow. The mutated jade linglong in her pocket also released the mutated jade seal, shaking out a series of ripples of mountains and rivers. What surprised Lin Shen was that the night crow that walked towards him had no intention of releasing his power to block the mysterious words and the ripples of mountains and rivers. He didn't even hide, and let the mysterious words and the ripples of mountains and rivers fall on his shell. As long as it is within a certain distance, it is almost impossible for the shaking style and Zenshan to fail. Unless Yiya chooses to stay away, he will certainly not be able to leave, so he doesn't even block it, allowing his body to be blessed with a negative effect.
There is no Kong Chuan here. No matter how weak I am, it is still easy to kill you and ascend. Yiya snorted coldly and directly inserted the tombstone on the ground. The earth shook a few times like an earthquake. He reached out and wrote the word Ation on the tombstone, and said with a strange smile, "Do you think I can't kill you if I don't know your real name? Even if it's just a pseudonym, as long as you have used it and your bond with it becomes deeper and deeper, you will still be affected by the destiny-killing monument. You are not in a deep enough bond with the name Ation now. You can't kill you directly, but its power is still enough to hurt you." Yiya became more and more excited. "Don't you like to use a pseudonym? Then I will write down your mask again and again to let you bear the damage of the destiny-killing monument again and again. I remember you have a strong ability to recover. That would be even better. You can bear the pain brought to you by the destiny-killing monument again and again. This is more interesting than cutting into pieces. See how many times you can bear the power of the destiny-killing monument. I hope you can bear it a little more times and don't die so easily, otherwise I will be very disappointed." Lin Shen's carapace bloomed brilliantly and directly entered the Superbase form. The Superbase text and Superbase recasting were also opened at the same time. One of his hands, who had tightened the inheritance fan and wore the other hand, was ready to exert the power of the wave-step fist and the halo of sacrifice to the sky at any time. The halo of sacrifice has accumulated so long before, and its attributes have exceeded 200, but today it has skyrocketed wildly. It has exceeded 300 so far, and it is about to go for the 400 attributes. This is the offering brought to the halo of sacrifice to the sky by the turmoil of the Night Ghost clan. However, this power can only be used once. Without full confidence, Lin Shen will never use it easily. He has been prepared to bear the power of the destiny-killing monument. With the experience of the last time, Lin Shen knew that the power of the destiny-killing monument did have an impact on him, but the impact would not be very large. The super recast should be able to quickly repair his injured body, which is enough to offset the impact of the destiny-killing monument on him. Yiya wrote down the words Ation on the tombstone, staring at Lin Shen with a wicked smile on his face. But after a moment, the evil smile on Yiya's face frozen. He had already written the word Ation, but Lin Shen on the opposite side seemed to have no reaction at all and was still standing there intact. Not to mention being injured, I didn't even sneeze. Not to mention Yiya, Lin Shen was slightly stunned, wondering why he didn't feel anything at all. When Yiya wrote down the word Ation, he was obviously injured, so why is it not easy to use this time? Lin Shen's mind turned. Is it the reason for the small tombstone? Can the small tombstone prevent the influence of the power of the Destiny Murder Monument? In addition, Lin Shen can't think of other possibilities for the time being. Yiya seemed a little unbelievable. Looking at the name that was already disappearing on the tombstone, he reached out and wrote the words Ation on it. The same is still useless, and Lin Shen is still unscathed. Yiya looked ugly and wrote the words Ation on the tombstone over and over again like crazy, but naturally it was impossible to have any use. What did you do? The heavenly destiny-killing monument is useless to you? Yiya stared at Lin Shen with blood-red eyes, as if she wanted to see through Lin Shen and figure out why the heavenly destiny-killing monument was suddenly useless to him. Lin Shen was not in the mood to talk nonsense to him, and directly blasted out the 3 consecutive fists of the slasher. The shocking fist waves were rising and falling, and rushed towards the Night Crow. Treat death. Yiya snorted coldly and punched out directly. The black and red Nirvana power directly shattered Lin Shen's fist power into a bubble. The remaining power of power shocked Lin Shen to retreat repeatedly, leaving deep footprints on the rocky ground. Under the double weakening, Night Crow's power is still not comparable to Lin Shen. There is a qualitative difference in the power of the two. Even with the same power, Lin Shen still suffers a great loss. What's more, after the Night Crow's power is weakened, it is still far above Lin Shen. If Lin Shen's fist strength is compared to bricks, then the strength of Yiya is an iron block. Even if the strength is the same, if the bricks collide with the iron block, the broken bricks will definitely be bricks. Without experiencing the baptism of Nirvana, the power of the Assassinator is still difficult to compete with the Nirvana. However, this blow gave Lin Shen a little more confidence. Chapter 464 Challenge over the level.
The most feared thing for the Assassinator to challenge him higher than his level is to be directly crushed.
Lin Shen asked Tianquan how to calculate the strength of the Nirvana. Tianquan told Lin Shen that the strength of the Nirvana is divided into two parts, the same as the Ascensioner, which is the attribute point. After Nirvana is successful, the properties of the Nirvana person's surroundings will also be greatly enhanced. Generally speaking, the attributes of Nirvana will be 10 times more than those of the Ascensioner, so the gap between the Ascensioner and Nirvana is transcendent. If a basic transformer wants to defeat the Ascensioner, it is possible to do it with one or two powerful talents, but if the Assassinator wants to defeat the Nirvana, he has to fight for his life. The tenfold gap in attributes is almost impossible to make up for by relying solely on his own skills. Who can successfully advance to Nirvana level is not the pride of heaven or the one who is lucky. Under normal circumstances, the attribute of 80 is 800 after Nirvana. This gap is too big, so even for ordinary Nirvana, Lin Shen dare not try to fight with him easily. The gap in attributes is only one aspect. The Nirvana also obtained the Nirvana attribute. The Nirvana attribute not only gives the Nirvana certain attribute, but also qualitatively improves the power of Nirvana. Although the metaphor of brick and iron mentioned before is not very accurate, it probably means that. With the same point power, the destructive power of the Nirvana is much stronger than that of the Ascender. Every time Nirvana occurs, the power and Nirvana attributes of Nirvana will increase accordingly, and a certain qualitative leap will occur. The more times you have Nirvana, the greater the gap with the Assassinator. With the additional effect of Nirvana attribute, it is almost impossible for Ascensioners to challenge more than they can reach the sky. Fortunately, the Nirvana of the Nirvana will not add basic attributes, that is, the basic attributes of the Nirvana should be around 800, and this will not change. The Night Crow is undoubtedly the Nirvana completed by the top Assassinator, and his attribute should be around 800 points. Through the previous battles and watching Night Crow's battle, Lin Shen knew that he had at least one talent ability that was strengthened with all attributes. After the blessing, Lin Shen still has the attribute of 1000, and no matter how much Lin Shen uses his talent skills to strengthen himself, he will still be able to be crushed. Lin Shen's attribute is 81, Superbase form 162, and even if the basic attribute is doubled after hyperbasicization, it is only 243. The power is stronger than other attributes, only about 300. With the blessing of the Treading Fist and Linquan gloves, Ding Tian can fight with people with 500 or 600 attributes normally. The attribute of 166 is higher than Lin Shen, and Lin Shen can't even break the defense of others. This has not yet calculated that the power of the Nirvana person is stronger than the power of the Ascensioner, and the effect of the Nirvana attribute. There are also various skills and abilities of the opponent, and if the skills are restrained, there is even less hope. Therefore, those who want to challenge Nirvana mainly depend on whether the weakened skills can play a role. The shaking style of fan dance and the mutated jade in the river-like mountains and rivers can both weaken the ability and attributes of the Night Crow, but Lin Shen still doesn't know how much it can be weakened. Yiya did not have any skills in this punch contact. Lin Shen used all other skills except hypermagnetic. Although he was hit hard, this attack was finally followed. This shows that the other party's current attributes are not particularly large in Lin Shen's attributes. Fandance's shaking style and mutated Yulinglong's Zenshan played a huge role. Lin Shen's punch was about 300 or 400. Yiya's power was weakened to a level similar to his. It only suppressed Lin Shen with its Nirvana attribute and high quality of its power, which was good news for Lin Shen. The effect of the two-level weakening is so strong that even if Yiya uses the talent skill with full attribute enhancement, his attributes are likely not more than 800. Because these two weakening skills are percentage weakening, the effect is so good. This will only be used on the Nirvana and on the Ascensioner. Of course, Lin Shen still struggled to compete with the power of 800, but Lin Shen had a Tyrant pet gun in his hand. The pet gun was in Lin Shen's hands. Although it could only activate pets below Fey Upgrade and Fey Upgrade, the fire rate of the pets fired can reach 1000. In other words, when Lin Shen used the 7-step Ganges, his speed was faster than that of the Night Crow. Even if Yiya has the means to enhance his attack power, as long as Lin Shen's speed is faster than him, he still has a chance to fight. So I'm so strong? Lin Shen just thought about it.
He also knew that he was relying on external objects and fire ability to support him, and his true strength was far inferior to Yiya. The night crow snorted coldly, and the man flew in the sky like a strange bird, turning into a knife, slashing out the black and red sword flames. Lin Shen unfolded his wave-step fist, his pace getting faster and faster, and his fist strength became heavier, raising a wave of fist strength higher than another, and pressing against the sword flames of the night crow on the front. Unfortunately, Lin Shen's strength was too poor, and his fist strength was directly split by the sword flame. However, due to the blockage of the fist strength, Lin Shen also had enough time to avoid the sword flames slashed by Yiya. The night crow slashed out several sword flames, but Lin Shen hid in it. This kid seems to be much stronger than when I saw him last time. Yiya looked furious, and the double weakening on his body made him feel very uncomfortable. Although he had an absolute advantage, he could not kill Lin Shen. Lin Shen found that he was relying on the stepwave fist to delay.
If Yiya didn't use his talented skills, he wouldn't do anything to him. It's a pity that Lao Wei is not here.
If Lao Wei's white robe power is added, it is not impossible for us to work together to kill the Nirvana person. Lin Shen thought secretly in his heart. Blood was oozing from the black armor on Yi Crow's body. Those were not blood, but blood-colored patterns.
Here you come.
Lin Shen knew that Yiya was going to use his skills, so he didn't dare to neglect his skills at the moment and also used hypersynthetics. The carapace on his body exuded a brilliant brilliance, and the light became stronger and stronger. Yi Xie snorted coldly, his body blurred instantly, and his body was burning with black and red light. He instantly arrived in front of Lin Shen and grabbed Lin Shen's head with one hand. If this grab is firm, he would be afraid that Lin Shen's head would be directly caught by him. Lin Shen swung his fist without hesitation and directly made an explosive four-way punch. The black and red light on Yi Zhao's fingers came into contact with the fist force, and the fist force was like a fragile watermelon, and it was directly pinched by Yi Zhao's fingers. The power of the 4 consecutive fists of stepping on the waves is not enough to compete with the power of Night Crow. Lin Shen took 4 consecutive steps, but he still couldn't completely avoid Yi Zhao's attack. The facial armor on his face was cut by the black and red light on Yi Zhao's fingers, and blood immediately splattered out. The quality gap is still a bit big. Lin Shen was secretly shocked. Yiya's attributes were similar to what he estimated, but the strength of the two was qualitatively different, which made Lin Shen's fist power unable to compete with Yiya's nirvana power at all. Yiya showed a crazy look on her face, and her hands were facing Lin Shen, crazily slashing out the black and red sword flames. A series of black and red sword flames arrived in front of Lin Shen in an instant, cutting off all his retreat. Chapter 465 The Power of Evil Ghosts. Lin Shen tried his best to move and punch, but he could not resist such an attack at all. He was cut by the sword flames and wounds after wounds. Fortunately, the super recast is very powerful and the injured body is quickly repaired. However, Yi Crow's offensive became more and more crazy. Lin Shen had no power to resist, and the injuries on his body were getting more and more.
The recovery speed of the super recast could no longer keep up with the injury.
The old wounds have not healed and new ones have been added, so there is no time to recast.
This battle is a bit different from that of Frera.
Because of the environmental relationship between Mars, Super G1 absorbed the power of the world, leaving him in a state of overflowing energy.
The environment of this planet is not much different from that of ordinary regions, and the blessing of Superbase articles is not strong, so the speed of Superbase recasting is not that fast.
There were more and more scars on the deep-rooted carapace, and the carapace shattered and splattered, revealing its flesh and blood, and there were also deep wounds on it that could be seen on the bones.
Bang!
Lin Shen blocked a sword flame with his arms, and the carapace on his arm was chopped down. The wounds were flesh and flesh, revealing white bones, and his body was cut to the ground like a meteor, smashing a big hole in the purple rocky ground.
Puff!
Lin Shen spurted out blood from his mouth, and most of the carapace in front of him had been broken, and his whole body was covered in blood.
The gap is still a bit too big, and I can't even persist until the hypermagnetic is completed.
Lin Shen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the black and red flames, like a demon god, and fell down and stood in front of him.
It's time to go on the road.
Yiya fell in front of Lin Shen, and a hand burning with black and red light grabbed his head. The shells on Lin Shen's face were almost broken, and wounds were crisscrossing on his face. Now he was caught to a dead end. Yiya was so fast that Lin Shen wanted to raise his head and block it, but it was too late. Seeing Lin Shen's head being caught by Yiya, he suddenly heard a bang of gunshot. Lin Shen hung in his hand beside him, and at some point there was an extra pet gun, and fired a shot at Yiya. The moment he shot, Lin Shen's speed suddenly increased to an incredible level. Yiya's palm grabbed Lin Shen's head, but his fingers directly penetrated his head, without any resistance. The speed was too fast, and Lin Shen actually left a phantom on the spot. Yiya's pupils contracted, her body twisted in an impossible situation, and her waist was almost twisted into a C shape. At such a close distance, she actually avoided the bullets shot from the pet gun. But he dodged the bullet, but did not dodge Lin Shen's phantom-like finger. When Lin Shen's fingers hit Yiya's acupoints hard, and his fingers were directly twisted and cracked in the strong impact. Yiya groaned and his body froze. Lin Shen didn't care about the injuries on his body, and waved his fist and was about to launch a fierce attack on the frozen Yi Crow. He had experience in fighting with night crows before, and knew that when he was not strong enough, acupoints were not as powerful as Yi Cha. I am afraid that he could only stiffen for a while and could not completely imprison his body. Finally, he used the speed brought by the tyrant to hit Yi Za's acupoint. Lin Shen wanted to repeat the previous operation and used the continuous blows to control Yi Za's acupoints to prevent him from fighting back. Wait for the moment when the hypersynthetic is completed and the power reaches its peak, and then cooperate with the attributes added by the sacrifice halo to him, and one blow will eliminate the Night Crow. But Lin Shen's fist had not touched Yiya yet, but his body stopped uncontrollably. Why, what is going on? Lin Shen felt that his body seemed to be pulled by something. He looked down and found that his body was rising with a black and red aura. In just a moment, Lin Shen figured out what happened. He had never seen before that what attributes the power of nirvana of Yiya was, and he didn't know what it was for. After watching Yiya and Kong Chuan's battle, Lin Shen only thought that Yi Xia's nirvana power might be a role in enhancing destructive power, which seems not to be the case now. Yiya's body trembled, as if he would break through the limit of acupoints at any time. His speaking ability was not limited. He smiled strangely and said, "I won't fall twice with the same trick. I've known that you have the ability in weirdness for a long time." The black and red aura on Lin Shen's body became stronger and stronger, like an evil ghost without any entity, wrapped around Lin Shen, pulling his body, making it difficult for him to act according to his wishes. Click! Click! Yiya's body blew up, and after a sudden shock, it broke through the limitations of pointing acupoints and restored its ability to move. Looking at Lin Shen, who was forced to move, Yiya did not kill him immediately. Yiya looked at Lin Shen, who was waving his fist in front of him, raised one palm, and the black and red light on his hand was swaying. His fingers were moving like playing a piano. As his fingers moved, Lin Shen's body started to move like a puppet. Bang bang! Bang bang! Lin Shen seemed to have really become a puppet at the mercy of others. He swung his fist at him and kept hammering his body and face, making his nose bleeding profusely and his eyes swollen, but he couldn't stop at all. This is my nirvana attribute, the power of evil ghosts. As long as it is invaded by my nirvana power, your body will no longer belong to you. You have been possessed by the power of evil ghosts, and life is all in my mind. Yiya was constantly controlling Lin Shen's body as if he was playing a puppet game, causing it to twist into various strange postures. If Yiya was willing, he could even let Lin Shen break his neck by himself. The theory of evolution in Lin Shen's body was running wildly, but it was not possible to break through the control of the evil ghost's power in time. I have seen through this point that your carapace can become stronger through repeated damage and recovery, and I have used your needs to inject the power of the evil ghost into your body. Yiya looked at Lin Shen, who was twisted into a strange posture, and said with an evil smile, "Do you know why I could have taken action long ago, but didn't do it?" "Why?" Lin Shen asked, gritted his teeth, enduring the pain of his body twisting. "Because you are very special. When you are able to fight with me who are upgraded to that level, when you are a basic change level, when you are an ascensioner, you can fight with me who are a nirvana level to this level. You don't know how great you are. Only I have challenged others more than I am, and no one can challenge me more than I am. Although you failed, what you do is great enough. Nightcrow's eyes were fanatical. You have two kinds of weakening abilities that can be superimposed, all attribute strengthening skills, speed ability to break through the limit, terrible recovery ability, fist power superimposed, weird control ability. Ordinary people can have one or two of these abilities, which is enough to become the leader in the same level. And you can combine so many abilities into one, which can be said to be a rare existence in the world. Yi walked to Lin Shen, reached out to grab his cheek, stared at him with burning eyes, and his face almost pressed against his face. It would be a pity to kill you with such an excellent person.
Chapter 466 Bloodline Transformation. Yi looked at Lin Shen, as if a hungry ghost had seen the food. He actually stuck out his tongue and licked Lin Shen's face.
Then Yi closed her eyes, as if she was savoring the supreme delicacy, and her face showed an intoxication.
I want to turn you into mine.
Yi's words changed Lin Shen's face. Yi continued, I have never used it to transform anyone with it, because those garbage is not worthy of my blood. Now, I want to transform you into a hybrid that belongs to me, and you will be my most loyal servant in the future. Lin Shen's face turned a little better when he heard Yi say this. You are a mixed blood night ghost yourself.
Do you have the ability to develop a mixed blood night ghost? Who told you that I am a mixed blood night ghost?
Yi snorted coldly, don't confuse me with the mixed blood garbage developed by the Night Ghost clan. I drew the purest and most powerful bloodline of the Night Ghost clan and integrated it into my own bloodline. It can be said that I am stronger than the pure Night Ghost. Not only do I have the ability to transform the bloodline of the Night Ghost, but the bloodline I transformed is far from comparable to those garbage Night Ghost. I gave my bloodline a new name, the Night Ghost Bloodline. The more Yi spoke, the more proud he became. He used his fingers to force Lin Shen to raise his head and look at his eyes. You should feel honored. From now on, you will be the first mixed blood night crow in this universe, and you will be proud of it. As he said that, Yi let go of Lin Shen and stared at him with a bright look. The black and red aura on Lin Shen's body gradually gathered towards his heart. Part of the carapace on his body has been recast, and the carapace at his heart has been relatively complete, but it cannot resist the gathering of black and red aura. In a blink of an eye, a black and red palm print gradually appeared in his heart. As the black and red aura gathered towards the palm print, the color of the palm print became darker and clearer. As the palm prints were formed, Lin Shen felt a strange force spreading in his body, invading every cell in his body, everywhere like a virus, making Lin Shen's body temperature very high and his whole body was hot. The theory of evolution is madly operating, and wants to make Lin Shen's body mutations and strengthen, so that he can adapt to the power of fighting against this virus. A strange red gradually appeared in Lin Shen's black pupils. The black and red blended together, causing his pupils to dilate and occupy his entire eye socket, looking strange and terrifying.
Are you fucking sick?
Lin Shen was shocked and angry.
He didn't want to become a mixed-race night crow. How do you know I'm sick?
Yi's words made Lin Shen stunned. The Night Crow continued with a smile, I have been sick since I was born.
The Blood Crow clan was originally a branch of the Jinwu clan.
The Jinwu clan is one of the ancient strong clans, and was once in existence that could compete with the Phoenix clan. Later, in the battle for the King of Realms, he was almost wiped out because of his failure. The Jinwu clan, who survived by chance, had to intermarry with the alien race in order to quickly restore the number of clans.
The Blood Crow clan was the mixed-race race that was born at that time.
The Blood Crow clan inherited the powerful body and talent of the Golden Crow clan, and at the same time possessed the perverted recovery ability of the Blood Bird clan. It can be said that it is the strongest among the mixed-blood Golden Crow clan.
Unfortunately, I was born unfortunately.
Not only was I unable to inherit the advantages of the two clans, but I gathered the shortcomings of the two clans into one. My body was weak, my chi and blood were both deficient, and I didn't even have the most basic wings of the crow. When the general Blood Crow clan was born, it was at least a crystal base. And I was not even a steel creature. Even my biological parents thought that I was born with a broken disease and were not worthy of living in the world as a blood crow. I abandoned the newly born me in the wilderness and let me die. But God didn't let me die, so I survived. Yi's eyes were almost crazy. The first thing I did after Nirvana was to destroy the Blood Crow clan.
You can't imagine what kind of expression they would be when they were trampled by the disease they abandoned was still so exciting when they looked back on. But that's not enough. I'm going to destroy the Golden Crow clan. Unfortunately, although the Golden Crow clan has declined, it is still not something that can be matched by Nirvana level. I must become stronger in order to have the chance to destroy the Golden Crow clan. So I chose to extract the bloodline of the Night Ghost to give myself stronger talents and abilities. Fate is so fucking boring. I just succeeded, and the Night Ghost clan was killed by all races. I also suffered a disaster and was almost killed. Later, I escaped to Giant Ring Star and fought with those garbage Night Ghosts again, hurting the origin and having to start again. Yiza excitedly told his life, now I am not the Blood Crow clan, nor the Golden Crow clan, nor the Night Ghost clan. I want to be my own clan. My race is called Yiza. You are the second tribe of my Night Crow clan and will also be my most loyal servant. Unlike those garbage mixed blood Night Ghosts, you will have the same Night Crow blood abilities as me, and you can freely transform other races into my Night Crow clan's clan members. The black and red color in Lin Shen's eyes became more and more obvious, making him look like a ghost. You are very strong, but I don't want to be the Night Crow clan. I just want to be an ordinary human. Lin Shen's carapace has been completely restored, emitting an amazing glory. However, the black and red aura surrounding him and the black-red palm prints on his heart made him look a little more weird. You have no choice. I want you to become the Night Crow clan, and you can only be the Night Crow clan. Yiya said with a crazy smile. Then try it. Lin Shen closed his eyes, and a white mist suddenly rose from his twisted body. The hyperplasmicization was finally completed, and Lin Shen's body was strengthened again. Lin Shen twisted his body little by little, forcibly returning to his twisted body, and slowly raised the pet gun in his hand and pointed it at Yiza. What an amazing guy. I am not as good as you at my level. Yiya did not dodge, but instead took a step forward, pointing Lin Shen's gun directly at him. Come on, this is your last blow as a human. From then on, you will be my Yiya clan. Use this blow to say goodbye to you, who is a human. Lin Shen looked at Yi Crow, who looked crazy, his eyes were extremely cold, and he pulled the trigger violently. Bang! Yiya really didn't dodge or avoid it, allowing the pet capsule to break out and hit him. While firing, a blood-red halo suddenly appeared on Lin Shen's body. His body, which could only barely move, suddenly got rid of Yiya's control. His speed and strength soared to an unimaginable level. His fist was swung continuously, and the last punch hit Yiya's acupoints heavily. Chapter 467 Fatty Takes Action. Boom! The Night Crow's body flew backwards like a cannonball, hitting a mountain hard, breaking the mountain walls into cracks like spider webs. With the location of the acupoint as the center, the feather armor on Yi Zhao's body also shattered piece by piece, and the feathers fell from his body. A fist-shaped depression appeared at the acupoint, almost piercing Yi Zhao's body. After a full blow, Lin Shen's body suddenly seemed to have been drained, and even the base change state could not be maintained, and the shell on his body disappeared without a trace. There was still a black and red aura lingering on his naked body, and the black-red palm print on his heart was still there, but it became a little lighter, and the black-red in his eyes became thicker. Looking at the Night Crow embedded in the mountain wall, Lin Shen was unable to confirm whether he had been killed by himself. After pulling out the scum knife, Lin Shen wanted to go over and make up for it. Click! Click! The Night Crow on the mountain wall slowly moved, broke free from the mountain wall, and landed heavily on the ground. He stood up and stared at Lin Shen and walked step by step. At the same time, he reached out to tear off the broken feather armor on his body, and even the skin on his body was torn off. Lin Shen's face changed drastically, because as the feather armor and skin were torn off together, the mysterious words and the imprints of Jinshan River on Yiya were also torn off together. Yiya tore off a thick layer of skin on his body, and the muscles and blood vessels were clearly visible below. However, as the skin sac was pulled off, new skin quickly emerged from those muscles, and the snow-white and crystal clear looked even softer than the skin of the newborn. After Yiya tore off all his hair, new skin was constantly growing on the terrifying skinless body, and the hair grew rapidly. In just a moment, Yiya's body had recovered as before. Not to mention scars on his body, he could not even see any freckle removal. Do you know why I was infancy, and I could survive in the wilderness? No one has given me charity, no life has helped me. From the moment I was born, all I could feel was the evil in this world. Yiya looked at Lin Shen, and a new blood-patterned black feather armor gradually appeared on his body, covering his whole body again. I was able to survive because I had a talent that even the Golden Crow clan and the Blood Crow clan could not reach, the living dead. Yi Crow walked towards Lin Shen step by step, and continued, as long as I haven't died completely, I can be reborn as a human being. Even if I have been buried alive for 1,000 years, I only need one opportunity to be able to resurrect from the dead. Every time I live to death, I will make my body stronger. Yi Crow fought in front of Lin Shen again, but Lin Shen was powerless to fight again. Black and red blood patterns appeared on his body, like a blood curse possessed by an evil ghost. The palm prints on his heart had disappeared, his eyes had turned into dark black, with only blood glowing on the edge. You put all your strength into your attack, consumed most of the energy in your body, allowing the unhindered bloodline power to integrate into your body more quickly transforming your body's bloodline, and you will soon become a night crow. Yiza stopped in front of Lin Shen, as if she was enjoying a perfect work of art completed by herself, and looked at Lin Shen's body. You are such a monster. Lin Shen's face was distorted, and his face was covered with black and red blood patterns. Monster? You'll be too soon. Yiya replied with a willful smile. Suddenly, the smile on Yiya's face froze, and the black and red blood patterns on Lin Shen's body gradually faded. How could this be? It's impossible. The blood power has invaded your whole body, it has transformed your body. You should be about to turn into a night crow. Why? Looking at the blood patterns slowly fading from Lin Shen's body, Yiza's eyes were full of disbelief. It's finally here. Lin Shen felt that the theory of evolution was gradually taking effect and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His body has adapted to the bloodline transformed by the power of the evil ghosts invading the body, and is generating resistance. Trump. Since you can't become a noble night crow, then go and die. Yi Crow looked crazy and reached out to summon the evil ghost blade, and was about to kill Lin Shen. Lin Shen grabbed the tattered backpack in the battle and threw it directly at the evil ghost blade that Yi Cho slashed. A white light rushed out of the tattered backpack and suddenly disappeared. Yi Zao's body suddenly stopped moving, and a fat white dove appeared above his head, like a snowball. Yi Zao's face was distorted, his body trembled, and the evil ghost blade in his hand kept trembling. But his body could not move, and no matter how the nirvana power on his body swayed, it would be difficult for his body to move at all. What the hell is this? Yiya seemed to be pressed by a mountain, and even spoke very hard, as if she couldn't catch up. Your sister, Fatty, this lazy guy, is obviously so strong, but he just refuses to do his best. Lin Shen was also very depressed. He thought that Fatty had just succeeded in nirvana, and his strength was at most similar to Yi Crow, and he might even be inferior to Yi Crow. Who knew that this guy actually calmed the night crow who had escaped the double weakening, and it didn't seem to have much strength to waste. Lin Shen remembered that when he was at his mother star, Fatty, a lazy guy, also used this move. Now it seems that this move is even stronger. Fatty, kill him. Lin Shen shouted to Fatty. But the fat boy just stood above Yiya's head and suppressed him there, with no intention of attacking him at all. Lin Shen suddenly became even more depressed. This product, sometimes I really want to bake it. The two of them were in a stalemate here, and Yiya was suppressed by Fatty. Lin Shen's evil ghost power was still slowly expelled, and he had no ability to kill Yiya. The theory of evolution was running wildly, Lin Shen's bloodlines became less and less, the power in his body also revived, and the black and red in his eyes gradually faded away, revealing some of the whites of his eyes. Yiya has been trying to get rid of Fatty's suppression, but it is useless. Fatty is as motionless as a mountain, as if it is pressed against Mount Tai. When the blood patterns on Lin Shen's body completely disappeared, the brilliant carapace appeared on Lin Shen again, and various talented skills were also activated. Without even a second of hesitation, Lin Shen used the shaking style of the dance fan again, and the mutated Yulinglong also used the Shanha River skills. The two weakening forces fell on Yi Zai, but the ripples of the mountain and rivers could not leave a mark on Yi Zai's body and had lost its effect. The mysterious words were imprinted on Yiya again, but it still had an effect,
but the effect was unknown. Yi did not lie. He was born to death. After his rebirth, his body became stronger and Zenshan actually failed to work for him.
Chapter 468 Slag Knife Saw. Lin Shen already knew that ordinary forces could not kill Yi at all.
If he was also a nirvana, he would directly chop the Yi Crow into meat paste, and no matter how powerful his ability was, he would not be able to be resurrected. But now the gap between Lin Shen's power and Yi Crow is too big, and the power of the aura of sacrifice has been used.
Now it is not that easy to kill him.
Lin Shen thought for a moment, held the scum knife and walked to Yi. While the fat boy was still able to suppress him, he should find a way to get rid of him as soon as possible. Because Lin Shen was not sure about the ability of Fatty, nor did he know whether he did not want to kill, or whether he had tried his best to suppress Yi and had no ability to kill him again. Although the scum knife does not open, the tip of the knife is still sharp enough.
You can't kill me,
Yi said in a hoarse voice. Lin Shen was not interested in talking nonsense with him. He didn't want to turn Yi into his servant, he just wanted to kill him quickly. Lin Shen held the knife in both hands and slashed Yi's neck with all his strength.
He wanted to try it out if he could break Yi's neck. Unfortunately, this blow hit Yi's neck, but it didn't have much effect, and even his feather armor was not injured.
Because of the fat boy's suppression, Yi was hit by such a great force and his body did not even move. Without saying a word, Lin Shen turned the chop into a stab, using the knife as his finger, using the fingering technique he was practicing recently.
When the tip of the scum knife stabbed into Yi's acupoint, but it couldn't even penetrate it. The destructive power of the slag knife is too poor. If it is replaced by the 10 Directions Ghost and God Slashing Spirit Sword, it is estimated that it can cut Yi's head off with just one knife. Lin Shen was secretly depressed. I said, you can't kill me. Yi laughed strangely, mocking Lin Shen's incompetence.
Lin Shen's heart moved. He pressed the slag knife with both hands, pressed the slag knife on Yi's neck, and then began to push and pull back and forth like a tug-of-warp.
It's useless. If you are at the nirvana level, I will definitely die today. Unfortunately, you are just an ascensioner, and you can't kill me.
Yi Crow stared at Lin Shen like a ghost. When the power of this strange bird is exhausted and cannot suppress me, it will be your death. Lin Shen ignored him and tug-of-war with one stone.
Although the slag knife has no serrated teeth, it is full of impurities.
The golden dots are like fine sand, making the blade of the slag knife not so smooth. Lin Shen originally just tried it, but after pulling it a few times, he found that Yi's feather armor was pulled out by the scum knife, and the evil ghost power on the scum knife could not block the scum knife's grinding. Seeing this, Lin Shen was overjoyed, gritted his teeth in tug-of-war with all his strength, and sawed the feather armor apart bit by bit. Yi didn't care at first, but when Lin Shen sawed the feather armor open and saw it on his neck, Yi's face changed drastically.
Is that knife?
Because of the severe pain, Yi's face changed and it was difficult to distort. He could hardly imagine that a knife made by man could even saw his feather armor and hurt his body.
Lin Shen had no intention of responding at all.
He buried his head and sawed his neck one after another. Blood spurted out from the wound, spraying Lin Shen's face and his face, and the scum knife was also covered in blood.
Ah! Yi let out a painful scream.
This kind of tug-of-war is much more painful than killing with one knife, and it is simply not something that humans can tolerate. If he had a choice, Lin Shen would not want to use such means to kill Yi, but he had no other choice. Once again, the scum knife gradually penetrated Yi's neck, and the bones were sawed open, and blood flowed down the blade, and it was covered everywhere.
Okay, good, it's my night crow that can die like this. It's also the only way to die in the world. Trash, it's harder. Do not let me die so happily, only death in extreme pain. It's worthy of my night crow.
Yi Crow screamed wildly, as if it was painful, and laughed, and as if it was a ghost howling. Lin Shen turned a deaf ear to his screams and scolding, and sawed them hard one after another. I don't know how many times Lin Shen, who is known for his endurance, feels his hands numb and he is almost unable to hold on to the knife. Finally, Yi's neck was cut off by a scum knife. The moment his neck was broken, Yi's voice stopped abruptly, and the power of nirvana disappeared. The evil ghost blade in Yi Zhao's hand fell to the ground, and his headless body fell to the ground. Only the head that was stopped by the fat boy was suspended in the air and motionless. The blood-red eyes did not close, and they still stared at Lin Shen directly. The fat boy spread his wings and flew back to Lin Shen's shoulders, losing its suppression, and the head fell to the ground and rolled to the side.
In this way, you should have killed him, right?
Lin Shen didn't dare to be careless, grabbed Jiya's head, placed it on the ground, and continued to saw it from the middle with a slag knife, and wanted to saw his head open, and he would never give him a chance to resurrection.
In addition to Purple Star, the terrifying battle continues.
The night sky fled with Yexing, but unfortunately there was no darkness here as a cover, so the night ghost's advantages were difficult to exert. The night sky was stopped by Qi 118 and Qi 96 without being able to escape from this sea of stars. With 1 against 2, Yexing still had to worry about Yexing being stuck under her armpit. In just a few rounds, she was in danger. Although Qi 118 didn't know that his hometown was attacked by the Night Ghost clan, he was just a killer move, leaving no room for anything.
He just wanted to kill them as soon as possible and then tame the sacrificial robe.
Both of them left no room for anything, and the night sky almost collapsed. Yixing shouted desperately, asking Yixing to let her go, but Yixing seemed to have not heard it, and he still fought with Yixing. Suddenly, a drum sound came, shocking the people in the battle. The night sky and Yixing were overjoyed and looked in the direction where the sound came. Sure enough, they saw the figure they imagined, and there were more than one. 2 women from the Night Ghost clan flew into the air, one with many drum instruments in front of him, holding drumsticks in his hands, the other with an instrument similar to an electronic piano floating under him. Before the 2 of them approached the battlefield, the sound of the instruments had already arrived, and the sound waves were raging in the air, constantly surging, shocking Qi 118 and Qi 96.
Sister Yu, Sister Yun!
Yixing screamed excitedly.
Yeyue and Yeyun joined the battle.
The night sky threw Yexing directly out. The bass in his hand moved and made a low sound. The 3 of them surrounded Qi 118 and Qi 116, and sound waves intertwined, turning into undulating Qi 118 and Qi 116. 3-2, the Night Ghost clan reversed the situation and gained an advantage.
Yixing retreated again and again. Such a battle was not something she could participate in.
She didn't think so because of the protection of the night sky before. Without the protection of the night sky, she could only stay away from the battlefield. When he flew over the purple star, Yixing happened to see Lin Shen below.
When he saw this, his face was pale. Chapter 469, Meet Tickets from the Sky, additional update for the leader Vicon_.
Yixing saw Lin Shen below, pressing ahead and sawing it with a knife. The scene changed her face. She didn't care about killing people, and she was used to killing scenes. However, it was the first time she saw the scene like this, and she felt a little nauseous.
She couldn't help but retching and almost vomited. Is that guy a demon?
Yixing had never seen such a perverted person before. He hated Lin Shen very much, and now he was even more disgusted. Because Yixing was too young and had not experienced the battle, she didn't know Yiya, and she didn't know how powerful Lin Shen was. She only thought that Lin Shen was able to live here by relying on Tianquan. Before, she was captured alive by Lin Shen, but she thought she had been attacked and could not exert her strength at all. Lin Shen may not be her opponent in front of her. She thought Lin Shen was just an ascensioner, and with a thought, she actually went to Lin Shen and at the same time used the shell to summon her own life foundation. A life-generating card similar to a guitar appeared in Yixing's hand. With her fingers, the sound of the piano hit Lin Shen like a demonic sound. Lin Shen, who was still sawing his head, suddenly felt a tingling pain in his brain. He turned around and looked at the sky. Yixing flew over, floating in the air, plucking the strings at him. When Lin Shen saw that only Yixing was in the air, his eyes lit up and he said to himself, "Good guy, isn't this the hostage he sent to the door?" He heard the sound of musical instruments and the explosion of battles coming from the void, and knew that the helper of the Night Ghost clan was coming.
Unfortunately, Tianquan was still on the mountain and he couldn't leave. He was worried about how to deal with the Yi Gue clan, but he didn't expect Yixing to come here by himself. It was a lottery from the sky. Tian, you attacked me and caused me so much trouble. Today, I want to calculate the calculations with you.
Yi Xing said as he plucked the strings hard, and began to sing. She was quite brainy and kept a long enough distance from Lin Shen, and only attacked Lin Shen with sound waves. If she was not an opponent, she could still escape. The sound waves rushed towards Lin Shen like waves. Lin Shen's carapace burst out with bright light, and at the same time summoned the inheritance fan. The inheritance fan turned into light swords and flew towards the Yexing, penetrating her sound waves and covering her. Yi Xing was shocked and waved the guitar to resist the crisscrossing light swords. Before she could react, she felt a pain in her waist behind her, and then she could not move. Lin Shen, who appeared behind Yi Xing, lit her acupoint, held her body with one hand, and waved the other hand, and the light sword gathered into his hand, turning it into a fan of inheritance again. Yi Xing was shocked and angry. She couldn't believe that she was captured alive by Lin Shen again, just a meeting. Yi Xing was in tears, but now it was too late to regret. Lin Shen fell back to the ground, threw Yi Xing on the ground next to him, and continued to saw Yi Crow's head with a scum knife. Yi Xing fell to the ground, watching Lin Shen's head saw again and again, his face getting paler. She was not afraid of death, but if Lin Shen saw her head like this, she would feel cold all over when she thought about it. What made her even more uncomfortable was that she fell into Lin Shen's hands again. Lin Shen would definitely threaten the night sky and the others with her. Unfortunately, Yi Xing didn't have the ability to commit suicide now, so he could only watch Lin Shen saw the head there. Some of the red and white objects splashed out from the head splashed on Yi Xing's body and face, making her face pale even more. After a while, Lin Shen saw Yi's head in half and his brain was dug out and smashed it. You can't be resurrected like this. Lin Shen then breathed a long sigh, stood up, and searched for night crows. The evil ghost blade of Yi Crow fell aside. According to the Nirvana level life base, it already has an independent consciousness. After the master dies, he should be able to escape by himself or mobilize his strength to fight against the enemy. However, since Yi Xia was killed, the evil ghost blade fell to the ground without any reaction. Lin Shen tentatively found that the evil ghost blade had no reaction at all. It seemed like the Fae upgraded Spirit Foundation. Although he had spiritual consciousness, he did not have independent consciousness. Being able to obtain a Nirvana-level spiritual foundation is naturally a great thing for Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't touch it for now, and buried it with a rock, and it would not be too late to take it after finding it out. The main reason is that it is afraid that it is pretending to be dead, and people know why it has no movement at all. Yi no longer needs to search for his body. He just stripped himself of all his skin and even stripped him of his skin. He could not hide anything at all. The only thing left was the big tombstone. Lin Shen picked up Yi Xing and came to the tombstone. The tombstone was not moving at all. He tried to input his power into the tombstone, and the tombstone was actually activated. What kind of thing is this? It doesn't look like a spiritual foundation, but it can be activated by the power of the Assassinator. Could it be artificially created? Lin Shen looked around and found that no one here could let him test the power of the tombstone. Let's go and see how Tianquan treasure is doing. Whether it has tamed that strange purple robe. Lin Shen packed up his things, carried the tombstone in one hand and Yi Xing in the other hand, and flew towards the peak where the purple robe was. From a distance, I saw the purple light and white light on the top of the mountain still entangled. It seemed that Tianquan could not tame the purple robe, nor could he get out of trouble. I don't know if my ability can help Tianquan with one arm. Lin Shen flew to the nearest mountain and tried to rush over. But his body was bounced back by the purple and white light. The power inside was too strong and he couldn't rush in at all. It would be great if I was at the Nirvana level. Lin Shen sighed and landed next to the foot of the mountain, and could only wait here. The battle in the void lasted for a while, and the sounds of the instruments and the explosion suddenly disappeared, and Lin Shen couldn't help but turn his head and look over. After a while, 3 figures were seen breaking through the air and quickly approaching the mountain. Stand and don't move. Lin Shen turned the inheritance fan into a lightsaber form and put it on Yi Xing's neck. Yi Sky, Yi Yu, and Yi Yun looked at each other and could only stop helplessly. Yekin looked at Lin Shen and said, "Let Yexing go, let you leave, we will calculate our grudges later." What are you thinking about? If you dare to come here, I will kill her now.
Lin Shen didn't take this trick at all. The night sky said coldly, Tianquan has angered Zixing's sacrifice robe. He is bound to die. You can't wait for her to come out. Our Yi Gue clan believes in his words. As long as you release Yixing, you can leave. We will never stop you. Lin Shen looked at her coldly, and said nothing more. When the sky found it, these female night ghosts could not make any waves. The three of them looked at each other and suddenly summoned the life base, and they wanted to use the instigation ability of the sound wave to control Lin Shen. Before they could do it, Lin Shen was about to slash the lightsaber in his hand, and blood was already seen on the lightsaber. Stop! The three of Yekong shouted at the same time. Don't play with me, otherwise she will die. Lin Shen stopped and stared at them coldly. Yixing's injured neck fell down drop by drop. Kill Yixing will not do you any good. Let's make another move. If you release Yixing, we can leave Giant Ringstar now. Everything here is yours. Yixing said again. You can't go anywhere. A voice came from the top of the mountain, and in an instant, a figure full of holy light had arrived in front of Lin Shen, staring at the three people in the night sky coldly. Chapter 470, Eager to Try. The three of them in the night sky immediately looked tight and looked at the figure in horror. Sure enough, they saw Tianquan standing in front of Lin Shen. You are not dead. Yekong's face changed drastically. Tianquan used force on the Zixing sacrifice robe and was able to come out alive, which shocked her. Whether Tianquan has tamed the Purple Star sacrifice robe or she safely escaped when the Purple Star sacrifice robe is activated, it can prove that Tianquan has unparalleled abilities. The three men in the night sky seemed to have a heart-to-heart relationship, and they all activated the power of the life-based sound wave, hoping to use the power of the range of sounds of the three people to suppress Tianquan. The range of the three people's drums, pianos, and bass, plus the singing voices sung by the three people, various sound waves intertwined, like death rock music, instantly making people feel numb. Of course, Lin Shen felt his scalp numb because his body was strong enough. If he had a poor physical fitness, his head would have exploded. Quiet. Tianquan snorted coldly, and the originally noisy sound instantly quieted. The power of the three people in the night sky was not able to withstand Tianquan's words. It has to be said that Tianquan's words are simply the nemesis of the Night Ghost clan's night song. Tianquan may not be so easy to deal with other categories of nirvana level. Stand there and don't move. Seeing that the three of them in the night sky wanted to escape, Tianquan said the Dharma again, allowing them to stop in the air. Lin Shen was quite sensible this time. Before Tianquan could speak, he flew over and lit the acupoints of the three people in the night sky. The only four pure-blooded night ghosts that survived by the Night Ghost clan all became prisoners. Where is Chi 118 and Chi 96? Lin Shen left the night sky's speaking ability so that she could answer questions. Chi 118 and another celestial being, I don't know if the Chi 96 you mentioned has been killed by us. Yekong knew that they fell in Tianquan's hands and did not even have the right to refuse to speak. Instead of being forced to speak by Tianquan, it would be better to say it yourself. Lin Shen was very surprised when he heard this. He was a strong man in the Qi family ranked about 100. Yekong and the other three were able to kill them, which shows that their strength is still okay. Before, Lin Shen always felt that they seemed very weak, mainly because when Lin Shen saw them, he was easily dealt with by Tianquan every time, and he felt that they seemed very weak. Have you brought back all the things they have? Tianquan asked. Everything is in the backpack. Yekon was very sensible and answered very readily. Lin Shen took all their backpacks and took them to Tianquan. Tianquan reached out and flipped them out, took out a few things from it and put them away. Tianquan, what are you planning to arrange for us? Yekong asked. Why do you think I won't kill you? Tianquan asked Yi Sky with interest. So many people from the three families have become mixed-race night ghosts. It is not easy to resummon, only we can control them. Yekong said. So, do you want to surrender to me? Tianquan said with a smile at the night sky. Yi Sky said seriously, we have been hiding for so many years. If we die like this, the Night Ghost clan will be extinct, so we don't want to die. Give us a chance, and we are willing to swear allegiance to you. I just swear, it's not my final say in how to deal with you. I need to report to the Heavenly Mansion and wait for the Heavenly Mansion and the order. Tianxin said lightly, but if you want to follow me and wait for the Heavenly Mansion and the order to issue the decision, there may be room for reversal. We are swearing to follow you to the death. Please rest assured. We all know what to say and what not to say. We will never leak a word about the matter related to the dark place. Yi Sky said immediately. Tianxuan refused to comment, but just asked Lin Shen to untie their acupoints and let them move freely, as if he was not afraid of them escaping. The night sky had no intention of escaping, at least in front of Tianxuan. They knew they could not escape. What are the things here used to tame the sacrificial robe? Tianxin said, pointing to the things inside the backpack of the three. Can you not taming the sacrificial robe? Yekong then realized that Tianxuan was unable to tame the sacrificial robe. It's true that it's not successful. Tianxuan did not shy away from failure. The great man is able to escape unstoppable, which has already shocked us. Yekong pointed to some things in his backpack and said, these are things we searched for from Chi 118 and the others. I only know that these two things may be related to taming the sacred robe. We have not passed all the trials. It is unknown whether the other things have anything to do with taming the sacred robe. There is time, so it's not too late to try slowly. Tianxuan asked Lin Shen to put away everything, then climbed to the top of the mountain again, and came to the front of the purple star sacrificial robe. The purple star robe returned to its previous suspended state, and it seemed as if nothing had happened. Tianxuan asked the night sky and the others to test them one by one, but the results seemed useless. Maybe it is because the things in their hands need to be matched with the corresponding magic tricks. They have nothing but no magic tricks, so they can't use them at all. It seems that only through trials can we know how to use these things. Tianxuan had no choice but to give up his plan to tame the sacred robe today. Are these sacrificial robes made by man-made utensils or natural creatures? Lin Shen said, looking at the sacrificial robe curiously. The little wine emperor only said that they were mutated nirvana creatures, artificially made, or natural raised, so it is unknown. The night sky tried again, but still could not shake the purple star sacrificial robe, so she could only walk out. Do you have to be nirvana level to tame the sacrificial robe? Can't you fly and upgrade? Lin Shen said with a slackening. There is no regulation at that, but it is not possible to achieve nirvana level, so the possibility of successful flying upgrade is even smaller. Yekong said. I'll try it, what if it can be done? Lin Shen had already been eager to try it, and then walked towards the zigzag sacrificial robe. This purple star robe reminded him of a myth that was widely circulated by his mother star. There is a magic sword inserted into a big stone. Legend has it that only the real chosen one can pull it out of the big stone. Otherwise, even if the gods come, it will be difficult to pull the sword out of the stone. Many powerful people did not believe that such a thing was happening, and they came to draw their swords, but no one could make the sword move at all. Over time, some people began to suspect that the sword in the stone was stuck in the stone, and that no one could pull it out when they came, and there was no one chosen by heaven. It was not until a handsome young warrior came to the stone and pulled out the sword from the stone with a slight pull, that people knew that there was really a chosen person in the world. Chapter 471 Missing Sense of Accomplishment. Who has heard of this story? When he was a child, he had never fantasized about being the chosen one? Lin Shen also fantasized when he was a child that he was the chosen one who could draw out the sword in the stone. Of course, after growing up, countless cruel facts told him that he was not a chosen person, and he could not do anything that no one else could do. That kind of unrealistic fantasy had long been wiped out. Seeing the zigzag sacrifice robe today, he couldn't help but think of the story of the sword in the stone again. It was a little excited for a moment and wanted to give it a try. It doesn't matter if the night sky reaches, Lin Shen wants to try it, so he lets him try it. It has nothing to do with her anyway. Tianxuan smiled and said, don't say it, what if it really works, it's okay to try it. If you are really the chosen one who can pull out the sword in the stone, then we will save a lot of trouble. What chosen one? Yekin was a little confused, not knowing what Tianxuan meant. Have you heard the story of the sword and the stone?
Lin Shen was a little surprised. He thought that the story of the sword and the stone was only circulated on the human mother planet, but he didn't expect that Tian Sun had also heard it. The story of the sword and the stone is a very famous fairy tale among the heavenly man race. How could I not know that anyone has never fantasized about being the chosen one who can pull out the sword and the stone?
Tian Sun told the story of the sword and the stone with a smile.
Her story is roughly the same as the one Lin Shen has heard, basically the same, with only some details different.
The chosen man in the story of the human mother star is a young warrior of ordinary origin. The chosen man in the story of the heavenly man is a handsome prince.
Yekong shook his head and smiled bitterly. There is no chosen person in the world? Even if there is a sword and stone, the person who can draw the sword and stone is not a chosen person, but is just a spokesperson by the mastermind behind the scenes.
He represents an interest group.
The identity of the chosen person is a prince, so he is destined to be the chosen person. If he is really an ordinary person without identity or background, he cannot become the chosen person.
Tian Sun smiled and said nothing.
She also knew that the story of Shi Zhongjian could indeed be interpreted in this way, which is also the way for adults to think. Lin Shen didn't care about this, and walked to the purple star sacrificial robe, stroked the sacrificial robe and said, "In the legend of my hometown, the chosen man is an ordinary boy without identity and background. I think there are still miracles in the world."
Natural.
Yi Xing muttered in her heart, but she didn't dare to say this. Yi Sky didn't say anything else, but she obviously did not agree with Lin Shen's point of view.
Whether there is a chosen person depends on what dimension it is.
Tian Sun said with a smile, a race that has not even gone out of the planet, the chosen person they choose can naturally be the representative of the interest groups of this planet. Only with money, power and background can one become the chosen person. But if a strong cosmic race arrives there and wants to select some talented young people from there, the interest groups within the planet will lose their role and can only rely on their own talents. It can also be said that those young people are the real chosen person.
My little lover, I believe you are a talented person and will definitely be the chosen one. Tianxuan said with great support. Of course, a person as good as me must be the protagonist in a movie. He must be the chosen one. He can wear it casually with just a sacrificial robe.
Lin Shen laughed.
That's a must. A man as handsome as you must be the protagonist in reality. Tian Sun said with a smile.
The more Lin Shen looked at Tianxuan, the more he felt like he was. With Tianxuan's current achievements and abilities, he was willing to accompany him to say these nonsense, which was very irrelevant to Lin Shen's temper. Yi Xing complained wildly, narcissism should also have a limit.
Even a strong man like Tianxuan can hardly tame the purple star sacrificial robe. It would be fine if you ascendant fantasize it. If you take it seriously, you would be really crazy.
Tianxuan had already set the atmosphere here, so Lin Shen straightened his chest and turned around proudly to wear the purple star robe.
Regardless of whether things can be done or not, temperament and demeanor must be firmly grasped. If you lose, you won't lose.
Anyway, Lin Shen never thought that he could really succeed, and that's just a little bit of a good time. Lin Shen turned his back to the Zixing sacrificial robe, put his arms into the sleeve, and then subconsciously moved his hands towards his chest, putting his hands out of the sleeve, wanting to tidy up his robe. Lin Shen pulled his collar and suddenly realized something was wrong.
When he was trying to see Tianxuan and Yekong, the purple star sacrificial robe was not moving at all.
The series of actions he had just made was simply flowing and he didn't feel any obstacles at all. Everything was done subconsciously, so Lin Shen didn't react at once. Yekong and others were already shocked, standing there looking at Lin Shen blankly, not knowing what kind of reaction they should have.
Impossible. Why did the Zixing sacrificial robe move? Why did it look like an ordinary robe? How did he put it on?
Yi Xing felt that his brain was a little confused.
A strong man like Tianxuan used all his strength and could not tame the Zixing sacrifice robe.
Lin Shen was obviously just an ascensioner, but he just casually wore the Zixing sacrifice robe on his body.
Is there really a chosen person in this world that cannot be?
The three of Yekong also widened their eyes and looked at Lin Shen, who was wearing the purple star robe incredibly, with a very complicated expression. Naturally, they didn't believe that Lin Shen was tamed by his strength.
If he had strength, Tianquan didn't know how many times stronger than Lin Shen. Even Tianquan failed to succeed. Why could Lin Shen succeed?
This has caused them to have formed a worldview that has been around for hundreds of years and has been strongly impacted, forcing them to remember what Tianquan just said.
Can this person's talent be even stronger than Tianquan? The three men in Yekong couldn't help but look at each other secretly. Tianquan also stared at Lin Shen in a daze. Although she believed that there were miracles in this world and that Lin Shen's talent was indeed outstanding, she did not expect that Lin Shen could do it and accomplish it so casually. Lin Shen didn't understand why he was able to wear the purple star robe. He didn't feel any obstacles or anything magical.
There was neither the divine light flashing nor the soul dialogue on the purple star robe. It was so simple, as if he was wearing an ordinary piece of clothing and was worn by him. If you insist on saying that there is something magical, the only thing that can be considered magical is that the purple star sacrifice robe automatically becomes a size suitable for his body. This kind of function is available in many combat suits, and to be honest, it is really not that magical. Moreover, this thing has no buttons, only a secret button with a bow on the collar. Lin Shen tried it and found that the clothes were not very good looking when worn, so it was better to be covered with a cloak. Sure enough, I took out my arms from my sleeves and directly covered my purple star battle robe as a cloak, which looked much more majestic and domineering.
Is this done? There is no challenge at all. At least you can give me some difficulty, and I struggle symbolically. This makes me feel very unfulfilled. Lin Shen sighed. Chapter 472 5 Robes in 1. Is this human word?
Yi Xing's teeth were almost broken. The three sisters prepared for her for hundreds of years, just to gain recognition from the sacrificial robe, but they didn't even have a chance to try it. Lin Shen still felt that he didn't have a sense of accomplishment. Yi Xing just wanted to say, let his achievements feel like hell.
Yes, let's try it on other planets. Tianquan was very happy.
If he could take away the things left by the little wine emperor now, it would be better, so as not to have too many dreams at night.
Although the night sky and the others promised to keep the secret, Tianquan didn't believe it at all.
She had her own plans.
No matter whether they could keep the secret, it would not affect Tianquan. The few people arrived at Huangxing again, which was similar to Zixing.
A yellow robe was suspended on the top of the mountain, but it was actually a white background in yellow pattern, not a real yellow robe.
Everyone looked at Lin Shen, wondering if he could tame the yellow robe. Do you need to take it off? Lin Shen pointed to the purple star sacrificial robe on his body and looked at the night sky.
The rules only say that you should collect 5 sacrificial robes, but you didn't say whether you should take them off.
Yekong shook his head and said, since that's the case, then I won't take it off.
Lin Shen directly wore the purple star sacrificial robe and tried to wear the yellow star sacrificial robe.
Yi Xing stared at Lin Shen, hoping that Lin Shen would not succeed, and even was taught to be a human being by Huangxing's robe.
Unfortunately, her wish was not fulfilled, and Lin Shen directly put the Huangxing sacrificial robe hanging in the air on his body.
This is too simple, it's not challenging at all. Baby, let's see if I'm going to collect 5 sacrificial robes for you. Lin Shen has now confirmed that he can easily take these sacrificial robes. What puzzled him was why these sacrificial robes had no reaction at all. After wildlife is tamed into pets, shouldn't it be worth giving out the keys and turning them into pet capsules?
Now 2 sacrificial robes are worn on him, and they look no different from 2 ordinary cloaks, and they have no intention of using them for him at all. There is also a sacrifice on the Huangxing robe, which has the same meaning, and is also praying to the god named Jade Emperor.
There are also some words that cannot be understood in the middle.
Those words look strange, and they seem to know them, but they don't seem to know them. Several people then went to Blue Star, Green Star and Red Star, and the Blue Star and Green Star sacrificial robe were also easily obtained. Lin Shen was wearing 4 sacrificial robes, which didn't feel useful. I don't know if these sacrificial robes would help him block other people's attacks.
The people in the night sky were already numb.
They felt that their hundreds of years of hard work were like a joke in Lin Shen. others can get what they want with their hands alone. The gap is too big and it makes it difficult for them to accept. Lin Shen's existence seemed to tell them that their previous hundreds of years had been in vain and all their efforts were meaningless. When we arrived at the last red star, it was actually no different from the 4 stars in front, but because it was closer to the sun, the temperature was higher than that of other planets. With the strength of a few people, naturally, they would not be afraid of such warmth and came directly to the red star sacrifice robe. Lin Shen stretched out his hand to put down the red star sacrifice robe. So far, it was no different from before. But when he put on the red star sacrifice robe, the 5 sacrifice robes suddenly shone brightly, and the 5-color divine lights of red, yellow, blue, green and purple rose up, covering Lin Shen's entire body in the colorful rays. Lin Shen was shocked. Fortunately, the colorful rays did not hurt his body, which made him feel a little relieved.
Tianquan has arrived with Lin Shen.
If Lin Shen is hurt, she will take action as soon as possible to help Lin Shen get out of control of the sacrificial robe. Fortunately, what they were worried about did not happen.
5 sacrificial robes were merged into one robe in the colorful rays of light.
The colorful brilliance disappeared, and only black and white were left on the robe that merged into one.
With black letters on white background, the whole robe looks very eye-catching.
The people who had been paying attention to the robe then realized that the parts on the robe that they could not understand were incomplete in themselves. The 5 robes were put together, and the incomplete words were also spliced together to form the words that Lin Shen and the others knew. The desperate sacrifice was something I prayed to the Jade Emperor. After Lin Shen read the sacrifices, he suddenly felt that time seemed to be still. Everything around stopped moving, and only Lin Shen, wearing a sacrificial robe, could move freely in this still space. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw a beam of light falling from the sky, as if it was shot out from nothingness and landing in front of Lin Shen. The beam of light gradually unfolded and turned into a mysterious and ancient gate, with jade as bricks, glazed glass as tiles, fairy aura lingering, and thunder and lightning appearing. The gate seemed to come from the land of gods and demons, carrying an endless aura of terror. As the beam unfolds, the door slowly opens. Behind that gate was a long staircase.
I don't know where to go.
Outside the staircase, there were endless buildings, appearing and looming in the clouds, like huge beasts in the clouds. Lin Shen moved the robe on his body, and in the posture of Lin Shen's powerless stopping, he took him into the gate and walked up the stairs. Lin Shen wanted to stop him, but he couldn't do it at all. The power of the sacrificial robe was terrifying to an unimaginable level, and Lin Shen's power was completely unable to compete with it.
Many powers were useless under this sacrificial robe.
They could only watch their bodies and were led up to the stairs by the sacrificial robe. At the end of the stairs, there was obviously a huge palace. The palace was a form that Lin Shen had never seen before. It was hard to describe what it looked like, because this was a style he had never heard of before, so it was naturally difficult to describe. The gate of the palace was opened, and under the guidance of the sacrificial robe, Lin Shen entered the interior of the palace. The palace is magnificent, and there are blurred glows everywhere, making everything become bizarre in Lin Shen's eyes, and it is hard to see what it is. At the highest point of the palace, a figure sat on the high throne, but because everything was emitting a confusing glow, the glow on the figure was particularly strong, so Lin Shen couldn't see clearly what the figure on the throne looked like. What he saw was a figure like the scorching sun in the sky. After only a few glances, he felt that his eyes were about to be blinded.
Why are you here? The one on the throne actually spoke. How do I know why I came? I didn't want to come. I was pulled in by the sacrificial robe.
Lin Shen was depressed, but then he thought, the sacrificial text on the sacrificial robe is used to pray for the help of the Jade Emperor.
Could it be that there are really ghosts and gods in this world? The one on this throne is the Jade Emperor God? Chapter 473 Immortal Court. Are you the Jade Emperor?
Lin Shen thought for a while, and still used respectful words. Regardless of whether the other party is a real god or not, the power he possesses is not comparable to Lin Shen.
It would be better to be honest. Yes. The other party's answer was simple and direct, and then asked, why did you come?
Lin Shen could clearly hear the other party's voice, but he couldn't tell it. The sound was a man or a woman, an old or a young person, a nice or a bad person.
It's nothing, I just admire you, so come and see you and look at your charm.
Lin Shen said with an embarrassed smile. Although the other party admitted that it was the god Jade Emperor mentioned in the sacrificial text, as an atheist, Lin Shen did not believe that there were gods and immortals in this world. Even if there is really, Lin Shen feels that the gods are just another high-level creature, not an omniscient and omnipotent existence. If the Jade Emperor is truly an omnipotent god and can be omniscient and omnipotent, then he should know who he is and why he came here, and he would not ask why he came.
So Lin Shen did not ask for anything. He usually doesn't worship God, so naturally he can't expect God to bless him. What do you mean is that you want this emperor to become your guardian god?
The Jade Emperor's voice was still so illusory, and he could not hear the joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness.
What is a guardian fairy spirit?
Lin Shen was frightened and said quickly.
You are not here to seek protection of the immortal spirits.
Why do you have to use your sacrificial robe to communicate with the spirits to come to this immortal courtyard, said the Jade Emperor. Lin Shen had no choice but to explain, I just collected 5 sacrificial robes by chance, and I didn't know that there were so many mystery in them. No matter how you came here, since you have already arrived, you are qualified to choose a guardian fairy spirit. The Jade Emperor paused and continued, every guardian immortal can give you a different luck. For example, if you choose the god of wealth as your guardian immortal, then when you enable the guardian immortal, you will receive the luck and protection of the god of wealth, and your wealth will be better than others. It is easier to make money in business, it is easier to win the lottery, and you will earn more when working than others. If your birthday star is your guardian immortal, your life will be longer than others. Of course, protecting the fairy spirit can only give you a certain amount of luck.
If you can follow the trend, you can benefit. If you have to go against the sky, no one can protect you. No matter how strong your luck is, it will be useless.
The Emperor of Heaven added. Lin Shen understood the meaning of the Jade Emperor. For example, he had wealth, but he knew that a business would lose money, but he insisted on doing it. Even if he had wealth, it would be useless. If he chose the birthday star as the guardian of the immortal, he insisted on committing suicide, and the birthday star could not save his life. Even so, it is already magical enough. If you choose the god of wealth, as long as you don't commit suicide, you will definitely be able to make endless money.
This is undoubtedly a huge attraction for ordinary people. What other fairy spirits can I choose? Lin Shen continued to ask without rushing to make a choice. You have nothing to choose.
The Jade Emperor's words made Lin Shen slightly stunned.
Didn't you tell me to choose to protect the fairy spirit?
I just said that there are god of wealth, birthday stars, etc., why don't you choose? Lin Shen said in confusion. You have chosen this emperor just now, so this emperor is already your guardian immortal, so naturally I can't choose any more.
The Jade Emperor said lightly. So that's it.
Jade Emperor, what's your luck? Lin Shen murmured in his heart, I really haven't said I want to choose you.
How can this count? But Lin Shen didn't dare to say this. He was under the roof and had to bow his head.
You can just experience it yourself, go.
The guardian of the immortal spirit can only be used once. If you need the protection of this emperor, you only need to recite the name of this emperor.
The name of this emperor is the supreme god of the Golden Palace of Haotian, naturally, miraculous Jade Emperor. When the Jade Emperor's voice fell, Lin Shen felt his body being pulled back by the psychic robe and flew backwards. In an instant, he walked out of the palace gate and flew backwards along the stairs.
You, say, again, I didn't remember,
Lin Shen shouted desperately, but the person had already left the gate of the immortal court. The gate of the immortal courtyard closed with a bang and the beam disappeared. As the beam of light disappeared, the light on the psychic sacrificial robe also dissipated.
At the same time, it split into 5, left Lin Shen's body, flew in different directions, and disappeared in an instant.
The still space has also returned to normal, and they seem to have no idea what happened at night sky. In their opinion, Lin Shen's sacrificial robe emitted a ray of light, and then turned into black characters on white. Then Lin Shen recited the sacrificial robe, and the sacrificial robe was divided into 5, and in an instant, he escaped into the void and disappeared.
Fuck! I'm cheating. What's the name of the Jade Emperor? I didn't remember. It's okay, why do you give such a long name?
Lin Shen felt like crying without tears.
Tian, what's going on?
Tian Sun, like Yekong and others, only saw Lin Shen's sacrificial robe united, and then scattered again, escaping into the void and disappearing.
The time Lin Shen entered the immortal court seemed to have no existence in their eyes. I don't know what's going on, so they ran away.
The night sky and the others were still there, so Lin Shen naturally couldn't tell Tianshuan immortal court about it here.
What should I do now? Without the sacrificial robe, I can't get the things left by the little wine emperor. Yekong said.
Lin Shen now knows that the things left by Little Wine Emperor are probably not in the artificial sun, but should be the opportunity to protect the fairy spirit. It is now clear that the psychic sacrificial robe should not have been created by little Jody, nor was it a creature born from this basic changeland. It was collected by little Jody from somewhere and placed it here to wait for someone to activate the psychic sacrificial robe to go to the immortal court. As for why the Little Wine Emperor did this, Lin Shen didn't know.
Lin Shen doesn't know if there is anything else in the artificial sun.
It may take a trial before he knows if there is anything else in the artificial sun and how to turn on the artificial sun.
How do I know what to do? It's not me who let them fly away.
Lin Shen was in a very bad mood.
Not only did I have to choose in the immortal court, but I still haven't remembered what the Jade Emperor's name is.
Lin Shen only remembers that there seemed to be something like Haotian, Jade Emperor, God, etc., which was too long, and I really couldn't remember it all after listening to it once.
You can't say it a few more times. Whoever can remember such a long name once?
Lin Shen wished he could step back into the immortal court, grab the Jade Emperor and beat him up, and then he also said a string of names to let him remember it again.
If he couldn't remember, then beat him up again. Suddenly, Lin Shen thought of something.
The immortal court that Lin Shen learned before was originally thought that the immortal court was just a referent, referring to the residence of gods, but he didn't expect that there was such a place as the immortal court.
Chapter 474 Knowing the Sin. It should be just a coincidence. Lin Shen didn't think much about it. The Jade Emperor made him very unhappy. The matter here has come to an end. If you want to gain anything, you can only go to the trial left by Little Wine Emperor.
Tianshuan has no time to go for a trial now, so he can only take a few people back the same way. Before going back, Tianshuan asked Yekin and others to lead the way to the place where Qi 118 and Qi 96 were killed.
There, they did see the bodies of the two people, and their heads were exploded by the power of sound waves, leaving only the headless corpses. Unfortunately, their lives have all been removed and there is no such thing as nirvana embers formed on their bodies. Tianshuan helped them collect the corpse and returned to Paradise Island with their headless corpses. The four people in the night sky were temporarily imprisoned. Tianshuan meant that Lin Shen would return to the celestial star as soon as possible to report to the Emperor of Heaven to avoid recurrence. Lin Shen naturally had to listen to Tianshuan's words. After the dark night ended, he brought everything back to the zenith star with Kong Chuan.
According to Tianshuan's guidance, Lin Shen dedicated all the resources he had knocked out from Qi 118 and in 117, as well as the resources he robbed back with Tianshuan, except for the things that Lin Shen left behind to the Emperor of Heaven. Tian Songyun, who was connected with Lin Shen, saw the resources Lin Shen knocked on, and showed a little surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that Lin Shen would ask for resources from an 117 and Qi 118 so quickly. Originally, he thought that Lin Shen would not be able to get it, and it is likely that Tianshuan would help him pay the money. I didn't expect that I really wanted it back, and it was so fast. Tian Songyun was about to praise Lin Shen for a few words, but saw Lin Shen bring him to another warehouse, which piled up in this warehouse were the things plundered from the small vaults of an 117 and Qi 118.
Where did these things come from? Tian Songyun's eyes widened, and everyone was shocked.
Mr. Yun, this is something I snatched back from an 117 and Qi 118's private vault. Lin Shen said with a word. Tian Songyun seemed to be struck by lightning.
What's the matter?
I robbed it from someone's private vault.
Tian Songyun looked at Lin Shen in a daze, his eyes as if he was looking at a lunatic.
And 117 and Qi 118 belong to the Yin family and Qi family, and are also subordinates of the Tian Renyuan. Lin Shen was brave enough to rob our vault. Even the Emperor of Heaven could not protect him in such behavior.
The Tian Renyuan would definitely not sit idly by. Tian Songyun felt that this guy was finished and would definitely die miserably. Maybe the last dean was beheaded by him again. Mr. Yun, don't get me wrong.
I'm just taking advantage of the situation. No one knows that this batch of things is in my hands, except you, me and Lord Tiandi. Lin Shen said the story of the giant ring of Starry Night Ghost.
Okay, Dean Tian has done a great job. I will definitely ask you for me this time. Tian Songyun was overjoyed.
According to Lin Shen, not only did he want the Emperor of Heaven who came back to double the resources, but he also swept back the small treasury of Qi 118 and in 117.
This is a great contribution.
Tian Songyun has already started to think about how to establish a good relationship with the famous man in front of the Heavenly Emperor and the new foreign race of the Zenstar in the future. Mr. Yun, I am guilty of being guilty and dare not take the blame. I also want to ask Mr. Yun to help me plead with the Emperor of Heaven.
Lin Shen sighed. How did you say this? You have great contributions, how could you be guilty of being innocent? Tian Songyun looked at Lin Shen in confusion, knowing that something must be wrong here.
In order to make Qi 118 and in 117 hand over the resources, I tore up the god's self-portrait. Lin Shen said truthfully. The sky conglomerate was burning with thunder, and felt like I was talking to this person, like I was riding a roller coaster, rising and falling. I was afraid that I would be scared to death by him. Director Tian, I can't help you in this matter, nor can I ask for love. You should go to the palace with me and wait for the Lord to make a decision.
Tian Songyun's expression was complicated and ordered people to take away the resources.
Lin Shen was waiting outside the palace to be summoned by the Emperor of Heaven, and he was not very nervous. Because before coming, Tianxuan had already analyzed various situations for him. It may not be a bad thing if he commits such a thing. Even if it is not a good thing, the worst ending is just that the Emperor of Heaven will not give him the share. After a while, Tian Songyun trotted out, with a smile on his face and said, Director Tian, the Lord summoned you in the Huakai Palace of Concubine Tian, please follow me.
Mr. Yun, what happened to me?
Lin Shen knew that he should be stable when he saw Tian Songyun's expression.
The Lord heard about you and said 3 good words in a row. Brother, you are blessed. Don't forget me when you become prosperous in the future. Tian Songyun said with a smile.
When he came to Huakai Palace again, the Emperor of Heaven and Concubine Tian were still sitting behind the pearl curtain, and Lin Shen could not see the Emperor of Heaven.
Tian, do you know your sin?
The majestic voice of the Emperor of Heaven came from behind the pearl curtain.
Knowing the crime.
Lin Shen replied in fear and trepidation.
Since you know your guilt, let's talk about what crime you have committed.
The Emperor of Heaven continued.
I shouldn't have blasphemed your portrait of Lord Tiandi.
Lin Shen replied with his head down.
Poof.
The Emperor of Heaven was furious, slapped the counter on the desk, and said angrily, How are you aware of your crime?
Lin Shen was a little confused and muttered to himself, What's the situation? Didn't General Manager Yun say that the Emperor of Heaven is very happy? Why did I become angry when I came?
Fortunately, it was only the Emperor of Heaven, not Zhao Yun. Thinking of this in my heart, Lin Shen could only pretend to be in fear again and said, Everything is wrong.
Please punish the Emperor of Heaven. Of course it's all your fault.
You were born 1,000 years late.
This emperor failed to meet you earlier.
This made the Tianxia Academy without a dean for more than 100 years. This made my Tianxia people lack a pillar of thousands of years.
Dean Tian, your sin is too great. How do you think I will blame you?
The emperor's voice at the beginning was still as angry as thunder, which made Lin Shen a little nervous, but when it came to the latter, the emperor's voice was already smiling.
Fuck, this old guy wants to scare me to death.
Lin Shen secretly wiped a cold sweat in his heart.
No matter how you punish me, I will listen to you. Lin Shen said. Okay. Then I will punish you. Go to Tianrengsing to think about it for 3 months. Tiandi said with a smile. Director Tian, why don't you thank Emperor Tian for his kindness?
General Manager Yun reminded Lin Shen, who was standing still and confused.
Thank you for the gift from Lord Tiandi. Lin Shen said this, but he was thinking in his heart, what's the matter? I have worked so hard to get back so many resources for you. Do you want to punish me to think about my mistakes behind closed doors? The Emperor of Heaven seemed to have seen through Lin Shen's thoughts and said with a smile, it seems that our Dean Tian doesn't know what kind of existence the Tianren star is. My beloved concubine, tell him where the Tianren star is. Chapter 475 The Star of Heaven.
The name of the Tianren star sounds very much like the birthplace of the Tianren race. In fact, the Tianren star originally had no relationship with the Bali of the Tianren race.
The birthplace of the Tianren clan is the Zenith Star.
The Tianren star was not originally called Tianren star. It was a name that was later changed after being discovered by the Tianren clan.
I have no idea what the previous name was.
Because very few people have been to the Tianren star, only the Emperor of Heaven, his beloved concubines, or royal relatives, were qualified to live in the Tianren star. Since the discovery of the heavenly star, it has been used as a cultivation ground for the Emperor of Heaven. The heavenly emperors of all dynasties have practiced on the celestial star for a period of time. The difference is that some of them practiced on the celestial star since childhood, and some of them were able to enter the celestial star practice after obtaining the throne. In the Tianshu dynasty, except for the Tianshu emperor himself and his concubines, only his children are qualified to enter the Tianren star practice. Among other royal relatives, only Xiao Wangshu was qualified to enter the cultivation of the heavenly star.
Apart from him, those other relatives, even Emperor Tianshu's uncle and aunt, cannot enter the Tianren star.
Lin Shen, a foreign race, actually got the opportunity to enter the heavenly man star.
This is really the first opportunity to create the world for the Tianshu dynasty.
It is said that it is thinking about mistakes facing the wall, but in fact it gives Lin Shen a great opportunity or a kind of protection for him. Lin Shen got so much material from Qi 118 and in 117, and this matter cannot be hidden. Their small treasury was still emptied. Although such a thing could not be put on the table, after the Yi Ghost Rebellion was put down, no resources were found in the Yi Ghost Rebellion. The first suspects of An and Qi families were naturally Tianshuan and Lin Shen. There are so many people from Tian, Qi, and An families in Tianren Academy, except for Emperor Tianshu. I am afraid that no one wants to see the Tianshu Academy stand up again. No one wants to see a knife on him and cut a piece of meat from him from time to time. If you don't want the Tianshu Academy to stand up, the best way is to naturally lie down the dean. Although this time, the night ghost incident of giant ring star seems to have nothing to do with Lin Shen on the surface, someone must throw dirty water on Lin Shen.
The reason why Emperor Tianshu asked Lin Shen to look at the planets of the heavenly man and the stars to think about his mistakes was to show his position to all the people of the three families of the heavenly man, Qi, and An. He has protected this person, and no one can touch his people. The Emperor of Heaven doesn't want anyone who can help him make money, and he can't be punished. Lin Shen also took advantage of the situation and mentioned Kong Chuan's credit, not saying that he almost killed him. Originally, Lin Shen didn't want to mention Kong Chuan's thorn, but when Kong Chuan's peacock's eye was held in his hand, he had the relationship with Tianfei, so he thought about it and mentioned it later. As for the position of the Minister of the Secret Service, it depends on Kong Chuan's own fortune and the ability of Tianfei. Anyway, he would not mention this matter. How the Emperor of Heaven would reward Confucius is not Lin Shen's concern. After he was sent out of Huakai Palace, he packed up his things at night and went to the Tianren Star to think about it behind closed doors. From returning to the Celestial Star to going to the Tianren Star, he didn't even go to the Tianchu Academy in the middle. Before Lin Shen returned to the Zenith Star, Tianshuan and in 117's report had already reached the third mansion of Tenjue family and An's family, and also to the Tianrenyuan. Although the fourth mansion of the Qi family belonging to Qi 118 also received the news, their news was not obtained from Qi 118. Because Qi 118 and Qi 96 went to the extremely dark place, the seaside castle had fallen and no one could report it back. The reports of Tianshuan and in 117 are different. And 117's report only says that the Night Ghost clan committed evil in the giant ring star, attacked his castle, and looted a large amount of supplies.
After his tenacious resistance, he finally repelled the remnants of the Night Ghost clan, and the description was full of emotions. By the way, he also mentioned the fact that Lin Shen came to him to borrow money and took away a large number of supplies.
Tianxuan's report seems simpler.
He only said that the Night Ghost clan attacked Paradise Island and had controlled the situation and captured the 4 pure-blood Night Ghosts, waiting for instructions. Finally, Tianxuan also mentioned that Lin Shen also borrowed a batch of supplies from her. Although it is simple to write, a real discerning person has seen the problem. Originally, something like this is really not a big deal among the celestial race. A developed planet would not have alarmed the celestial community to hold a parliament.
Strangely, this incident actually alarmed the president and vice president and urgently convened a parliament.
The focus of the meeting was to send Zhu Wangxing to reinforce and eliminate the remnants of the Night Ghost clan. All companies are abnormal and express their urgent mood and willingness to support Giant Airstar, and they are quarreling in the parliament. While everyone was quarreling, the Emperor of Heaven and the Heavenly Sword, who had not been to the Heavenly Man Academy for many years, suddenly arrived. After Lin Shen came to the Tianran Star, he realized how powerful the punishment the Emperor of Heaven gave him to face the wall and think about his mistakes was. He just stood on the grass of the Heavenly Star, breathing the air here, and his watch suddenly vibrated, and a prompt of base variation +1 appeared on it.
What's going on?
Lin Shen was a little stunned. He stood here and did nothing, and the basic variability rate increased. This was too perverted.
Who are you? Why are you here?
Lin Shen was looking around, trying to figure out what was going on, when he suddenly saw a beautiful woman in gorgeous clothes flying towards him, and her beautiful eyes looked at him in confusion. In the Dean of the Heavenly Master Academy, I am on the order of the Emperor to go to the Heavenly Man Star to face the wall and think about your mistakes.
What do you call me?
Lin Shen knew that the identity of the Heavenly Man who could appear on the Heavenly Man Star must be extraordinary.
Faced with the wall and thought about your mistakes? Here? The female Heavenly Man's face was full of surprise. This is the Emperor's handwriting.
Lin Shen took out the handwriting given to him by the Emperor of Heaven and handed it to the female heavenly being. After the female god confirmed that the handwriting was true, her face became even more strange.
But she didn't say much. The place where you have thought about it is Wuyuju. It's not far from where I live. I'll take you there. Thank you. Lin Shen didn't ask any more questions. My name is Qingyu, and I live in Yenyu Tower downstream of Buyuju. There are many restrictions on Tianran Star. You'd better not go around. If you have any problems, come to Yenyu Tower to find me. When Lin Shen brought Lin Shen to Buyuju, the female Tianran thought about it and said. Lin Shen thanked again. After Qingyu left, he looked at Buyuju carefully. Buyuju is built on the edge of a pool in front of a mountain, opposite the mountain wall and a waterfall. The waterfall hits the zenith. Although the water flow is relatively gentle, the water splashes still make water mist everywhere nearby. The whole Buyuju seems to be floating in the clouds and mist, and it seems to have a bit of a place to live in a god. Lin Shen took a deep breath and felt the humidity in the air was extremely high. But in just one breath, the phone vibrated again, prompting his basic variation rate +1 again. Abnormal, so perverted, it's a dog practicing in such a place, it can also take off on the spot. Lin Shen was surprised. Chapter 476 The Sky is Not Falling. Sister, you didn't go to the observatory to practice, why did you come back so early? In the fireworks building, a young man looked at Tian Xingyu with some confusion and asked. Just now, I met a man who had just teleported to the Tianran Star. He happened to lead the way and came back directly. Tian Xingyu said. Which emperor's son is it? Tianya or Tianxia? No, if they came to Tianrangxing, why do you still need your sister to lead the way, and they don't stay here either? Tian Buluo frowned. Not the emperor's son. Tian Xingyu shook his head and said. It's wrong not to be an emperor's son. Apart from us emperor's sons, the only ones who can come to this heavenly mansion are the concubines of the emperor's father. Naturally, they can't be men. Could it be, the little emperor's uncle is here? Tian Buluo's eyes lit up immediately.
Don't guess, it's not the little emperor's uncle, nor the celestial being, but a human being. He claims to be the dean of the Tianchi Academy and was punished by the emperor's father to come and face the wall to think about his mistakes.
Tian Xingyu said with a smile.
When Tian Buluo heard this, he suddenly widened his eyes. Buyuju.
I misunderstood. Did I hear it wrong or did you say it wrong? How could the emperor father let an alien race enter the heavenly star and go to Buyuju? What happened to Buyuju?
It is where God and the Emperor of Heaven realize the truth, and it is one of the places with the strongest immortal laws. It is better than the location of our Yenyu Tower. When the Emperor Father was young, he had practiced and realized the truth. I begged the Emperor Father several times, but he did not agree to let me live in Buyuju.
Why did a foreign human being live in? Tian Buluo felt more and more strange as he spoke. That man has the handwriting of the Emperor's father.
I have read it, it's true.
Tian Xingyu said. There is such a thing.
Wait. You said that man claimed to be the dean of the Tianchi Academy.
I know who he is.
But how could the Emperor's father ask him to come to the Tianrun Star to think about his mistakes, and arranged for him to move into Buyuju?
Tian Buluo said as he stood up and walked out, saying as he walked, "No, I have to go and see."
Don't cause trouble.
Tian Xingyu hurriedly stopped him.
Sister, don't worry, I won't go to cause trouble for him, I just go out to find out the news and see how he came here.
Tian Buluo said and left Yenyu Tower.
Tian Buluo said this, but after leaving Yenyu Tower, he turned around and went to Buyuju. He wanted to see why the new dean of the Tianchi Academy lived in Buyuju, which he could not even live in. Tian Buluo knew that Emperor Tian Shu asked someone to live in Buyuju, so he must have his intention.
If it were in normal times, Tian Buluo would not have any objection. But recently, it is a little different. The cosmic race ranking battle that is once every 10 universes every year will begin in a few months. People from every race have the opportunity to participate, although young people like him will not have any impact on the ranking of the celestial race in the universe. But it would be an extremely honor to shine in the race ranking war.
Most people from small races and cosmic strong races often participate in the battle not to get more top rankings, but to hope to become famous in the race ranking battle.
Of course, Tian Buluo is not very interested in becoming famous.
The reason why he wants to participate in the war is mainly because he hopes to fight Dais. He claims to be the second master of the Tianrun flying upgrade. If he can defeat Dais in the racial ranking war, it can prove that the genius of the Tianrun is not inferior to Dais of the Supreme Clan.
Tian Buluo is not blindly arrogant. He has already won the first place in the Ascension ranking battle organized by the Tianrun Academy during the 9 turns. He is indeed the top strongman among the younger generation of the Tianrun.
Because Tenshin's ascension time was too short, he had never participated in the Ascension ranking battle organized by the Tianrun Academy. However, even if he participated, he was probably not a match for Tian Buluo. For this racial ranking war, Tian Buluo made a long time to prepare and had reached the peak of 10 turns. But Tian Buluo knew that it would not be that easy to defeat Dais at the peak of 10 turns, so he had to become stronger. For this reason, he asked Emperor Tian Shu to live in Buyuju, where there was the afterglow of the immortal laws left by the god and Emperor Tian Shu. If he could understand something from it, it would be of great help to his battle with Dais. The god and the Heavenly Emperor were a relatively early Heavenly Emperors of the Heavenly Man race, and they were also the former Heavenly Man race's combat power ceiling. In the era of God and the Emperor of Heaven, the Heavenly Man race once entered the top 3 on the race rankings. Although it failed to top it, it was also the best result of the Heavenly Man race in history. The Heaven Heart skill, one of the 5 basic evolutionary techniques widely circulated in the universe, is adapted from the Heaven and God Heaven Emperor's Unity and Heart skill by God and Heaven. God and Heaven have a set of techniques that match the Heaven and God Heaven art, which is known as the technique closest to God. Unfortunately, the art of Heaven and God and Man has extremely high requirements for practitioners' talents. Since the God and the Emperor of Heaven, no one can practice the art of Heaven and God and Man to the extreme, and it is difficult to exert the essence of this technique that is closest to God. In addition, the heart art of the oneness of Heaven and Man has gradually been eliminated by the times, and more powerful evolutionary techniques have been created. There are very few people in the heavenly race who practice the heart art of the oneness of heaven and man. Without the cooperation of this evolutionary technique, it would be even more impossible to practice the art of heaven and God and man. For the sake of the art of heaven and God and man, Tian Buluo chose the outdated the art of harmony of heaven and man as his evolutionary technique. The ultimate goal is to practice the art of heaven and God and man and carry it forward.
Tian Buluo is indeed amazing.
The outdated heavenly heart art was actually practiced by him to a level that is almost invincible at the same level. Heaven and God and man art also allowed him to enter the school and has already obtained some mysterious essence, but compared with the realm of God and Emperor of Heaven, it is naturally much worse. He asked Emperor Tianshu several times to study the art of heaven and gods and man's, but he was rejected, and he didn't even have a serious reason, which made him very dissatisfied.
Tian Buluo already understood that Emperor Tianshu didn't want him to go on this road and wanted him to re-enter other evolutionary techniques. But he was about to go on. He wanted to prove to Emperor Tianshu that there was no garbage evolutionary technique, only garbage people. He wanted to let Emperor Tianshu realize that when he practiced that heavenly heart art, he could still be invincible at the same level and defeated the powerful people of thousands of races, including Dais. You don't let me live in Buyuju. I'll visit the owner of Buyuju. Let's take the guest house there.
Tian Buluo did not want to find Lin Shen's trouble, but made up his mind to stay there.
Yanyu Tower is just downstream of the stream next to Buyuju. It is not far away. In a short while, the sky is near Buyuju.
I saw a figure from afar, standing in the pavilion of Buyuju, with a straight figure, holding a folding fan and gently shaking it, enjoying the waterfall opposite very comfortably.
Chapter 477 Heaven and God-Man.
The Tianrun star gives Lin Shen the feeling that it is almost no different from the human parent star. The gravity and atmospheric components are very similar, which makes him feel very comfortable here. What puzzled him was that he was just standing here and did nothing. Not only was the base change rate increasing, but the life foundation in his body was also ready to move, as if there were signs of reincarnation again.
What a magical planet!
Lin Shen opened the door of the balcony. There was a wooden platform outside, and there was a pavilion standing in the water outside the platform. Standing in the pavilion, he felt his brain clearer, as if even his memory had become stronger. Within his eyes, he could see many subtle points that he could not notice in normal times. If I had been practicing here since I was a child, my achievements should be much stronger than now, and my brain would be smarter. Lin Shen never understood this way, why it is said that the environment is very important for learning.
The waterfall here is not as tyrannical as the waterfall in the ascension pool.
Because the mountain is stair-shaped, the waterfall has experienced 3 drops and has fallen into the pool below, and its momentum has slowed down a lot. The water flow became gentle, less violent impact, but more elegant fairy spirit. Lin Shen saw that there were some words engraved on the mountain wall next to the waterfall. I will not take it if the heaven is not with me, but I will not take it if the time is not with me, but I will not wait if the man is not with me. I will not take it if God is not with me, but I will take it if I take it if God is not with me. Lin Shen was stunned for a moment. Looking ahead, it seemed to be written by a hidden man who was indifferent to fame and fortune without desires. That means, if you ignore me, I will ignore you, if you don't give it to me, I won't want it. But the flavor changed later. As I wrote it, it seemed like I would take it myself if you didn't give it to me.
If you hide it, I would rob it. The artistic conception was completely different. This made Lin Shen very suspicious. The first few words and the next few words were written by 2 people, otherwise how could this be so inconsistent with the foreword? But looking at the handwriting, it seems that it is the same, it should be from the same talent. This is the Song of Heaven and Gods written by the gods and emperors of heaven. Legend has it that it contains the great horror of the art of heaven and gods. If you can understand a little, it will be of great help to the path of cultivation. A voice sounded behind Lin Shen. Lin Shen turned his head and saw that he was a man with a celestial figure and appearance that was not inferior to the heart of the sky, but his temperament was far superior to that of the sky. What is heaven and God and man?
Lin Shen asked with a smile when he saw that the other party seemed to have no malice. The art of heaven and gods is a technique created by gods and emperors. It has the unpredictable ability of gods and ghosts. Legend has it that it can communicate with heaven and earth ghosts and gods, gain enlightenment from heaven and earth, protection from ghosts and gods, body and heaven, heart and gods. Every move is the ultimate principle of heaven and earth. Every move is like ghosts and gods coming to the world, which is a technique that gathers the great terror of the world. Tian Buluo looked up at the song of heaven and gods on the stone wall, and said leisurely,
"Why have you never heard of such a magical skill before?"
Lin Shen was very interested. Although the heaven and gods and human technique cannot be said to be lost in my heaven and human clan, very few people can truly understand its essence. In addition, it is necessary to practice that heaven and gods and human technique, Now there are not many people in our clan who can do this heaven and gods and human technique.
Tian Buluo sighed.
So that's it. Lin Shen was suddenly disappointed. He originally wanted to see the heavenly and gods and human technique, but he didn't expect that this was the exclusive skill of the heavenly heart art, and his interest suddenly decreased.
A Tian in the Shatian Normal University, who is your priest? Lin Shen asked at Tian Buluo.
Tian Buluo, the 17th son of the Emperor of Heaven.
Tian Buluo said with a smile.
It turns out that it is the 17th Emperor's son, and I'm rude. Lin Shen said politely, but there was no substantial action. Tian Buluo frowned slightly, but he came here to ask Lin Shen, so he naturally did not feel convenient for him. He just smiled and continued, this Buyuju is where God and the Emperor of Heaven first realized the truth. The heaven and the god and the man art was founded here.
You live here now, which will be of great help to comprehend the heaven and the god and the man art. The Emperor's son is joking.
What I am not practicing the heart of heaven and cannot practice the art of heaven and gods and humans.
Lin Shen said. That's not necessarily.
Tian Buluo said with a smile, without the Tianqin art as the foundation, although you cannot practice the heaven and god and human art, the heaven and god and human art itself is a mysterious technique to teach people how to sense the laws of heaven and earth, unite heaven and man, and to sense the laws of the universe. You can also sense the wonders of this method without practicing this method. It is of great help to achieve immortality in the future and establish immortal laws. Brother Tian, you live here, it is a great opportunity for heaven, so don't miss it.
Maybe I have mediocre qualifications and I don't have any special feeling. Lin Shen said. That's because you don't understand the heaven and the god in human arts. After you understand the heaven and the god in human arts, you will naturally feel the difference here.
Tian Buluo said. I can't get the secret technique of the heavenly and human race. Lin Shen shook his head.
Where did he learn the heavenly and godly human skills?
Haha, what's the difficulty?
If you want to learn, I will teach you. Tian Buluo said boldly.
Is this okay? Lin Shen frowned and looked at Tian Buluo, with a little confused in his heart. Why did the Emperor's son Tian Buluo who suddenly appeared so much about him? He also taught him the skills of heaven and gods.
What's wrong?
The Tianqin art has long been eliminated by the times. Without the cooperation of the Tianqin art, the heaven and godman art are just methods to sense the laws of heaven and earth.
Without actual use value, they are no longer considered a secret technique. Tian Buluo said.
Forget it, so as not to violate the taboos and implicate the Emperor's son. Lin Shen shook his head and said. He was not very interested in these mysterious things, and he was more practical and useful. Lin Shen has always felt that things like realm are only useful if they have the same power.
No matter how high your level is and your body cannot keep up, what is the difference between being high and having low eyes and hands?
It's okay, no one dares to make things difficult for me because of a mere heaven and God's art.
Just don't worry.
Tian Buluo did not give Lin Shen a chance to speak, so he thought about the heart skills of heaven and God's art. Lin Shen frowned secretly, but he couldn't cover his mouth and prevent him from talking, so he had to stand aside and listen. While reciting the heart skill, Tian Buluo explained to Lin Shen. He just wanted Lin Shen to remember the heart skill of the heaven and gods and man arts quickly, and then start practicing. He could stay in this place without saying a word, feel the afterglow of the immortal laws left by gods and the Emperor of Heaven, and try to comprehend the heaven and gods and man arts, and push it to a higher level.
Try it, you should be able to understand something.
After Tian Buluo said it, he signaled Lin Shen to try it.
Can you say it again? This heart rule is too long and you said it too quickly. I didn't remember it.
Lin Shen said helplessly.
I didn't remember, it's impossible. Tian Buluo looked at Lin Shen in surprise.
The heavenly man star itself has the effect of strengthening the body and enhancing spiritual consciousness. Even the heavenly man with average memory can almost be remembered here. Although Lin Shen is not a celestial being, he is also the director of the Tianchi Academy selected by the Emperor of Heaven.
It's no reason why it's so bad. Chapter 478 The Holy Land of Practice.
Lin Shen's memory is indeed much stronger than the Tianren star, and his mind becomes clearer and much better than before. If the Jade Emperor now reports his name in front of him, he should be able to write it down again. However, the heaven and the gods and man have more than 10,000 words, and many of them are awkward and difficult sentences. This way he can remember it once, which is really a bit embarrassing to him. The so-called memory of ordinary celestial beings is based on the standards of celestial beings.
Human memory is much worse than that of celestial beings.
Lin Shen is the level of ordinary human beings.
With the strengthening of the environment of the celestial beings, he cannot pass the whole of celestial beings and can't forget it directly. I'd better not learn it.
Lin Shen was not interested in the technique of Tian and the Godman, and he was even less interested in seeing Tian Buluo's surprised expression.
It's okay, I'm the problem. I read it too fast, and it's normal to remember it. I slowed down and did it again. Tian Buluo said hurriedly.
He wanted to use the reason to teach Lin Shen's heaven and God and man to stay in Wu Yu's residence, and Lin Shen must be allowed to take the bait. No matter what Lin Shen said, Tian Buluo recited the heart sword again silently, and deliberately slowed down, annotating Lin Shen word by word, just for fear that he would not understand or remember. But this has increased Lin Shen's memory, making it even more difficult to remember. Lin Shen felt a little sleepy as he listened, and couldn't help but yawn. He became increasingly interested in the magic of heaven and gods.
After Tian Buluo's detailed explanation, Lin Shen also understood a little.
Although he was still far from his understanding, it is certain that practicing the art of heaven and gods is boring. He needs to calmly understand the laws of heaven and earth and all things in order to achieve the level of resonance between heaven and man. Lin Shen was a person who couldn't sit still since childhood. Apart from sleeping and reading, he could be quiet. He had no intention of calming down the world.
This thing was not suitable for him at all.
It is a sleeping method like the Ageless Sutra, which is more in line with Lin Shen's mind and nature. The less interested he is, the more he can't remember it.
Lin Shen forgot the back after hearing it, remembered the back and forgot the front.
Tian Buluo over and over again, and the veins on his forehead burst out, and his saliva was almost dry, but Lin Shen could not write down the heart tips of the art of heaven and gods and man.
Son of the Emperor, otherwise, you can write down the God and man and read it slowly in the future?
Lin Shen felt it was too boring and had no intention of learning. No, the magic of heaven and gods cannot be put on paper and pen.
Of course, Tian Buluo would not let Lin Shen write down. Lin Shen wrote down everything, so why did he stay here to explain to Lin Shen? Tian Buluo could see that Lin Shen was not deliberately making things difficult for him, but really couldn't remember it.
Of course, he also understood that Lin Shen was indeed not interested in the art of heaven and gods, so he was so unattractive. After all, Lin Shen did not practice the heart of heaven. The heaven and gods and man techniques have very limited help to him, so it is normal that he is not interested. When he can sense the afterglow of the immortal law of Woyuju, even if you don't let you practice, you won't give up.
Tian Buluo taught Lin Shen over and over again with this mentality.
After practicing for a whole afternoon, it was almost dark, and Lin Shen remembered the complete heart technique of the magic of heaven and man without word.
You try it first, can you sense something? Tian Buluo said. It's getting late. Why don't you try again tomorrow?
Lin Shen had been yawning all over the world and really didn't want to learn anymore.
It's already so late. Brother Ation and I hit it off at first sight. The place where I live is far away from here. I will live with you tonight. Let's talk at night with you. Tian Buluo said. Don't you sleep at night? Lin Shen was speechless and said to himself, it's a big deal. You are a good teacher. You have taught me here for an afternoon. If you didn't see that you have the identity of an emperor, you would have beaten you out. It's hard to find a soulmate. I'm too excited to meet you, Brother Ation, so where can I sleep? Tian Buluo's acting skills soared, and he looked like he met a soulmate in a mountain flowing water. Son of the Emperor, I am really sleepy. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Lin Shen sighed. It's okay, you go back to your room to rest first. I'll wait for you here. We'll talk when you get up. Tian Buluo said hurriedly. Okay. After all, he was the emperor's son, so Lin Shen was not easy to drive him away, so he had to go back to the bedroom by himself. Seeing that Lin Shen finally left, Tian Buluo was in a good mood. He sat on the balcony, looked at the songs of heaven and gods on the mountain wall, and began to feel the residual charm of the immortal laws here. Lin Shen was sleeping in the bed and summoned the person who defied his fate to guard the door. If there was any abnormal movement that day, he could know it as soon as possible, so as not to be plotted against by others. He didn't believe that he would come to see something, or that the mountains and rivers met a soulmate, and that the sky would not fall. Lin Shen just didn't figure out whether Tian Buluo had any plans for him or came for this Wuyuju. Lin Shen woke up and found that his base variability has increased a little more. Although it has increased a lot slower than when he first came, he can increase the base variability by doing nothing. This is a great thing. Seeing that Tian Buluo was still sitting on the balcony outside, there was no abnormal movement. Lin Shen took the desperate person back, walked out of the wooden house and came to the balcony. Brother Ation, are you awake? Tian Buluo stood up when he saw Lin Shen coming out, looked at Lin Shen and said, Brother Ation, let's practice the skills of heaven and gods together? Aren't you hungry? Let's eat something first. Lin Shen was speechless. The heavenly star has many immortal laws, so the energy in the air is much stronger than other planets. The energy absorbed by breathing is enough to maintain life. Most people here even have the risk of excessive energy and do not need to eat. Tian Buluo explained. Is this how? Lin Shen realized that he really didn't feel hungry. Not only that, assassinators like you and me just need to live here and do nothing. The base variability and the number of reincarnations of the life base will gradually increase, but the improvement is slower. As long as you practice a little harder, even if you don't use the Ascension Liquid and Spiritual Foundation, the promotion speed will be very fast. Tian Buluo continued to popularize Lin Shen. Only then did Lin Shen realize why he did nothing, but his basic change rate increased by himself. The heavenly star is worthy of being the cultivation ground of the Emperor of Heaven. This is so comfortable. You can really improve your level even if you lie down. The only thing that gave Lin Shen a headache was that Tian Buluo actually wanted to pull him to practice the skills of heaven and gods. Brother Ation, it will be a battle for race rankings in a few months. Don't you want to win glory for your race? If you can comprehend a few points of the afterglow of the immortal law, it will be helpful at that time. Tian Buluo saw that Lin Shen didn't want to pay attention to him, so he threw out another news. Chapter 479 Puppets. Is the race ranking war about to begin? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He had no time to read the news of the universe recently, and he really didn't pay attention to this matter. It's less than 4 months left. With your strength, you should be able to make a difference in the ranking battle. Tian Buluo instigated. The people who participate in the race ranking war are all bigwigs. A assassinator, can I do what can I do? Lin Shen shook his head and said. Brother Ation, you are wrong to think this way. Tian Buluo said seriously, Ascendant is indeed difficult to affect the racial ranking, but your own record will also be helpful to you and your race. Race ranking war is a duel that all race members can participate in. Before starting the ranking war, there is an elimination war. The strong people of all levels participating in the battle will be teleported to different areas. The base changer is one area, the assassinator is one area, and the Nirvana and the Immortal are another area. In the elimination war, if you can have amazing performance, you can make a name for yourself and your race. Tian Buluo said excitedly, you are also an assassinator. If you can defeat a person like Dai's, your fame will be gained. In the future, you will definitely be more valued in our clan. Others know that your race has potential, and even your tribe will benefit from it. I'm not strong enough, so I'll still not participate. Lin Shen has no interest in becoming famous. The overall strength of human beings is not good, and no matter how strong a human being is, it is useless. Tian Buluo was slightly stunned, but he didn't expect Lin Shen to be so unmotivated. Son of the Emperor, Buyu is so old, I am quite lonely living alone. If you don't dislike it, how about staying and being a companion with me? Lin Shen heard that Tian Buluo mentioned the racial ranking war, and then understood why Tian Buluo stayed here, so he took the initiative to ask him to stay. Tian Buluo was very happy when he heard this. Okay, it's boring for me to live alone, it's great to be a companion together. Sure enough, as a result, Tian Buluo no longer forced Lin Shen to learn the skills of Tian and the gods and man. He went to the pavilion and started practicing on his own. Lin Shen left in the room alone and took out the Night Crow's life-based evil ghost blade to study it. Tianxuan has seen this spiritual foundation, but he has not found any problem. What is strange is that it is clearly the spiritual foundation of the Nirvana, but this thing can be activated by the power of the Ascensioner. The power of the evil ghost blade is not as strong as imagined. When it was in Yiya's hands, it seemed very strong, but in his hands, it was only the level of the Tenturn spiritual foundation, and it could not explode the power of Nirvana. Tianxuan said that the evil ghost blade is indeed a spiritual foundation of Nirvana level. Tianxuan can activate the Nirvana power in its body. Although the Assassinator can also activate it, it cannot activate its Nirvana power. It is very wonderful. Lin Shen used it as a substitute for dead fans, which can be regarded as a rather weird gun, and it is still okay to use the stabbing technique. After Lin Shen studied it for a while, he still couldn't activate the Nirvana power within the evil ghost blade, so he was no longer interested in continuing to study it. He put the evil ghost blade aside and studied how to integrate the 28 fist and the thousands of people's fingers. The key to the integration of these two techniques is naturally the skill of hiding the mind. Lin Shen originally planned to let Ayun practice the skills of hiding the heart, but before he could give it to her, the Tianren star came. Anyway, there is nothing to do in the 3 months here, so I just need to study it. Maybe after the 3 months expire, his skills will be successfully integrated. Tian Buluo lived in Buyuju these days, but he had never said a few words to Lin Shen. He basically studied the art of heaven and gods and man in front of the pavilion. It was Lin Shen who came here to think about his mistakes, but Tian Buluo was more like the one who thought about his mistakes. Lin Shen practiced this for a while, and then practiced it for a while. When he was bored, he leaned in front of the window and saw that the sky was not falling in front of the wall. Although there were no guards here to prohibit him from going out, the Emperor of Heaven asked him to come here to think about his mistakes, so he couldn't run around. No need to eat and drink, no need to practice, you can grow by practicing casually. Every day, you can practice skills. This kind of life is really boring. Such practice is too boring. I would rather go out to hunt ascension creatures. Lin Shen picked up the evil ghost blade and waved it a few times, feeling that a hero had no place to use his skills. Of course, Lin Shen's premise is that hunting ascension creatures is no longer a threat to him. After practicing for a few times, I felt it was boring again and put the evil ghost blade aside. I wonder how the situation is going on in Tianxuan. Lin Shen thought of Tianxuan and the 4 pure-blood night ghosts. If the night sky was not able to stay with Tianxuan, it would be a big trouble for Tianxuan. After all, they know that Tianxuan's true strength will still have some impact on Tianxuan if it is used by others. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard some noise from the pavilion outside the window. Lin Shen looked up and saw that the sky was sitting in the pavilion, and he stood up at some point. Tian Buluo's body exudes a strong aura that is invisible and intangible, but can make people feel it. The man who was Tian Buluo was standing there,
but in Lin Shen's eyes, Tian Buluo seemed to be no longer alone. He merged with the pavilion, pool, waterfall, mountain wall, and even the entire world, giving Lin Shen a very strange feeling.
If Tian Buluo is his enemy, then he attacks Tian Buluo, as if he is an enemy of the heaven and earth. I am worthy of being the emperor's son of the heavenly man clan, it's quite powerful. Lin Shen couldn't help but exclaim as he saw Tian Buluo's aura getting stronger and stronger, and he felt that the power of heaven and earth was gathered together. Lin Shen looked at it and suddenly laughed out loud. The situation of the sky was not falling, which reminded him of something funny. The situation where the sky does not fall can be regarded as reaching the state of unity between man and nature. Being able to sense the wonders of all things in the world, and every move is in line with the laws of heaven and earth. You can hardly use any technique. Doing it casually is a variety of perfect techniques, and you don't even need to think. If this is the case, wouldn't a person who practices the unity of man and nature become a puppet of heaven and earth? He is just fighting according to the laws of heaven and earth, and he doesn't even need to think about it. So is he fighting, or is he using his body to fight? Lin Shen thought about this. The more he looked at the sky, the more he looked like a puppet. Suddenly, the smile on Lin Shen's face froze. He subconsciously shook his head hard, and then rubbed his eyes again, wondering if he was thinking too much and had hallucinations. He seemed to have really seen thin lines appearing on Tian Buluo's body, as if he had really become a puppet carrying a thread. Chapter 480 The Thin Line of the Void.
After rubbing his eyes and looking at it, the thin lines on Tian Buluo's body disappeared. It turns out that I'm thinking too much, so people can't think too much. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief, looked at it for a while, but gradually saw thin lines appearing in Tian Buluo's body in his eyes. The thin lines were like extending from the void, connected to Tian Buluo's body, pulling his body and moving. Others saw that the sky did not fall and seemed to move with the laws of nature, with a harmonious beauty of harmony between man and nature, but in Lin Shen's eyes, he was pulled and moved by those thin lines of voids, like a puppet pulling a thread. Lin Shen shook his head, rubbed his eyes again, and when he looked again, the thin lines of void on Tian Buluo's body disappeared again. But after watching carefully for a while, I could see the thin lines of the void again. What's going on? Is there something wrong with my eyes, or is there really those thin lines on Tian Buluo's body? Lin Shen was shocked and wondered what was wrong with his eyes. Lin Shen repeatedly tried several times, but the results were the same. As long as he stared at Tian Buluo, just like looking at other people's acupoints, he could see the thin lines of void appearing on Tian Buluo's body. Until Tian Buluo escaped from the state of unity between man and nature, Lin Shen could no longer see the thin lines of void on his body. I finally made a breakthrough again, and have a deeper understanding of the art of heaven and gods and man. I have reached the state of unity of heaven and man. It is only a matter of time before the highest realm of gods and ghosts.
Tian Buluo said excitedly. Son of the Emperor, did you see anything when you were in a state of harmony between man and nature?
Lin Shen saw Tian Buluo talking to him, so he asked. He wanted to know if Tian Buluo could see the thin lines of void on his body. If Tian Buluo could see it himself, it meant that Lin Shen's eyes were normal.
Can you see it? Tian Buluo looked at Lin Shen in surprise. I saw a little.
Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. From this point of view, it was normal for those thin lines of voids on Tian Buluo's body to appear, and it should be the function of the magic of Tian and the gods. Tian Buluo was even more surprised to hear Lin Shen say that he could see something. I have understood the art of unity between man and nature. The body is in harmony with the way of heaven, and the heavenly being in harmony with the way of heaven, and the heavenly being in vaguely understand a trace of the laws of heaven, and you can actually see it? What laws of heaven? Do you talk about those thin lines? Lin Shen frowned slightly, and vaguely felt that Tian Buluo seemed a little different from what he said. What thin line? I'm talking about the laws of heaven, the law of operation of all things in heaven, earth, and everything. It's indescribable. It seems that it's not appropriate to use a thread as a metaphor. Tian Buluo looked at his clothes, and there were no thin lines. Well, maybe our expressions are different, and I'm talking about those rules. Lin Shen can now be sure that Tian Buluo cannot see those thin lines. However, what he said about the movement of heaven, earth, and all things should be the thin lines that Lin Shen saw, because those thin lines pull the body that cannot fall in the sky and move. In the feeling of not falling in the sky, it should be the laws of the way of heaven. Lin Shen wanted to know whether there were other people besides him who could see the thin lines on Tian Buluo's body. Unfortunately, there was only 2 of them here, and there was no way to verify it. Brother A Tian, I just realized the state of unity between man and nature. How about you practice with me? Tian Buluo did not notice Lin Shen's strangeness, and was very excited to let Lin Shen be his accompanying training, wanting to know how effective this state is in actual combat. Okay. Lin Shen agreed immediately. He also wanted to try it out if he could see those thin lines of voids in actual combat. Brother A Tian, just take action, I have my own way to deal with it. The 2 of them came outside and Tian Buluo said with confidence. Lin Shen directly used the technique pointed by thousands of people and pointed it at Tian Buluo with extremely hidden techniques. It was strange to say that Lin Shen's technique was already very hidden, but as soon as his fingers moved, the sky started to move, and he naturally avoided Lin Shen's fingers. It's really okay. Come again, use your strongest technique to attack me. Tian Buluo said. Lin Shen spread out the points of thousands of people, pointing toward the sky like a phantom. His fingering techniques are ever-changing, but Tian Buluo can dodge or block his fingers very naturally every time. No matter how many changes Lin Shen's moves have, Tian Buluo can crack them at will. Lin Shen saw clearly that after Tian Buluo entered the state of unity between man and nature, thin lines of void appeared on him again. As long as Lin Shen moved, it was like a thin line of void that had been triggered by Tian Buluo's body, allowing the thin line of void that led Tian Buluo's body and perfectly cracked Lin Shen's offensive. No matter how fast Lin Shen's movements are, how strong his strength is, or how hidden he is, he cannot avoid hindering the thin lines of the void. As long as he moves, the thin line of the void will inevitably move, just as the other end of the thin line of the void is connected to Lin Shen himself. This thought scared Lin Shen, and he quickly looked at his body, but fortunately he did not see the thin lines of void on him. What's wrong with you? Tian Buluo looked at Lin Shen in confusion. As he was fighting, Lin Shen kept looking at him and stopped attacking him. It's nothing. I just felt a little uncomfortable wearing this clothes. Let's come again. Lin Shen said. I'll attack you this time. I'll try to see how the unity of man and nature works on one end of the attack. Tian Buluo said. When Lin Shen took action just now, Tian Buluo had already seen that Lin Shen's skills were very high and his attributes were not weak. He didn't have much concern at the moment. He directly used the technique of unity between man and nature to attack Lin Shen. His moves were weird and natural, and he always took action from unexpected angles, and it seemed like he should have been like this. Every move that Tian Buluo seems to take up all the right time, place, and people. It's smooth sailing, climb high and hit low, and use everything as much as possible, as if the whole environment is helping the sky not fall. Lin Shen expanded his body and fingering skills to fight against Tian Buluo, but he was suppressed and could not fight back, so he could only keep retreating. Although his bodywork was taught by Ayun, Lin Shen used it at all after practicing. Coupled with the strange changes pointed by thousands of people, ordinary assassinators will probably be trapped in the deep-rooted body in a few strokes. But since the beginning of the battle, Lin Shen has been beaten by Tian Buluo and is no match for him at all in terms of technique. Every attack of Tian Buluo is flawless, secretly in line with the way of heaven. Not to mention Lin Shen, no one can fight against Tian Buluo, and he will not be able to grasp his flaws. The art of heaven and gods is a bit powerful. Lin Shen exclaimed in secret. If this is not a competition, Lin Shen can only use his strength to defeat others and stop playing skills with him. Chapter 481 An Unexpected Discovery. No, why do I have to compete with him for skills? I don't need it at all. Lin Shen suddenly thought that there was no need to compete with Tian Buluo for skills. Because he could see the thin lines of void on Tian Buluo's body, those thin lines of void on Tian Buluo's body moved. So Lin Shen only needs to figure out which thin lines move and what kind of movement will cause Tian Buluo's body to take, and then he can know how Tian Buluo will take action next. Isn't this equivalent to cheating in knowing the answer in advance? After having this idea, Lin Shen secretly observed the movement of the thin lines in the void. He didn't need to remember which line is used for, he just needed to find the rules of the body corresponding to those thin lines. Boring memory is troublesome, but it is simple as long as you find the rules. Soon, Lin Shen roughly judged the pattern of the impact of those thin lines on Tianbiluo's body, but the thin lines moved too fast and did not leave Lin Shen any time to judge. Even if you see through the rules, it is still useless. In such a fast battle, it is impossible to judge the action of the sky not falling through the action of the line. Once the line moves, the sky not falling will follow. This method will not work. Lin Shen felt a little depressed. Tianbiluo is becoming more and more courageous as he fights. Tian and the gods and man's skills show unparalleled powerful abilities on both ends of offense and defense. If it is before comprehension of man and nature, with Lin Shen's skill level, although Tianbiluo does not think he will lose, it will take a lot of effort to defeat Lin Shen. It was not as easy as it is now. It kept pressing Lin Shen to fight. If he hadn't wanted to practice the unity of man and nature, in his opinion, Lin Shen, who was full of flaws all over his body, would have been taken down by him long ago. The attack takes over the right time and place, and the defense predicts the enemy's initiative. How should we play this? Lin Shen felt that unless he convinced others with his strength, it would be impossible to defeat the heavenly Buluo in the state of unity between man and nature. Why did such a powerful technique as the heavenly god and godman technique fall to this point in the heavenly man race? Is it just because the heavenly heart art is outdated? No matter how old the heavenly heart art is, it can be modified and upgraded. The evolutionary techniques of many small races are modified based on the 5 basic evolutionary techniques, and there are also many powerful evolutionary techniques. Even if it is not modified, the effect of this heaven and the godman technique is enough to offset the advantages brought by other advanced evolutionary techniques, and it is even more useful. There are few people in the heavenly man race who can use such a powerful technique. This is too much. Lin Shen secretly wondered. He was very suspicious that the reason why the heavenly man tribe abandoned the heavenly heart art and did not practice the heavenly and godly man skills was because they also discovered the thin lines of the void on their bodies and knew that there was someone behind them controlling everything, so they chose to abandon such a powerful technique. But when I think about it, I feel that something is wrong. What creatures in the world can control such strange and unpredictable thin lines of the void? Is it a higher dimension of life? Or the whole world is a puppet show? Their every move is controlled by the creator, and everyone is a marionette. If this is the case, why can't the thin lines of void be seen in other people? Lin Shen thought about it, but he didn't think of it. The rise of the battle of heaven is unlucky and has never been willing to give up. Lin Shen thought to himself, this sparring cannot be used in vain. If you treat me as sparring, then I will treat you as sparring. So Lin Shen let himself go and tried to use the combined 1,000 men's fingers to hide the 2/8 strengths in the 1,000 men's fingers. At first, there was no effect. Either the 28 finger force derived from the 28 fist was directly used, or only the 28 finger force was pointed by thousands of people, and there was no time to hide the 28 finger force in. This is also true to the old saying, Lin Shen has only a few knowledges and has not fully practiced it. Lin Shen was so stupid, but Tianbiluo felt unexpectedly uncomfortable. Many times he couldn't tell which kind of finger force Lin Shen used. However, even if Tianbiluo couldn't tell him clearly, the laws of heaven could help him clearly, so Lin Shen was still suppressed at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Lin Shen's endurance is really strong, and the emperor's son Tianbiluo can only accept the disadvantage. When he is so tired that he can't beat him, he can only stop and rest. Lin Shen discovered another problem. No matter how strong an ordinary person is, even if he is a nirvana person, if his physical strength is problematic, his movements will definitely be deformed, and it is impossible to maintain his previous perfect state. But Tianbiluo was so tired that he was about to lose his feet. His movements were still not even a trace of deformation, and it was still so perfect. Stop fighting, wait until I'll get some rest. Tianbiluo sat on the ground, gasping for breath, looking at Lin Shen with a smile. Brother Tian, your physical strength is good, I'm so tired, you look like you're okay. I only have the advantage of being able to endurance. Lin Shen said with a smile. Okay, we will fight again after I recover.
Tian Buluo didn't care about it.
He agreed with Lin Shen's words very much. In addition to his good endurance, he really looked down on Lin Shen's skills. In the state of unity of man and nature, Lin Shen's skills are all flaws. If he wanted to win, he would have won many times long ago. In the next few days, Tian Buluo, in addition to facing the wall to comprehend the magic of heaven and gods, would be a practical battle with Lin Shen. When you are tired of fighting, sit and comprehend.
If you have the experience of comprehending, you can train with Lin Shen in actual combat.
After many confrontations with Tian Buluo, Lin Shen's fingering and body movements gradually matured, and the progress of actual combat was indeed faster than thinking about it himself. Now Lin Shen can shoot out the fingers of thousands of men wrapped in the 28-finger power. It looks ordinary, but in fact it is covered with explosive power. But the success rate is still relatively low, and it is not solid enough, so it cannot achieve the degree of binding force as a needle. I am afraid that it will not be able to borrow power from a master like Shiman Swordsman. Once, when Lin Shen was competing with Tian Buluo, he accidentally exerted two finger forces at the same time. The two finger forces merged with each other instead of wrapping them.
As a result, Tian Buluo unexpectedly felt a little panic. The finger, I made a mistake just now. It seems that the thin lines of voids did not move.
Lin Shen suddenly discovered the new continent. He began to recall how the finger was hit, because it was hit by accident, so Lin Shen himself didn't know how it was done.
After trying many times, I couldn't get the mixed finger strength again. I don't believe this evil. Lin Shen studied it again and again, and had to reappear that finger. Chapter 482 Give Up. That finger just now is interesting, why don't you use it?
Tian Buluo suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Shen and asked.
Lin Shen was depressed. Do you think I don't want to use it?
Just now, it was a mistake when I tried it.
I didn't know how to do it. After trying it many times, I couldn't get the same finger strength as before. I have just practiced that fingering method for a while and haven't practiced it yet. I can succeed once in a while.
Lin Shen had no choice but to make up a comment.
Then you can practice it quickly, and then we will fight again. Tian Buluo said. Lin Shen came and went in one way. Although he was also a top-notch among the assassinators, he no longer had any threat to Tian Buluo. Tian Buluo was no longer willing to practice with Lin Shen.
The finger just now made Tian Buluo's unity of man and nature fail to react in time. Tian Buluo thought Lin Shen had a killer weapon, so he used it when he was forced to use it. I heard that Lin Shen had not yet mastered it, so Tian Buluo urged him to practice it quickly. Only by posing a threat to his heaven and gods and human techniques can he continue to improve.
I don't want to practice it, the problem is that I don't know how to practice it.
Lin Shenjing calmed down and thought carefully about how he hit the finger just now. Originally, he wanted to use the technique of hiding the mind of the 28 fingers to hide the heart, but because the success rate is relatively low, it often makes mistakes, so sometimes the 28-finger force breaks through the 28-finger force and is exposed. Sometimes the 28-finger force is too fast, and the 28-finger force has not been used yet, the 28-finger force has already been out. Sometimes, the fingers of thousands of people have been used, but the fingers of the 28 have not kept up.
There are two difficulties in this. One is the skill of hiding the mind.
Lin Shen is not proficient enough and cannot hide it most of the time. Another difficulty is that you must first exert the 28-finger force to hide it within the point of thousands of people.
However, the 28-finger force is extremely strong and cannot slow down.
If you use the 28-finger force a little slower, you will not be able to keep up with the 28-finger force, let alone hide it.
So various situations have always happened.
Lin Shen remembered that the situation at that time was that he seemed to use the fingers of thousands of people directly, but he exerted the force of his fingers from a distance. There was no hidden heart in the middle, as if he was directly integrated. Lin Shen didn't know how the two were integrated. He tried a few more times just now, but he couldn't exert both fingers at the same time, and it was even more impossible to integrate. Lin Shen studied it over and over again, but he still couldn't figure it out.
Tian Buluo went to the pavilion to comprehend his skills of heaven and gods and man. He had reached the state of unity between man and nature, and the next state was the state of gods and ghosts. Since the God and the Emperor of Heaven, there are only a handful of people who can practice the art of heaven and gods to the state of unity between man and heaven, and only the God and the Emperor of Heaven have been trained. What the heavens do not fall requires is to practice the realm of gods and ghosts. The unity of man and nature is indeed great, but it may not be able to win against dies. If you can reach the realm of gods and ghosts, you will be more sure that you can win without falling. Lin Shen walked outside, took a few breaths of fresh air, and the base variability rate +1 again, which made his base variability rate reach 80. Lin Shen estimated that the 3-month period would not come, and his base variability rate should be full. Standing on the balcony and looking at the hard-working Tianbu Luo in the pavilion, Lin Shen could only exclaim, he has such a good background and works so hard. No wonder the Heavenly Man tribe can stand firm. Although its rankings in the universe have rise and fall, it can always be among the strong clans. This has a lot to do with the racial culture and character of the Heavenly Man tribe itself. The thin lines of the void on Tian Buluo's body were clearer than before, which shows that he has been improving, but it is probably not that easy to reach the legendary realm of gods and ghosts. Lin Shen looked at it for a while, then looked up at the song of heaven and gods and men carved on the mountain wall. As he looked, Lin Shen suddenly felt his heart moved. The song between heaven and gods and man, the first few sentences are about you ignoring me, I ignore you, and if you don't give me, I don't want it, I'm following the way of nature. But what I said later is that if you don't give me, I rob it, and if you ignore me, I insist on letting you pay attention to me. This is not following the way of nature, but seeking it. Lin Shen said in his heart, it seems that the song between heaven and gods and man should correspond to the two realms of heaven and gods and man art. The way of nature in front is the corresponding realm of heaven and man in heaven, the way of seeking in the latter should correspond to the realm of gods and ghosts. Tian Buluo knew what Lin Shen was thinking very well, but if he knew, it would be not easy to understand how to do it. At least no one can do it except God and the Emperor of Heaven. The difference between Lin Shen and Tian Buluo is that he can see the thin lines of the void on Tian Buluo's body. After understanding the details of the corresponding song of Tian and the gods and man, he had to think about something more. If those thin lines of voids are lines controlled by gods and ghosts as puppets, then the first realm of heaven and man in harmony with heaven and man is to hand over their bodies to the control of gods and ghosts, so that they can gain powerful combat capabilities that do not belong to themselves. The heaven and god in human technique at this stage is not actually because it is strong in itself, but because it uses external forces. It is indeed very strong, but it is not as strong as it is against the will of heaven. But the second stage of the God and Ghost mirror should be about controlling the gods and ghosts as puppet masters in turn, so that the gods and ghosts are used by him. This is too terrifying. The position of the puppet and the puppet master is exchanged, and the Tiangang is the one who can control ghosts and gods. What a terrifying ability it takes. Lin Shen became more and more shocked the more he thought about it. The fact that God and the Emperor of Heaven were able to create this technique was really a shocking existence. No wonder no one of the younger generations can practice the skills of heaven and gods to the realm of gods and ghosts. They can play with gods and ghosts like puppets in their palms. That is simply beyond human ability. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. Reverse Tiangang, reverse control. Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something, and ran back into the room a few steps. Lin Shen picked up his watch and looked at the technique of hiding the mind again. The technique of hiding the mind lies in the word hiding, but he doesn't have to use it like this. After carefully studying the skills of hiding the heart many times, Lin Shen finally confirmed that his thoughts should be a try. He abandoned the key to hiding the mind, but instead used the first step of hiding the mind, which is the step of casting the shell. He did not hide the force of the 28 fingers, but used the separate shell casting step of hiding the heart as a bridge to directly combine the force of the 28 fingers with the fingers of thousands of people. The finger he accidentally shot before should be the effect produced in this situation. Only by giving up hiding one's mind can it be accomplished. Lin Shen tried several times, and it turned out to be successful once. His fingers were pointed out in a posture of thousands of people, but his strength was silently broken. Chapter 483, Sand Between Fingers. Lin Shen became more and more comfortable as he practiced.
The finger force that came out casually became more and more concentrated, and the resistance became smaller and smaller. It was difficult to perceive the existence of the finger force from afar. The femininity of the thousands of people has gained the ability and rigidity of the 28-finger force. Lin Shen pointed out with a finger, and it seemed like a steel needle as thin as a cow's hair, flying out, making it difficult to detect.
Okay, this finger force is really great. As long as I practice the finger force more and more, the smaller the fluctuations it causes will be, the smaller the resistance, and the faster the speed will be, but its own destructive power will become higher.
Lin Shen was ecstatic. If he continues to practice like this, it will not be that simple for Shiman swordsman to borrow his power. The key is that such finger force is difficult to detect. Lin Shen can completely use this finger force to silently point acupuncture points in the air, making people unable to defend themselves.
What name should I give this fingering? In fact, I can continue to use the name pointed by Qianfu.
After all, it is essentially a trick pointed by Qianfu, but it only integrates the characteristics of the 28 fist.
But this name sounds like being pointed at by someone's backbone.
It's too discouraged.
Let's change to a more elegant one. Lin Shen thought for a moment and had an idea. This fingering method is becoming more and more condensed, and in the end it must compress the finger force to an extremely small particle state, but it seems too ugly to call it a finger sand.
Lin Shen's fingers were first formed. He practiced for a while, excitedly for a while, but he felt something was wrong. The sand between the fingers merged with the rigidity of the 28 fist, and the previous moves felt a little awkward. Lin Shen simply gave up those awkward parts and simplified many tricks that could not be used to hit the sand between his fingers.
This is also a matter of no choice. If you get something, you must give up something. You cannot have both fish in bear's paw. There are many things in the world that cannot exist at the same time. If you choose one, you can only abandon the other.
Come on, Emperor's son, my fingering has made some progress, so you can try it again. Lin Shen wanted to find Tian Buluo to try the power of the sand between his fingers.
Here you come.
Tian Buluo stood up and walked towards Lin Shen, his whole body integrated with the power of heaven and earth, and every move was smooth. Tian Buluo slapped Lin Shen with one palm, as if the whole world was pressing towards Lin Shen with this palm. The sky is improving again without falling, and it is growing really fast.
Lin Shen remained silent, hugged his fingers in his sleeves and flicked them gently.
Flutter! Tian Buluo's palm was pierced with a blood hole the size of a needle, which made Tian Buluo stunned and stared at the blood hole in his palm.
How could this happen? Why didn't the harmony between man and nature have no response? Tian Buluo couldn't understand why the Tianyu divine man technique did not pull his body away from this finger force.
Lin Shen didn't expect that the effect of the finger sand would be so good. Even though the fluctuations caused by the finger sand would be extremely small, it would be impossible to make the heaven and the gods and man's techniques not respond. What thousands of people are referring to is extremely feminine, which will also trigger the effect of the heaven and the gods and humans.
However, sand between the fingers can be avoided.
Even Lin Shen himself cannot figure out what went wrong. When he accidentally used the sand between his fingers for the first time, the immature sand between his fingers made Tian Buluo feel a little panicked. Now the sand between his fingers is relatively mature, and it can make Tian and the Godman completely unable to react, and the effect is surprisingly strong.
Moreover, the destructive power seems to be stronger than the Tarwal fist.
Lin Shen has retained some strength and has not done all his strength.
He actually penetrated Tian Buluo's palm. This destructive power is obviously much stronger than the single Tarwal fist. Lin Shen understood the reason after a brief thought.
The treading fist needs to drive the force, so the fist power itself is relatively scattered. The sand between the fingers is the condensed power, like a bullet, which has a strong destructive power to a little. Both have their own advantages and are different types of techniques, and they cannot be said to be stronger and weak.
Come again. Tian Buluo reacted, not surprised but happy, and pulled Lin Shen to continue the battle.
Lin Shen used the sword between the fingers and the sky for the sky to practice again. Soon he realized that the sword between the fingers and the gods and mans did not trigger the reaction of the heavens and the gods and mans, but that when the heavens and the gods and mans approached the sword between the fingers, it was obviously half a beat slower. Lin Shen didn't know why there was such a slower effect, so he could only doubt whether the laws of heaven and earth led to delays in the sky. This discovery made Tian Buluo very excited. His understanding of the magic of heaven and gods and man had already encountered a bottleneck, and it was difficult to get to the next level. Now I found that Lin Shen's finger power could not react at all, so I regarded this as a breakthrough point. If this problem could be solved, it might be able to push the heaven and god and man technique to a higher level. Because the skills of heaven and gods are always half a beat slower, when Tian Buluo fights Lin Shen, the strength and weakness are exchanged, and Lin Shen can easily suppress Tian Buluo. It's okay when the sky is not falling without using the heaven and the god in the man technique. Once the heaven and the god in the man technique is like a fish on a chopping board. How can Lin Shen clean up? The Chanyu Shinran technique can still discover the flaws in Lin Shen's moves, but the reaction was half a beat slower, and no flaws were useless. However, Lin Shen used the techniques of heaven and gods to continue to streamline and modify the sand between the fingers, so that the sand between the fingers gradually became complete, and the flaws were less and less. Of course, flaws are inevitable. Tactics without flaws do not exist. Any moves need to be used at the right time to exert their true power, rather than being invincible by random use. After such a series of changes, even the founder who was pointed by Qianfu could not see that this was the one he created. He could only see some similarities, but his styles were different. Tian Buluo was very uncomfortable being abused. He now understood why Emperor Tian Shu didn't want him to go this way. When you are in the state of unity between man and nature, once you meet someone like Lin Shen who can restrain the unity of man and nature, the heaven and the gods and man's skills will not only fail to help him, but will also become his fatal weakness. Unless you can reach the realm of ghosts and gods, the heaven and gods and humans are an extremely unstable risk factor, and you may die when fighting against the enemy. But it is so difficult to reach the ghost realm. In such a long period of time, only God and the Heavenly Emperor have achieved the ghost realm. I will definitely succeed. Tian Buluo, who was extremely tired, sat in the pavilion, calmed down and continued to appreciate the afterglow of the immortal laws left by God and the Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shen continued to study his fingering and voice sha. How to cooperate with various body techniques is all of the details. For long battles, you have to rely on the stomping fist, and if you hurt someone secretly, you have to look at the sand between your fingers. Lin Shen is committed to studying how to use the sand between his fingers in the most concealed way. Covering his hands with sleeves is just a basic operation. Chapter 484 The Emperor's Son of Qingyu. Lin Shen studied it for several days and asked him to develop an extremely vicious way of using it. He used the stepwave fist at a normal rhythm and method, and then used the wrong techniques he learned from Ouyang Yudu to shoot sand between his fingers at the opposite rhythm. Every punch of the stepwave fist is on the beat, and every finger between the sand is not on the beat, which can drive people crazy. The fist is in the light, the finger is in the dark, the fist is the right, the finger is evil, one light and one dark, one righteous and one evil. If others only pay attention to the fierce attack of the treading wave fist and are brought up by the rhythm, they will be harmed by the sand between the fingers. Poison, it's so poisonous. After Lin Shen tried it a few times, he felt that this trick was too vicious. Lin Shen would not abandon it just because of his vicious tricks. On the contrary, he prefers to use it like this. Of course, he did not use this trick on Tian Buluo. The two of them were just a normal exchange, and they were not really hostile. Such a vicious trick could not be used on him. Tian Xingyu hadn't seen Tian Buluo for many days, and she was a little worried. She went to Tian Buluo's residence and did not see the Tian Buluo's people, which gave her some bad premonition. Tian Xingyu went straight towards Buyuju. He heard the sound of fighting from afar, and was even more worried. Before I could knock on the door, I jumped over the yard and saw that Tian Buluo was fighting with the human named Tian. After just one look, Tian Xingyu was overjoyed because she found that Tian Buluo had actually practiced the art of heaven and gods and man to the state of unity of man and nature. But when I looked at it again, Tian Xingyu was shocked. Tian Buluo, who has mastered the state of unity between man and nature, was beaten by that Tian, and there was no room for fighting back. However, Tian Xingyu also saw that Lin Shen had been holding back and did not really kill him, otherwise Tian Buluo would have been beaten to death long ago.
This person is so awesome. Tian Xingyu was secretly surprised.
Seeing that Lin Shen was using fingering, his eyes lit up even more.
Tian Xingyu is very clear about how powerful Tian Buluo is.
Not to mention that he is invincible at the same level, there are not many ascendants in the Tianrun who can compete with him.
Now that Tian Buluo has practiced the state of unity between heaven and man, I am afraid that no one is his opponent among the ascensions of the heaven and man.
Lin Shen was able to upgrade with one flying, and it was a bit terrifying to be able to suppress the sky like this.
Tian Xingyu didn't go in and disturb them, so he stood outside and watched.
After watching for a while, he had already discovered the clues. Lin Shen is indeed very powerful, but it has not yet reached the point where he can beat the sky without falling. When Tian Buluo does not use the heaven and gods and human technique, he can fight Lin Shen back and forth, which seems to be on par. But once he uses the heaven and gods and man technique, he will be beaten by Lin Shen and has no ability to resist at all. This person's fingering method can actually control the skills of heaven and gods, and he is also a rare talent.
Seeing this, Tian Xingyu was completely relieved.
She had already seen that Tian Buluo was using Lin Shen to practice the art of heaven and gods.
Sister Yu, why are you here?
When Tian Buluo stopped to ask for information, he realized that Tian Xingyu was coming and hurriedly stepped forward to say hello.
After you left last time, there was no news for so many days. I guess you were here. Tian Xingyu said with a cold face.
Ahem, Brother A Tian invited me to accompany him here.
It's hard to refuse the affection. I've lived here for a few days and forgot to tell you. Tian Buluo said with his eyes blinking.
Tian Xingyu sighed helplessly, turned to Lin Shen and said apologetically, Director Tian, you have caused you trouble.
The Emperor's son is so serious. I invited the 17th Emperor's son to stay here with me.
If you want to say trouble, it is also me who troubles the 17th Emperor's son. Lin Shen said with a smile. Regardless of the male and female celestial race, as long as they are descendants of the Emperor of Heaven, they are called Emperor's sons, and there is no such title as Emperor daughter. Buluo has already called you Brother A Tian, so don't be so polite. When we get along in private, just call my name Xingyu.
Tian Xingyu said with a smile, Brother A Tian, I see that you have unique fingering skills. I am also good at fingering. I am a little moved. I wonder if I can compete with me.
Of course.
Lin Shen nodded and said.
Tian Buluo said, Brother A Tian, you have to be careful.
I only dare to admit that I am second, and Sister Yu ranks first. You are bragging for me there.
Tian Xingyu glared at him, then turned to Lin Shen and said, Brother A Tian laughed.
My fingering method is called Lingxi finger. Please correct me if you practice something wrong.
Tian Buluo said again, this Lingxi finger was created by Sister Xingyu. Every fingering technique is obtained by a sudden appearance of spiritual light, which can be called a magical hand.
Shut up. Tian Xingyu glared at him fiercely before saying to Lin Shen, it's just an immature idea. Brother A Tian, please correct me.
After saying that, Tian Xingyu did not give Tian Buluo a chance to speak again, so he expanded his fingering and pointed it over. Tian Xingyu's finger was as fast as a meteor outside the sky, and as if there was no trace of it like an antelope hanging on its horns. This finger made Lin Shen know that what Tian Buluo said just now was definitely not bragging for Tian Xingyu. The fingering technique of this Emperor Xingyu is so strong that Lin Shen only saw in this life. Of course, Lin Shen has never seen a few people who know how to finger, as if it was the sky blue rain besides himself. Lin Shen used his finger sand to fight against Tian Xingyu. After being tempered by the heaven and godman technique, the finger sand itself is already an extremely mysterious fingering technique. In addition, the characteristic of being able to emit silent finger force from the air makes Tian Xingyu feel uncomfortable. Each style of Tian Xingyu has different fingerings, as if each style has its own style. She has changed 7 different styles of fingering. Being able to use so many fingering styles of different styles without any discomfort, the sky blue rain has a bit of a master's demeanor. Lin Shen's fingers are unchanging and adapting to all changes.
Tian Xingyu's fingering can't do anything to him, and he can't beat the fingers.
As soon as the 7-style approach passed, Tian Xingyu stopped, looked at Lin Shen with a burning look and said, "Brother A Tian, what fingering method are you doing? You can actually use the force of your fingering power in the air, and you can upgrade the force of your fingering power in the air. There are not many techniques in the universe that can do it, and I have never heard of your fingering power in the air. My fingering method is called sand between fingers. It can only be considered a lucky draw," Lin Shen said.
Tian Xingyu's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Can you say that the sand between your fingers was created by you? I don't have that ability.
I just made some modifications to the techniques created by my predecessors. I dare not say that I created it myself." Lin Shen shook his head quickly.
"Who did this fingering method come from?" Tian Xingyu asked again. "Son of the Emperor, please forgive me for not being able to answer you in this question,"
Lin Shen said seriously.
"I was abrupt." Tian Xingyu was slightly stunned, then understood, knowing that he was too anxious. Tian Buluo explained to Tian Xingyu, "Brother Tian, don't be angry. Sister Yu is obsessed with fingering.
Seeing that your fingering is so strange and mysterious, I yearn for it and have no malice."
"It's okay."
Lin Shen shook his head.
"Brother A Tian, if I worship you as my teacher, would you like to pass on the sand between my fingers?" Tian Xingyu suddenly looked at Lin Shen and said seriously. Chapter 485 Gifted Poem. The Emperor Xingyu is so proud. I haven't even practiced it myself. How can I teach my disciples? Lin Shen said with a smile, "If the Emperor Xingyu needs it, we can communicate. I am absolutely not qualified to be your master."
Lin Shen could not teach her how to practice the sand between fingers.
It is necessary to use the 28 punches and the 3-man pointing force. There are problems with the origin of these two techniques. The 28 punches can also be taught to others. The 28 punches cannot be passed on randomly.
The secret technique of hiding the heart is even more difficult to show it to others casually. If Red Hearthead discovers it, there will be big trouble.
Tian Xingyu is so smart.
He knew that Lin Shen would not be willing to spread the sand between her fingers, so he said, "It's okay to exchange it.
There are 7 styles in my Lingxi finger.
The first style is inspired by the secret fingering method of the Heavenly Man tribe's sacred chi, the second style is inspired by the Phoenix tribe's secret fingering technique double flying wings, the third style is inspired by the immortal fingering technique of the Supreme Clan the Supreme Destiny, and the fourth style is inspired by the Xian tribe's fingering technique Fu Shang." Tian Buluo was afraid that Lin Shen would not understand the meaning of Tian Xingyu, so he added, "The Holy Chi is the royal family's fingering method of my Tianren clan. Generally, non-royal clans do not have the qualifications to learn this skill. 2 flying wings is the secret of the Phoenix clan, and only the pure-blood Phoenix clan is qualified to practice. The Supreme Destiny is even more amazing. The existence of the Supreme Clan who created this fingering method is almost invincible in the world. Although Fuxing comes from the now declining Xian clan, this Fuxing fingering method was also a famous peerless skill in the world when the Xian clan was still a powerful cosmic clan. The leader of the Xian clan once had this technique to compete with the king of the ancient world. Now it has been lost, which has led to its reputation not being obvious.
There is only this unique part in my sister Yu in the world.
The origins of the 7 fingering techniques are extraordinary, and any of them have a stunning reputation.
Brother A Tian, you and I will learn from each other. How about I exchange these 7 fingering techniques for your finger sand? Tian Xingyu looked at Lin Shen sincerely and said, "The secrets of these 7 fingering techniques were originally in Yanyu Tower. I can take them first and give them to Brother A Tian for appreciation." If Brother A Tian, do you think these 7 fingering techniques are okay? How about teaching me the finger sand? Tian Xingyu's sincerity is impeccable. If it weren't for the origin of the finger brain sha, it was really unreasonable. He wouldn't suffer any loss in this transaction.
Anyway, others wouldn't be able to practice finger brain sha, so he had to use 7 shocking fingering techniques in vain.
Son of Xingyu, you are really sincere. Let's just exchange it. I have something here. If you can learn some tricks, come and find me again.
Lin Shen took a diary, tear off a few pages from it and handed it to Tian Xingyu. Tian Xingyu raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, and did not immediately take the pages of paper. She had some misunderstandings about Lin Shen's meaning, thinking that Lin Shen didn't even look down on her 7 fingering secrets. He did not accept her as his disciple or passed on her finger sand because Lin Shen despised her talent and thought that she could not practice martial sand, so he took something out and asked her to practice first. If she couldn't practice, she would be able to retreat. In fact, it is not a misunderstanding. The pages of paper that Lin Shen tore off are the villain of the 28 folding brochure he drew.
This thing was not even practiced by Tianxuan.
Lin Shen also told Tianxuan in detail about his experience in practicing the 28th fist, and demonstrated it to her over and over again, but Tianxuan just couldn't practice it, so there was nothing he could do about it.
Tianxin and Lao Wei have also tried it, and they can't practice 28 punches, and I don't know why.
Lin Shen gave this boxing guide to Tian Xingyu, mainly because she was pretty good. She was willing to come up with 7 fingering secrets to exchange for Sha and the fingers, and was willing to become a disciple, but did not force him to rely on her identity as the emperor. If she could practice 28 punches, there would be another successor to the 28 punches in the world, and the techniques created by my friend would be considered a true successor. Lin Shen changed the 28 punches beyond recognition, which was nothing like the previous 28 punches. In fact, he was not considered a serious successor. Moreover, the more connections of Emperor Qingyu and the Heavenly Man clan are more guaranteed to him.
Lin Shen didn't take Tian Xingyu's fingering secrets, not because he looked down on her, but because he was afraid that he would not be able to teach Tian Xingyu's fingerings. That would be not great. If I have practiced something on paper, would you like to accept me as your disciple and pass it on to sand between my fingers? Tian Xingyu asked in Lin Shen's eyes.
If you have mastered it, you don't need to worship me as your teacher. Lin Shen shook his head and said.
Is this the secret of fingerma? Tian Xingyu was slightly stunned.
No, this is not easy to explain.
You will naturally understand it after you practice it.
Lin Shen didn't say much, but just said to Tian Xingyu, it is best not to see the things on this one by others.
Just watch and practice it alone. I understand, wait for me.
Tian Xingyu was in a much better mood, and she also understood that what Lin Shen gave her might refer to the entry-level foundation of Jiansha.
Tian Xingyu just thought the sand between her fingers was extremely strange.
Compared with the fingering techniques she practiced, it can be said to be a different kind of strange skill, and has the strange ability of fingering power from afar. She wants to learn it and integrate it into her own Lingxi fingering techniques. If Lin Shen really refused to teach her, she would not have to learn it. But after Lin Shen said this, she made up her mind to practice the sand between the fingers no matter what, so that Lin Shen would not underestimate her.
Tian Xingyu was very confident about her talent. Even if Tian Bulu was in front of her, she only dares to call herself second, which shows that her talent is indeed very strong. Then she used her own strength to practice the amazing fingering techniques of 7 different races, and also adopted the artistic conception of 7 fingering techniques, and created the 7-style spiritual fingering. It was already shocking to say it. Such a talent is also the top of the universe, and anyone who has the same confidence as Tian Xingyu. After Tian Xingyu left, Tian Buluo looked at Lin Shen with a strange look and said, Brother Tian, are you interested in Sister Yu, so you are unwilling to accept her as your disciple to avoid confusing your seniority? If this is the case, I advise you to give up this idea. Among us Emperor's sons, the Emperor's father's favorite is Sister Yu, and he will never let her marry outside. Son of the Emperor, you're thinking too much, I just can't teach her. Lin Shen couldn't smile bitterly, wondering why Tian Buluo thought about it. That's good. Tian Buluo saw Lin Shen's sincere eyes, and it was not as if he was fake, so he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. To be honest, I am also very interested in your finger sand. How about giving me the thing you just now? You want to see it? Go find Emperor Qingyu, I only have that one here. Since I took it out, Lin Shen didn't care about how many people were going to study. Forget it, there is not much time, I still have to practice the techniques of Tian and Divine Man. How can I practice those things? Tian Buluo also knew in his heart that a mysterious fingering technique like Lin Shen would never be achieved overnight, and he would definitely have to work hard. Chapter 486 The Lifeless Person. Tianqingyu returned to his Yanyu tower and took out a few pieces of paper Lin Shen gave him and started to study it. When Tianqingyu saw the villains, she burst out laughing. This kind of painting technique cannot be done by Brother A Tian. Although it is very clumsy, it looks very vivid and has an inexplicable cuteness. After reading a few pieces of paper, the smile on Tianqingyu's face disappeared, and she frowned slightly. Why are there only these villains' movements, not even a single magic trick? Tianqingyu wanted to go back and ask Lin Shen, but when she thought that Lin Shen looked down on her and thought she could not practice, she thought a little angry. I don't know if he deliberately refused to give me magic tricks. If I go back to find him now, wouldn't it be weakening my momentum? I will practice these movements first. Even if there is no magic tricks and cannot exert the power of the moves, I can first understand the artistic conception that these movements want to express, and see what he will say at that time. Tianqingyu practiced against the villain, and soon she realized that these movements should be a kind of boxing technique. Tianqingyu has excellent talent. After watching it once, he imitated these movements in full. It cannot be said that the imitation is very similar, it is exactly the same. Lin Shen also has the credit for it. Although the villain he painted is very simple, his movements are still very vivid, and people can see what the movement is. After practicing this time, Tianqingyu didn't feel anything special. This set of movements should feel like a fierce boxing technique, and no matter how you look at it, it has nothing to do with the sand fingering technique between your fingers. That guy A Tian, can't he just casually use a set of boxing movements without magic tricks to perfunctory me, right? Tianqingyu originally thought that this was the entry-level foundation of Jingjiansha, but now it seems that it is not the case at all, and his face is a little unfair. Tianqingyu practiced it several times, and I felt that there was nothing surprising about this boxing technique except for its fierce force. As a result, Tianqingyu couldn't help but take the picture of the villain and wanted to settle the score with Lin Shen. Before he walked out the door, he actually saw Emperor Tianshu walking in with his cotton robe and slippers in front of him. My Xiaoqingyu, who made you angry? Dad, I will help you deal with him. Emperor Tianshu asked with his eyes blinking. When Tianqingyu saw Emperor Tianshu, he shook his head and said, no one in Tianran Star can bully me. Emperor Father, why are you here? Tianqingyu did not mention Lin Shen, and she still knew the temper of Emperor Tianshu. If Emperor Tianshu knew that Lin Shen was so perfunctory, Emperor Tianshu would definitely not spare Lin Shen easily. Although Tianqingyu was a little annoyed by Lin Shen's perfunctory behavior, she did not want Lin Shen to be punished for this. After all, I would rather pass on the sand between her fingers. In the eyes of Tianqingyu, it was Lin Shen's freedom. I have said it many times. When it is not a formal occasion, just call me Dad. Don't be the Emperor's father all day long. Emperor Tianshu's eyes fell on Tianqingyu's hand and asked with a smile, what is that? Take it to show me. It's nothing, a bad boxing book. Dad, I'll make tea for you. Tianqingyu wanted to divert the attention of Emperor Tianshu. That happens. I've been studying boxing recently, so let me see what kind of boxing score it is. Emperor Tianshu said as he stretched out his hand. Tianqingyu knew that if he didn't give it to him, he would definitely make Emperor Tianshu suspicious, so he had to hand over the boxing score to Emperor Tianshu. She had made up her mind that as long as she didn't say that the boxing guide was related to Lin Shen, the matter would be over. This boxing tutorial is really ugly. Emperor Tianshu looked around and said while looking at it, there is no such boxing tutorial for us, and those who can come here cannot draw such ugly paintings. Did a Tian bring it in? Tianqingyu was slightly stunned, thinking that it was not brought in by Lin Shen, but he knew that he could not deceive Emperor Tianshu. I borrowed it from a Tian to take a look. Tianqingyu had no choice but to say. Emperor Tianshu nodded slightly, that kid is not bad. He actually has a 28-foot boxing brochure. He is willing to lend it to you, so he has a little mind. This is my friend's 28 folding fist. No wonder he said when he lent it to me. Don't show it to others. Tianqingyu was shocked. Although my friend is not a top-level strong man, his fame of 28 punches is very great in the universe. When he lent you, did he not tell you that this is the boxing score of 28 fist?
Emperor Tianshu smiled and said, "That kid is very interesting, loyal, and not greedy for merit. He is so generous, the reward I plan to give him before seems a little stingy." "Dad, there are only boxing tips here, but there are no boxing tips. Isn't it too early for you to appreciate them?" Although Tianxingyu didn't want Lin Shen to be punished for this, he didn't want him to get the benefits. "I gave her a book of 28 fist stamps without boxing techniques. No matter how precious this boxing stamp is, it is useless." Emperor Tianshu looked at the boxing book and said, "There is no boxing technique in the 28th boxing. All the secrets of the 28th boxing are in these boxing movements. As long as you can understand the secrets of these movements, you can learn the 28th boxing." "What? 28 fist does not have a boxing technique?" Tianxingyu immediately realized that he had blamed Lin Shen wrongly. No wonder Lin Shen said before that after she practiced, she would no longer need to worship him as her teacher to practice the sand between her fingers. Our Bakwan itself is a very famous technique of air-related punching. If you can learn this air-related punching force, you can integrate air-related punching force into your fingering techniques, so that your fingering techniques can have the ability to exert force from the air. She already understood that Lin Shen's sand between his fingers should have been developed by learning from the 28th fist. Thinking of this, Tianxingyu's eyes changed slightly. Lin Shen took out this secret that he had not been passed on to her, but she misunderstood Lin Shen. Emperor Tianshu returned the boxing score in his hand to Tianxingyu, patted the dust on his body and said, "My friend used 28 fists to circulate the universe, and he never lost in the battles of the same level. I was also a little interested in his 28 fists. I once tried to get my friend's cultivation notes and read it. Although there was no complete boxing score on it, it recorded my friend's mental journey of creating 28 fists, as well as his ideas and processes for creating 28 fists. I also studied it, and according to the ideas and processes recorded above, I wanted to get 28 fists, but failed. I only realized why I failed when I saw this boxing guide today." Emperor Tianshu exclaimed, "My friend is indeed unique. No one can create 28 punches except himself. Why can only create 28 punches?" Tianxingyu actually wanted to ask more why Emperor Tianshu failed. "Because he doesn't want life. Only those who don't want life can create such boxing." Emperor Tianshu laughed and said, "So he died early, otherwise with his talent, it would be no difficulty to be promoted to immortality." "I don't want to live?" Tianxingyu couldn't understand. "What is 28 punch?" "1 punch is to persuade the retreat, 2 punches are deadly. The first punch comes up and greets the other party first and tells others that he is very powerful. Only when others don't run away will he give all his strength to kill people." Emperor Tianshu laughed and said, "Think about it, if you are my friend, show your boxing skills first. It is like saying, 'Hey, brother, I'm very strong, run away quickly.' Those who can't beat him will naturally escape, and then find a helper to come back to get him. Those who don't run away are those who are confident that they can kill him. Do you think such a person deserves to die? If it weren't for his 28th punches, then those who pretended to be unable to live in nirvana level at all." Emperor Tianshu said, pointing to the boxing guide, "So only those who don't want to die can create this boxing technique. If your life is gone, what's the use of boxing that is so powerful?" Chapter 487 Can't Practice. "Dad, I borrowed the 28th fist note from Lin Shen. He should have already mastered it. No matter how I look at him, he doesn't look like a life-threatening person." Tianxingyu said thoughtfully. "Ahem, this is what I will say next. Everything has an unusual point. Although only those who do not have to be killed can create it, if you want to learn this boxing, although it also requires a little bit of a spirit of being ready to die, as long as you don't act like my friend. This boxing technique is still a bit tricky. You practice it first, and I suddenly remember that there is something else, so I left first." Emperor Tianshu said and left and walked quickly. Tianxingyu looked at the hurried back of Emperor Tianshu and couldn't help but smile. He still knew this father well. "I know that it was probably because Emperor Tianshu failed to create the 28 punch at the beginning, so I called the 28 punch a boxing technique that only a fool seeking death could create." Even so, Emperor Tianshu did not say that the 28th punch was not powerful, which was enough to show that this punch was indeed too powerful. I almost blamed Brother A Tian for giving me such a precious 28 punch score. I will always compensate him in the future. Tian Xingyu began to carefully understand the movements in the boxing score, wanting to practice 28 punch as soon as possible. That night, a concubine of Emperor Tianshu came to see Tian Xingyu and handed her a note. Although the note was not named, you can tell that it was left by my friend after reading the content. With my friend's note, Tian Xingyu was more confident in practicing this 28 punch. But as time passed day by day, Tian Xingyu could not practice the 28th punch force. She had clearly practiced all her movements to the point of perfection, and even had a strong and domineering force, but she could not attract the power in her body and could not exert the power of her fist from the air. I have already understood the principles, styles and postures of the 28 boxing, but why can't I practice it? Tian Xingyu was extremely confused. The letters belong to Emperor Tianshu, and the Emperor Tianshu has read the boxing score. There should be no problem. I don't know why, but it's difficult to practice it for a long time. I wanted to ask Lin Shen, but when she spoke so confidently in front of Lin Shen, she seemed to be a little worried when she asked again. After enduring for a few days, Tian Xingyu finally couldn't help it. He planned to use the excuse of seeing Tian Buluo to meet Lin Shen. Even if it was hard to ask him anything, it would be better to see how he used 28 punches. Lin Shen has been studying and improving the finger sand and step wave fist these days. The combination of both is really amazing and unpredictable. The desperate person was reincarnated once yesterday, and the same is true for the inheritance fan. Originally, Lin Shen planned to make all his efforts to get the destiny to 10 revolutions first, but here he was reincarnated with the inheritance fan. The 7-turn inheritance fan, Fanwu, has released the 7th fold, which is also an auxiliary skill. Like shake, it is also used on the opponent. However, this does not weaken the enemy's attributes in all aspects like shaking. The skill fold can only weaken the enemy's skill effect. After winning the break move, all the opponent's skills will be discounted. As for how much you can get, it depends on the effect in actual combat. Fold and shake cooperate to completely weaken the enemy, which is simply a perfect match. It seems that the inheritance fan doesn't need to wait until the late stage to be useful. These two negative effect skills are already outrageous. Lin Shen was very happy. This fan is simply the most important treasure below. There are not many points to say about the growth of those who deviate from fate. Once the reincarnation increases, they will naturally be very strong and do not require too many changes. Tian Buluo sat in the pavilion and fought hard. Although his heaven and the magic of God and man had made great progress, he could never touch the threshold of the gods and ghosts realm. Lin Shen knew that it was too difficult for Tian Buluo to enter the ghost realm. It can be said that from the unity of man and nature to the ghost realm, there was such a long distance between a universe. Other techniques are all about one level and one level, but the heaven and the gods and man skills are very strange. The gap between the two realms is so big, but there is no buffer in the middle. It's like lifting weights. The first time I weighed more than 200 kilograms. I gritted my teeth and worked hard, and my talent was good enough, so I could still lift it. But what does it mean to directly reach 10,000 tons for the second time? Shouldn't it be added up little by little? This way, it will be directly added to 10,000 tons, and no one can lift it if it comes. Lin Shen didn't know how God and the Emperor of Heaven were trained. Anyway, he thought that the realm of gods and ghosts was too irritating. Unless Tian Buluo could transform like a super saiyan, who would be useless if he practiced this thing. Fortunately, the heaven and gods and humans in the realm of unity between man and nature are also very powerful. As long as you don't encounter nemesis like Jingjiansha, you will basically be invincible. When the sky is not falling, it is just a matter of distress. The sky is blue rain that comes to Wuyuju. This time Tian Xingyu did not break in, but stood outside the fence and shouted a few times. Tian Buluo ran to open the door and welcomed Tian Xingyu in. Buluo, how are your Tianhe divine man skills practicing? Tian Xingyu greeted Lin Shen, and then asked about Tian Buluo's recent situation first. Although there is an entry, it cannot reach the threshold of the ghost realm. Tian Buluo shook his head and sighed.
Since you have chosen this path and don't want to turn back, you should just calm your mind. If you have other thoughts, turn back as soon as possible. Tian Xingyu said seriously. Sister Yu, I'm just complaining to you. I must practice this heaven and the magic of God in man. Tian Buluo said with a smile. Just be firm in your beliefs. Tian Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that the thoughts would be broken, but she was forced to support herself. That was not persisting, but she was getting stuck in a stubborn manner. Don't worry, I know it. Tian Buluo changed the topic and said, Sister Yu, how are you practicing now when you get something from Brother A Tian? Have you already achieved results this time? I'm still waiting to see Brother A Tian get defeated? These days, I've been abused by him. Tian Xingyu sighed when she heard this. I don't have a clue yet. I'm afraid I can't practice the secret technique. Tian Buluo was shocked when he heard this. He knew the talent of this sister in cultivation. Among the new generation of the heavenly man race, he would not be the second person. Even she said that the secret technique given by Lin Shen was difficult to practice, and she didn't even nodded, which made Tian Buluo feel a little unbelievable. The 7 fingering techniques of the 7-style Lingxi fingers cannot be practiced without being able to master the talent. It is already amazing that others can practice one. The Sky Blue Rain, which can combine 7 fingering techniques, even said that it has no idea how difficult it is to get started. It is hard to imagine how difficult it is to practice Lin Shen's fingers. Until now, Tian Buluo still thought that Lin Shen gave Tian Xingyu to the introductory foundation of Jiansha. Chapter 488 Holding Power. How difficult it is to practice, let me see. Tian Buluo reached out to Tian Xingyu for the boxing tip. Tian Xingyu stretched out his hand and opened Tian Buluo's palm and said seriously, how can you watch such a secret skill with others at will? Sister Yu, are you even guarding me? Tian Buluo said depressedly. If you don't want to beware of who you should? Just your big mouth. If you let you see it, it will spread throughout the universe in less than a few days. This is Brother A Tian's secret skill, and it cannot be spread out. Tian Xingyu said. When did I have a big mouth? Tian Buluo retorted unconvincedly. Who spread the story about that concubine of the Tenjue family? Tian Xingyu said with a smile. Tian Buluo opened his mouth, but finally closed it, sat on the ground weakly, and then muttered, if you don't look, don't you look. I want to help you too. Thank you, just take care of yourself. Tian Xingyu said as she looked at Lin Shen and said, Brother A Tian, your secret skills are really difficult to practice. I wonder if you can give me some advice. Lin Shen shook his head helplessly. It's not that I don't want to teach you, but this technique is very special. I have practiced it myself, but I have given it to others, but they can't get in any way. Later, after studying it for a long time, I didn't find out the reason. Maybe it's the question of talent fit. It's like a sheep wants to eat grass, a wolf wants to eat meat, and you let the wolf eat grass. It's really a bit difficult for it. At present, this technique is very casual. If you can succeed, then you can succeed. If it doesn't, no one can teach you. Tian Xingyu knew that Lin Shen was telling the truth after hearing this, and nodded slightly and said, maybe my opportunity has not yet come, so I might be able to practice again when I go back. Without finding the answer here in Lin Shen, Tian Xingyu could only go back and continue to study the 28th fist, hoping to make a breakthrough. I don't believe it. I can't practice these 28 punches. Tian Xingyu left the Tianren star and returned to the Zenith star. He went to check a lot of information, hoping to explore the secrets of 28 punches from other angles. Tianquan is in a good mood recently. The Tianrenyuan actually handed over the task of clearing the Night Ghost clan, and even the 4 pure-blooded Night Ghosts waiting for the night sky were handed over to her to handle. The above meaning is also very clear. So many people have become mixed-blood Night Ghosts. If they are all dealt with like this, it would be too wasteful and it would be difficult to replenish so many people to Giant Huanqing in a short period of time. Therefore, Tianquan must use the 4 people including Yi Sky to command the mixed-race Night Ghosts as the Desolate Legion and continue to develop the Giant Ring Star. But this is the case, it is equivalent to handing over the entire giant ring star into Tianxuan's hands. Needless to say, the Qi family is no longer possible to gain a foothold in giant ring star. And 117th situation is not much better. So many of his subordinates have become mixed-race night ghosts. All of them will be attributed to the leader of Tianxuan. Not only is the great loss of strength, but he also lost so many resources, which is simply a waste of his life. And 117 has always suspected that Tianxuan and Lin Shen stole his small vault, but unfortunately there is no evidence. Now, it can be said that Tianxuan is the de facto master of one star. The Yin family and the Qi family have tried their best to win the control of the people in the Tianrenyuan parliament. They originally had the opportunity to win control of the people in the night sky, and at least one or two could be divided. But unexpectedly, Emperor Tian Shu, who had not participated in the parliament for a long time, actually participated in this parliament in person. He also opposed the opposition and directly ordered the 4 pure-blooded night ghosts in the night sky to Tianxuan to command, asking her to clean up the end of the giant ring star. This made many people's calculations go to the giant ring star so actively that they understand the value of the 4 girls in the night sky. Whoever controls the 4 girls in the night sky is equivalent to having the power to develop the giant ring star. Everyone originally expected Dinan to refute the Emperor of Heaven, but this time Dinan had no intention of speaking. The Emperor of Heaven pointed out coldly that the 4 girls in the night sky were captured by Tianxuan, and the situation was also stable by Tianxuan. One Tianxuan could solve the problem. What do each family want to do when going to Giant Gear Star? No one is allowed to stand up and explain it in a word. Although it is actually to get a bargain, no one wants to gain such a reputation. Tian found the assistance of 4 girls such as Night Sky, and the work of developing Giant Ring Star has also been much smoother. The star belt and the ocean were directly under her jurisdiction, and on the land under in 117, most of the land reclamation work had stopped because he had no more people in his hands and had no ability to develop so many places before he was supplemented. But it is not easy to replenish so many people at once. In order to make up for the losses and to collect the resources handed over next time, and 117 had to ask Tianxuan for help and promised to distribute some of the resources for the land reclamation to Tianxuan. After the price was negotiated, Tianxuan sent a mixed-race night ghost to help 117 open the land. After Tianxuan arranged the matter, he went to the extremely dark place alone, hoping to make a try left by the Little Wine Emperor. She 118 and She 96 can both break through, but there is no reason why she can't break through. But after entering the trial, Tianxuan realized that he was too savoring the Little Wine Emperor. Some of the previous trials were not difficult for Tianxuan, and you could just pass them. Until there was a trial called 3 Glasses of Wine that stumped Tianxuan. The 3-glass wine trial is actually very simple. There are 3 glasses of wine in this level, and one of them is poisonous. Choose one of the 3 glasses to drink. If you choose poison wine, even a strong man at Nirvana level will surely die. In fact, there is only 1/3 of the chance of choosing poison wine, and the probability is very low. According to Xiaozhou Emperor's message, this level is a test of the luck of the tester. Even if a person with bad luck gets the inheritance left by Xiaozhou Emperor, he will inevitably fall early. If you choose even 2/3 of the chance of survival, you should have self-knowledge. Tianxuan observed for a long time, but still couldn't see the difference between these 3 glasses of wine, and she didn't dare to take the risk of betting on her luck. Who can tell the truth about luck? Luck is originally erratic, and no one can control the high and low times. What if luck is lower? So when we reached this level, Tianxuan gave up and did not continue to move forward. When She 118 and the others passed this level, Yiya drank 3 glasses of wine and forced them to pass this level. After drinking 3 glasses of wine, Yi Crow's body almost turned into bones. That is, he, who has the talent of a living dead, would have died long ago. Lin Shen can actually pass this level, but unfortunately he is not on the heavenly star now, and he doesn't know that there is still such a level in the trial. Even if I know, with his personality, I am afraid I won't come here to take risks. Chapter 489 The Real Old Guys. The Emperor Barbarians, Catherine looked at it with her watch and then, but still didn't see the information. Why haven't this guy replied yet?
Catherine threw her watch aside and sat on the sofa boredly, watching the cosmic news played in the projection to pass the time.
Is it time for the race ranking war again? Catherine read a few news and was discussing the race ranking war. After looking at it for a while, Catherine felt a little bored. What are you looking forward to? The changes in the top 20 will not be too big. At most, there should be no one who can shake the number 1 in the Supreme Clan. That's not necessarily.
A voice came from behind Catherine.
I have told you how many times, can't you knock on the door first when you come in? Catherine said helplessly.
A black-eyed Emperor Barbarian girl came to Catherine and sat down on the sofa, hugged Catherine's arm, stuck out her little tongue and said, "Sorry, sister, Taya has forgotten."
I really can't do anything to you. Catherine rubbed Tia's head and asked with a smile, "What did you say just now?"
I heard from my father that this time the race ranking war may change drastically, and it is possible that the highest rank of the Supreme Clan will be out of order.
Tia said. What big change?
Catherine was a little surprised. She didn't know what big change would make the Supreme Clan not the first. The father said that it seems that the Phoenix tribe is going to hit the top spot in this race ranking.
Phoenix Clan? Why do they do? Catherine frowned slightly.
She didn't think the Phoenix Clan had the strength to hit the top. Taya thought for a while and said, "Just heard from my father, it seems that a Fenglu Phoenix Clan is back."
Fenglu. Fenglu. It's impossible. Fenglu is still alive.
Catherine was shocked and laughed again after a moment. If Fenglu is really alive, then the race rankings this time will be interesting.
I don't know if I can still keep it. Sister, are you going to join the war? Tia asked with a blink of an eye.
I didn't plan to join the war, but since Fenglu is back, I can join in the fun.
Catherine's eyes were entertaining. Okay, I want to join the war, too. Tia said happily.
You, stay with me honestly, and you are not allowed to go anywhere.
Catherine's words disappointed Tia. 3 months passed quickly.
When Lin Shen returned from the Heavenly Star, the fate base of the Destiny had reached 9 revolutions, and the Inheritance fan was still 7 revolutions. Even so, Lin Shen's attributes have exceeded those of 10 turns of Ascensioners, especially their power attributes, which are far beyond the same level.
The first thing Lin Shen did when he returned to the Zen Star was to go to Tianzhi Academy. Dean, you are back.
When Ansai saw Lin Shen coming back, he greeted him with a smile. The other vice presidents, ministers and directors looked at Lin Shen with a different look, and they were surprisingly enthusiastic, and they were all shouting from the dean. Not to mention how friendly it was completely different from before.
Why are there water and electricity? Lin Shen asked in surprise when he saw an old director watering flowers in the yard.
Last time, although the sky drove away all the people who asked for the account, they stopped all the water, electricity, gas, etc., and did not provide them without paying back the money.
Lin Shen thought that he hadn't paid the money. Why did he come again? Dean, don't you know what you do yourself? Ansai said with a smile. What did I do?
Lin Shen said in confusion.
If you don't say it, how dare I say it?
Ansai said with a smile, anyway, you are a big celebrity in front of God. Those little guys will definitely not dare to come to ask for money again in the future.
This is a good thing. Lin Shen nodded. Director, do we have to pay the pension we owe, and the salary we owe for so long? Should we pay a little first? Ansai said again. Do we have money? Lin Shen looked at Ansai in confusion and asked. Don't you have money? Ansai looked at Lin Shen and asked back. I don't have money. Is there any money in the yard's account?
Lin Shen shook his head and said.
There is no money in the yard. Ansai looked at Lin Shen and stopped talking.
Lin Shen knew what she meant and smiled bitterly. I've handed over everything I should.
Isn't there any difference?
Ansai looked full of doubts.
I haven't seen it anyway.
Lin Shen spread his hands and said. Maybe you went to the Tianran Star to think about it before, but the things have not been separated yet, so wait.
Ansai sighed.
As he said that, Ansai opened the door, and the old guys who were eavesdropping on the outside immediately dispersed. I heard that I had no money, and these old guys who were more realistic than anyone else had their faces changed. The dean stopped shouting and his smile disappeared. Originally, they thought Lin Shen could get some money back this time, but who knew that he didn't even have a penny? I have suffered such a great sin and offended so many people, but I didn't even find a penny.
Isn't this a fool?
After Lin Shen left, the old man playing cards curled his lips.
Who said no?
The young man is still too young. He thought that if he pleases the Emperor of Heaven, he would have a good life.
Where did he know that the Emperor of Heaven would not even give him a bone? Another old man also said. It's not a big deal to continue like this.
That kid is young, and it's okay to endure some hardships and get tired.
We are so old, we can't even pay out of our own pocket money, right? Vice President said, tapping the card table with rhythmic fingers. What can we do? Our dean is too young and I don't know the benefits of being rich. I can't even be greedy for some money. I'm just a white-skinned person, said the security director. He is white-skinned, but we are not.
Since he has the ability to make money, let's teach him how to put money into his pocket.
If he has money, it means that our Tianxia Academy has money. If the Tianxia Academy has money, it means that we have money, said the logistics minister. This statement makes sense. I think our dean is a real young man, which is easier to cheat, easy to talk about.
Vice President Xiao said as he pushed the card down.
I figured it out. I'm not bad. I'm giving money. What a fucking thing. I've done so many cards. I haven't even lost all the coffin. Vice President whispered.
Don't worry, our dean is still a little capable.
When we teach him some more, the money is not coming yet. This little money is nothing.
Vice President Xiao said with a smile.
Then what do you think, how do you teach? Vice President said while shuffling the cards. Simple, teach whatever you are good at.
The security director teaches him the unique skill of holding people with both hands and can use it when he goes out.
Logistics minister, if you don't teach people, you should bring it into the soil. Lawan, your relationships must be moved. We can't let our dean suffer losses outside. He has to help us make money.
Vice President Xiao said while touching the cards.
Fuck me, I've been talking for a long time, nothing is wrong with you, right? Vice President cursed. I can prostitute. You guys won't let me take him to prostitute, right?
Vice President Xiao said with a smile. If the daffodils don't bloom, please pretend to be garlic for me. You have to teach him the ability to deal with women, otherwise the benefits will be taken away by Tianxuan.
He has nothing. How can we make money from him? Vice President snorted coldly.
He wants to learn this thing, of course I can teach it, but I am afraid that others will not be willing to learn it.
Vice President Xiao laughed. Chapter 490 Dirt.
Lin Shen returned home and pushed open the bedroom door and was stunned for a moment. 4 large boxes were neatly placed in his bedroom.
Lin Shen had never seen these boxes before, they were not his things at all, and they didn't know who put them in the room.
Lin Shen put on the shell and summoned the stone man, asking the stone man to open the unlocked box.
He saw a box full of coins neatly placed inside.
Opened the second box, inside it was a complete set of white gold-edged combat suits.
Inside the third box is a white pet egg that is as bright as jade, which almost occupied the entire box, and there seemed to be clouds and mist flowing inside. In the last box, only a small card and a piece of paper were placed. Lin Shen picked up the paper and looked at it, but there was nothing written on it, it was a blank piece of paper.
I looked at the front and back several times, but there was nothing written on it.
Lin Shen already knew who was put here, so he directly kneaded the white paper in his hand into ashes and picked up the card inside.
Originally, Lin Shen was thinking about whether it would be a bank card or something, but after a closer look, it was a library loan certificate.
Even if it is not convenient to give me a bank card, it's okay to give me a more powerful pass, or a shopping card or something, I can accept it. What's the point of giving me a library loan certificate? I'm not a person who loves to learn.
Lin Shen put away the loan certificate. Although he complained so much, he also knew that this loan certificate should not be that simple. I took off the combat uniform inside the box. The style was simple but not simple, the tailoring and design looked at it frequently, and it was equipped with a watch and a pet gun. Lin Shen pressed the belt buckle, and the combat suit suddenly turned into thousands of threads wrapped around Lin Shen's arms, and soon completely wrapped his body in the combat suit. The white gold-edged look is very gorgeous and eye-catching, and it feels like a dress. The combat suit is successfully bound. Dear Master, the Heavenly Kingdom 7 combat suit, for you, you can call me Xiaoqi. An electronic synthesizer sound came from the watch. Xiaoqi, what functions do you have? Lin Shen asked directly. Dear Master, Xiaoqi is the Tianhua Series No. 7 combat suit, which has the latest intelligence system, the latest cosmic communication system, built-in passes for 1,736 planets, and is equipped with the top Nirvana-level pet launcher, which can fill in 107 pet capsules, with a rate of fire of 1,000. The combat suit itself has Nirvana-level toughness. Xiaoqi reported his various abilities. Lin Shen was shocked when he heard this, and quickly asked Xiaoqi to check the battle suits in the Heavenly Kingdom series and found that this thing turned out to be the battle suit series exclusive to the descendants of the Heavenly Emperor. No wonder the function is so perverted. It turns out to be a series of combat suits for Emperor Z. The combat suit given to him by Tianquan before has been damaged, and this combat suit is better than the one given by Tianquan. Especially the built-in pass of more than 1,000 planets means that Lin Shen can use the teleportation device of more than 1,000 planets for free, and these planets should all belong to the name of the celestial race. Although the tenacity of Nirvana does not mean that it can withstand the attack power of Nirvana, it is not so easy to destroy it. Unfortunately, Lin Shen can't use the Nirvana-level pet gun yet, so he can only be used as a decoration. That box of Tian coins is a white business card-sized crystal. I don't know what process to use. There is a three-dimensional portrait of Tianmen inside the crystal card, which looks very similar to the self-portrait of Tiandi. There is no face value on it. This is the first time Lin Shen has seen such a Tian coin. After searching the internet, he found out that this is the Tian coin in Tian coin. A Tian coin can be exchanged for about 10,000 Tian coin. How many Tianjing coins should be there in this box? Lin Shen was overjoyed and quickly poured out and counted it, with a total of 30,000 Tianjing coins. It seems like a lot, only 300 million celestial coins? Lin Shen was slightly depressed because he found that these celestial coins were almost the same as the various debts of the Tianchi Academy mentioned by Ansai. The various debts of the Tianchi Academy are worth nearly 300 million. The Tianchi Emperor is too stingy, so I can't give me more. Lin Shen already understood that the Tianchi coins he distributed should be used to help the Tianchi Academy pay off their debts. The other things are the things that really give him. Of course, Lin Shen can also choose not to return it and keep the Tianjing coin by himself, so he has to solve the problem of Tianchi Academy by himself. A pet egg, a set of Tianhua No. 7 combat suit and a library loan card, that's all I got this time. Lin Shen didn't know what level this pet egg was, nor did he know how much it could be worth. Judging from the performance, it is impossible to tell what level and breed this pet egg is. Lin Shen probably can use it, otherwise there is no need for Emperor Tian to give him a pet egg specifically. After putting the pet eggs into the hatching warehouse, Lin Shen picked up the borrowing card and looked at it again, which read Library number 007. The number 7 combat suit, number 7 borrowing card, is this thing still a matching item? Lin Shen asked Xiaoqi to check the information of library number 1 and found that it was a library with the highest specifications of Zenstar, number 007 borrowing card, and has the second echelon's borrowing permission. Lin Shen didn't know what the borrowing permission in the second echelon meant, but he thought the permission should be not low. He has no idea to read a book for the time being. He wants to go back to Giant Ring Star first to see how the situation is going there. Lin Shen went out without wearing a combat suit. This thing was so eye-catching that only the Emperor could wear. He went out to show off his clothes, and I don't know how many people would jealous. Putting the combat uniforms in his backpack, changing into his ordinary clothes, Lin Shen went to the teleportation array to go to the Giant Ring Star. As for those Tianjing coins, Lin Shen has not yet figured out how to use them. Anyway, it is impossible to use them all to repay the debts of Tianchi Academy.
Little lover, how are you getting? Tianquan asked with a smile when he saw Lin Shen. The Emperor of Heaven only gave me 30,000 heavenly crystal coins, which is only enough to repay the debt. Lin Shen sighed. Is there nothing else? Tianquan asked with a smile. There is also a borrowing card from Library Number 1, a battlesuit from the Heavenly Kingdom series, and a pet egg. Lin Shen took out the thing and showed it to Tianquan. Tianquan was a little surprised after reading it. The battlesuit of the Heavenly Kingdom series is the exclusive battlesuit for the Emperor's son. I have never heard of giving it to anyone outside the Emperor's family, let alone you are an alien race, which is a great honor. If you have this battlesuit, as long as you don't commit any major incidents, few people in the Heavenly Kingdom should dare to take you. This borrowed card is even more valuable. Library Number 1 is the most advanced library of the Heavenly Kingdom, which contains secret techniques of our clan and other races. The authority of this card can be accessed on any other floor except for the top floor that cannot be accessed. In other words, I still can't see the top secret techniques. Lin Shen said. It's not the case. There are only 3 people on the top floor that can go, that is, 3 cards with numbers 001, 002, and 003 belong to the Emperor of Heaven, Concubine and Demon. Most of the cards that we have seats in the Heavenly Man Academy can get are only in the 3rd echelon, and we cannot go to the upper 2 levels. Your card has exceeded most of the powerful people of Heavenly Man who have seats in the Heavenly Man Academy. Tianquan said with a strange expression, the rewards given to you by the Emperor of Heaven are too precious. Chapter 491 Return to the Mother Star. Isn't it a good thing to be precious? And I can just borrow secret techniques, but I can't practice them directly. I don't think it's very precious, said Lin Shen. This card is much more precious than you think. Not to mention how precious those secret techniques are, you haven't seen them, so you can't understand them yet. However, there are many Nirvana level or even Immortal level cultivation experiences in the 2nd level, which are not something you can see in other places, and are of great help to practice. It even includes a lot of information about the base change land, which is an extremely important resource for the Assassinator. If only this information is not available, without the number 7 combat suit, it is useless, but if you have number 7 combat suit and this information means that you can use most of the base change places that the Heavenly Man belongs to. There are many other benefits, and I don't know completely. After all, my card is only the 3rd echelon and cannot reach the 2nd level. After a pause, Tianquan continued, it is a good thing for you to be precious, but it is too precious, not all of it. There are so many bigwigs in the Heavenly Man clan, and their descendants cannot receive such treatment. You, a foreign ascension who just joined the Heavenly Man clan, were already very outrageous and jealous. Now that you have such treatment, you are afraid you will become the target of public criticism. I have thought about this question, but even without these things, I am already the target of public criticism as the Dean of the Tianquan Academy. Lin Shen said with a wry smile. Tianquan nodded and said, that's true. You have gotten so many resources for the Emperor of Heaven this time, and it's hard to hide them from others. It's already the target of public criticism. You must be careful in the future. It's okay to be on the Zen Star. If you leave the Zen Star and go to other planets, you still have to bring a few Nirvana levels by your side, otherwise something will be easy. Before Nirvana, I don't plan to leave the Zen Star except for coming to you. Lin Shen said. Let's do this. After a while, the matter here is over. I'll let Yek Sky and the others follow you. The 4 of them join forces. Unless the top Nirvana takes action, they can't do anything to you. Tianquan was still a little worried. Are they reliable? Lin Shen was worried that there would be problems with the Night Sky and the others. Don't worry, I have my own means to control them, and they dare not have any intentions. Tianquan paused and said, the race ranking war is about to begin. Will you participate? It's useless for me to participate, and I can't make it to the list. Lin Shen shook his head. The rankings are only 100 million. Races that can make it to the rankings must at least have a few top Nirvana. With your current strength, if you go for the rankings, there is really no chance. Tianquan changed his tone, if you don't go over and see it,
it will be helpful to your practical ability and knowledge. The races in the universe are difficult to calculate. Each race has its own characteristics, and various abilities and techniques are emerging one after another. Every 10 years, various new abilities and techniques will appear, which is also a good exercise.
Can you watch the battle during the ranking battle?
Lin Shen asked in a deep thought.
You can see it in the whole universe, but watching the battle is still different from personally fighting.
With your ability, you should only participate in the elimination battle, and you should be more than enough to save your life, without much risk.
When it comes to the ranking battle, you just abstain. Tianchuan still hopes that Lin Shen can participate in the battle.
I'll think about it. Lin Shen didn't want to do these things that were not good.
Well, it's not a big deal, just make a decision for yourself. Tianxun's beautiful eyes circulated and blinked his eyes and asked, will you go back tonight? This is all home, where can I go back?
Lin Shen reached out and hugged Tianxuan's waist. He was about to do something that made people's heart beat faster, but the communicator suddenly rang.
The message sent by Lao Wei?
Lin Shen took a look and found that it was actually a message sent by Wei Wufu. Although Wei Wufu has a communicator, he usually does not send messages to Lin Shen.
Isn't Lao Wei here in Giant Ring Star?
Lin Shen looked at Tianchuan with some confusion.
He has returned to your human mother planet before. It has been more than a month and hasn't come back yet. Tianxun thought for a while and said. Why didn't he say anything to me when he returns to his mother star?
Lin Shen quickly clicked on the message and took a look. The message was very short, with only 2 words, go back quickly.
What happened?
Lin Shen was shocked. If something big happened, Lao Wei would not have sent him such a message, so he quickly replied with a message.
Come back. Lao Wei sent a message obviously smoother than speaking. Baby, something might have happened. I have to go back.
Lin Shen didn't know what happened, so he could only go back first.
Go to do your business first. If you have any needs, please contact me at any time. Tianxun said softly.
Lin Shen was afraid that something really happened, so he had to rush back to his mother star.
The last time I left my mother planet, I still ran out in a panic. This time I went back, I no longer need to worry. With his current strength, he is enough to destroy the Wanjia. Even if the interstellar 10,000 family sends a large number of Ascensioners back, it will not pose a threat to Lin Shen. It's time to settle the accounts of one family with them. Lin Shen did not ask his elder sister to go back with him. If he goes to Wanjia to settle the score, his elder sister may be targeted by Wanjia people when she returns. When Lin Shen returned to his mother star, Hai Dashio and Instructor Mu were already waiting for him on the side of the transmission device. Why are you back? Instructor Mu asked with some concern. Lin Shen went out through Hai Dashio, and when he came back, he had to return the same way. Hai Dashio should have notified Hai Dashio. There is something wrong with Lao Wei, please come back. Is there anything happening in Tiancheng? Lin Shen asked. I haven't heard of anything in Tiancheng. Come back when you come back. Just don't let the people of the Wan family know your whereabouts. Don't go back to the Suanio base. There must be a Wan family spy on the other side. We have arranged this for you, and no one knows that you are back. But you can't stay for too long. This kind of thing can't be hidden for too long. Instructor Mu didn't know about Lin Shen's affairs in the Heavenly Man race, nor did he know Lin Shen's current level. Lin Shen has only been out for a few months, and no one would think that Lin Shen has the ability to compete with Wanjia in such a short time. Instructor Mu, I'll bother you. I'll go to Tiancheng to find Lao Wei to see what happened to him. Let's talk about it later. Lin Shen said as he took out 2 things, and stuffed them to Instructor Mu, and also to Hai Dashio, alien specialties, see if they are useful, I'll leave first. Lin Shen did not give them the chance to refuse, and left the Cape base without stopping and headed for Tiancheng. This kid is really meant. Instructor Mu opened the box and was stunned. Chapter 492 Alien Specialty. Instructor Mu looked excited and took out all the things in the box, with a total of 6 books in it. The Heavenly Clan's Tianyun Ju, the Phoenix Clan's Nine Heavens Divine Wings Kung Fu, the Emperor Barbarian Clan's Great Demon Technique.
Instructor Mu became more and more surprised.
Really, these are all top-level evolutionary techniques. Where did he get them?
Hai Dashio was also shocked.
Although the major families entering the universe have obtained some top-level evolutionary techniques, they all regard them as fate. Not to mention the external legend, even non-core members in this family will not pass on them lightly.
Lin Shen actually took out 6 top evolution techniques from various races at once.
How could Hai Dashio not suspect that this was fake? He is not that kind of person.
Instructor Mu looked at Hai Dashio and said, "Look at what's inside your box." Hai Dashio quickly opened the box and saw that there was a crystal-clear pet egg inside the box, which was obviously not an ordinary product.
This is mutated ascension egg.
Hai Dashio looked strange. It seems that the time Lin Shen went out was much better than we imagined.
Those 6 evolutionary techniques are likely to be true.
Because of the existence of Boundary King, there is no shortage of base-level mutant eggs on the human mother planet, but the mutant eggs that are upgraded are extremely precious. Lin Shen was able to send her mutated ascension eggs, which shows that she was really developed.
What a specialty of aliens, that kid, he really thoughtful.
Instructor Mu looked complicated. He knew what these 6 evolutionary techniques meant, and he also understood why Lin Shen gave him these.
Old Mu, this burden is not light, you must be mentally prepared. Hai Dashio said. That kid is willing to take out these evolutionary techniques. If I can't achieve any results, how can I be worthy of being his instructor? What's more, this is what I want to do. Even if I fight for this life, of course I have to spread these evolutionary techniques throughout my mother planet and not let him down.
Instructor Mu laughed and said, "This is a great virtue for thousands of years, great good. It depends on his 6 evolutionary techniques. If the Wanjia insists on killing him, I will do my best to help him.
Even if I lose my life, it doesn't matter."
Hai Dashio said seriously.
It shouldn't be needed.
Instructor Mu chuckled.
Hai Dashio was slightly stunned, then reacted, and said with a smile, "That's right, I can send me mutated and ascend to the egg, and take out these 6 top-level evolution techniques. His ability is probably beyond your reach. What is this last evolutionary technique? Why haven't I heard of it?"
Instructor Mu said, looking at the evolutionary technique in his hand.
Inheritance and evolutionary art. You may not have heard of it in your parent star. This art is very famous in the universe and is transformed by the rainbow light of the universe.
Hai Dashio talked about the origin of this evolutionary art. 5 of the 6 evolutionary techniques that Lin Shen gave to Instructor Mu were selected from the box of books he greedy for, and the other one was the evolutionary techniques recorded on the fan of the inheritance. During these times in the universe, Lin Shen felt increasingly that it is not enough to rely on one person to develop a race.
The entire race must become stronger in order to truly stand among the strong races in the universe. Otherwise, humans will always be vassals of the powerful cosmic clan, and the cannon fodder that will be killed, just like the Ouyang family, may be destroyed at any time.
In the eyes of Instructor Mu and others, those 5 evolutionary techniques are top-notch, and in Lin Shen's view, they are just ordinary. They are useful to improve the overall level of human beings. Lin Shen was deeply influenced by Wei Wufu and sometimes wanted to do something that would benefit mankind. Of course, the premise is that he himself is not affected. Lin Shen was flying in the sky without restraint. There were not many creatures on the parent star that could threaten him, so there was no need to be taboo.
Tianchang is far less gorgeous than Lin Shen imagined. It is an ancient and broken city.
On the edge of Tianchang, there was a huge metal palace, which looked like an ancient ferocious beast, crawling on the earth.
"The forbidden land in the sky, please stop if you come."
The guards on the ancient city wall shouted loudly when they saw someone flying over.
Lin Shen hurriedly landed and said to the guards on the city wall, "I am Wei Wufu's friend Etian, please give me a message." "Come in." Before the guard above answered, the city gate had been opened, and Wei Wufu sat inside. Seeing that Wei Wufu was not injured at all, a big rock in his heart fell to the ground. "Old Wei, what happened?" After following Wei Wufu into the city, Lin Shen asked anxiously. At this, let's talk about it. Wei Wufu led the way in front and led Lin Shen into the city.
Lin Shen looked around and found that there were many people in Tiancheng, but most of them were disabled and those with broken hands and feet could be seen everywhere. Judging from their appearance, the disability on their bodies has been long, not the new injuries they have now.
In some houses, you can see many injured people healing, and the whole Tiancheng feels bad. Lao Wei took Lin Shen into the ancient city and came to the huge metal building.
Looking closely, many places in this metal building have been damaged, and many people are repairing the building. The two of them came to the metal building, and there was no one inside the building, and the space inside the building seemed very small.
Most of this huge metal building is solid. Master, Lin Shen, is here. Wei Wufu said to an old man resting in the palace. Lin Shen, can you tell me what to do here?
Wei Chongqing looked at Lin Shen and asked.
No.
Lin Shen shook his head. An extremely powerful nirvana creature has been born in the underground space.
We are powerless to suppress it and need to enter the underground space for a dangerous gamble. This journey is a life and death life. If you are willing to follow us, you will go to the underground space with us tomorrow. Life is only once for everyone. I will accept it as my parents. Don't give up easily.
If you don't go, it is common sense for people.
Go back now. Wei Chongqing said. I'm willing to go. Lin Shen glanced at Wei Wufu and said.
Wei Wufu was able to ask him to come, which meant Wei Wufu needed his help very much, and Lin Shen couldn't and wanted to refuse.
Okay, this matter is imminent. You should rest and prepare first. Let the martial artist tell you what you need to do. I will go to the underground space with us tomorrow. Wei Chongqing didn't say anything, but just asked Lin Shen to go down to rest. Wei Wufu took Lin Shen away from the town hall and rested in a broken house in the ancient city. Lao Wei, what do we need to do?
There is not much time, and Lin Shen needs to understand as much as possible what the situation is in the underground space.
Wei Wufu told Lin Shen in detail that the situation was worse than he thought. The tide of beasts in the underground space became more and more frequent.
Several Nirvana from the Wei family entered the underground space to explore and found that the underground space had nurtured a powerful Nirvana creature. Several Nirvana people from the Wei family joined forces and barely escaped, and one Nirvana was seriously injured. Now that the Nirvana creature has not been fully fostered and formed, it already has such terrifying strength. If it is done, I am afraid that the Tiancheng, which the Wei family has been guarding for thousands of years, will be destroyed. So they wanted to kill the Nirvana creature before it was formed. Lin Xinyue listened to Wei Wufu's description and felt that the place where the Nirvana creature was born seemed to be a Nirvana place.
There are 2 more chapters that are going to be a little late, I'm sorry. Chapter 493 Underground Space. It's strange that the land of Nirvana should be formed by the planet itself.
The underground space was formed by a spacecraft crashing into the underground cavity.
It should be unlikely that there will be a land of Nirvana.
Lin Shen thought to himself. But according to the Wei family, there is actually the ability to nurture Nirvana creatures in the underground cavity, which is so similar to the Nirvana land. If it is just that the influence of the original eggs in the spacecraft can mutate the mother star creatures into Nirvana creatures, those original eggs are too powerful.
Lin Shen couldn't imagine how powerful those original eggs were really affected. Wei Wufu continued to talk about the Wei family's plan.
Their mission was not to participate in killing Nirvana creatures, but to destroy the place where Nirvana creatures were nurtured. The main force who truly killed Nirvana creatures were the Nirvana people from Wei Chongqing and other 7 Wei families. Including Wei Wufu, there are only 13 direct bloodlines left in the Wei family, and the rest are some children who have not grown up, or have other surnames. This time, the Wei family smashed all the last power.
If the action failed or there was an accident, the Tiancheng Wei family was basically the same as the extermination of the clan.
They only left a few female members and the seriously injured Nirvana person. If the action fails, they will be responsible for protecting the children of the Wei family to leave Tiancheng. Since the beginning of the past few days, the people in Tiancheng have begun to retreat, and even some orphans who have grown up in Tiancheng have gradually begun to evacuate. It seems that the Wei family does not have much hope for this operation, otherwise they would not have evacuated in advance.
Didn't you go to other families for help?
Lin Shen asked with a frown.
Notify, evacuate. Wei Wufu said.
Lin Shen was helpless. The notice of evacuation that Wei Wufu said should be to notify those families to prepare for evacuation of their mother star. Then I thought about it, except for the Wei family, there should be no Nirvana-level strongman on the mother star. The role that the Assassinator can play is indeed relatively limited, and even if someone is willing to come, it will not have much effect.
Wei Wufu gave Lin Shen some information, all about underground space.
Lin Shen felt more and more frightened when he looked at it. If the Wei family had not defended it, there would have been no idea how many Nirvana creatures would have rushed out of the underground space, and humans could not resist it. Lin Shen's own strength and various items on his body are not afraid of ordinary Nirvana creatures, not to mention Lao Wei and Fizi, plus the 7 Nirvana people from the Wei family. The chance of success is still very high. At noon the next day, Wei Wufu took Lin Shen to the town hall again, and the 7 Nirvana people from the Wei family had arrived. There were only 9 of them left in the entire town hall, and the rest of the Wei family were preparing to evacuate. Once they fail, they will directly evacuate Tiancheng to protect the last fire of the Wei family. Seeing Lin Shen coming, Wei Changqing and others nodded slightly to him. They had already regarded Lin Shen as their family if they could accept Wei Wufu's invitation at this time.
When we get to the bottom, don't rush to take action.
After we surround the Nirvana creature, you will try to destroy the things that nurtured Nirvana creatures together.
If it is impossible, evacuate immediately. Don't hesitate at all.
Wei Changqing looked at Lin Shen and said, "Child, martial artist, I'll leave it to you. Master Qing, Lao Wei and I will advance and retreat together."
Lin Shen said.
Wei Changqing nodded slightly, turned around and walked towards the depths of the hall. "Go away." Without any extra words, everyone followed Wei Changqing and headed towards the depths of the hall.
Wei Wufu and Lin Shen walked at the end.
Passing through a series of portals that are thicker than the city wall, every time you pass by a portal, a gate will fall. When they came to the center of the town hall, a huge hole appeared in front of Lin Shen. Only then did Lin Shen realize that the entire town hall was built on the deep pit, suppressing the main exit of the underground space. The beast type encountered in Tiancheng is just the basic creatures crawling out of the gaps nearby. The real big guys were all pinned to death by the Wei family. The cave was pitch black, and there was no sight of the genus creature crawling out from here. Wei Changqing took the lead and jumped into the cave. The other 6 Nirvana people followed closely and jumped in one by one. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other and jumped into the cave together. Lin Shen did not use his flying ability and allowed his body to fall. Among the resources he looked at yesterday, there were ways to enter and exit the underground space. My body kept falling in the darkness, and I didn't know how deep the dark hole was, as if I was about to fall into the abyss of hell. Just when Lin Shen thought he was going to fall into the abyss like this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he felt a terrifying force pulling his body and falling rapidly. Everyone threw out the flying claws connected to the rope and stuck on the nearby stone wall. Lin Shen was like this. He calmed down and looked down, and immediately saw a shocking scene. Although I have seen the description of underground space in the information, it is still shocking to see it with my own eyes. Deep underground in the Homestar, it turned out to be an independent world, with mountains, rivers, forests, and lakes, and it was endless. The sky in the underground world is a huge stone roof, but this stone roof is not an ordinary rock, but a kind of crystal jade emitting faint light. In the sky that looked like crystal jade, countless fluorescence was flashing. In the distance, there are Tongtian crystal stone mountains connecting the stone roofs and the earth, just like Buzhou mountains that support the heaven and earth in the legend, maintaining the entire underground space. They hung above the sky. Just below them, a strange spacecraft broke into 2 pieces, plunged into a river. The spacecraft is as big as 3 or 4 football fields. The fracture is like a lotus root, with many irregular holes, and it also looks like a section of a honeycomb. The whole spacecraft seems to be carved from blue crystals, and the outer shell is as smooth as a mirror. The blue light inside emits, reflecting everything around it into a dark blue color like a ghost domain. The water of the river is also blue, not because of the spacecraft's reflection, but because it is polluted into blue by something, a color that looks like sapphire.
The powerful suction force pulled their bodies down. The lock rope made of Weijia was pulled and creaked, as if it would break at any time.
Without waiting for Lin Shen to take a closer look, there were already groups of creatures flying towards them in the air. Those creatures seemed to be earthworms with bat wings, and their bodies were comparable to giant pythons. They looked like blue jade, and a circle of fangs were exposed in the round mouthpiece.
Go down!
Wei Changqing gave the order, and a purple phoenix feather sword appeared in his hand.
He slashed it casually.
The purple aura condensed into a knife aura and swept across it, immediately killing a large area of crystal-based creatures. Several other Nirvana people also summoned the life base and killed those crystal-based creatures that were fearless and desperate to pounce on them.
Chapter 494 Coincidence?
Lin Shen held the evil ghost blade in his hand and killed several fish that had escaped the net, while pulling the rope lock and sliding down quickly.
There is actually a flight restriction in the underground space, and neither the flight ability nor the life base can fly.
Only those creatures with wings can soar with their physical flight ability.
The creatures hanging upside down on the sky slapped their wings and rushed down, and ascending creatures had begun to appear among them.
Wei Changqing and the other two were filled with purple qi, and purple qi scattered across the sky, killing the creatures fell to the mountains in pieces.
Lin Shen was puzzled in his heart that the Nirvana people of the Wei family had the base of the life of the Phoenix Feather Sword, but there were slight differences in shape. Why is Lao Wei's life foundation not a Fengling Dao, and he doesn't even touch the edge, but it turns out to be a white robe? In theory, they practiced the purple qi phoenix art, and the difference in their life base should not be that big. Even if Lao Wei's life base is not a phoenix sword, it should be a weapon such as a sword. Under the protection of Wei Changqing and others, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu landed on the mountain next to the river. Before Lin Shen could look around carefully, he saw groups of base creatures surrounded them under the mountain. Those basic creatures are extremely strange. They look like locusts, their bodies are blue and crystal clear, and their bodies are comparable to those of tigers. Before Lin Shen could take action, he heard a phoenix ringing sound, and a purple sword energy turned into a purple phoenix soaring down, and wiped out all the basic creatures with one circle. The Nirvana named Weishaoqing slid down the rope and landed next to Lin Shen and the others. The phoenix feather sword in his hand swept across, and the terrifying sword aura instantly cut off half of the hill that had climbed the base of the opposite side. The shattered mountain fell down, causing the earth to tremble continuously, and the rumbling sound continued. Lin Shen was stunned. These Nirvana people in the Wei family are so strong, and their power seems to be no less than that of the Night Crow. Lin Shen originally thought that the Nirvana of the Wei family was in the Nirvana of the Mother Star, and they all followed the path of small Nirvana, so they should not be particularly strong. But judging from the power of this knife, it is not that true at all. The power of this sword immediately scared the nearby base transformed creature so much that it turned around and ran away, and soon it retreated completely. Wei Changqing and others also slid down the rope. The creatures in the sky did not chase them and flew back to the dome and lay on the dome. The flashing light spots on the dome were emitted from them. Is this the falling spaceship? Is there anything else inside? Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu beside him. Wei Shouqing knew that Wei Wufu was too difficult to speak, so he spoke. The material of this spacecraft is special, and it is difficult for us to destroy it. Blue liquid is always seeping out of those holes that look like blood vessels. The body that touches it will mutate and it will be difficult to enter it. Lin Shen only knew in the information that the spacecraft was the source of infection in underground space, but he didn't expect that the spacecraft itself was still so hard. How could such a hard spacecraft be damaged so severely? What exactly happened at that time? Lin Shen said. No one knows what happened at that time. If we could enter the spacecraft, we might be able to find some clues. Wei Shouqing paused and said, the spacecraft broke into two pieces. Many things inside fell out when they fell, forming sources of infection in the underground space, including space capsules containing original eggs. This river is very seriously infected, and there are many ascending creatures inside. We have to clean it up every once in a while. The last time we cleaned it was 3 months ago, and now there are probably many ascending creatures inside. I'm afraid there are many ascending creatures inside. The purpose of our trip is not them. Don't get close to the river. Okay.
Lin Shen followed Wei Changqing and the others. The underground space was full of mountains, and they could not fly, so they could only walk along the mountain. There are too many basic transformation creatures in the underground space, and there are groups of basic transformation creatures almost everywhere, and ascending creatures often appear. Fortunately, Wei Changqing and the Nirvana people were strong enough, and killing ascending creatures was as simple as killing chickens.
The Wei family's sword technique is just 2 words: domineering.
Lin Shen used to feel that Wei Wufu was already very domineering, but compared with Wei Shoucheng and others, Wei Wufu was obviously much gentler.
You are waiting here. There is a Nirvana creature entrenched in front of you.
Before we go, we must clear it first to avoid accidents at that time. Everyone walked to a mountain stream, and Wei Changqing stared at the water flow in the mountain stream. While speaking, Wei Shoucheng had already rushed to the side of the mountain stream and cut out a purple sword energy towards the blue water flow in the mountain stream. The sword energy directly divided the water flow in the mountain stream into 2, and then a sound of the sword energy was shattered by a purple claw. A purple figure rushed out from underwater, jumped onto the mountain wall, with its claws climbing onto the rocks, its blue eyes flashing like a light bulb, staring at Wei Shoucheng. Lin Shen saw the creature clearly and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The guy looked like the black-covered mushroom beast Lin Shen had encountered before, but it was crystal blue all over, and there were many strange blue eyes on the mushroom cover above his head.
It shouldn't be the same species.
Lin Shen was a little suspicious. The Nirvana creature used force to shatter the rocks, and its body disappeared instantly, as if it would teleport.
When? Wei Shoucheng's figure also disappeared, and then a loud noise was heard.
The purple and blue colors kept colliding between the mountains and rivers, and the terrifying waves of air broke the surrounding rocks. A moment later, he suddenly heard a crisp crack sound, and the rapidly moving purple and blue colors stopped.
Wei Shoucheng threw the blue liquid on the knife.
The Nirvana creature opposite him had already separated from his body and had his head cut off.
So strong.
Lin Shen's heart sank when he saw that the guard was so powerful. Wei Shoucheng is definitely not the most powerful among the Nirvana people of the Wei family, but he is already so powerful, and his power is not much inferior to Yi Crow. Such a powerful Nirvana man, several people besieged a Nirvana creature that had not yet been fully formed. Not only did they not take advantage, but one was also seriously injured. Lin Shen was already a little worried about how strong that Nirvana creature was. The 7 members of the Wei family cleared various creatures along the way and took a detour to kill several Nirvana creatures to ensure that when they surrounded and killed the Nirvana creature, no other Nirvana creatures came to make trouble. The number of Nirvana creatures in the underground space exceeds Lin Shen's imagination. If these Nirvana creatures attack the town hall together, it is really unimaginable.
If the Wei family falls, who else can stand on the mother planet?
The underground space is vast and boundless, and Wei Changqing and the others can only clear away the nearby Nirvana creatures, and collect a lot of Nirvana liquid in some Nirvana-level spiritual foundations. But they themselves do not use those spiritual foundations, and basically fight based on their own life foundation.
After several days of battle, the nearby Nirvana creatures were almost cleaned up.
What made Lin Shen wonder was that those Nirvana creatures actually grew similar to the black-covered mushroom beast, and they did not see other types of Nirvana creatures. There are many types of basic transformed creatures and ascending creatures in the underground space, but there is only one Nirvana creature, which makes Lin Shen very puzzled.
Today's update ends. I can't fight again, and I can't update more. Chapter 495 Weird Creature.
Lin Shen and Wei Wufu followed behind, which means cleaning the battlefield, collecting various spiritual foundations and liquids, and can be taken out for use later.
The mutation rate in underground space is quite high.
Although it is not as exaggerated as the Star of Realm, it is much stronger than other places. The giant ring stars do not have such a high mutation rate. Wei Changqing asked them to choose useful things they collected, and keep them with what they could, and throw them aside if they couldn't take them.
They should not delay their action plan.
All the nearby Nirvana creatures have been cleaned up. Several Nirvana people searched separately and confirmed that no Nirvana creatures appeared nearby. Then they went to the place where Nirvana creatures were bred. Before he arrived at the place, Wei Changqing reminded everyone to be fully prepared. Lin Shen took out the Tianhua No. 7 combat suit and put it on his body, summoned the shell to protect his whole body, and directly entered the Superbase form. There was a tyrant pet gun hanging on one side of his waist, a scum knife hanging on the other, and a fan of inheritance was also held in his hand. The 7 Nirvana people in the Wei family were so fierce that they were so afraid of the Nirvana creature, and Lin Shen did not dare to be careless at all. "Old Wei, try to see if you can use it to this." Lin Shen threw the evil ghost blade to him when he saw that Old Wei was wearing a white robe but had no weapons in his hand. Wei Wufu caught the evil ghost blade, tried it, nodded and said, "It's used together." After everyone was ready, they continued to move forward under the leadership of Wei Changqing. After climbing over several mountains, Lin Shen saw a huge log appeared between the peaks in front of him. It is not easy to visually detect how big the log is. Its two ends are stuck between the two peaks, like a long bridge connecting the two peaks. The round wood is ice blue all over, like blue jadeite. The reason why it is called a round wood, not a jade column, is because there is a lonely branch growing on one side of the round wood, and there are several leaves on the branches. The leaves are green and crystal clear, more crystal clear than the best blue jadeite, like flawless blue crystal. Below the log, there is a shuttle-shaped black insect sac hanging from it, which is 13 or 14 meters long and the largest diameter is about 3 meters. A hole was broken under the black insect sac, and half of a creature's body was exposed, hanging upside down under the insect sac. The creature was even more weird. Its naked upper body exposed outside the insect sac looked like a very majestic human, with both arms and hands that were no different from humans, both flesh and blood. But his head was different from that of humans. Although he had facial features, he had no hair. He seemed to be wearing a blue helmet. If he looked closely, he would find that it was not a steel helmet, but a blue carapace growing on his head. There are also a pair of tentacles that look like snail meat horns on the carapace, which are clearly grown from the carapace. Although his face looks no different from a human, and can even be regarded as an angular face, because the carapace on the top of his head and a pair of flesh tentacles, and the transparent mucus on his body gives people a very bad feeling. He hung upside down under the insect sac, his upper body was exposed, his hands drooping, and in his hanging hands, he held something like a large wolf tooth. As if sensing the arrival of everyone, the creature that had closed his eyes suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes turned out to be compound eyes like flies. The eyes are particularly large and are made of black crystals, with honeycomb-shaped hexagonal structures inside, which are small eyes, densely packed, probably thousands of them. Without Wei Changqing and the others' guidance, Lin Shen could guess that this strange creature should be what they call Nirvana creature. Lin Shen looked around and found no characteristics of the land of Nirvana. Only the huge ice blue log stuck between the two peaks made people unable to understand the origin. That strange Nirvana creature should have been born from a log. Lin Shen looked at the log, because the insect sac was close to one end of the log, and the other end was at least a kilometer away from the insect sac. Lin Shen and Lao Wei's mission was to find a way to try to solve the log stuck between the two peaks when Wei Changqing and his friends were besieging the strange creatures. According to the speculation of the Wei family, this log was crossed between the two mountains, extracting some kind of energy from the two mountains, providing energy for nurturing strange creatures. If the logs can be removed and the energy supply of the strange creatures is cut off, it will probably not be so easy for the strange creatures to be fully nurtured. If the source of energy is cut off, the abilities of the weird creatures themselves may be greatly reduced. The strange creature stared at them coldly, without any movement. Wei Changqing let out a cold voice. The 7 Nirvana people in the Wei family were divided into 2 teams and climbed up from the 2 peaks. 3 people on one side and 4 people on the other side climbed onto the log and ran to the place where the strange birth was. The speed was so fast that they were running, leaving behind after images. Before the person arrived, the sword energy had already slashed out wildly, and the purple sword energy that could cut off mountains and rivers turned into purple chi and phoenixes intertwined and slashed towards the strange creatures. Lin Shen had seen the Wei family's Phoenix Immortal Sword technique that cooperated with Zi Xian's chi, and the power of a sword could break the mountain. In one-on-one situation, even the Night Crow may not be able to suppress the Wei family's Nirvana, who possesses the Zishuan Yi Chi Nirvana attribute and the Phoenix Immortal Sword technique. The attributes attached to Zi Xianyi can greatly improve their surrounding attributes, skill power, and power in all directions, and the Zi Xianyi produced has the effect of breaking evil. The so-called evil breaking effect is actually a stronger destructive power, and it has a certain breaking effect on various attributes. It can be said that the Zixuanqi trained by the Wei family is a very comprehensive and domineering nirvana attribute.
The more times you get nirvana, the greater your improvement.
At the beginning, it may be inferior to those nirvana powers with single attributes, but after several nirvana, the advantages of Zixuanqi Qi will gradually appear, far from comparable to the nirvana powers with single attributes. Unfortunately, there are not many treasures above the mother star that can suppress the impact of nirvana on the body. The Wei family can only rely on their own will and some secret techniques studied by generations to fight against the impact of nirvana on the body many times. In this case, the Wei family can only complete 7 nirvana. If they perform the 8th nirvana, there is a high chance that there will be problems in their brains, and even nirvana will become an inhuman nirvana creature. Among the Wei family's nirvana who are still alive, only Wei Changqing broke through 7 nirvana and reached an astonishing 9 nirvana. 6 and 7 nirvana and 9 nirvana attack strange creatures with the Phoenix Immortal Sword technique. 7 purple Chi Phoenix Sword aura attacked the strange creature from different directions. The strange creature looked cold and his hanging hands moved.
Chapter 496 Cut down the tree roots.
Seeing the 7 Phoenix Sword auras about to slash on the strange creature from different directions, the strange creature suddenly raised its hands, and it swung it quickly.
The 7 Phoenix Sword auras were suddenly torn apart in the air, as if they were not the 7 domineering purple phoenixes, but the 7 paper-painted phoenixes.
Lin Shen was shocked when he saw it. Zixuan cooperated with the domineering behavior of the Phoenix Sword technique. He had already seen it before. He was actually torn apart by the strange creature so easily. This method was already amazing enough.
Let's go. Wei Wufu ran towards a mountain.
Lin Shen followed closely behind and ran towards the mountain with Wei Wufu. From time to time, you can see purple lights flashing in the sky, and Phoenix Sword techniques slashing from all directions towards strange creatures, and the sky is filled with Phoenix Sword energy circling and flying. But as soon as the sword aura approached the strange creature, it was torn apart by the strange creature's strange teeth, dispersed like smoke and dust. Such a powerful sword energy could not stir up any waves after being torn apart. Lin Shen became more and more frightened the more he looked at it. The strange creature hung upside down under the log. The strange teeth in his hands waved again and again, leaving behind phantoms, like thousand-handed guanyin. He actually tore all the sword energy that Wei Changqing and the other 7 people kept killing, and no sword energy could fall on the strange creature. Lin Shen knew it would be useless to see it again, so he rushed to the mountain with all his might. The two arrived at a location close to the top of the mountain and carefully looked at the place where the logs intersected with the mountain. One of the logs with a diameter of more than 3 meters was stuck in the rock, and roots thicker than thighs were grown on them. They plunged into the rock, and they didn't know how deep it was plunged into them. There are hundreds of root systems, and fluorescence surges in each one, as if something inside is being transmitted into the giant log through these root systems. Seeing this situation, Lin Shen also understood why the Wei family thought that it was logs that extracted energy from the mountain and transmitted it to the strange creatures. Wei Wufu held the evil ghost blade in both hands, stimulated the power of the evil ghost blade with all his strength, and slashed hard at one of the trees.
When
the crisp sound of gold and jade interception was heard, and the evil ghost blade was bounced up.
Wei Wufu could not control his body and took a few steps back before he could transform into the countershock power brought by the full blow. The roots of this tree are too hard, try digging out the rocks.
Lin Shen said, turning the inheritance fan in his hand into a lightsaber form, and stabbed the rock next to the roots of the tree with one sword. The power of his spear was greater than that of an ordinary 10-turn assassinator, but the lightsaber stabbed on the rock, and the feathered blade condensed by the white light was shattered inch by inch, leaving only the hilt of the sword transformed by the inheritance fan.
Why are the rocks here so hard?
Lin Shen suddenly understood why the Wei family didn't send a Nirvana person to break the mountain and get down the log. I'm afraid that the hardness of this mountain will be difficult for them to break through.
There is something wrong with this mountain.
Lin Shen frowned.
Together, solve problems.
Wei Wufu said, then activated the ability of the white robe, trying to weaken the hardness and toughness of the log root system. Seeing this, Lin Shen also opened the folding fan, and mysterious lights flew out from the fan and landed on the roots of the tree. The sixth style of the dance fan shaking is effective for organisms, but Lin Shen is not sure whether it is effective for logs or things like logs. He has never tried to use them on dead objects or plants. Fortunately, the mysterious Guanwan lived up to expectations and was imprinted on the roots of the tree. Wei Wufu held the evil ghost blade in both hands and slashed heavily on the root of the tree again. With a muffled sound, the evil ghost blade cut a shallow mark on the root of the tree. There is a chance. Lin Shen was overjoyed when he saw this and turned the inheritance blade into a lightsaber form again, slashing towards another tree root. Sure enough, the root of the tree that was branded with the mysterious light text was cut by the lightsaber. The two of them cut hard on each of them at a tree root. The scars on the tree roots gradually deepened, but it would probably take more than 10 minutes to cut off such a thick tree root. It's so hard to cut one, there are at least hundreds of tree roots on the log. When will it hit? Lin Shen thought about it and took out the mutated Jade Linglong, allowing him to use the mountain shaking skill. The mutated Jade Seal appeared in front of Lin Shen, causing strange fluctuations and rippling waves. After touching the roots, the mountain and river town marks soon appeared on the roots. Wei Wufu slashed down with another knife this time, and the scars on the roots of the tree were obviously cracked a lot. It's really effective. Lin Shen was overjoyed and was about to use a lightsword to cut off his root, but suddenly he thought of something. He restored the inheritance fan to normal state, inserted it on his waist, then pulled out the scum knife, put it on the previous scars of the root, and then tug-of-war. Originally, I just wanted to try it, but I didn't expect this move to be really useful. Lin Shen saw it with a slag knife faster than Wei Wufu cut it. In just 2 or 3 minutes, a tree root was sawed off by the deep forest, and Wei Wufu had not cut it off yet. I clearly saw fluorescent flow in the roots of the tree, but after sawing it open, there was nothing inside, that is, no liquid flowed out, and no light overflowed. The whole tree root was solid. It seemed that the tree roots here were damaged, and the strange creatures there suddenly let out a strange scream, as if they were crying a ghost. As the strange creature was furious, the strange teeth in his hand snatched Lin Shen and Wei Wufu hard. Ling Li's invisible force, with a harsh sonic boom, headed towards Lin Shen and the others. Wei Chongqing had a purple short knife in his hand. The short knife was also in the style of a phoenix feather knife, but it was much smaller, about the same size as a dagger. Wei Chongqing held a short knife in one hand and a long knife in the other. The two swords rubbed crosswise, as if they had ignited Zishan's air, turning into a purple thunder and lightning, forcibly blocking the tearing force that the strange creature grabbed Lin Shen and the others. Boom! The lightning exploded and the claws shattered. This head-on attack was a situation where there was no victory or defeat. Your Majesty Qin used the double life base of the original egg ascended. Lin Shen said in surprise. Work! Wei Wufu just buried his head and never raised his head. Lin Shen quickly continued to saw the roots of the tree, and the sound of thunder and thunder came from time to time in his ears, and the purple light flashed like lightning. Wei Chongqing used the power of two swords to stop the attack of the strange monster on Lin Shen and the others. Wei Shoucheng and others slashed out their swords even more crazily, trying to take the opportunity to traumatize the strange creatures. Most of the power of the strange creatures was used to deal with Wei Chongqing, and their attack speed was greatly reduced, and they were unable to completely stop the sword energy that Wei Shoucheng and the others had cut. A phoenix sword energy slashed directly on the neck of the strange creature. Chapter 497 Killing Nirvana Creature. The strange creature's neck was slashed by the phoenix sword's energy, twisting into a strange angle, as if it had been broken. But the next second, the strange creature's neck turned over again. In a pair of monster fly eyes, the small hexagonal eyes seemed to turn into countless small hexagonal mirrors, reflecting the figures of several people. Here you come, plan to act. Wei Chongqing shouted loudly. As soon as Wei Chongqing's voice fell, the 7 people seemed to have frozen in the shape, standing there in various postures and no movements. The strange creature could no longer hold back. Only the compound eye composed of countless small eyes, which was like a gem that cut out countless sections of the face, flashing with a strange light. Seeing this, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu tried their best to continue sawing the roots of the tree. The reason why Wei Changqing refused to let them participate in the battle was because the strange creatures had such a strange compound eye skill. Even if Lin Shen and Wei Wufu participated in the battle, once they entered his skill range, they would be like a soul being pulled away. No matter how powerful the skill was, it would not work, because it was no longer a physical battle. Using weakening skills will lose its meaning. At this time, they seemed to be fighting the souls of strange creatures in their soul state, and the weakening of their bodies would not affect the outcome of the battle. The only thing the two of them could do was to saw off the roots of the tree quickly and wait for the end of this soul battle. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Lin Shen tried his best to saw and Lao Wei cut them down. The hard tree roots were cut off by them. Suddenly, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu raised their heads at the same time, staring at the bottom of the mountain, and saw a blue figure rushing up from the foot of the mountain. Nirvana creature. The two of them quickly stood up and held the weapons in their hands tightly. The blue-covered creature with eyes wide open rushed to the hillside, jumped onto the log with one leap, staring at them one by one. Suddenly, the blue-covered creature opened its mouth wide and sprayed blue light, like a musket, spraying at the two of them. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu dodged the blue light from left to right, and also activated their skills. Lin Shen pulled out the folding fan, swung his wrist, and opened the folding fan, and mysterious lights fell towards the blue-covered creature like stars falling. The mutated jade seal of mutant Jade Linglong also activated the mountain storing skills, and the ripples rushed towards the blue-covered creature. The white robe on Wei Wufu's body was aroused, and an invisible aura emanated from him. The blue flames on the blue-cape creature were burning wildly, but they were unable to withstand these skills. The mysterious light text and the Shanha Town seal were imprinted on the Longai creature almost at the same time, but this time the mysterious light text has two different forms. A mysterious light text shines, and a mysterious light text is like a dark pattern, imprinted on the body of the blue-covered creature. The power of Nirvana on the blue guy creature suddenly decreased greatly, and the burning blue flame seemed to be a smaller stove fire, which suddenly became much weaker. Lin Shen waved his boxing gloves and the boxing power that was higher and higher than the other flew towards the blue cover creatures. The blue guy bio tyrannically stretched out its claws with blue light, trying to tear Lin Shen's fist power apart. After many weakenings, the powerful Nirvana power of blue guy bio still tore open the three punches, but the remaining power is hard to hurt Lin Shen. Wei Wufu jumped high, and the evil ghost blade in his hand slashed towards the blue-caped creature with his head. The blue-caped creature had no time to raise his head and spewed out the flames. The eyes above his head shot out blue lights. The blue light collided with the evil ghost blade, and the explosion suddenly produced a terrifying shock wave. Wei Wufu's figure was shocked and he turned over and landed behind the blue guy creature. Lin Shen stepped out step by step, his fist power was like a stormy wave, wave after wave. Wei Wufu on the other side waved the evil ghost blade and slashed wildly at the blue-caped creature. The blue guy creature was overwhelmed by one and couldn't stand it. Within a few seconds, Lin Shen hit the acupoints by the sand between his fingers emitted by the opposite rhythm in the dark, and his body suddenly stiffened. The evil ghost blade in Wei Wufu seized the opportunity and slashed the blue-covered creature's neck without hesitation, staggering its body. This time, Lin Shen's wave-step fist also hit, and blasted the blue guy creature's head towards Wei Wufu again. The blue guy creature was like a sandbag between the two, swinging back and forth after being beaten. The evil ghost blade cuts horizontally and vertically, slashing the blue guy creature with one knife. Lin Shen's tyrannical bombardment continued to bombard the blue guy creature. Under the storm-like attacks of the two, the blue guy creature did not have the power to fight back, and there were more and more scars on its body. The blue crystal jade-like body was already full of sunkens and cracks. "Old Wei, ask your heart," Lin Shen shouted loudly. When Wei Wufu heard this, he inserted his evil ghost blade in his hand on the log, took out the wooden fish in his heart, and knocked it at the same time, and sang, "The sky is vast and the wilderness is vast. I am the most rampant in my life." The white robe was stirring, and the heroic singing seemed to have its own subwoofer effect. The sound of the wooden fish hitting, impacting Lin Shen's heart, making Lin Shen shudder, and at the same time, the power in his body also became restless. Lin Shen burst out with all his strength and launched a four-way combo. One wave higher than the other, accompanied by the magical music and singing, and one punch hit the mushroom cap that had been hit by the blue cover creatures that had been cracked and sunken.
Bang!
The blue guy and its head were smashed into pieces by Lin Shen's punch, and the blue Nirvana liquid splashed out. The body of the Nirvana creature also fell down. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at the corpse on the ground and couldn't believe it for a moment. A Nirvana creature was killed so easily by them, and it didn't even have time to use its life base. Before they could think about more, the two grabbed their weapons and continued to get the roots of the tree. The roots of the tree were broken by two people, and fewer tree roots were plunged into the mountain. Wei Changqing and others standing on the log were still motionless, and the strange creatures were still motionless. After more than 2 hours, all the roots of the tree that plunged into the mountain were broken by two people. Lin Shen felt that his arms seemed not his, and Wei Wufu on the other side was not much better.
His hand holding the evil ghost blade kept shaking.
Push! Wei Wufu jumped onto the mountain and reached out to push the log, but with his strength, he could not push the log stuck on the mountain. Lin Shen also jumped over, and pressed his 4 hands on the log and tried his best to exert force, but the log did not move at all. This log is too heavy, and our strength cannot be pushed at all. Lin Shen tried it and knew that it was impossible to push it.
Wei Wufu frowned and said, "Other side, root."
No, the other side of the log is too close to the strange creature, it must be within its skill range.
When we go there, we will definitely be pulled into the skill, and we will not have the chance to cut off the roots of the other side.
Lin Shen shook his head and said.
Chapter 498. The plan is wrong.
The root system is formed at the places where the two ends of the log are connected to the mountain and penetrate into the mountain. The original plan was to cut off the root system on this side, push the log down, and use the weight and downward momentum of the log to break the root system on the other side.
But the log was too tight and it was too heavy, so they couldn't push it.
I wanted to cut off the root system on the other side, making it difficult for the log to absorb the energy in the two mountains. The other side was within the skill range of the strange creature, and I was in a dilemma for a moment. Lin Shen looked at the place where the log was connected to the mountain wall.
This end of the log was stuck in the cracks in the mountain.
There were raised rocks on both sides. Unless their strength could lift this end of the log, it would be impossible to push it down. If the rocks raised on one side can be cut off, the log can slide down by itself.
Unfortunately, the rocks here are surprisingly hard and cannot be cut at all.
Lin Shen tried it and found that the shaking and folding styles did not work for the rocks at all. It was the mutated Yulinglong's mountain shaving skill, which could work for the rocks. The problem is that only the mountain shaving skill is useful, and Wei Wufu's white robe skill cannot play a role. It is relatively limited to weakening the hardness and toughness of the rocks. It is impossible to cut off the raised rocks like cutting down the roots of a tree. Lin Shen looked at Wei Changqing and others on the log, and saw that their faces were bleeding, and it seemed that the situation was not very optimistic. Old Wei, sing. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and activated all his skills, and the hypersynthetics were turned on. He pressed the scum knife with both hands and frustrated directly at the raised rocks.
When? The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast. I am the most rampant in my life.
Lao Wei knocked on the wooden fish, singing the lyrics of the magical lyrics over and over again. Lin Shen held the scum knife in his hand, and used it as a stuttering knife to stutter the rocks one after another. The hardness and slag strength of the slag knife are beyond imagination. The rocks whose hardness and toughness are only weakened by Zenshan have been broken by the slag knife. It would be great if the night sky was here. With them accompaniment and singing, and with Lao Wei to bless me, the effect will definitely be much better. Lin Shen also knew that it would be useless to think about those things now, so he could only slash the rocks one by one. Although I don't know if time is too late, this is the only thing they can do now. The rock bulge on the one side selected by Lin Shen is higher than the other side, but the mountain itself has a crack, which can hit the cracks of the mountain, and may directly make the mountain cracks. I don't know how long it took to frustrate, but Lao Wei's singing began to become hoarse, as if 3 pounds of sand were poured into his voice. Lin Shen was a little suspicious.
The words Lao Wei said in his life may not be as many lyrics as he sang today. However, the cracks that were deep in the forest were still more than 1 foot away from the cracks in the mountain itself. Click! Click! Lin Shen frustrated a few more times, and several cracks suddenly appeared near the crack. Lin Shen was overjoyed when he saw this and quickly squashed it harder. The cracks were getting more and more, and the cracks of the rocks broke were endless. The bet is right. Lin Shen was surprised and happy. Seeing that the rock stuck in the log was about to split from the mountain, he quickly called Lao Wei and ran to the other side of the mountain. Click! Click! The rocks were ringing one after another, but they were never completely broken. Lin Shen gathered all his strength and punched a 4-in-1 punch at the mountain. This punch was like the last snowflake that caused the avalanche, which immediately caused a big collapse, and a large area of rocks slid down from the mountain. As the rocks slipped down, the end of the log that had lost its support also slid down. The powerful torque broke the other end of the log and the roots of the tree that were stuck in the mountain one by one. The log and the log fell down to the bottom of the mountain with a terrifying force. The log hit the mountain wall, shattering the rocks that smashed the mountain wall. When the root system at the other end was completely broken, the entire log fell directly into the mountain stream with an extremely terrifying momentum. The earth shook, the mountains and rivers swayed, and countless falling rocks rolled down from the mountain, and smoke and dust rose below. For a moment, the earth shook, as if the end of the world was coming. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu lay on the mountain, trying their best to stabilize their bodies, looking into the mountain stream, but could not see the situation below. Wei Wufu looked down worriedly. Although he knew that the body of the Nirvana was not so easy to break, if he was hit by his log, even the Nirvana's body would not be able to bear it. However, this probability is relatively small, and the speed of the log falling is much faster than the speed of their bodies falling. As soon as the vibration stopped, Wei Wufu and Lin Shen went down the mountain and rushed towards the mountain stream. In the sky full of smoke and dust, they could not see anything. Master! Wei Wufu shouted loudly, but his voice had already become hoarse, and the sound of shouting was thin and small, almost losing its voice. Wufu, we're fine. A voice came from the smoke and dust, making Wei Wufu and Lin Shen overjoyed. It's okay, it's okay. A person's voice sounded in the smoke and dust, and soon he saw the 7 members of the Wei family rushing out of the smoke and dust. Although there are all abrasions and smashes of varying degrees, it doesn't seem to be a big problem, but the shell is a little damaged. The dust settled, and Lin Shen and others saw the log hit the mountain stream, smashing a deep pit. Everyone looked at each other and soon saw the location of the strange creature in insect sac, which was at a relatively lower position. The insect sac was pressed under the log, and the strange creature came forward and exposed it outside. The place where the body connected to the insect sac was disgusting mucus sprayed everywhere. Maybe the things inside the insect sac were pressed into slurry and splashed out. The weight of the log was too terrible. Even the Nirvana creature could not withstand being hit under it like this. Wei Changqing and his friends were about to go over and finish the knife, but when the strange creature was dismembered, the strange creature's body moved. He pressed his hands on the ground, his upper body stood up, staring at Lin Shen and others in a strange posture, and made a strange laugh from his mouth. Finally! I'm finally here. I really want to thank you. The strange creature said something, which shocked Lin Shen and others. Wei Changqing reacted and rubbed his swords with invincible purple thunder and lightning, slashing at the strange creature. The strange creature supported the ground with one hand and waved its strange teeth with the other to face the purple lightning. With a loud bang, Wei Changqing's power was blocked. The log swayed a few times. As the log swayed, you could see that the log had countless root systems that formed the contact between the log and the ground. The root systems were grown under the entire log and plunged into the earth. Fluorescent lights were drawn out of the earth and poured into the log, causing the log to gradually fluoresce. Oops! Lin Shen's face looked a little ugly, knowing that their plan had been wrong from the beginning. Chapter 499 Donli. As the roots of the log penetrated into the ground, the log gradually turned, causing the strange creatures and insect sacs to the side. The flattened insect sac is rapidly expanding and recovering due to the injection of energy. The strange creature's body was straight like a snake holding its head up, holding its strange teeth in both hands.
The originally dark skin was covered with protruding blood vessels like small snakes, and its waist slowly twisted. It can be seen that his body is growing rapidly, as if he is about to break free from the insect sac.
It seems that you can only use that move.
You wish. Wei Changqing's eyes swept across the faces of other Wei family members, and his always firm tone actually had a hint of hesitation.
Everyone nodded.
Wei Changqing stopped talking and shouted to Wei Wufu and Lin Shen with 2 swords in his hand, "You retreat to the mountain. After seeing this attack, if it is done, then come down.
If it is not done, retreat immediately. Don't hesitate at all. Master, I will help you."
Wei Wufu said, "Step forward."
"No need.
If this move fails, no matter how strong the help is, it will be useless." Wei Changqing's face was bright and he stepped towards the strange creature step by step. Lin Shen originally wanted to use shaking, folding and Zenshan to help the Wei family, but after Wei Changqing said this, he could only retreat. As Wei Changqing moved forward, Wei Shoucheng and others followed and were listed behind Wei Changqing. The purple aura on their bodies rose, and they were magically connected together, and their energy continued to gather towards Wei Changqing.
"What kind of skill is that?"
Lin Shen, who ran to the mountain, was extremely surprised to see this scene. This was the first time he saw someone who could transmit his own power to others for use.
Xian, again.
Wei Wufu next to him stared at Wei Changqing and others below and said. Lin Shen was stunned for a moment, and then realized that Xian's qi should have such a special function. The 7 members of the Wei family moved towards strange creatures step by step, and the purple Xian qi on their bodies became stronger and stronger, as if they were igniting each other, rising up wildly, and in a moment they had increased many times. The purple Xian qi on the 7 people was so strong that they could not see their figures, like a purple phoenix flying at a low altitude.
A little purple spark shone at the tip of the purple phoenix's mouth, instantly igniting the entire purple phoenix. The purple phoenix turned into a purple thunder and lightning phoenix, and its power grew explosively in an instant. The fluctuation was already terrifying and unimaginable. The dazzling purple light illuminated the valley and the sky. No wonder Master Qing said that he didn't need to weaken his opponent. If such a terrifying power could not be defeated, even if he weakened some of the opponent's power, it would be useless. Lin Shen looked at the purple lightning phoenix walking with the thunderous thunder. The surrounding rocks rose from the ground because of the terrifying force and turned into powder in the air. The earth sways, the mountains and rivers sway, and everything around it seemed as fragile as tofu in front of the terrifying purple lightning phoenix. Wei Changqing's 2 swords crossed out, and the purple lightning phoenix made a phoenix roar, and rushed away from his body towards the strange creature on the log. Boom!
The purple lightning thunder suddenly sounded, and for a moment, the entire mountain stream was brightly shining by purple lightning, and his eyes were about to be blinded. Wei Wufu looked into the valley without blinking. His eyes were red by the light until the lightning gradually weakened. Seeing Wei Changqing and the other 2 fall to the ground, his body could not even maintain its base state, and the shell was gone. They were sweating profusely and their combat uniforms were soaked. The combat uniforms they wore were actually low-end products that Wei Wufu got back. Anyone can see the status of Wei Changqing and others. They were overdrawn very seriously. If this blow did not work, they would have to wait to die. Wei Wufu looked at the place where the insect sac is, and he couldn't help but feel happy. There was only black burtash left on the sac on the log. The strange creature probably had turned into burtash along with the insect sac. Many root systems that emerged on the log were also involved in this blow and turned into black coke. Even the log itself became a huge black coke. What a powerful Xian's qi! Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. The attack sent by Wei Changqing and the 7 others was already so powerful that it was unimaginable. No one could stop it at the nirvana level. If such a strong force cannot kill that weird creature, then there is no need for them to fight again, just turn around and run. Just when everyone thought that the strange creature had been killed, they heard a sneer as if it was coming from the sky. Everyone's bodies trembled, and they looked up at the place where the sound came in disbelief. They saw that on the top of the mountain, the strange creature that originally only exposed its upper body was standing firmly on the top of the mountain, tall but not strong, but seemed to be full of explosive power. Beyond the flesh and blood, there are strange blue exoskeletons.
Those exoskeletons are not base-turned carapaces, but part of their body, completely different from humans.
I didn't expect that on a primitive planet, in such a short time, he could evolve so many nirvana levels and practice such a strange technique. The power of the joint attack of you guys is almost about to touch the edge of the immortal law. The strange creature looked at Wei Changqing and others condescendingly, and said with interest, "It seems that the effect of creating a divine egg is better than imagined."
Lin Shen.
Wei Changqing sat on the ground and let out a roar with all his strength. Lin Shen knew what Wei Changqing meant, and looked at Wei Wufu, and Wei Wufu's eyes also looked at him. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. If he clicked Wei Wufu now and took Wei Wufu away forcibly, he would be afraid that Wei Wufu would live in pain for the rest of his life. With Wei Wufu's character, he would rather die in battle than accept living like this. "Master Qing, I'm sorry, I only promised you and Lao Wei to advance and retreat together." Lin Shen followed Wei Wufu and ran down the mountain and came to Wei Changqing and others. Lin Shen said to Wei Changqing. Wei Changqing sighed, it would be meaningless to say anything more at this time. The strange creature jumped up from the top of the mountain and instantly landed on the log that was electrocuted into coke. The strange compound eyes swept around them. Wei Wufu stood in front, facing the strange creature, and said firmly, "Let's go." Lin Shen shook his head. He knew that Wei Wufu wanted to fight to the death, but even if he didn't even want his life, how long could he stop him? "It seems that you are not an ordinary nirvana creature, you should be a race from the universe."
"What do you call me? Which race from?"
Lin Shen did not leave, shook the folding fan, walked to Wei Wufu, stood side by side with him, and said to the strange creature.
"How long has it been? Has it actually entered the interstellar era? It's really surprising." The strange creature looked at Lin Shen with interest and said, "How much do you know in the universe, the billion races?" "I know a few, but I don't know much. You can tell me."
Lin Shen's expression remained motionless. "Since you helped me push down the Yuanshu and let the Yuanshu absorb enough energy in the second realm mountains so that I can be born, you can listen."
"My name is Donli and I am a member of the Creation Clan."
The strange creature looked arrogant, as if it was already a very honor to be able to hear his name.
Chapter 500 You Can't.
Lin Shen recalled his knowledge of the universe and did not find any information about this race. At least the Creation Clan is definitely not the top 100 races in the current universe, and Lin Shen can still be sure of this. "Shao Qi, tell me about the God-creating clan." Lin Shen quickly tapped a line of information on the communicator with his fingers. He could directly ask Shao Qi in voice, but in front of others, asking about other people's race information seemed to be suspected of contempt.
"No need to check it. You can't find out the information of our clan on the Universe Network,"
Dongli said with a strange smile. "Dear Master, the Creator is not a race, but an organization established by some extremely dangerous elements. It has used extreme means to plunder planet resources in the universe for a long time, resulting in the destruction of the planet and genocide." Shao Qi's voice suddenly rang. When everyone heard this message, they were silent for a moment. Lin Shen and the Wei family were silent because the other party was even more terrifying than they thought. "I'm afraid it was not just about killing them, but even potentially destroying their planet."
Donli's silence seemed a little embarrassed. "Is there anyone Donli in the Creation Clan?"
Since Xiaoqi had already said it, Lin Shen asked directly. "Dear Master, there is only one known member of the suspected members of the creation of gods.
The name of Donli is Donli.
He was originally a Dongli star, and the Dongli star was created, causing the Dongli star to be destroyed, and the Dongli star was almost destroyed. He is an extremely dangerous madman. His level is unknown and his strength is unknown, and he has no more detailed information."
Xiaoqi said not much information, but it is already shocking enough.
If Dongli is eternal regret for Dongli, then he is a madman who can even destroy his mother planet and his clan members.
When he comes to the human mother planet, wouldn't it mean that the entire human mother planet is in danger? That's right, I can even find out my origin.
Which cosmic race does the communicator on you come from?
Changhan Dongli agreed to the information Xiaoqi said. You came to us to destroy our planet and race?
Lin Shen did not answer the question of eternal hatred Dongli, and said with a stare at him.
Destroy your race and planet? Changhan Dongli laughed, you don't have that qualification yet.
In a sense, it was me who gave you uncivilized primitive creatures the opportunity to embark on the path of evolution and enter the interstellar era. Without me, you were still a group of ignorant barbarians who were forever imprisoned on a planet until genocide.
So in theory, I am your savior. So, it was just an accident that you came to our planet? Lin Shen wanted to ask more information.
Perhaps because he was trapped for too long, he was very strong in his desire to communicate, and he took the initiative to answer Lin Shen's question. Of course, otherwise, a planet like this that has no resources at all, and you uncivilized barbaric creatures, is not worth my attention. Only ignorant people think that the Creation Clan is a madman who creates terror. What we do is the future of this universe. Changhan Dongli suddenly pointed at Wei Changqing and others and said, you are all beneficiaries of my Creation Clan.
If you hadn't used the Creation Clan that left here, how could you have evolved so many powerful people with such a short evolutionary history? Creating divine eggs, are you talking about those original eggs?
Lin Shen's heart moved.
Do you call it original eggs? This name is quite appropriate.
They are indeed the most primitive batch of divine eggs, which are pet eggs developed to create God. You ignorant creatures will not know how great it is. Changhan Dongli continued coldly, this batch of divine eggs should have been sent to a planetary civilization that is countless times higher than you, so that the high-level creatures there will be a test subject. If it weren't for an accident in the middle, my spaceship crashed on your planet, and you lower creatures are not worthy of using divine eggs. As he said that, Changhan Dongli looked up at the underground space and showed an evil smile on his face. Fortunately, there is a benefit of being wrong. I didn't expect that there is such a magical base change in such a low-level planet civilization, and you low-level creatures have also allowed you low-level creatures to verify the feasibility of creating divine eggs.
I accepted this gift. This planet will be my test site in the future. You low-level creatures should be honored as my test subjects. I will give you the opportunity to become a god. This is an opportunity that all races in the universe cannot find. I also feel very honored. I don't know what you mean by God. I only know that the pinnacle of evolution is immortality. If you want to go further, you can only become the supreme king of the realm in the universe. I have never heard of the saying that there is a god level. Lin Shen only wants to know the better. Immortality, the king of realms is nothing. Who defines immortality, and who is the king of realms? What we want to fight against is the core order that dominates the universe, the true origin of the universe. What we want to create is the God who can dominate this universe, rather than the ignorant sentient beings imprisoned by the order of the universe. Changhan Dongli said. What a great plan, I am willing to participate in this plan.
Lin Shen felt that it would be best to be able to stabilize the eternal regret of Dongli first, and said in admiration.
No. You can't. You have to die, you all have to die. Changhan Dongli looked at Lin Shen and joked, although you used the god-making egg, the degree of evolution has obviously not met the requirements, so you are already waste products and have no use. Besides, in order to be able to test with peace of mind, people cannot find me here, let alone people know that there is such a magical base change place here, so you must all die, especially you. After saying that, Dongli pointed at Lin Shen specifically. Lin Shen was speechless. Your master Qing and others have been fighting with him for so long, but I didn't touch a single finger and helped him push down some yuan tree so that he could be born successfully. Why do I have to die? I am still the one named. In fact, Lin Shen knew in his heart that he had such a high-level communicator in his hand and was the person who was most likely to spread the news. Of course, Dongli, Changhan, could not let him live. In contrast, the combat uniforms of the Wei family and the others were all low-end. Apart from Wei Wufu, Qingye and others did not even have a communicator, which was naturally the biggest threat to Lin Shen. Unfortunately, after coming to the underground space, the communication equipment no longer had a communication signal, so it was impossible for Lin Shen to send messages out. What's more, Lin Shen did not want to spread the news. Changhan Dongli said that this place was a magical base.
If it was known by the alien race, he would probably try his best to come to the human mother planet.
Chapter 501 Escape.
What is that? Lin Shen suddenly widened his eyes and looked in one direction. Changhan Dongli subconsciously turned his head to look, but saw nothing. When he turned around, he found Lin Shen running wildly in the mountains in the distance.
Childish.
Changhan Dongli moved like a ghost, and almost reached behind Lin Shen in the blink of an eye, reaching out to kill Lin Shen directly.
Bang!
Lin Shen didn't look back and shot him in the backhand. At the moment of shooting, his speed directly increased and instantly soared to more than 1,000. Changhan Dongli reached out and grabbed Lin Shen's pet capsule shot directly, and crushed the bullet with a little force.
However, Lin Shen's soaring speed made Changhan Dongli's eyes narrow. What's going on with this guy's speed?
That's not the speed that the Assassinator should have. He looked back at Wei Changqing and others, and Changhan Dongli chased Lin Shen without hesitation. Lin Shen's strange speed surprised Changhan Dongli and he was unwilling to give him any chance.
What's more, Lin Shen's escape was the exit of the underground space.
If Wei Wufu and others wanted to leave the underground space, they could only walk from there. The tyrant in Lin Shen's hand fired a pet capsule again, but this time he did not hit Changhan Dongli, but hit the front, allowing him to maintain a speed of over 1,000. But Pachin's speed still couldn't escape the pursuit of Changhan Dongli, and he was still quickly followed by him, and he almost blinked his eyes behind him.
Lin Shen didn't even look at it.
He slapped the inherited fan twice in one hand, and the mutated Jade Linglong in the other hand spewed out the Life Foundation and used it to Zenshan. As he was about to catch up with Lin Shen, Dongli, he suddenly saw countless mysterious light texts and waves rushing in. His body was filled with energy, trying to shatter the mysterious light patterns and waves directly. What he unexpectedly expected was that the mysterious light text and fluctuations actually passed through his body, forming a mark on him, instantly reducing his speed, and the speed between the two people actually opened up again. Changhan Dongli used his power while speeding up, trying to erase the imprint on his body, but found that it did not have much effect.
It's interesting. Phase upgraded weakening talent can actually have such an effect on me.
These talent abilities themselves are already a little close to exceeding the standard.
Changhan Dongli was not surprised but happy, and a strange smile appeared on his face. With the triple weakening, he actually chased after him again, and the distance between the two quickly approached again.
Master, you, go. Wei Wufu got up without any hesitation, and chased after them with all his strength in the direction where the two left. Others may suspect that Lin Shen wants to escape by himself, but Wei Wufu will only think that Lin Shen is leading away the eternal regret. Wei Wufu chased after him desperately, but his speed was much worse than Lin Shen and Changhan Dongli, and he was left far behind.
Damn it, this guy is so fast.
Lin Shen cursed in his heart. With the three weakened eternal hatred, Dongli was about to catch up with him again in a few breaths, and the speed was incredibly fast. Lin Shen fired a shot directly, and the man soared into the air and rushed towards the sky.
Looking for death. Changhan Dongli almost followed Lin Shen and jumped up.
His speed was much faster than Lin Shen. He was about to catch up with Lin Shen in the air, but suddenly he found that Lin Shen had changed direction strangely in the air.
Changhan Dongli's outstretched palm did not catch Lin Shen. Fei Chang's figure rushed over from Lin Shen. Changhan Dongli was angry and embarrassed.
He exerted terrifying energy from his hands, trying to kill Lin Shen directly in the air. But Lin Shen was moving around in the air as if he was on the ground, and he avoided Changhan Dongli's attack again and again. This time, Dongli saw clearly that Lin Shen stepped on each other with his feet and kept moving in the air with force.
What kind of talent is this? It seems to be a little beyond the scope of the laws of the universe.
Changhan Dongli's eyes lit up, and he actually gave up using his strength to attack Lin Shen. After falling down, he chased after him again.
The pet capsules among the tyrants were limited.
After Lin Shen fired a few shots, he tried his best to rush into the sky. Unfortunately, although this underground world has flight restrictions, it also has a height restrictions, and it has a stone roof on it. Otherwise, he would have to keep rising to the sky to escape the pursuit of everlasting hate Dongli. The eternal hatred Dongli, who was chasing Lin Shen on the ground, saw Lin Shen's speed drop, jumped up again and rushed into the sky. Lin Shen wanted to use his air superiority to get rid of Changhan Dongli again, but he saw Changhan Dongli slap the stimulating force with both hands. The force actually pushed his body forward and moved rapidly in the air in a changing direction, like a jet thruster.
Can you still play like this?
Lin Shen was shocked and quickly fired another shot, increasing his speed, and then quickly changed direction in the air. Fortunately, the method of eternal hatred Dongli could only make him move quickly in one direction. It was much more difficult to change direction than Lin Shen, but in the end he was thrown away by Lin Shen. Seeing Changhan Dongli landing on the ground again, Lin Shen seized the opportunity, stepped on each other's feet and raised the height again, rushed directly to Shirtshong, grabbed the gap above the Shirtshong, hanging under the Shirtshong, staring at Changhan Dongli below.
You are also using a divine egg?
Changhan Dongli saw Lin Shen stopping, but he didn't take action again. He looked at him with strange compound eyes and asked.
So what? So what? Lin Shen delayed time and thought about various possibilities.
Changhan Dongli is actually just a Nirvana level, but his speed is obviously much faster than the average Nirvana level. Lin Shen believed that he did not have the ability to take over Qingye and the others' joint attack head-on, but just used his speed to avoid it.
If he really has the ability to fight head-on, why should he avoid it?
All the attacks of Qingye and the others before, Changhan Dongli defeated them head-on, but the last blow was dodged, which shows that the blow had exceeded the range he could bear. Although Changhan Dongli's tone was very strong, after all, it was just a Nirvana level.
If Immortal and the King of Realm were really as he said, why would he be so afraid of the news being revealed? If you use the god-making egg to be promoted, there is a real possibility of becoming a god. I allow you to become my test piece. Changhan Dongli's tone seemed to be giving Lin Shen a gift. That's a great honor. I wonder how do you plan to arrange this test item after I become your test item? Lin Shen asked back.
You can use the god-creating egg to continue to advance, Nirvana, immortality, and the King of Realms until you break through the limitations of this universe and become the god who controls the order of the universe.
Changhan Dongli's voice was full of charm.
It's a pity that there are not many sacred eggs scattered in the underground world.
Lin Shen said. Chapter 502 Suppression. You don't need to worry about this.
As long as you become my test subject, I will naturally have a way to give you enough magic eggs to use.
Changhan Dongli said coldly. In other words, there are still many divine eggs in the crashed spacecraft, right?
Lin Shen said with his eyes narrowed. No, so as long as you follow me, you will naturally be able to use the god-making egg to advance.
Changhan Dongli said. If you kill you, the god-making eggs in the spaceship are mine. Is that right?
Lin Shen said with a smile.
That's right. The problem is that you don't have the ability to kill me, but I can kill you easily. Changhan Dongli smiled and his eyes suddenly turned cold.
He jumped up again, like flowing light, rushed towards Lin Shen hanging on the stone dome. Lin Shen's words just now have already angered him a little. Almost the moment when Changhan Dongli rushed up, Lin Shen fired again and rushed out in another direction. But this time, Changhan Dongli actually predicted the direction of his movement, and his hands burst out with terrifying force, pushing his body towards Lin Shen. While flying towards Lin Shen, he pulled out the strange teeth hanging from his body and waved them at Lin Shen again and again. The strange force, like the fangs in the mouth of an invisible giant beast, biting Lin Shen's body from different directions, leaving Lin Shen no longer able to dodge. Eternal hatred Dongli has already had the intention of killing and no longer intends to keep a living. Lin Shen tried his best to adjust his position, and at the same time, he bombarded the 4 consecutive fists of the treading waves. With the double blessing of the super basic form and hyperbasicization, the 4 consecutive fists of the treading waves with all their strength were still torn to pieces by the strange tearing force. Lin Shen could not avoid the tearing force that continued to rush over, but felt a huge pain coming from his chest, and the carapace on his chest shattered, revealing the Tianhua No. 7 combat suit inside. The combat suit was twisted, but it was not torn apart. Lin Shen's body was shocked and flew backwards, hitting a mountain below like a meteor.
Bang! The mountain was smashed to a corner.
When Lin Shen climbed out of the broken rocks, Changhan Dongli was already standing outside the ruins, looking at Lin Shen in a joking manner and said, "Don't you want to kill me?
Take action."
After saying that, he didn't give Lin Shen a chance to speak, so he rushed up again and waved the strange teeth in his hand towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen retreated in panic, as if he instinctively smashed the things he could catch towards Changhan Dongli. The scum knife, pet gun on his waist, and the backpack on his back all hit Changhan Dongli. The scum knife and pet gun encountered the tearing force of the strange teeth, but were not torn apart, but were bounced out, but the backpack was torn apart, and everything inside was scattered. Most of the things were instantly torn apart by the tearing force of the strange teeth, but a white light suddenly flashed away. Changhan Dongli subconsciously retreated. The white light just now was too fast, and even he couldn't see clearly how it disappeared. During the retreat, Changhan Dongli suddenly felt his body sinking and landing straight on the ground.
Above Changhan Dongli's head, a fat man with snowballs appeared.
Lin Shen stopped pretending and turned around and rushed towards Changhan Dongli, who was suppressed by the fat boy, and punched a sand dot between his fingers to his waist. I thought it would be a sure attack, but I was actually driven away by Changhan Dongli twisting his waist. Lin Shen was shocked.
Changhan Dongli, who was suppressed by the fat boy, could still move.
It was just that the eternal regret was obviously very reluctant to move eastward, and he could only barely avoid Lin Shen's finger sand.
What the hell is this?
Changhan Dongli's compound eyes saw the fat boy standing above his head, and showed a look of surprise.
He reached out and wanted to grab the fat boy on his head. Lin Shen could not give him this opportunity? He pointed his fists at the same time and attacked Changhan Dongli frantically.
Fortunately, under the suppression of Fizi, Changhan Dongli's speed became very slow, no faster than Lin Shen. If he went to grab the fat boy above his head, he would not have time to resist Lin Shen's attacks. Changhan Dongli subconsciously put down his hand, waved the strange teeth in his hand, trying to tear Lin Shen's attack to pieces first. But when the two forces collided, Lin Shen found that his power was much weaker, no stronger than himself. If the attack from the strange teeth had a tearing effect, perhaps the two might be evenly matched. Lin Shen was overjoyed and launched a mad attack on Changhan Dongli.
Changhan Dongli was shocked.
Not only was his body suppressed, but his power was suppressed to such a weak level.
This was simply unimaginable. Damn it, kill you too? Changhan Dongli kept resisting Lin Shen's attack and did not remove the fat boy above his head.
His face was cold and he stopped trying to get the fat guy on his head, and wanted to get rid of Lin Shen first. Even if the strength and speed are not much different, he is confident that he can kill Lin Shen. His techniques and various skills are not comparable to these uncivilized primitive people. But when Changhan Dongli really fought with Lin Shen on an equal footing, he immediately found that Lin Shen's techniques far exceeded his expectations, and it could even be said that it made him feel very uncomfortable.
Lin Shen used boxing with one hand and fingering with the other hand.
The boxing was extremely fierce, but the fingering was extremely sinister. The boxing technique that was higher than the other was not difficult for Changhan Dongli to deal with it, but the silent finger force made Changhan Dongli avoid it very dangerously every time. Not to mention that kind of finger strength is difficult to detect. The key is that every time Lin Shen pointed, he was in the rhythm of Changhan Dongli feeling very uncomfortable. If it weren't for his body being different from ordinary people and his skills were very unique, he would have almost been hit by the finger strength several times. Changhan Dongli was not sure whether his body became fragile under the suppression of the monster above his head, so he did not dare to withstand Lin Shen's attack. Lin Shen's fingers were dislocated, and he forced Changhan Dongli to retreat step by step, and was at a disadvantage. Wei Wufu chased after him with the evil ghost blade, and his white robe stimulated. Lin Shen was overjoyed.
Wei Wufu came at the right time. With his white robe ability, Changhan Dongli once again weakened Changhan Dongli.
No matter how powerful Changhan Dongli was, it should be difficult to avoid the sand between his fingers. Sure enough, as Wei Wufu approached, Changhan Dongli's speed and strength were weakened again, and the strange teeth in his hand tore the wave fist, but he did not defend against the sand between his fingers that suddenly shot cold arrows. The finger force like a needle was directly pierced on Changhan Dongli's waist. Although it could not be pierced, it made Changhan Dongli's body stiffen there. The place where the finger force pierces is the acupuncture point on Changhan Dongli's body. Kill him! Lin Shen roared violently, and his fingers pierced into Changhan Dongli's eyes. Wei Wufu also held the evil ghost blade in both hands and slashed from behind to Changhan Dongli's neck. The stiff eternal regret in the east was clear, and the eyes were filled with mirror light. In the honeycomb-structured compound eyes, there were small hexagonal mirrors, reflecting the figures of Lin Shen and Wei Wufu.
Chapter 503 Not belonging to this era.
Lin Shen and Wei Wufu suddenly felt like their souls could not stop the car and rushed out of their bodies. It wasn't like it was, but it really rushed out and was sucked into the darkness. The darkness seemed like a magic fog that devoured the soul, making Lin Shen feel that his will was being eaten and his brain was so painful.
Suddenly, a white light rose from the darkness, illuminating the dark space.
The white light was a spirit body condensed from white light, like a phoenix. Its wings danced, and the darkness was ignited like a curtain, illuminating the space brighter and brighter. After the dark space was illuminated, Lin Shen was surprised to find that it turned out to be a huge building inside.
All around are all kinds of sci-fi looking instruments, and various transparent containers.
In those containers, there are all kinds of strange creatures, just like specimens soaked in formalin. Lin Shen just glanced at it and found that there were a few of the creatures he was more familiar with. The angel-like celestial race, the demon-like imperial barbarian race, the tiger race, etc., as well as some strange races that Lin Shen had never seen before. Wei Wufu, who was shining with white light on his body, was also on the side. What they didn't expect was that in this building, there was a bed like an operating table, with various instruments on it. As they were like theirs, Changhan Dongli was actually bound to the bed, with various tubes and metal rings inserted on his body, and a hemispherical crystal on his head was bound by a hemispherical crystal. Wherever the white spirit bird flew, everything in the building burned, and soon the entire building burned. The everlasting hate Dongli, bound to the bed, was also ignited by the white light, screaming in pain, struggling desperately, but could not break free from the bed.
Boom!
Lin Shen only felt dizzy in his brain, and opened his eyes and found that he had returned to his normal perspective. Changhan Dongli, the opposite side, let out a painful howl, and grabbed his eyes with both hands. The black compound eyes burned with white light at this time. The fat boy flapped the pair of small wings, flew up with his round body, and fell back on Lin Shen's shoulder. Lin Shen hit his acupuncture at the howling eternal hatred Dongli with a blow of sand between his fingers, hitting his acupoint again, causing his body to become stiff. At this time, everlasting Xiao Dongli was digging his own eyes with his hands, and his fingertips had already penetrated a piece, so he was in such a posture that he could not move. The white flame in his eyes became more and more intense, as if it burned his brain and turned white. Seeing Changhan Dongli's fingers move slightly again, Lin Shen made another sand between his fingers, constantly controlling his body, making him unable to move. The white flames continued to burn, gradually spreading out of their eyes, igniting the whole body of Changhan Dongli. Soon, Changhan Dongli's whole body was swallowed by white light, and his body had no reaction at all, standing there like a piece of wood, burning constantly. It was not until it was burned to coke that the white flame completely extinguished.
Changhan Dongli's body was standing straight there like coke.
A gust of wind blew and immediately turned into black-gray and scattered all over the ground.
A black crystal the size of a pigeon egg rolled out. The ear of reincarnation.
Lin Shen immediately recognized what it was and reached out to pick it up. Wei Wufu breathed a long sigh of relief, and could tell that even he could not keep calm this time. If Changhan Dongli cannot be killed, not only the Wei family will be finished, but the entire human being on the mother planet will be finished.
Fatty, go back and have a meal for you.
Lin Shen stroked Fatty's feathers, and felt a little scared. Dongli, the eternal hatred, was really a bit scary. If it weren't for the killer weapon of Fatty, they wouldn't be the opponent together. This also made Lin Shen remember the name of the creation god clan. When he was controlled by the everlasting hell Dongli's compound eye skill, Lin Shen was a little suspicious. This everlasting hell Dongli may not be a member of the creation god clan at all, and it is likely that it is just a test piece of the creation god clan.
However, Changhan Dongli is dead. What is his identity? Maybe the answer can be found in the spacecraft. It is obviously an extremely dangerous thing to just enter the spacecraft. No one knows whether there are any creatures like Changhan Dongli in the spacecraft.
I don't know what methods the creator clan has made in the spaceship. the two rushed back to find Wei Changqing and the others. Wei Changqing and the others learned that Changhan Dongli was dead, and they were a little unbelievable at first, and then they were deeply grateful. Lin Shen took some potions to them, so that they could recover some strength first. The fat boy flapped his wings and flew towards the log that was beaten into coke by Wei Changqing and his team, landing on the log, lowering his head to peck at something. Lin Shen looked carefully and found that the small branch on the log was still crystal blue and did not turn into black charcoal. The leaves on the branches are still crystal clear, like flawless blue crystals. The fat boy bit and soon pecked the leaves cleanly. After losing the leaves, the branches gradually withered and soon lost their luster. The fat boy jumped on Lin Shen's shoulder, shrank his head and closed his eyes, and stopped moving like a plush ball. Everyone Dongli said that this underground space is a basic change place, but unfortunately he was unable to ask clearly what kind of basic change place this is.
I can only explore it slowly in the future,
Lin Shen thought to himself. After everyone rested, they left the underground space. Lin Shen planned to wait until Wei Changqing and the others recovered before asking them to explore the underground space together. It is best to be able to enter the inside of the spacecraft that was broken into two pieces and see what is inside. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that it was not normal for everlasting regret to be separated from the East. It was very likely that it was just a test piece, or just an ordinary member responsible for escorting the sacred eggs. After returning to Tianshang, Lin Shen used Xiaoqi to search for information about the creation of gods, but he obtained very little information. The closer it is to modern times, the less information there is to create the gods. Most of the information related to the creation of the gods was before the ancient dynasty. After the king of the ancient realm, the information of the creation clan became extremely less. This was the emperor's database of the heavenly man race, so that such a little information can be found. It is probably impossible for ordinary people to have any content related to the creation clan. What surprised Lin Shen was that the information about everlasting regret Dongli was actually from the time of the king of the ancient realm. Everlasting regret Dongli is not a person from this era at all. The destruction of Dongli Star is also a matter of the ancient king of the world. What's going on? Could it be that the spaceship that transported the divine eggs crashed here at the time of the king of the ancient realm? Lin Shen was full of doubts. This is obviously impossible. More than 200 years ago, many people in the Wei family witnessed the spacecraft crashing into the underground space.
Chapter 504, shouldn't be Wei's surname. Can it be that this spaceship that transports the divine eggs set off in the era of the king of the ancient realm? After experiencing countless billions of years of space navigation, it crashed here due to accidents? Why didn't they choose to teleport, but for such a long space navigation? Lin Shen couldn't figure out the key. It seems that you can only enter the spacecraft and maybe you can know the answer. While Lin Shen was thinking, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. I originally thought it was Wei Wufu, but when I opened the door, I saw that it was Wei Changqing standing outside. Master Chang. Lin Shen was a little surprised, not knowing why Wei Changqing came here alone. Mr. Wu is in the town hall, and I want to say something to you alone, Wei Changqing said. Master Qing, let's talk about it inside. Lin Shen probably guessed what Wei Changqing wanted to say to him. Wei Changqing looked at Lin Shen and said, Child, I want the martial artist to follow you away from the Mother Star and let him rebirth outside. I want to take him away, too, but this is not something I can decide. Lin Shen sighed. Wufu's child's temper, as long as you want. I have my own way. Wei Changqing also sighed, and then continued, Do you want to explore that spaceship? I think, but it's very difficult. Maybe now is not the time. Lin Shen shook his head. According to Changhan Dongli, there should be the divine egg he said in the spaceship, and it can make people advance to nirvana or even immortal. Wei Changqing said, I have discussed with others. When the time is ripe, we will try to enter the spaceship. If we can succeed by chance and take out the divine egg, you and the warrior will leave the Mother Star with the divine egg, and you don't have to come back. With those divine eggs, they can be immortal in the mother planet, and they don't have to go out. Lin Shen was a little confused. Why did Wei Changqing and the others have to let Wei Wufu leave the mother planet?
According to the Wei family's style of conduct, they should hope that Wei Wufu will stay to guard the mother star and suppress the creatures in the underground space. Besides, with those divine eggs, they can be immortalized on their mother planet, and there seems to be no need to take risks in the universe again.
Martial Pussy, actually, shouldn't be surnamed Wei.
Wei Changqing told a secret that made Lin Shen's eyes widen.
Don't your surname be Wei? Lin Shen asked with a strange expression, what should his surname be? I don't know.
Wei Changqing shook his head.
So, is he an orphan adopted by the Wei family?
Lin Shen didn't expect that Wei Wufu had such a pitiful life experience.
It's not what you think. Although the martial artist shouldn't have been surnamed Wei, he is indeed my grandson, but just his grandson.
Wei Changqing shook his head and said.
Lin Shen was slightly stunned, knowing that he was wrong. Who is his father?
I just don't know who his father is, otherwise how could I not know what his surname should be? Wei Changqing said a secret with a wry smile.
Wei Changqing's daughter had left Tiancheng and entered the universe for a period of time.
When he came back, he took Wei Wufu back and gave it to Wei Changqing for raising him.
He left his mother star and never returned.
Wei Changqing asked Wei Wufu's mother who Wei Wufu's father was, but she refused to say it and even left secretly. So Wei Changqing didn't know who Wei Wufu's father was, and he always kept it with him and raised it like a grandson. In order to give Wei Wufu a complete childhood, Wei Changqing never told Wei Wufu about this. Wei Wufu still thinks that he is the child of the son who has died in battle in Wei Changcheng. I know my daughter that if it were not forbidden, she would never abandon her children. She must have encountered such a big problem, so she would make such a choice. Wei Changqing stared at Lin Shen and said, so I want to ask you to help me to find out whether the martial artist's mother is still alive and who his father is. But all this can only be done in secret and must not be discovered by anyone, otherwise it may bring you unforgettable disaster. Don't worry, Master Qing, I will do my best to find out these two things. Lin Shen said seriously. Also, don't let the martial artist know about this until you find out.
Wei Changqing said again. I understand.
Lin Shen nodded slightly.
Now he finally understood why Wei Changqing didn't want Wei Wufu to stay at his mother star. Children, it is his blessing to have a friend like you. Wei Changqing stood up and said. Master Qing, you said it's against it. It's my blessing to have friends like Wufu.
Lin Shen corrected.
Okay, very good. Wei Changqing laughed. I feel relieved with you by his side. After checking it out, you will decide whether you should tell him.
Lin Shen watched Wei Changqing leave and then closed the door and thought about where to start investigating.
Wei Changqing only gave him the name Yjiawen.
The Wei family also has a distinctive name for the child.
There is no one else who gave a woman such a name.
Apart from this name, Wei Changqing was unable to provide more information.
He only knew that after Wei Jiayuan went to the universe, the first stop was the heavenly man race. He didn't find out where Wei Jiayuan went later. However, Wei Changqing still gave Lin Shen a clue. Wei Jiayuan once said that she had met a good best friend in the universe and might be able to find out some news from her. Wei Changqing only knew that Wei Jiayuan's best friend was called Yifei, and it is unknown which clan member he belonged to. Submittee, is it possible that Lao Wei's mother's best friend is a human?
Lin Shen thought to himself. It seems that the surname Yi does not exist among the celestial race. He himself knew a human woman named Yi, and his age seemed to be about the same as Wei Jiayuan. The woman named Yi that Lin Shen knew was naturally Yi Yuzhen's mother and Yi's amazing daughter. Maybe it's just a coincidence. How could such a coincidence happen? Lin Shen didn't know what Mrs. Yi's full name was, and he was wondering whether to ask, what if Mrs. Yi was really Wei Jiayuan's best friend? Lin Shen originally wanted to wait in Tiancheng until Wan Changqing and the others recovered, and then explore the underground space to figure out what kind of basic change it was. A message sent by Tianquan forced him to go back to the Zenith Star first. The Emperor of Heaven summoned Lin Shen, and it seemed that something important was happening. Lin Shen had no choice but to leave his mother star immediately and return to the Zenith Star through the teleportation device of the Heigongguan. What's wrong with the Emperor of Heaven? He has to come back. Is there a chance to make money again? Which planet do I want to make money this time? After Lin Shen came to Huakai Palace, he did not see the Emperor of Heaven.
Only concubine Tian sat upright in the main seat. Tian, you are so brave. Concubine Tian stared at Lin Shen with a very bad tone. Chapter 505, Inquiry. What does Empress mean? Lin Shen looked at Tian Fei with confusion and asked.
I didn't expect that Dean Tian is young, but he is a powerful acting player. Tian Fei looked at Lin Shen, who looked confused and snorted coldly. I asked you, Kong Chuan, to go to the giant Huanqing, to protect you. It would be fine if you don't know how to be grateful, but you even forced him to dig out the peacock's eyes.
Do you think Kong Chuan is easy to bully, or do you think I am easy to bully? Empress, this statement should not be said by Kong Chuan in person, right?
Lin Shen said calmly.
Kong Chuan's kind gentleman will naturally not say anything in front of me, but in fact, do you still have to make excuses? Tian Fei suppressed his anger and stared at Lin Shen fiercely and said, the entire Tianren tribe is waiting to see your jokes. I hope you die in the giant ring star. I asked Kong Chuan to protect you, but you forced him to dig the peacock's eyes. Is this how you repay me?
Lin Shen took out the peacock's eyes and placed them in front of the concubine, bowed calmly and said, if the Empress sees me like this, then please take back the peacock's eyes from Kong Chuan and give me a crime.
If you think the Lord favors you, I can't cure you?
Tian Fei looked a little better, and she was also a little confused.
Why did Lin Shen easily hand over Kong Chuan's peacock eyes? No matter how ignorant I am, I still understand the severity of this. If the Empress determines that she is such a stupid person, please give her guilt.
Lin Shen still lowered his head and apologized.
In fact, Tian Fei was also a little confused. She forced Kong Chuan to dig such a big thing as a peacock's eye, so she would definitely not be able to hide it. Lin Shen was able to do the giant ring star so beautifully and was deeply loved by the Emperor of Heaven. How could he be so stupid? If you have anything, just say it. Tian Fei said coldly. The Empress should be very clear about what kind of character Kong Chuan is.
Lin Shen paused and continued, first, I did not force Kong Chuan to dig the peacock's eyes, but just asked him to leave.
I can't use such a person. Second, it is because Kong Chuan was sent by the Empress to protect me, and I accepted the peacock's eyes. What you mean is that if Kong Chuan was not sent to you by me, even if he digs out the peacock's eyes to you, you won't keep him? Tian Fei said with a cold face. To say something that the Empress may not like to hear.
If he was not the Empress, he would not have lived now.
Lin Shen said. Tian Kong was slightly stunned.
Lin Shen obviously felt very resentful when he could say such words.
Tell me clearly. Tian Fei frowned.
Only then did Lin Shen tell the story of Kong Chuan's original intention in the house, and he went to chase the enemy alone, almost causing him to lose his life. If Lin Shen had just defended this from the beginning, concubine Tian might not have been able to listen to it.
However, with the previous preparations, concubine Tian could still understand why Lin Shen was so resentful.
The merits of Confucius have been clearly stated in front of my emperor.
Without mentioning any other word, it is worthy of your kindness. I will also ask for the grace of the Empress. In the future, I will not be able to use this person anymore. I only have such a life. I want to live a few more years, so please give me a grace.
Lin Shen bowed again.
Concubine Tian stared at Lin Shen, and after a while, she suddenly said softly, Director Tian, don't want this. I already know that you have suffered a grievance. This matter is indeed because my elder brother and I owe you, and there will be some compensation in the future. The Empress is also kind, and I am grateful in my heart. Lin Shen said. It's fine if you know that that's not my intention. I'll apologize to you for my elder brother. I'll ask you to take care of him in the future. I will also remind him that there will never happen like this in the future. Tian Fei said. I have limited abilities and I am really powerless. I'd better ask for a good wife. Lin Shen said with his head down. Tian Fei looked at Lin Shen, feeling a little angry, but it was not easy to get angry. This matter was indeed too brainless by Kong Chuan. If it were her, she wouldn't use such a person anymore. But Kong Chuan was her elder brother after all,
and the Emperor of Heaven has already acquiesced to Kong Chuan to serve in the Tianshi Academy. But now the Tianshi Academy is under the jurisdiction of Lin Shen, and the position of Minister of the Secret Service Department that she likes is still occupied by someone. The Dean Lin Shen must be transferred away by the original minister in order to arrange for Kong Chuan to take over. But after Kong Chuan did such a stupid thing, Lin Shen would rather disobey her order than use Kong Chuan again, and this matter would not be easy to deal with. Concubine Tian found Lin Shen, originally trying to raise an army to question the crime, and then let Lin Shen help Kong Chuan as the Minister of the Secret Service. Things have come to this point, which makes it a bit unpredictable for Concubine Tian a little. The Secret Service Department is now in the hands of the Yin family.
If you don't change the minister, you will be as good as this time, and even one person will be unable to drive it. The Yin family has been in the Secret Service Department for so many years. Even if you replace a minister, ordinary people will not be able to control the Secret Service Department. After experiencing this incident, Kong Chuan has learned a lesson and will never act recklessly in the future. In addition, the favors our brother and sister owes you, the Secret Service Department will definitely follow your lead in the future. Tianfei had to explain the interests to Lin Shen, and still wanted Lin Shen to give Kong Chuan another chance. Empress, I am not capable enough and am planning to resign from the Emperor. I really don't have the ability to do this, Dean of the Tianshi Academy. Lin Shen said. When Tianfei heard Lin Shen say this, her face suddenly became cold again. Director Tian, you can't just be the position of Dean if you want to, and you can't just be wrong if you don't want to. Don't mention this in the future. Seeing Lin Shen lowering his head without saying a word, Tianfei had to sigh, get up and walk to Lin Shen and said softly, I am just such an older brother. I also know that his temper is hard to describe. If there is no reliable person to look at him, I would be really not relieved. Ah Tian, your talent and wisdom are beyond ordinary people. You are a person who can do great things. If my elder brother can serve under your command, I can feel at ease. Empress, it's fine if you must let Kong Chuan do things under my hands, but you can only start with his job. Only when I think he has the ability can he be able to hold a higher position. If it remains the same, please forgive me. I can do nothing. Lin Shen's meaning is very clear. It would be fine to let him leave Kong Chuan, but he would definitely not give Kong Chuan the position of Minister of the Secret Service. I know your difficulties, so let's do this for now. There are more than 100 assassinators from the Peacock clan in the Zen Star. If you need it, you will be sent to you in the future. You don't have to worry about the expenses. It's my and my elder brother's apology. Tianfei said in contemplation. Lin Shen did not refuse, and the free labor force was useless. After all, he was also a dean. He could not do everything himself, and there were always some people who ran errands. The Secret Service Department is not expected now, and Kong Chuan and the more than 100 Peacock tribe members act as free laborers. The race ranking war is about to begin. Are you planning to join the war? Tianfei sat down again, looked at Lin Shen and said, if you want to join the war, I have a gift for you, which may be helpful to you. Chapter 506 Invitation. Lin Shen didn't know what the gift Tianfei said was, but as far as he knew, pets and spiritual foundations could not be used in racial ranking wars. Because this is the ranking of racial strength, it is limited to only use its own strength and life base, and even equipment and combat suits cannot be used. Although Lin Shen did not plan to join the war, Tianfei said that her things could help Lin Shen, which made Lin Shen a little curious about what it was. Come here. Concubine Tian waved to Lin Shen. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment and said to himself, no matter whether you participate in the war or not, you will naturally have to take the benefits first. What's more, it's time to get closer to the Tianfei. Maybe my sparks still have a chance, so it's hard to refuse. Thinking of this, Lin Shen walked to the front of Tianfei and kept a distance of 3 steps. Get closer. Tianfei said again. Lin Shen had to step closer, only 2 steps away from Tianfei. Get closer. Tianfei continued to look at Lin Shen. Lin Shen hesitated a little. No matter how close he is, he will stand in front of Tianfei. This seems a bit unpleasant. But if he said this, it would be a bit inappropriate.
After hesitating for a moment, Lin Shen took a small step forward.
Stretch out your hand. Tian Fei was satisfied.
Lin Shen honestly reached his hand in front of concubine Tian. He originally thought that concubine Tian was going to give him something, but he saw concubine Tian suddenly reached out and grabbed his palm. Lin Shen was a little shocked and didn't know whether he should take his hand back for a moment. If the emperor knew about this, would he be misunderstood by the emperor? Fortunately, there are only 2 people in the house now, and Lin Shen did not find the surveillance equipment.
As long as Tian Fei doesn't say it, no outsiders should know it. But Lin Shen didn't quite understand why Tian Fei suddenly held his hand. Could it be that he was handsome and wanted to carry the emperor on his back? Empress, I am a person with morality and bottom line. I will never do such things.
Lin Shen secretly established his own personality in his heart.
If you were given a chance and asked me for a request, what do you want? Tian Fei looked at Lin Shen and asked. Lin Shen thought to himself, what else can I make? Of course I will have a sleep with you.
I have nothing to ask for, I just hope that the Empress and the Emperor can achieve all my wishes.
Lin Shen said. You can speak.
Concubine Tian let go and hold Lin Shen's hand. There was something more in Lin Shen's palm.
Lin Shen then breathed a sigh of relief.
It turned out that he was really giving him something.
You can take the things back, it will help you.
My elder brother's business will also have to work harder. Tian Fei seemed a little tired and waved her hand and said, Go.
Thank you for your gift, I'm leaving.
Lin Shen saw that Tian Fei didn't want to say anything anymore, so he could only leave with the things. After Lin Shen left Huakai Palace, Tian Fei looked at Lin Shen's back as he left, a blush appeared on her cheeks, and she secretly spat in her heart, this person is not a good thing, she is only thinking about those dirty things. Lin Shen didn't know what he thought in his heart just now, and if he knew, he would definitely not let Tian Fei touch his hand. After leaving the imperial palace, Lin Shen took out the things that Tian Fei gave him and watched carefully. I originally thought it was something, but it turned out to be just a piece of paper kneaded together. When I opened the piece of paper and took a look, I saw that it was full of small words.
7 steps of soul locking.
Lin Shen looked carefully for a while and saw that the low-level one was written with a step method, which was just a simple 7 steps, but it was ever-changing when used.
What's the use of giving me a footwork? I don't have time to practice these things. Lin Shen folded the paper and put it away, intending to turn around and give it to Ayun for practice.
When Lin Shen returned home, he opened the box and checked the 3,000-day crystal coins again, and he really couldn't bear to use them to pay off the debt. Anyway, no one has come to ask for debts yet, so keep it for now. Lin Shen was thinking about using the money to do something first, and suddenly saw a little bit of beautiful light appearing in front of him. The light spot appeared very suddenly, as if it jumped out of thin air, but there was no fluctuation. Lin Shen flew back, his shell wrapped around his body, holding a scum knife in one hand and a pet gun in the other, staring at the spot of light. The light spots unfolded strangely, and turned into a scroll of light in the air. There was no portrait inside the scroll, but there were countless spots of light flowing, like stars in the sky. A little of the stars flew out of the scroll, gradually expanded, and turned into a balloon-sized planet of light. When Lin Shen saw this, he already knew what this was. Every time the race rankings are opened, a race invitation card will appear in front of those who are eligible to participate. This thing that appeared out of thin air should be a race invitation card. Generally speaking, as long as you are an adult cosmic creature and use a teleportation device to walk out of the parent planet and reach other life planets, you will receive a race invitation card. It's just that on the human mother planet, Lin Shen has never seen a race invitation card, and he has never seen a race ranking war.
The next second, the light ball turned into a palm-sized elf, slapped its light wings and said to Lin Shen, Human, you are already qualified to participate in the racial ranking war. Are you willing to participate in the war?
I want to understand the rules of race ranking war first. Lin Shen said, looking at the elf-shaped light and shadow. He was very puzzled, who organized the race ranking war and who issued the invitation card. Even the Supremes do not have the ability to do such things that involve the entire universe.
Race ranking war is divided into elimination war and ranking war.
Elf Light and Shadow tells in detail the rules of race ranking war.
After listening to it, Lin Shen thought for a while and asked, "Do I only participate in the war on behalf of humans, but I can use any name myself?" "Yes, you can only participate in the war on behalf of this race. As for what your own name is, it is entirely up to you." Elf Light and Shadow replied. "Fighting can only use your own abilities and life base, and you cannot use any equipment or pets?" Lin Shen asked again. "Yes." Elf Light and Shadow affirmed Lin Shen's problem again. "Is it possible that I will not participate in the war myself, but only let my life participate in the war?" Lin Shen asked again. "No, I must join the battle." Elf Light and Shadow shook his head and said. "Then can I abstain from the war after I sign up for the war?" "Can." "Is there any punishment for abstaining?" "No." After Lin Shen asked a lot of questions, he chose to sign up first. Anyway, he could not participate after signing up. Thank you for your participation. There are still 10 cosmic days left before the first round of knockout rounds begins. Please be sure to stay in the best competitive state. Goodbye. The Elf Light and Shadow flew back into the scroll, and then the scroll quickly closed, and finally condensed into a light spot and disappeared. It's so weird. Who organized the race ranking war? Lin Shen thought of those teleportation devices. Chapter 507 Join the War? All the transmission devices were discovered later. Even the teleportation devices they use in the top 10 races in the universe are all found on different planets, and they cannot create interstellar teleportation devices themselves. But these conveying devices cannot be formed naturally, and it must be someone who made them. Lin Shen thought of what Chang Han Dongli said again, and suddenly felt that there was still a little reason. However, these are not what he needs to consider now. Those powerful cosmic tribes have not figured out this issue for so many billions of years. Now he only needs to consider whether to participate in the war. Unfortunately, there are no practical benefits in the knockout stage. Only by participating in the ranking battle can you get some benefits, only if you can bring the race into the 100 million ranking. As long as you can enter the ranking list, the evolution speed of the entire race can be strengthened to a certain extent. The higher the ranking, the more powerful this strengthening will be. There is a large part of the reason why the Supreme Clan was able to give birth to a natural nirvana like Dai's, because the Supreme Clan has not fallen out of the top 3 for many times. Their races evolved much faster than those smaller races. With such a rule, the stronger the strongest. It is too difficult for other small races to overturn old and high-level races. Lin Shen thought about the pros and cons. Shao Qi, search for news related to the racial ranking war. Lin Shen issued an order to Shao Qi. Now there are so many news about race rankings everywhere, and major races are reporting on this. There are already many well-known strong men who have signed up to participate in this racial ranking war. Originally, Lin Shen thought that the race ranking war should be the stage for those top strong men, and the immortals were the main force of this battle. However, after searching for the news, I found that there was very little information about the immortal, but there was a lot of information about the nirvana and the ascension. After watching for a long time, Lin Shen finally figured out what was going on. Because the immortals are too powerful, ordinary people can't tell what's going on in their battles. They basically see a dazzling scene, and then wait until the end of the battle and announce who the winner is. On the contrary, the battle between the nirvana and the ascensioner can be seen almost as long as you have a certain ability. Especially the battles of ascenders are more ornamental. In the battle of nirvana, the ascendor can barely see some tricks, and no matter how low it is impossible to see anything. So the most popular one is the flying upgrade battle. Most cosmic races can see a little trick, and the viewing threshold is not that high. Among the ascenders, Dai's, the one who has the highest reputation at the moment, has no controversy, and is the first in the cliff. In addition to Dai's, there are many powerful clans. Like Feng Shinshu of the Phoenix clan, Christine of the Emperor Barbarian clan, Faceless of the Chaos clan, Zhan Xin of the Soul Martial clan, etc., there are all very loud calls. Among the celestial race, the most popular one is the Emperor's son Tianbuluo. In addition to the heavens, there are several ascensioners from the Heavenly Man race who also belong to the Proud Child series, which cannot be ignored.
Of course, it is not just the celestial race, but also the other strong races, not just one or two geniuses, but also the supreme race. Only Dais participated in the battle. Lin Shen didn't pay much attention to these things, but there was a very popular news that attracted Lin Shen's attention. The undefeated king participated in the battle, and the heroes sharpened their swords.
My brother, why are you joining in the fun?
Lin Shen's face turned green after reading the news. Lin Xiangdong actually publicly announced his participation in the war. Well-known ascendants of many races have already expressed that they would deal with him in the elimination battle. During this period, there were news that Lin Xiangdong challenged famous ascendants of all races from time to time. Almost all the ascendants of the strong clan with surnames were selected by him.
Although he didn't win, those ascenaries didn't win very well. It seems that no matter who he fights, Lin Xiangdong can escape unscathed, saying that he is defeated, but now many people believe that the strength of the invincible Heavenly King is actually not weak. Otherwise, why have you ever fought with so many top ascenators, but none of them could truly hurt the invincible King? He even began to have the invincible Heavenly King. He said that the invincible Heavenly King's strength is not inferior to that of Dai's, but he just hides and does not release it, and he is both 55% and 55% with anyone. If anyone refutes them, they only have one sentence: if you have the ability, you can defeat the invincible king?
I don't know how much hatred this sentence has brought to Lin Xiangdong. Many Ascensioners have already expressed that they will definitely defeat the Heavenly Defeat King in the knockout round, and some even have more extreme ones, and they will kill him if they have already spoken. Lin Shen was so depressed that if Lin Xiangdong continues to do this, he will be almost invincible to the whole world. But he knew the character of the fourth brother. Since he publicly said that he wanted to participate in the war, he would probably really participate in the war. Lin Shen was a little worried that the fourth brother would be besieged in the knockout round. Even if he was not besieged, he would not be able to stand the wheel battle. According to Lin Shen's understanding of the rules of knockout round, you can abstain before starting. After the start, you must wait until the knockout round is over before you can abstain from participating in the next game. There is a time limit to whether the knockout round can end. Lin Shen is very suspicious. If so many people want to get him, can Lin Xiangdong last until the end of the knockout round? Lin Shen was considering whether he would join the war as well. If the fourth brother was really besieged, he could help. With his current strength, the Assassinator poses little threat to him. Even if he is besieged, with his endurance, he should be able to persevere until the end of the knockout round. Of course, Lin Shen still hopes that the fourth brother will just make a fake shot and will not really participate in the knockout round. Anyway, there is still some time before the knockout round begins, and Lin Shen plans to see the situation first. Time passed day by day, and the popularity of the undefeated Heavenly King incident remained high. More and more top Assinators stood up and said that if the undefeated Heavenly King participated in the battle, he would definitely be beautiful, which made Lin Shen a little worried. A message suddenly came from the communicator. Lin Shen looked at it and found that it was sent by Ouyang Yudu.
I want to join the war, where are you? There is no decision yet.
Lin Shen replied.
Where is Lao Wei? Ouyang Yudu's message was sent again soon. He is in his home planet and should not participate in the war.
Lin Shen replied to the message.
Ouyang Yu did not reply to the message.
Lin Shen was about to put away the communicator, but received another message, which was a message that a stranger replied to add a friend.
Tu Xiaodao? Lin Shen saw the applicant's name clearly and clicked to agree.
Xiao Wu Master, I want to participate in the race ranking war.
Do you want to go together?
As soon as the addition was successfully added, Tu Xiaodao sent a message.
The remaining 2 chapters will be updated until 6 o'clock in the evening, sorry. Chapter 508 The knockout round begins. When did you leave your mother's star?
Lin Shen directly communicated with Tu Xiaodao.
Not long after you left, I also left my mother planet.
Now I have practiced on the blue Mercury star and have reached 10 turns.
Tu Xiaodao said. It's been 10 turns so quickly?
Lin Shen was a little surprised. When he fought with the Wan family, Tu Xiaodao seemed to have only ascended in the second turn. It took only a few days before it had been 10 turns.
Not happy anymore. If it weren't for participating in this race ranking war, I should have gone to Nirvana. Can't Nirvana be the same as joining the war? I have no advantage in participating in the battle with Nirvana level. But participating in the battle with 10 turns is always a bit advantage than those below 10 turns. Unfortunately, the rules do not allow it, otherwise I would like to fight Nirvana more. Tu Shaodao smiled and said, but if the rules allow it, there are more senior strong men from the alien race, which is more unfavorable to me. Now it is the best arrangement. By the way, Xiaowu Master, how many times have you turned now? My life-based fan has just turned 7 times now. Lin Shen replied. What's going on? You taught me the truth about high levels and great advantages. Why did you only have 7 turns? I thought you had already 10 turns long ago, and there was no Nirvana to participate in the war. Tu Shaodao said with some confusion. When did I say that truth? Lin Shen was confused. He didn't remember that he had said that. However, Lin Shen had no confidence in his memory. What if he had said he had forgotten it, so he had to say, there are a lot of things recently, and the number of reincarnations has increased a little slower. Then are you still participating in the ranking battle? I heard that the people from the Wan family will also participate, and there is also the Wan Yuliu. Tu Shaodao said something about it. Eternal flow? Lin Shen thought for a while before remembering, it's the assassinator of the Wan family who escaped in the end. I remember he was the younger brother of the 7-turn assassinator of the Wan family. Yes, it's him. I got the news. After Wan Guliu escaped, he went to the interstellar Wanjia. For some reason, he also flattered Catherine, the princess of the Emperor Barbarians. He got great benefits. Now he has ascended to the 9 turns. Tu Shaodao said the matter of Wan Guliu, if you want to participate, you must be careful when encountering that Wan Guliu. The Wanjia may not take the overall situation into consideration. I haven't decided whether to join the war yet. Lin Shen was still hesitant. Mr. Xiaowu, let's go together. When I asked Lao Wei for your number, he asked him. He didn't plan to leave his mother star, and he couldn't receive an invitation from his mother star. He would definitely not participate in the war. We have to give humans a name together, otherwise humans will not live a good life in the universe. Tu Shaodao said. Let me think about it again. Even if I participate in the war, we'd better not be together. Lin Shen said in a deep thought. Why? Tu Shaodao asked in confusion. Does the undefeated Heavenly King know? Lin Shen asked. Who doesn't know such a famous person? Legend has it that he is a human compatriot. He doesn't know whether it is true or false, but he does look like a human. Tu Shaodao said excitedly, I heard that many top assassinators from all races are ready to deal with him. That undefeated king might be my brother. Lin Shen said helplessly. What, the invincible king is your brother? Tu Shaodao was shocked and said quickly, don't let people know this news, otherwise I suspect that those top assassinators will deal with you. No, you shouldn't join the war. This is too dangerous. Our brother's reputation is really scary, and it's really hard to bear. It is because of this that I hesitate whether to join the war. Lin Shen said with a wry smile. What else should I hesitate about? Don't participate in the war, and let our brother not participate in the war, said Tu Shaodao. I can't contact him. Lin Shen thought for a while and said, okay, I'll think about it again. Lin Shen originally wanted to tell Tu Shaodao that Ouyang Yu would participate in the war, but he still didn't say that Ouyang Yudu's ability was too evil. Tu Shaodao was with him, which was not conducive to the performance of both of them. Lin Shen wanted to help the fourth brother, but he was afraid of becoming a public enemy of the universe. He was used to being taken care of since childhood. He really let him go out and wander around, and he was enemies everywhere. He really couldn't bear the suffering and the sin. But he couldn't ignore the matter of the fourth brother. When the knockout round was about to begin, Lin Shen decided to go in and take a look first. Anyway, no one knows that he is the younger brother of the invincible king. He is a low-key person after he goes in.
If the fourth brother doesn't come, or nothing is the best, if something really happens, he can't watch the fourth brother besieged. As time came, the light spot appeared in front of Lin Shen again, turned into a scroll, and the elf light and shadow flew out again.
The knockout round is about to begin, please confirm whether to enter?
Elf light and shadow looked at Lin Shen and asked.
Enter the venue.
Lin Shen replied.
Please confirm your race and name. Human, a Tian.
Welcome to participate in the knockout round, I wish you a good result. The elf light and shadow smiled happily, blew a halo at Lin Shen, and then turned around and flew towards the scroll. Lin Shen only felt that his whole body was being pulled into the scroll by a force, and then the scroll disappeared. In the starry sky, cosmic rainbow lights extend out, forming a mysterious scene like a mirage and a picture of a starry sky.
Each planet can see those scenes.
The scroll is divided into 5 areas, corresponding to 5 levels: base change, ascension, nirvana, immortality, and kingdom. The images in each scroll are an independent planet, and the scroll spreads out the scene of the entire planet. Someone has appeared on the other 4 planets, but the planet belonging to the realm king has always been empty. In this era, no king of the realm was born, so the realm king of the realm was useless and no one participated in the war. There are not many immortal level participants, and there are more and more people on the other 3 levels of planetary battlefields. Lin Shen came to Faye's upgraded planet battlefield and found that his things were gone, even his own clothes were gone, and he wore a white combat suit he had never seen before. Looking around, several assassinators appeared nearby, and they were wearing the same white combat suits. There is also a wrist position in the combat suit, and there is also a watch-shaped device on it, with a countdown on it, 72 cosmic hours, that is, 3 cosmic days.
Participant, a Tian. Current points, 1. Current ranking, 0.
In this flight upgrade knockout round, participants who have scored 1 billion points can enter the ranking battle. Lin Shen had already known the competition system before.
If he defeated a contestant, he could win their points. The more points he had, the higher his ranking. Chapter 509, Follow Me.
Lin Shen glanced around and saw more than a dozen contestants from different races appeared nearby, but none of them were the same.
In the entire universe, I don't know how many races' ascendants participate in the war.
There is no level of 100 billion, but there must be level of 10 billion. It is obviously not that easy to meet the same race in one place. Lin Shen saw that there was a 1-character light and shadow on the top of each contestant's head, which was projected from them, representing how many points they have now. The initial points are 1, and these are all the same. When Lin Shen was looking at them, they were also looking at each other, and they all vigilantly opened a certain distance to avoid being attacked by others.
You, hand over the points.
A giant with an elephant's head and over 4 meters tall flew to Lin Shen, with a battle axe in his hand pointed at Lin Shen and said. Lin Shen turned his neck and looked around, then looked at the elephant man with confusion and asked, "There are so many people here, why are you coming to grab my points?"
Xiangren was stunned and asked in a buzzing voice, "Is there any difference? Can't you choose? You are so big and I am so small. Come and see me. Do you think I am weak and easy to bully?" Lin Shen asked again.
Xiangren shook his head repeatedly, "Of course not, it's just because you are closest to me, so I am the first to come to you."
Xiangren warriors are not afraid of any strong people and dare to face any challenges.
Lin Shen looked at this handsome and honest man, so he said seriously, "A true warrior must dare to challenge a stronger existence."
Look at me, do you seem to be stronger than you? It's not like.
After looking at Lin Shen again, the elephant man said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I found the wrong person." As he said that, the elephant turned around and left, flying towards the tall ascendant in another direction.
I'm really leaving.
Lin Shen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would leave just by saying that he was so real. It turned out that the tall assassinator waiting to watch the show next to him did not expect that Xiangren would let the human go, but instead came towards him, and he was suddenly depressed. But he was not as shameless as Lin Shen, so he had to summon the lifeblood to fight. The 2 assassinators immediately fought into a ball, and they could fly sand and rocks for a while, and the sound of life-based collisions were endless.
Both assassinators are power type, and there is no trick in the battle.
One uses a battle axe and the other uses a mace, which is a constant battle, and no one retreats.
What a sinister human being. You can deceive the stupid elephant man, but you can't deceive me. The points you give to you will save your life. A assassinator with wolf ears came to Lin Shen with a dog-legged scimitar. You are indeed much smarter than him, but have you ever thought that if I refuse to hand over the points to you, you will fight me now? Even if my strength is not as strong as you, if you want to kill me, you must at least put in some physical strength. If you get hurt again, will those guys take advantage of the situation? Lin Shen whined to the assassinators in the distance. When the wolf-ear descendant heard this, his face changed slightly. He turned his head and looked at it. Sure enough, several ascendant were paying attention to them. Don't think your sweet words can deceive me. The wolf-ear descensioner stared at Lin Shen with a gloomy face, but did not take action immediately. With your intelligence, how could I deceive you? What I mean is that it is better for us to join forces and grab other people's points first. In the case of 2 against 1, our consumption is not large, and others dare not take advantage of the situation. What do you think? Lin Shen said slowly. Something makes sense. The wolf-eared assassinator turned his eyes and stared at a nearby assassinator of the Super Burning Clan and said, then let's grab his points first. Let me see your sincerity, you go first. The wolf-eared descendant is not stupid. He just wants to use Lin Shen as cannon fodder. When they both lose money, they will steal all their points. Okay. Lin Shen agreed and flew towards the assassinator of the Super Burning Clan. The wolf-eared assassinator just watched from a distance and had no intention of entering the battlefield. When the assassinator of the Super Burning Clan saw Lin Shen coming, he held the axe in his hand vigilantly, preparing to fight Lin Shen to the death. He would never give up the points. Brother, follow me in the future. Lin Shen came to the Super Rich Clan, but had no intention of taking action, but just said to the ascensioner of the Super Rich Clan. Why? The Super Burning Tribe asked with a frown. Can you beat us 2 by 1? Lin Shen pointed to the wolf-eared assassinator in the distance. Then you have to try it out. The assassinator of the Super Burning Clan snorted coldly. Even if you can fight, you have to pay a little bit of a price against 1, right? Do you still have the strength to deal with other assassinaries? Lin Shen said with a smile, but if you follow me and the 3 of us will just grab the points, it will be easy. I will give you 1 of the points you get. Although I don't get many, it's better than being robbed by others, right? Something makes sense. The assassinator of the Super Burning Clan looked at the assassinators around him and felt that it was indeed not good for him to fight with Lin Shen now. It would be better to be vain with this human being first. After he solved the other assassinator, he would find an opportunity to deal with Lin Shen and the wolf-ear assassinator. After seeing Lin Shen over, the wolf-ear descendant did not fight with the ascendant of the Super Burning Clan. Instead, after saying a few words, the ascendant of the Super Burning Clan actually followed him. He was secretly shocked and thought that Lin Shen and the ascendant of the Super Burning Clan were going to join forces to deal with him. Old Lang, this is Lao Ao. I will follow me in the future. Let's go to other assassinaries together. Lin Shen pointed to the assassinator on the other side and said. Lao Lang was slightly stunned and wanted to say something, but when he saw the ascensioner of the Super Burning Clan following Lin Shen, if he disagreed, wouldn't Lin Shen and the other 2 want to join forces to get him together? They could only say in a deep voice, okay. In a blink of an eye, Lin Shen had formed a 3-person team and surrounded a flying man. Seeing that there were too many of them, the assassinator turned around and wanted to fly away, but was intercepted by Lao Lang and Lao Ao. Don't do it first. Lin Shen stopped Lao Lang and Lao Ao who wanted to do it, waved the folding fan in his hand, walked to the ascensioner, and said with a smile, brother, joining us only requires a little points. Do you want to join us and get points, or do you want to compete with the 3 of us? Brother, I want to join the organization. The assassinator transferred his points to Lin Shen very consciously. Very good. From now on, you are our brother. I will keep the points first. When there are more points and enough distribution, everyone will have points to get, which is definitely more points than you can get when you fight alone. Now, let's start from there.
Lin Shen closed the folding fan and pointed at the Ascensioner who was running away in one direction with great enthusiasm.
Chapter 510 No Abandonment of the War. Most people in the universe are watching images on the Ascension planet battlefield.
Strangely, the first person they are looking for is not the Assassinator of their own clan, nor is the Dies, who is known as the strongest Assassinator. Everyone was looking for the guy who was dressed in white, pretended to be invincible, and escaped first. But after searching on the Starry Sky scroll for a long time, someone had already started looking with a magnifying glass, but still didn't see the figure of that man. Many people were disappointed and thought that the guy who claimed to be the undefeated king should have been scared and did not participate in this racial ranking war.
It's right to think about it.
An Assassinator from a small race has no background or strength.
His enemies are all over the major powerful races in the universe.
So many top Assassinators from all races have said that they should deal with him. It's just that he dares to participate in the battle of the race rankings. Although I know that this is the best choice for the invincible king, most people feel extremely disappointed and even a little depressed. The reputation of the invincible king is bad, and it seems that he has never won. However, what he did made many people from the same small race feel a little more identity in their hearts. It is very difficult to win as always as those geniuses from major races.
But the invincible king gave them another possibility.
If they are undefeated, they will win.
I can't beat you, but you can't kill me either. This is another victory.
Therefore, many people who are concerned about the invincible Heavenly King may not really hope that the invincible Heavenly King will be killed by geniuses from those big races. Although many people are unwilling to admit it and are embarrassed to tell others that they think that the unbeaten Heavenly King is very good, deep down they still hope that the unbeaten Heavenly King can continue to be invincible like this.
But what they want to see is invincibility, not without a fight.
Therefore, the abstention of the invincible Heavenly King still made them feel a little disappointed.
Indestruction is just a kind of self-comfort after all. It's just a joke when it's necessary to fight.
Zhuo Qinglong, who had ascended into the Krama star, was unable to find the figure of the invincible king on the flying up planet battlefield, and couldn't help but sigh. Since leaving his mother planet, he soon knew that the existence of the invincible Heavenly King was, and he always felt that maybe that was the direction he was working hard.
Although the undefeated Heavenly King's abandonment today is a very correct choice and the most reasonable choice in Zhuo Qinglong's opinion. But for some reason, Zhuo Qinglong was still a little disappointed. The person who was most concerned did not participate in the battle. Zhuo Qinglong was much less interested in watching the battle. After taking a look at the information on Tian.com, Zhuo Qinglong suddenly widened his eyes and then quickly looked up at the sky. But this time, what he saw was not the flying upgrade planet battlefield, but the Nirvana-level planet battlefield. Compared with the battlefields of flying upgrades and basic transformation, the number of people in the Nirvana-level battlefield is significantly smaller, and there will be no situation where a large number of Nirvana people appear in a small area. However, the competition at Nirvana level is the most intense, because Nirvana level battle is a battle that can truly affect the ranking of the universe. Zhuo Qinglong repeatedly compared the scenes in the news and looked for the corresponding position in the sky. But because the Starry Sky scroll is too big, it is obviously not easy to find a specific place. But Zhuo Qinglong had no intention of giving up at all. Finally, he saw a place exactly the same as in the news. It was a cliff by the sea. There was a purple flower tree growing on the cliff, and the canopy looked like a huge mushroom cap. The wind blew across the tree canopy, and the purple petals fell down the wind towards the sea, as if purple stars fell. Under the flower tree, a human man in white was standing, reaching out to catch a floating petal. The petals fell on his slender fingers. It was not the petals that attracted people's attention, but the slender fingers that were as bright as jade. The undefeated Heavenly King. It's him. He has reborn. No wonder he didn't see him in the flying up planet battlefield. So that's it. Zhuo Qinglong couldn't help but outline an upturned curve. At this time, many people had discovered this. The undefeated Heavenly King did not abstain, but he had been promoted to the Nirvana level and entered the Nirvana level planet battlefield.
No wonder I didn't see him on the flying up planet battlefield and actually went to the Nirvana level planet battlefield. Catherine looked at the starry sky with interest. He was fighting so hard when he was flying and upgrading. At this time, he had a Nirvana.
At most, it was just a Nirvana.
In this situation, no one could beat him in the Nirvana level battlefield.
Wouldn't it be even worse? Tia said from the side.
How can the undefeated king of flying upgrades be ravaged by people at Nirvana level?
It's interesting to think about it, Catherine said.
Like Catherine and others, many people feel that the undefeated king who has entered the Nirvana level planet battlefield may only become someone else's score enhancement device, and it is difficult to even get a point. While people from all planets were talking, a Nirvana happened to fly past the cliff and saw the forest facing east under the flower trees.
You are the invincible king.
The Nirvana recognized Lin Shen, floating outside the cliff, and said in surprise.
Who are you?
Lin Shen looked at the Nirvana man with his eyes as if he was radiant, and he stroked the petals of his fingertips and let them float towards the sea.
This human is very beautiful, even better than the people of the celestial race. Tia's eyes were straightened. What's the use of good looking? There are so many things that are not useful.
Catherine said indifferently, although the Nirvana he met is from a small race that he has never seen before, it seems that he is a Nirvana who has experienced at least 3 times. It's hard to say whether he can escape.
More are not good looking and not useful.
In comparison, it is already very good to be good looking but not useful,
Tia said with a blink of an eye. There's a little reason.
You're right.
At least this undefeated king looks quite pleasing to the eye. Catherine smiled. The Nirvana looked at Lin Shen and said condescendingly, Flying Demon Clan, the Infinite Sea. I haven't heard of it. Are the leaders of the Fama clan as ugly as you?
Lin Shen looked very good, but unfortunately he had a mouth.
I originally wanted to get you points, but now I have to teach you a lesson. Wu Lianghai's face turned cold, and a black demonic aura rose from his body.
The next second, Wu Lianghai slapped out with his palm, and the infinite demonic aura was like a dark cloud covering it, covering Lin Shen. Looking at the overwhelming demonic energy and secretly paying attention to the invincible king, I couldn't help but raise my heart to my throat. Below are the surging waves, and above are the demonic energy. For a moment, the cliff seems to have become the last pure land under the end of the world, as if it will be swallowed up at any time. Above the cliff, under the flowers and trees, the forest stands in the east against the wind, and stretches out a snow-white petal. The petals flew against the wind against the sky, transforming into 10 into hundreds, hundreds into thousands, and thousands into thousands, and instantly transforming into storm that swept the world.
Chapter 511, Rioting the Rich to Help the Poor.
The overwhelming demonic energy gradually became weak under the impact of more and more petals. People watched helplessly as the demonic energy was dispersed by the petals like mudslides, and watched the Nirvana sacrificed his life base and carapace to resist the petals, and then the life base and carapace were also shattered little by little in the torrent, and finally the white combat suit on the Nirvana's body was also shattered and the watch burst. The body of the Nirvana was rushed to the sky by the torrent of petals, and the integral light and shadow above the head disappeared. The Nirvana fell for a long time, probably because it was bombarded out of the atmosphere.
Is Nirvana so weak? It's really disappointing.
Lin Shen shook his head slightly, looking extremely disappointed, and the points above his head also changed from 1 to 2. Looking at Lin Shen who was sitting cross-legged under the flower tree, the people watching were all exploded.
The undefeated Heavenly King was an Ascensioner more than a month ago.
At that time, he also challenged a famous Ascensioner.
In such a short time, he should have just passed away. Why is he so fierce? I know that Wu Lianghai. Although the Flying Demon Clan is a small race, his strength cannot be considered weak. The Nirvana who has 3 Nirvana has a good combat level. He was actually smashed by the unbeaten Heavenly King with 1 blow. When did the unbeaten Heavenly King become so strong?
They just can't beat those top geniuses, but they are also at the 50-5 level.
Why do ordinary people from small races be able to beat the gods and be like them as their own food?
I still want to get points from the hands of the undefeated Heavenly King.
What dream do you have? Dice can't keep the undefeated Heavenly King of the same level, okay? Sister, is this considered both attractive and useful? Taya's eyes were full of small stars. It's okay, Catherine said casually.
Lin Shangdong looked at the sea comfortably here. Lin Shen had no idea that he was not on the Ascension battlefield. He was in the battlefield and had no source of information. At this time, he was still collecting points in a low-key manner while looking for Lin Shangdong's whereabouts. More than a dozen assassinators nearby were all covered with fleeing and entered Lin Shen's team.
Whoever didn't enter the team would work together. Those who can run away will run away. If they can't run away, they either join the team or have their points robbed.
Lin Shen has become a bully bandit leader in the nearby area. He did not rush to move outward, and took a dozen assassinators to watch the Elephant Man fighting another tall assassinator. The one who fought with the Elephant Man was a weak fighting race. The name of this race was told by Lao Lang that he had never seen anyone from this race. The name Wudo sounds a bit inferior, but his figure is not much different from that of a Elephant Man, and his strength is not inferior. The two giants fought wildly, and the shockwaves generated by the collision are very terrifying.
These two are not easy to deal with. They probably have a level of 7 or 8 revolutions. We may not be able to do it. Let's go find other Ascensioners. Lao Lang whispered in Lin Shen's ear. Don't worry, let's talk about it.
Lin Shen shook the fan lightly and said in a hurry. The win or defeat of the Xiang people is hard to tell if the winner loses, and the level is half a pound. It is probably difficult to see the advantages and disadvantages in a short period of time. Lin Shen was not in the mood to keep watching them fight hard here, and shook the folding fan in his hand gently at them. The mysterious light text flew out and fell on the two people, which immediately reduced their strength, and the effect was extremely obvious.
Lao Lang, Lao Ao, and other assassinators who were strapped to join the team were both surprised and happy to see Lin Shen even have such a trick. It is very rare to weaken the ability of a class. I didn't expect Lin Shen to have such ability, and the effect looks very good. Just now, the old wolf saw that the power of the Elephant Man and the weak fighting man was too strong, and was afraid that he would not be their opponent and was unwilling to provoke them. But now Lao Lang felt that he was not worthy of any of them, which shows how obvious Lin Shen's skill effect is. Now the assassinators who have joined the team have begun to be glad that they have joined the team. With Lin Shen's skill in hand, they can grab many assassinators who are stronger than them. Although Lin Shen will definitely only give them a small portion of the points, it is always much better than others rob them. Boss, let's go and get them right now. Lao Lang and others were eager to try, and even their names changed. They were just called brothers, but now Lin Shen has won the title of boss. Don't worry, I'll talk to them first. Lin Shen said and walked towards the elephant and weak fighting people. The two of them had stopped fighting because of Lin Shen's skills and both stared at Lin Shen with their eyes. Is it you? Xianren recognized Lin Shen and frowned and said, I don't fight you, why are you using skills against me? If you don't fight with me, why do you have to fight with him? Lin Shen asked back. Didn't you just say that a real warrior should fight against the strong? He is very strong, so I want to fight with him and get his points, said the Elephant Man. I'm wrong, he's not strong at all, so you're looking for the wrong person. Lin Shen shook the fan lightly and removed the skills of the Elephant Man. Isn't he strong? Xianren looked at Lin Shen in confusion, and then at the weak fighting man. Of course it's not strong anymore. I see that he can't even hold you up with an axe. If you don't believe me, I'll ask him. After Lin Shen said that, he looked at the weak fighter and asked, Are you strong? You have removed the weakening skills on the Elephant Man. My weakening skills are still there. If you ask me fuckingly, can I not be weak? The corners of the weak Doran's eyes twitched, and he had already started to curse in his heart, but he could only say, not strong. Look, I just said he is not strong anymore. Lin Shen said with a smile. Who is the strong one? Xianren asked. Look at the points numbers above our heads. Those with small points numbers are the weak, and those with large points numbers are the strong. Lin Shen explained. I can't read. Xianren said embarrassedly. It's not a big deal, follow me.
When I meet a strong man, I will tell you that we will defeat them together, seize their points, and give them to us weak and poor people. This is called robbing the rich and helping the poor.
Lin Shen said. What does it mean to rob the rich and help the poor?
Xiangren still looked puzzled.
Have you heard the story of the warriors defeating the evil dragon and sharing the treasures stolen by the evil dragon to the poor?
Lin Shen said gently.
That's called robbing the rich and helping the poor?
The eyes of the elephant man lit up. Yes, that is to rob the rich and help the poor.
Lin Shen looked at the weak and fighting man and asked, Are you willing to join our team that robs the rich and help the poor?
Yes. The corners of the weak Durin's eyes twitched wildly again.
Can he say he was unwilling?
The skills on his body are still there, and Lin Shen obviously has no intention of letting him go.
Thank you, a little point enrollment fee.
Lin Shen stretched out his hand with a smile on his face. The weak fighter turned black and transferred his only points to Lin Shen.
I have to pay the team fee, so I'll give it to you.
Xiangren said, and handed over his only points to Lin Shen.
This fool. The weak fighting man looked at the elephant man, as if he was looking at an idiot, the kind of fool who was sold and even gave money to others.
Lin Shen received the two of them's enlistment fees, and the team grew stronger again.
Chapter 5 12 points delivered to your door.
Although there are many Asinaries who participate in the war, among the Asinators of tens of billions and hundreds of billions, it is just a small number. On this huge planet, the chances of ascendants of the same race appearing in one area at the same time are really small.
Of course, the Asinators who participated in the war in the big clan were just a small part of the Asinators in the clan.
After all, no matter how many Asinaries participate in the competition, it is useless. It will be defeated during the ranking battle, and the ranking of the flying upgrade will have almost negligible impact on the race rankings.
In the area near the deep forest, I have never seen the same race, but as time goes by, more and more Asinaries of the same race will gather together, which is a matter of the future. Now these Asinators who fight alone have become members of Lin Shen's team. After getting the elephant man and the weak fighter, Lin Shen's team flew along the river next to them. As long as the Asinator they could see did not join their team, they could only hand over the points.
Lin Shen did not kill anyone, but only grabbed points, and all the points were gathered in his hands. There are people from the Imperial Barbarians among the people in front of us, so we don't want to go there. A group of people were flying in the sky for prey. When they saw a few people in front of us resting by the river, one of them was from the Imperial Barbarians.
Lao Lang hurriedly flew to Lin Shen and said,
It's okay for them to grab some points from small races, but no one dares to take action when they meet people from powerful races like Godmen. Not to mention that their strength is not as good as the other party. Even if they are stronger than the other party, they generally do not dare to attack the people of the Emperor Barbarians. If you provoke an Emperor Barbarian with status, you may win the game here and you will be exterminated outside. Lin Shen glanced at the Emperor Barbarian and found that the points above his head were already 17 points, and the numbers above the people next to him were still 1. It was probably all the younger brothers who were following the Emperor Barbarian.
One of them looked familiar.
After a closer look, he found that he was a human, or one Julia who escaped from him during the previous battle. Lin Shen pondered for a moment and planned to ignore him for now.
This is a race ranking war.
Lin Shen did not want to fight with his own race at this time, so that the human race in the entire universe would be laughed at, and he did not want everyone to think that humans are a race that is good at killing each other.
It is only a matter of time to deal with Wan Gulu and Wan Jia. Don't rush to kill Wan Gulu at this moment, and it will not have a great impact on Wan Jia. If you want to destroy it, you must uproot the interstellar families directly. Although killing a Wanyu river relieves its anger, it will alert the enemy.
Just as they were about to fly to another place, the Emperor Barbarians took their men to stop them.
You three stay, the others can get out. The Emperor Barbarians pointed at Lin Shen, Lao Lang, and Lao Ao and said in an orderly manner. Everyone was hesitant for a moment.
The Emperor Barbarians and others couldn't afford to offend them, but all the points were in Lin Shen's hands.
If they left, they would not get any benefits.
Among them, the more than 20 Ascensioners, Lao Lang and Lao Ao, at the beginning, still retained a little points, and the others were all 0 points. If he could run, Lao Lang and Lao Ao would run away now, but the Emperor Barbarians liked their points, so it would be impossible to run without handing over the points.
Ah Tian, this can help the poor, right? The elephant man looked at the Emperor Barbarian and asked in a muffled voice.
After hearing what he said, Lao Lang and others thought that he was mentally ill and wanted to grab the points of the Emperor Barbarians.
Yes. Lin Shen laughed.
He didn't want to mess with them now, but he didn't expect these guys to come to him. When the Shangren heard that he could rob the rich and help the poor, he summoned his life-based battle axe without saying a word and rushed forward with a scream.
Lao Lang and others were a little stunned. They knew that Shangren was a lazy person, but they didn't expect to be so stunned, so they got on.
Seeing that an elephant man dared to attack him, the Emperor Barbarian was furious. Go ahead, kill him. The assassinator beside the Emperor Barbarians released his life without hesitation and killed him, surrounding the elephant man. They were all standing forward, but Wan Guliu was retreating. He was afraid of Lin Shen from the bottom of his heart. Before Lin Shen ascended, he killed his eldest brother Wan Shuilu, who had ascended 7 times. Now Lin Shen has ascended. How strong is to the extent that he has not seen it with his own eyes. Wan Guliu is unwilling to try his own life.
The Emperor Barbarian did not pay attention to the eternal flow at all.
After the ascensioner around him stopped the elephant man, he himself walked towards Lin Shen.
You go and help Lao Xiang. This time you get points and you can get dividends.
Lin Shen didn't expect these people to dare to go up and fight with the Emperor Barbarians. But Lin Shen still underestimated the deterrence of the powerful cosmic clans on small races. The assassинators looked at me and I looked at you, and no one dared to take action. Even Lao Lang and Lao Ao, 2 people who were robbed of points, dared not take action. If you don't take action now, it means you voluntarily give up your points. Lin Shen continued. Still no one took action. Like a man one too many, he fell into a hard battle.
Okay, this is your own choice.
Lin Shen said calmly.
Stop talking nonsense, hand over the points and give you a way out.
The Emperor Barbarians walked to the opposite side of Lin Shen and said contemptuously.
Is there a possibility that we can cooperate? Lin Shen looked at the Emperor Barbarians and said lightly. Cooperate? Are you worthy? Don't talk nonsense and hand over the points.
The Emperor Barbarians cursed directly. It seems that your mother has never taught you how to speak. Lin Shen directly fanned the face of the Emperor Barbarian.
I want to die, I will fulfill you.
The Emperor Barbarians were extremely arrogant and used only the shells, not even summoning their life base, and directly punched Lin Shen's fan.
He does have the capital to be arrogant.
He only hears the sharp explosion of his fists breaking through the air, and he knows that his power must be at least about 9 turns. But before his fist touched Lin Shen's fan, some mysterious light suddenly flew out from the fan and landed on him. As soon as the mysterious light text got on his body, the Emperor Barbarians suddenly felt as if they were defecated, and their speed and strength were instantly greatly weakened. Lin Shen directly slapped his face, twisting the Emperor Barbarian's face to the side, and his face was sunk.
Papa! Papa!
Lin Shen's fan in his hand turned and turned, swaying the old face of the Emperor Barbarians, and he was stunned and he didn't even have a chance to fight back.
Bang!
Finally, Lin Shen folded the fan together, used the fan as a stick, and directly smashed the Emperor Barbarians, smashing a big hole on the ground.
Everyone on both sides was stupid. The 9-turn ascension of the Emperor Barbarians was so dealt with? This doesn't look like a battle at all, it's like I'm beating my son. The key is that this person is really brave enough to take action. Are you not afraid of the Emperor Barbarians taking revenge outside?
For a moment, people on both sides were stunned. The assassinators who fought with the Elephant Man did not dare to fight anymore and retreated from the battlefield one after another.
Chapter 513 A team as strong as a snowball. This is what they never dreamed of.
Unexpectedly, a person from a small race actually dared to attack the assassinator of the Emperor Barbarians, and he was really abused. If they go up now, even the ascendants of the Imperial Barbarians can't beat them.
Wouldn't they go up and die?
If you don't go, if you escape at the last moment, the Emperor barbarians may not let them go. They were in a dilemma for a while, and they were not going to leave, nor would they not leave. The only person who had already run away was the eternal flow, and now he can't even see the figure. Lin Shen didn't care about so many of them. He landed directly next to the Emperor barbarians, pointed the folding fan in his hand and said, "Can you still fight? I won't beat you anymore." The mysterious light text on the Emperor barbarians is still there, and their attributes have been weakened by nearly half. How dare you speak stubbornly? He is not a top-level powerhouse among the Emperor barbarians, and he can show off his power in front of small races. Since you're not playing anymore, then transfer the points. Lin Shen said. Didn't you say you can cooperate? The assassinator of the Emperor barbarian clan turned his eyes and said. It's okay to cooperate, but you have to pay the joining fee first. Lin Shen said with a smile. The ascended Emperor barbarian clan knew that it would be impossible not to hand over the points, nor did he know that the other party was really stupid, or had a background, so he didn't take his identity as the Emperor barbarian clan into consideration. After transferring the points to Lin Shen, the Emperor barbarian was about to say something, but Lin Shen pointed at the assassinators in the air with a fan and shouted, "What are you still standing there? Don't you hand over the points into the gang, waiting to be beaten? Transfer all the points to the Elephant Man. What are you doing when you stand there? Let you pay points." The assassinator of the Emperor barbarian tribe shouted. After he drank this, the assassinators transferred the points to the Elephant Man with a strange look. Lin Shen looked at the ascensioner of the Emperor barbarians in surprise, but he didn't expect that he would cooperate so actively. Brother, your weakening skills are very strong. If we join forces, except for bigwigs like Dais, we can steal whoever we want. The ascensioner of the Emperor barbarian clan stood beside Lin Shen, regardless of the injuries on his body, and pointed to Lin Shen with a bright future. You 3, I 7. Lin Shen said directly. This is too little, let's get 5 or 5 points. Ran said. 2-8. Lin Shen said expressionlessly. Okay, 37 is 37. Ran said quickly, knowing that the master he met was not easy to talk to, and it would be a disaster if he continued to talk. Lao Lang and others were stunned. Unexpectedly, after the Emperor barbarians were beaten and robbed of points, they actually joined the team. This seemed a bit different from the domineering Emperor barbarians they remembered. Seeing the increase in points above the elephant's head, they were all a little envious, but they did not regret their previous decision. No matter how good the points are, they should not mess with the Godbartian for the points. Now this Emperor barbarian looks kind, and he is, who knows whether he will turn against each other after going out. Only by exerting efforts can you distribute dividends. If you don't contribute, you will be regarded as giving up the previous benefits. You should be clear about this, right? Lin Shen did not want to give up their plans, and said to Lao Lang and others with a smile. That's natural, it should be. Everyone nodded quickly. Lin Shen didn't settle the score with them, they were already grateful. They took everyone on the road together again. With the addition of Rand and others, the range they could grab suddenly became larger. Given the current status of the Emperor barbarians in the universe, there are very few people they dare not rob. At first, Lao Lang and others were still timid, but with Rand, the pioneer of the bird and the Elephant Man, and the more people in the team, they gradually let go of the robbery. As the team grows, no matter what race ascensioners you encounter, they will always grab them. When you meet those who are ignorant of the current affairs, many assassinators sacrifice their lives and shoot in one volley. Even ordinary 10-turn assassinators can't stand it. Soon their team developed into a team of thousands of ascendants. With Lin Shen's order, thousands of ascendants sacrificed their destiny, which was extremely terrifying. Rand originally just wanted to hold Lin Shen back, and when he met the powerful man from the God Barbarian tribe, he would deal with Lin Shen. But as the team grew and after grabbing the top 100 races several times, Rand suddenly realized that in this situation, the points he received seemed to be faster than he would go to grab them by himself. He had no ability to rob the person he had, and now he would just give up a command, and even thousands of life bases would be smashed down. Few assassinaries could hold on, and he would have to pay points obediently.
Moreover, the team is growing rapidly.
Lin Shen has created a series of names such as Team Leader, and Captain. He has also absorbed some members who can reach the top 100 race rankings, and has actually created this miscellaneous army.
This team has attracted the attention of many people.
Originally, they fought on their own in the knockout stage, and most people from the same race joined forces. Many people have never seen this situation of joint combat between different races.
That human is interesting, Catherine said in surprise. Respondents. Tia doesn't like Lin Shen very much. She still tends to be a personal heroic romanticism like Lin Shandong.
You don't understand that although personal force is very important, the ability to gather a team is also very precious. What's more, assassinators on the Ascension planet battlefield all come from different races. It is very difficult to build such a team in such a short time and form combat power,
Catherine said. Is that true? Tia looked at it, but still didn't like it very much.
She curled her lips and said, I am still handsome invincible.
Catherine shook her head helplessly and stopped arguing with her.
The Emperor of Heaven was lying in the clouds, and the beauty beside him was peeling grapes for him.
That kid's ability is okay. While enjoying the service of the beautiful woman, the Emperor of Heaven looked at the picture in the sky.
He did not pay attention to the most important immortal planet battlefield for the celestial race, but looked at Lin Shen here.
Director Tian's ability to unite the alien race is really too excellent,
and Rong said from the side. Her words are heart-wrenching.
The celestial race is originally a very xenophobic race.
It is difficult to be valued if it is not a celestial bloodline. And Rong's words about Lin Shen will undoubtedly make Emperor Tian doubt whether he will form a small group of alien races.
If you don't even have this ability, how can you be the dean of the Tian Normal University?
Emperor Tian seemed to not understand Rong's words and said with a smile, as if he was very satisfied with Lin Shen's performance.